Star Odyssey Chapter 1308 to Chapter 1359. Cultivation wasn't a game, it was a struggle against the heavens, and there was no such thing as fairness. The final battle at the summit was the essence of the entire tournament. Only by standing out from the chaos would one truly have the qualifications to obtain the opportunity to become a progenitor, an opportunity that even the three progenitors coveted. Star Devourer charged over, but Luin dodged. It turned around and continued to charge at Luin. Xianxia targeted Luin and bombarded him with sonic booms again and again. He didn't believe that Luin's spiritual force could last for long. Luin continued to recite the Stonewall scriptures, thinking of a way to defeat Xianxia. It was impossible to rely on spiritual force alone, and Xianxia was a spiritual body, so it would be difficult to defeat him. Xianxia's strength was on par with Feather Mavis, so it would be difficult to defeat him. In Luin's opinion, there were only a few people who were the most difficult to deal with in the entire tournament: Xianxia, Wu Taibai, Feather Mavis, Qiushi, Xianxia, and perhaps Wang Yi. Xianxia was a spiritual force, so it would be difficult to defeat him. Xianxia was also helpless. Although his spiritual force was enormous, he couldn't withstand an unlimited amount of attacks. He didn't know how long Luin could last, and once Luin used up all of his spiritual force, it would be difficult to deal with the others. If this were a battle, Luin would definitely deal with the others first, such as Ziyi, Bukong, and Wu Taibai. However, this was a tournament, and Xianxia was an obstacle that he couldn't overcome if he wanted to become the champion. Roar! With a furious roar, Star Devourer charged at Luin again. Luin was irritated, so he struck out with his 9-lined battle force imprint, Emptiness Palm. Star Devourer's 6 eyes suddenly widened, and it fiercely charged forward. There was a boom, and the summit cracked open as a huge force tore through the void and spread out from Mount Supreme. In the blink of an eye, the universe was split into two, and along the way, the planets and spacecraft that were affected were directly torn apart, including several Enlighters. On the summit, Bukong and the others were forced back a step by the huge collision. Bukong, Jiuhao, Ziyi, Qiushi, and the others all retreated. They felt like they couldn't breathe under this collision. Wang Yi stared at Luin, and his eyes grew brighter. The summit of Mount Supreme seemed to tremble as Luin pressed a single palm against Star Devourer's forehead. Star Devourer's spiritual force, and the two sunk deep into the ground. Star Devourer was excited. "Human, you're not bad." As he spoke, his strength suddenly rose. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and his pupils transformed into rune lines that weakened Star Devourer's rune lines. Star Devourer was bewildered, and he increased his strength once again. At the same time, Xianxia's spiritual force bombarded Star Devourer in order to prevent Luin from using the Day Knight's tribute against Star Devourer. Xianxia wanted Star Devourer to go all out against Luin. This person's spiritual force was tough, and his domain was boundless. His strength was immense, and he also had a secret technique and a sourcebox array. Even a mysterious beast would find it difficult to deal with him, and only Star Devourer could work together with him. His right foot moved, and the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet. He wanted to use the secret art of plan to move his body. However, he did not notice Xiaojiu's approach. Xiao's secret word, Void Transformation. The Xiao family's secret technique could neutralize all secret techniques, and it was incomparably domineering. During the battle in the mountain and sea realm, Xiaojiu had used this technique to neutralize the Tear Lady's expulsion technique. Now, he had taken the opportunity to neutralize Lu Yin's planned secret art. Luin had many enemies, and on this mountain peak, Xianxia, Ziyi, and the others weren't the only ones who wanted him dead. Xiaojiu was also the one who wanted him dead. Only by eliminating Luin would Xiaojiu be able to fuse with Xiao Luo more easily. He did not hate Luin, and he only had a ruthless desire to eliminate a formidable enemy. The Xiao family's secret technique had appeared at the right moment to viciously attack Luin. Lu Yin's planned secret art had disappeared, and Star Devourer had intended to use it to evade the attack. Star Devourer subconsciously weakened his power, and the moment the planned secret art disappeared, Star Devourer's right palm was distorted and he viciously rammed into Lu Yin's chest. Everything happened in an instant, and Luin could not increase his power even if he wanted to. He had already used up his greater teleportation array, and he had not had the time to set up another one. His right leg retreated, and his legs sank into the ground as his domain blasted towards Star Devourer. Star Devourer's 6 eyes turned red, as his domain could not stop it. In front of the screen, countless members of the Great Eastern Alliance were nervous. On Earth, everyone was praying. Outside of Mount Supreme, the older generation's experts walked out and stared at the screen. In the Cosmic Sea, Heizage Leon roared, "Xia family!" In the Neoverse, within a brothel, Ming Yan's face was deathly pale. In the Eternal Kingdom, Ghost Monkey's jaw dropped. At the peak of Mount Supreme, Lu Yin's domain could only delay Star Devourer for a moment. However, through his domain, Lu Yin's mind flashed with inspiration. The star energy around his body circulated and formed a sourcebox array, the flow diversion diagram. The flow diversion diagram used the danger zones of the sourceboxes as connections to form a world of star energy. The more danger zones there were, the wider the world. The person who had set up the array was the master of this world, and they could see through every movement of the star energy. Lu Yin had originally thought that the flow diversion diagram had been taught to him by the trial master to make it easier for him to guard the pass. However, when his domain struggled to resist Star Devourer's power, he saw his domain being compressed and scattered. He suddenly realized that if the flow diversion diagram could transmit his own power into the array's range, then why couldn't it transmit his enemy's power? Star Devourer's 6 eyes turned red, and he was so close to killing this human. His brain was not very good, but he still attached great importance to Skymander's orders. As he thought about it, his 6 eyes stared at Lu Yin's right arm. That was where he had stolen the tamed beast. Suddenly, Star Devourer felt that something was amiss. His power was clearly growing stronger, but Lu Yin's expression was becoming more and more normal. The flow diversion diagram appeared around Lu Yin, and his star energy transformed into channels that dispersed Star Devourer's power. 10, 100, 1,000, and so on. The channels of star energy were sent out, and each wave of power transformed into a boundless force that was wrapped in star energy and flung out in all directions. From a distance, Star Devourer's power had been dispersed into countless lines in front of Lu Yin. One of the lines pierced through Xianxia, causing him to be stunned. Another line blasted towards Zi, and her source connection Astral Nova was forcefully pushed back. Another line blasted towards Xiaoshi, but she raised her hand and used Sirius's sword technique to tear apart the line. An enormous power erupted, and Xiaoshi was forced back several steps. Another line blasted towards Yuhua Mavis, who raised her hand to meet the line. Her right palm retracted, and a visible ripple of power spread out. She was shocked. This power? Xiaoqing, Wu Taibai, Bu Kong, Shangqing, Xiao Jiuyou, and everyone else had been attacked by the flow diversion diagram. Lu Yin had not intentionally targeted them, as he had only wanted to disperse Star Devourer's power and disperse it. As for who it would hit, that was not within his scope of consideration. The people on the mountain peak were still fine, but at the first fault, dozens of lines smashed down. Ku Wei shrieked, "Dodge!" Shi Qi's face paled, and the fish above her head continuously flapped its fins. "Run! Run!" The Xiaoye king raised his hand and used star displacement to change leaves. The surface of a line transformed into green leaves, but Star Devourer's power slammed him down the mountain, leaving him in an extremely miserable state. Long He, Tai Yishan, Night Queen Yanqing, Hui Santong, and the others all endured the bombardment of lines. It was the same for the second and third faults, and even the foot of the mountain was left with dozens of lines. Star Devourer's power was truly limitless. Even now, Lu Yin was still able to disperse countless lines that exploded in all directions. Lu Yin had comprehended the true power of the flow diversion diagram, and any sourcebox array was not simple. He was now very curious as to what kind of power the trial master possessed. He had only grasped the basics, but he had already been able to disperse Star Devourer's power. What about the trial master? In the distance, a figure appeared. The figure raised a hand and struck out with an empty palm. Lan Si had appeared. Star Devourer's abdomen had been struck by Lan Si's empty palm, and it had been pushed back dozens of meters. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin broke free from Star Devourer's suppression and turned to look at Xia Jiuyou. His palm moved, and Xia Jiuyou's pupils shrank. He retreated rapidly and used his blade to block in front of him. With a bang, his blade broke, and Xiaojiu was pushed back several hundred meters by Lu Yin's empty palm. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Not everyone had Star Devourer's power. At the very least, Xiaojiu's current strength was not enough to face Lu Yin's empty palm head-on. At most, he could withstand it, which was already quite impressive. Star Devourer bellowed and stared at Lan Si. It raised its right claw and slammed down, causing a powerful hurricane to howl out and crash into Lan Si. Lan Si raised a hand and continuously struck out with empty palm, dispersing Star Devourer's attack. Lan Si had lost to Levitating Mavis, and although it seemed like he had lost miserably, it depended on who he was compared to. In terms of true power, Lan Si had been left behind by Lu Yin, Obscurer, and the others, but he was still at the pinnacle. He could stall Star Devourer even if he could not win. He was Lan Si, the divine fist of the 10 arbiters, not some random passerby. Buzz. The fingernail-sized 100 lineages ferociously charged at Lu Yin. It was the smallest, and most people would not be able to detect it. However, Lu Yin had long since noticed it. When the 100 lineages attacked, its rune lines were as dazzling as a torch in the night sky. They were not any weaker than Star Devourer's rune lines, and it was difficult for Lu Yin not to notice them. Facing the 100 lineages, Lu Yin struck out with an emptiness palm, sending the 100 lineages flying. However, it was useless. The empty palm's enormous power was enough to send the 100 lineages flying, but it could not harm it at all. Buzz. The sound rang out again. Yao Xian's eyes narrowed. This was the death bug bloodline, and being targeted by this bug was truly troublesome. Lu Yin could also sense that this bug was very difficult to deal with, and even the empty palm was ineffective against it. What the hell? No wonder it could parasitize progenitors. Fortunately, there was a death bug's nemesis here. Lu Yin looked at Drunkard. Help me get rid of this bug. Drunkard's face was flushed from being drunk. When she heard Lu Yin's words, she raised her hand and threw a drop of wine at the 100 lineages. Yao Xian's expression changed. The 100 lineages could not be destroyed, and they were very difficult to defeat. However, Drunkard's arcane creation realm star energy control was able to trap the 100 lineages. She was the 100 lineages' only nemesis out of everyone present. He immediately used his spiritual force to attack Drunkard. Lu Yin used the secret art of plan in front of Drunkard, and he stared at Yao Xian. He did not want to endlessly exhaust his spiritual force, as there would always be spiritual force distracting him. Since that was the case, then he would just have to hurt each other. Bai Yi praised. In the same region of space, countless beasts knelt before Yao Xian. He had become the king of the celestial beast empire, and in the distance, a behemoth was entrenched. You still want to use the Day-Night Clan's illusions to deal with me? Yao Xian sneered. When he saw the beast in front of him raise its claws to crush him, he opened his mouth and let out a violent howl. At the peak of Mount Supreme, Lu Yin and Yao Xian faced each other, both of them engaged in a spiritual force battle. When Yao Xian attacked, Lu Yin's origin opening array appeared, and the Stonewall scriptures appeared in his mind. At the same time, the Stonewall scriptures also appeared in his illusion. It was like a voice from beyond the heavens, and Yao Xian was unable to break through Day-Night's tribute's illusion. The beast's claw slammed Yao Xian into the planet's core, causing him to fall into outer space. Yao Xian was stunned. How was this possible? He had clearly been able to break through before. His eyes turned vicious as he transformed into a giant bat. He opened his mouth, and a terrifying sound wave destroyed countless beasts in front of him as he charged towards the largest one. That beast was Progenitor Wushang, but it was now Yao Xian's enemy. Progenitor Wushang's claw slammed down again, and the Stonewall scriptures continued to resound in outer space. Yao Xian was sent flying again, and his injuries were even more severe. At the peak of Mount Supreme, Yao Xian's face paled, and he lost his balance. He almost fell, his entire body turning transparent. Within this transparent body was an extremely small bat that looked like a speck of dust. It was very cute and pocket-sized, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of its mouth. Outside Mount Supreme, a rumbling sound came from the white skeleton. The Crown Prince is injured. How? That human can injure the Crown Prince with just his spiritual force. That human once defeated Tian Ho and created many miracles. This person must be eliminated, or he'll become a great enemy of the Celestial Beast Empire. There was a boom as a shockwave shook the peak. Lu Yin and Yao Xian both retreated at the same time. Yao Xian retreated a few meters, his body turning more transparent and his face pale. As for Lu Yin, he retreated more than 10 meters. His head was dizzy, and blood seeped out of his ears. The shockwave swept across the peak, and everyone's minds trembled. The battle paused as a result of this powerful spiritual force. Both sides had suffered injuries, but Yao Xian's techniques were still superior. Lu Yin wasn't his opponent in terms of spiritual force. You want to beat me? Impossible. Let's see how you block my next attack, Yao Xian sneered as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It doesn't matter. I don't just need spiritual force to block your attacks. You can try. Yao Xian was bewildered, as he wasn't sure if Lu Yin was telling the truth. He thought back to the voices he had heard in the illusion, and those voices had caused him to feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Everyone else's battle had been restrained by Lu Yin and Yao Xian's battle. However, Wang Yi, who had not made a single move since the start of the battle, suddenly moved. His body pierced through Yao Xian, and Yao Xian's expression changed drastically. He was clearly still full of spiritual force, but he spat out a mouthful of blood that spilled onto the ground. He had been severely injured by Wang Yi's attack, and his body had been split apart. However, Wang Yi's target had not been him, but Lu Yin. Almost a month had passed since the start of the Supreme Tournament. Wang Yi had never spoken a word. No matter who he fought, he was very calm and indifferent to everything. The opponents he had defeated were not nameless. The tool wielder, Yao Gu, and Wen Sansi were all famous existences in the universe. However, they could not last a single round against him. At this moment, he was taking the initiative to attack for the first time, and his expression also revealed excitement for the first time. The moment Wang Yi attacked, the entire universe looked over. He was the most mysterious person in the entire Supreme Tournament. The technocracy itself was synonymous with mystery, and the strength that Wang Yi had displayed was at the level of a freak. He had never taken the initiative to attack anyone before, but now, he had finally made a move. Yao Xian was injured as soon as he moved. When Wang Yi moved, Lu Yin felt an unprecedented sense of danger. His scalp went numb, and 9-lined battle force branded his entire body. His pupils turned into runes, and 726 stars revolved around him as his body rapidly retreated. Reality proved that he had done the right thing. Wang Yi directly appeared in front of him, and the stars revolved around him. However, Lu Yin only had time to see a shadow. Even with the serious technique and the Aeon evolution scripture, he was only barely able to dodge one of Wang Yi's attacks. He raised a hand and unleashed an empty palm strike. Wang Yi was excited. Interesting, Kuei Xiong. Bang! The two palms collided, and a deafening explosion shook the heavens. The sky above Mount Supreme split open, and a terrifying gale forced everyone to retreat. Just like Lu Yin's previous clash with Star Devourer, this clash was no weaker than the previous one. Lu Yin was shocked. This person had actually blocked his full-powered emptiness palm? Wang Yi's lips curled up. In terms of strength, you're still not the strongest among humans. He then leaned to the side, bent his right arm, and growled, for Ultimate's technique, Kuei Xiong. Another explosion rang out, and Lu Yin's eyes went wide. His pupils flashed as he weakened the rune lines in Wang Yi's palm while he unleashed an emptiness palm. An even more powerful storm swept out in all directions, sweeping through the entire mountain peak. It was even more ferocious than before. An incomparable pressure descended, and everyone below the mountain peak looked up. Quite a few people's jaws dropped as the sky was torn apart. The enormous collision of strength had shattered the entire region. Nearby, Star Devourer's 6 eyes were filled with excitement. This was the battle that it had dreamed of, a pure contest of strength. On the other side, Yuhua Mavis's pupils shrank. There was actually a human who could match Lu Yin in strength. This person's surname was Wang? Opposite Yuhua Mavis, Wu Taibai looked at Wang Yi strangely. It was indeed the 4 ultimates, the Wang family. Wang Yi smiled, not bad, don't die. He then raised his left hand and a strange power appeared on his 5 fingers, transforming into an indiscernible imprint that enveloped Lu Yin like a spiderweb. For ultimates, Pro Radish. Lu Yin's strength instantly vanished, and his scalp went numb. Was his strength gone? Wang Yi's right palm slammed his body into the ground, and he released his star energy into the surroundings. Countless lines ruptured the ground and scattered in all directions like blooming fireworks. They descended from the peak of Mount Supreme, and many of the competitors retreated in fear once more. After comprehending the diagram, Lu Yin's strength was practically useless against him. However, he had been wrong. The diagram had been able to disperse Star Devourer's strength because Lu Yin's body had been able to withstand it. Now, however, his strength had mysteriously disappeared, and the diagram had only appeared for an instant before it was destroyed by Wang Yi's enormous strength. Wang Yi pressed his palm against Lu Yin's chest. Is it over? Again. Lu Yin wasn't used to the disappearance of his strength, but his strength wasn't the only thing he had up his sleeves. Wang Yi had been dragged into an illusion that he had to sink into, but he managed to escape in an instant. However, that instant was enough as Lu Yin used the planned secret art to dodge and appear 1,000 meters away. Wang Yi slowly stood up and looked at his right palm before looking back at Lu Yin. He sighed, "You're worth defeating." Lu Yin was deeply shocked. With his current strength, he was confident that he could challenge progenitors at the same level as him and even fight against the Prime Clear. However, he had actually been suppressed by this person for a short period of time. That speed, that strength, and that ability to make his strength disappear were all things that Lu Yin couldn't get used to. If he hadn't guessed wrong, this person would be one of his greatest opponents in the entire Supreme Tournament, and his threat level far surpassed Xianxia's. Lu Yin relaxed when his strength reappeared. He had been afraid that his strength had disappeared for too long, and that he would be forced into a passive position in his battle against Wang Yi. The two had only exchanged blows for an instant, but it had shocked everyone, including Ascension Mavis and the Prime Clear. They were well aware of Lu Yin's strength, but he had indeed been suppressed by Wang Yi just now. This person's true strength had only just been revealed. More importantly, this person had just pierced through Yao Xian's body and severely injured him. Yao Xian hadn't even recovered yet. I'm very curious. How did you cultivate to this level in this part of the universe? Wang Yi asked as he sized Lu Yin up in amazement. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? Wang Yi didn't elaborate. Be careful. The next attack will be very quick. His body suddenly vanished. This wasn't a void traversal, but rather speed. His pure speed was even faster than a void traversal. The same feeling from before appeared once again, and the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet as he moved. This time, he didn't even think about seeing Wang Yi's movements clearly. Previously, he had used the Serious Art and the Aeon Evolution True Scripture to barely see a shadow. Lu Yin's movements were already very fast, and he had never used the planned secret art so quickly before. He was even faster than when he had first encountered Hidden Weep and dodged the 11th sword, but Wang Yi still managed to tear a bloody wound on his right arm. His body reappeared 100 meters away, and there was nothing there. Next, outside of Mount Supreme, in the direction of Wang Yi's attack, space slowly split open and swallowed up many spacecraft. Many Enlighters tried to escape, but they couldn't. Wang Yi's attack had taken away many lives. At the peak of Mount Supreme, the Star Devourer had been unlucky enough to be caught in the attack. Half of his body had been cut off, and he held as blood dyed the mountain peak red. The stench of blood spread out, and everyone else stopped fighting and looked at Wang Yi in shock. Wang Yi exhaled and looked at Lu Yin with a smirk. His eyes were filled with battle intent. Lu Yin didn't hesitate to use an empty palm. Wang Yi's gaze turned cold, and the empty palm swept past his body and into space outside of Mount Supreme. The attack missed. The empty palm was known as an invisible palm print, and even a top-tier expert like Xianxia would have to face it head-on. It was very difficult to dodge, but Wang Yi easily dodged it and appeared in front of Lu Yin. He raised his right hand and slashed down. For Ultimate's technique, Skyblade. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body twisted unnaturally, and the direction of his Skyblade changed, slashing towards Zi and Xiaoshi for no reason. Ziyi's astral nova was instantly torn apart, and her body was cut in half. Xianxia didn't have it easy either, and she subconsciously used Stellar Shift to switch places with Xianxia. However, Wang Yi's skyblade still left a huge wound on her abdomen. Xianxia was even more unlucky, and he had inexplicably appeared under the skyblade's edge. Fortunately, the barrier had been activated to block Lu Yin's scattered power. Although Wang Yi's skyblade technique had cut through the barrier, it was delayed for a moment, and Xianxia had used that moment to dodge. The skyblade cut through the sky above Mount Supreme, and just like before, it tore through space. Outside of Mount Supreme, many spacecraft retreated, not daring to approach. They felt that the battle below had made the area outside of Mount Supreme unsafe. Everyone was silent. Every time Wang Yi attacked, he had the ability to silence everyone. With a wave of his hand, he had split Ziyi in half, heavily injured Xianxia, and broken through Xianxia's barrier. This person's attack power surpassed what most people could comprehend. Many people were shocked. Just how abnormal was this person? Was he sure they were from the same generation? Wang Yi's invincible blade had shocked everyone, but he had been struck by Lu Yin's palm and sent flying 1,000 meters away. The imprint of a palm on his abdomen was clearly visible. It had been an empty palm strike. Wang Yi's expression was calm as he looked at Lu Yin. Sourcebox array. Lu Yin's fingers curled. He had set up a teleportation array around him and had been waiting for Wang Yi to attack. He had wanted to use the array to teleport Wang Yi away, but he had not expected Wang Yi to twist his body and suppress the sourcebox array's power. He had even successfully unleashed an attack. That was a large teleportation array, a sourcebox array that could even move the giant emperor, but it had not been able to move Wang Yi. Fortunately, Lu Yin had used the array to redirect Wang Yi's attack. A cool breeze blew past the peak of Mount Supreme, carrying with it the stench of blood that swept through everyone. Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw Xianxia clutching her abdomen as blood dripped out. He also saw Xianxia's shattered barrier and pale face. He also saw Ziyi, who had been split in 2. The 6th mainland's Daosource 3 skies had been split in 2, and Origin Tiangang had not even been able to delay Lu Yin for a moment. In the west of Chaos Flow Zone, in the higher realm, everyone from the 6th mainland was speechless as they stared blankly at the screen. They saw Ziyi being split in 2, and fresh blood gradually flowed out, forming a small river. The Daosource 3 skies had died? No one dared to believe that Jitian had died just like that. In the distance, Shangqing's eyes shone with an unprecedented light. Wu Taibai frowned. As expected of someone from the Wang family. Bukong, Shaoqing, and the rest were all stunned. They knew how strong Ziyi was, but she had actually been split in 2. In the Neo-verse, in the Glory Realm, Elder Chan stared at the screen and then at Wang Yi. The primeval surname, the Wang family. This isn't a coincidence. Could it really be that family? At that moment, Ziyi, who had been split in 2 and should have died, suddenly reformed and recovered. Countless people were horrified by the sight. If not for her pale face and the pool of blood on the ground, everyone would have thought that she had not been split in 2. Ziyi's face darkened as she stared at Wang Yi. If not for the fact that she had absorbed the blood progenitor's bloodline and grasped the secret technique of blood rebirth, she would have died by now. This person had actually broken through Origin Tiangang with a single attack. The cultivators of the 6th mainland heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Ziyi had recovered. How could the Daosource 3 skies die so easily? Wang Yi didn't care about Ziyi at all. He only had eyes for Lu Yin. Not bad, but it's still not worthy of your surname. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. You know the surname Lu? Wang Yi smirked. Defeat me and I'll tell you. Unfortunately, you'll never have the chance. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was indeed a thorny problem. This Wang Yi was able to penetrate Yao Xian's body and instantly break through Bai Ye's tribute. This proved that he had an overwhelming advantage over Yao Xian in terms of strength and speed. Even though he was relying on battle techniques, he had just endured an empty palm. This proved that his physical strength was also incomparably strong. What a troublesome opponent. This might not be the full strength of this person. However, he wasn't completely unharmed by the emptiness palm. Lu Yin could clearly see that Wang Yi's rune lines had decreased slightly. The emptiness palm's might was fierce, and even a planet-devouring astral beast like the astral devourer would be injured, let alone Wang Yi. As long as the emptiness palm was effective, Lu Yin had a chance of defeating Wang Yi. This was because seventh brother's finger was above the emptiness palm. Wang Yi's attack had shocked everyone, and the shockwaves from his attack had also caused others to feel apprehensive. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The battle wouldn't end just because he attacked. The battle between Wu Taibai and Yu Hua Mavis was also in full swing. Bukong no longer attacked Xiaoqing, as they were both from the sixth mainland. He had temporarily set aside his grudges and set his target on Xiaoshi. Wang Yi had just heavily injured her with a single move, and this was the perfect opportunity to deal with her. Meanwhile, Obscured Light attacked Zi. Lan Si continued to stall the astral devourer. Starsabil faced Xiaoqing alone. At the first fault, Feng He was attacked by Tai Yixing. Winehouse had trapped the 100 lineages. Lu Yin took the initiative to attack, and his emptiness palm descended towards Wang Yi. However, Wang Yi was too fast, and he disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he also waved his hand horizontally. Under Skyblade, any defense was fragile, and when Sanxi's barrier shattered, Wang Yi had the strength to directly defeat a third transformation Corpse King, Corpse Ghost. As for Wang Yi's speed, Lu Yin could only use the greater teleportation array to restrain him. He believed that the Sirius sect might have already seen the array, which was also a hidden problem. Although Wang Yi could avoid being teleported by the array, he couldn't ignore it. Skyblade was redirected once more, and this time, it slashed towards the first fault, towards Lu Tianmu. Lu Tianmu attacked, and her 12th sword collided with Skyblade. Her sword chi was torn apart, and she dodged. She looked up with a shocked expression. No wonder Lu Yin had been able to cut Zi in half. Emptiness palm, for ultimate's technique, Kuei Bear. There was a thump, followed by several more collisions. Wang Yi had been prepared for Lu Yin's emptiness palm, and he used Skyblade in his right hand and Kuei Bear in his left. The shockwaves from their battle wantonly swept across the summit, causing the entire mountain to shake. Giant cracks extended from the summit, causing countless people's scalps to go numb. Their battle was the pinnacle of the battlefield. Perhaps because he was provoked, Wu Taibai's eyes surged with battle intent. Invisible energy surged around his body as he grabbed Yu Hua Mavis's fist with his palm. Under Yu Hua Mavis's shocked gaze, he suddenly swung her up and threw her towards the first layer. Yu Hua Mavis hadn't expected Wu Taibai to possess such terrifying strength. First Lu Yin, then Wang Yi, and now Wu Taibai. Since when was it so easy for humans to cultivate their strength? The seal of mountains and rivers crossed the summit and blasted towards Yu Hua Mavis. A giant divine tree appeared behind Yu Hua Mavis, and she clenched her teeth, growled, and punched out. Wu Taibai's eyes widened, and he leapt up to chase after the seal of mountains and rivers. He slapped down with one hand, colliding with Yu Hua Mavis. The entire first fault zone rumbled and cracked open. Yu Hua Mavis' strength was eroded by an indescribably tyrannical force, and her right sleeve was torn apart. Blood spurted out, and with a thump, her entire body sank into the ground. At this moment, a gust of wind blew past, and Wu Taibai turned to look in another direction. There, Lu Tianmu had made her move. Her original target had been Wang Yi, but now that Yu Hua Mavis was being suppressed by Wu Taibai, she had left the 13th sword for Wu Taibai. Sensing the sword intent of the 13th sword, Wu Taibai grew excited. He was completely different from the elegant Mr. Bai from before, just like how Wang Yi had changed after meeting Lu Yin. Wu Taibai stared at Lu Tianmu. Come, 13th sword. Lu Tianmu's sword hilt moved, and the 13th sword was unleashed. Many people looked at Wu Taibai, as this was the third person to receive the 13th sword. Blood flowed from the corner of Wu Taibai's mouth as he lowered his head. He had been injured, and he had a strange feeling that he had been injured. This was the 13th sword, and it was indeed mysterious. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. There were rumors. Lu Tianmu squatted down, as she had already reached her limit. After using the 13th sword twice, she could no longer bear it and fell to the ground. Wu Taibai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and did not look at Lu Tianmu. The 13th sword was not bad, but it was a pity that this woman had not cultivated it to perfection. He looked at the battle between Lu Yin and Wang Yi, which was very exciting. Underground, Yuhua Mavis moved her body with great difficulty and looked at Wu Taibai. She saw the current around his body, and it was this current that had caused his strength to transform. This person was hiding a terrifying strength. She leapt up as she thought about it. Wu Taibai returned to the peak before Yuhua Mavis could appear. Yuhua Mavis chased after him. Wu Taibai frowned. Although this woman could not break through his divine martial qi, she was not weak either. The Mavis family also had the ability to control others, so it would not be easy to defeat her quickly. Wu Taibai had not expected that this competition would gather so many experts, and it was not much different from the origin wheel sacrifice. He had made the right choice, as this place was the starting point of everything. It had the most ancient inheritance, and even if it had been severed, some would still appear in the world. Wang Yi, Lu Yin, Yao Xian, Wu Taibai, and the other experts had all erupted, causing everyone to forget about one person, the Prime Clear. He was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person in the sovereign tournament, but he had remained silent for too long. The Prime Clear had never been low-key. When he had first appeared in the mountain and sea realm, he had challenged all the experts he had seen and finally confirmed that the ancestral qi of the three suns was unrivaled. He had guarded the central pass and declared that no one could force him to use his third strand of ancestral qi. Regardless of whether it was the Daosor's three skies, the celestial beast crown prince, the star devourer, or other strange lifeforms like Lu Yin, Xiaoshi, and Yuhua Mavis, none of them were worthy of his attention. He had remained silent on this mountain peak for too long. As Xiao Jiuyo called out, "Ancestor," blade light flashed, crisscrossing the mountain peak. Blood splattered everywhere as Xiao Jiuyo tore a large bloody wound in front of him, and he was thrown down the sky staircase. The blade light then disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was right in front of Invisible Light. Invisible Light's pupils shrank. He could use his domain to predict attacks, but that also required a prelude. This blade light had appeared without any warning, and he only had time to release his domain before the blade light cut through him. Just like Xiao Jiuyo, his body was thrown down the first level. The blade light flashed again and appeared in front of Ziyi. Ziyi's expression changed drastically, and the nerves in her head throbbed madly. She felt an intense sense of danger, and the blood ancestor seal appeared. For the first time on this mountain peak, she used her scarlet flames on the mountain peak. Her pupils transformed into scarlet flames that wrapped around her pupils to resist the blade light. Blood splattered everywhere, and Ziyi was also sent flying down the first level. A corner of the mountain peak had been cut off. Immediately after, the blade light descended in front of Jiao Hao. From Xiao Jiuyo to Invisible Light to Ziyi, everyone had arrived in front of Jiao Hao in an instant. From the moment Ancestor Chen of the Xia clan appeared, it did not even take 3 seconds to strike. Jiao Hao raised his hand, and a drop of wine blocked in front of him. The blade light actually disappeared a little, but it still hit Jiao Hao. Jiao Hao's arm was almost cut off, and his body retreated 100 meters. However, he did not fall to the first level. The next target of the blade light was Xiaoshi, but she had swapped places with Wang Yi. Wang Yi did not expect to suddenly appear in front of the blade light. He raised his hand. For unique techniques, Skyblade. With a bang, 2 incomparably sharp blade lights tore through the void, and an unprecedented force swept out. Under this force, Weapon Wielder, who had fallen to the ground and was struggling to get up, and Little Qing, were pushed down the mountain peak and fell to the bottom of the sky staircase. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. End of chapter. Wang Yi's right hand trembled, and he was shocked. Was this progenitor Chen's power at the same time? His arm was stained red, and it was obvious that he had been injured. However, Wang Yi was the only one who had taken progenitor Chen's attack head-on without retreating. The sword light disappeared and reappeared in front of Lu Yin. At this moment, everyone could see that the Prime Clarity wanted to attack everyone. He wanted to cleanse the mountain peak, and those who were not qualified would not be allowed to fight there. He had been silent for too long, and his sudden outburst had shocked the universe. The star chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet, and it immediately disappeared. However, the sword light traversed the void and descended once again, as if forcing him to take it head-on. Lu Yin raised a hand and pointed a finger. Seventh brother pointed. Nine-lined battle force enveloped Luin, and his domain compressed his spiritual force onto his finger. His fingertip contained the overlaying stack's path, and at the same time, his pupils transformed into runes that weakened the rune lines contained within the sword light. This was Seventh Brother's finger, and it was the strongest attack that Luin could unleash at the moment. It surpassed the empty palm. Wang Yi raised an eyebrow when he saw Seventh Brother's finger appear. Was he hiding something? Bang! Xiaoqian tapped the saber light. Behind the saber light, the figure of the Xia clan's ancestor Chen appeared, along with the saber intent. If Wang Yi was the first to block the saber light, then Luin was the first to make the saber light reveal its true form. This was not a casual attack from progenitor Chen, but rather a combination of the Xia family's three sword intents. Each attack was equivalent to the third sword intent, which was equivalent to the peak power that progenitor Chen could unleash at the same time. This feeling was similar to Lu Yin's empty palm, which combined the overlaying stack's path and strength. As long as his body allowed it, he could unleash it at will. As for progenitor Chen, he had also surpassed the limits of the Xia family's three sword intents. He could restrain the three sword intents and transform them into limitless attacks. The sword light disappeared and then reappeared in front of Xiaoshi. She had to withstand this attack, or it would not disappear. Xiaoshi also felt it, and she secretly cursed the Prime Clarity for being a madman. Stars gathered in her hand as Sirius's swordsmanship appeared. Along with it, a great teleportation array appeared. With a loud bang, a horizontal wave of air tore through the void. The blade light cut through Sirius' swordsmanship, but Xiaoshi made use of the great shift formation to dodge, and similarly received the blade. In the distance, Amyukon's expression changed. Not good, it was almost his turn. As he thought about it, the secret ancestor imprint appeared behind him. As soon as it appeared, saber light descended. He raised his hand and used his innate skill, disintegration. The blade light slashed out and tore open a bloody wound on Bukong's palm, but it did not chop Bukong off the mountain peak. Bukong, Ji was also a member of the Daosor's Three Skies, a true top-tier expert. If Ji had not been cut in half by Wang Yi's attack, she would have been able to withstand that attack. This saber strike was a test that the Prime Clear lineage had for everyone. If they could withstand it, they would be able to compete on the mountain peak. If they couldn't, they would fall. He had already had enough. This kind of chaotic battle, in his opinion, dragged down the level of the supreme competition even though everyone was an expert. The blade light slashed through Amyukong, and directly appeared in front of Emergence Mavis. Emergence Mavis raised her right arm, and green leaves wrapped around her forehead. The leaves shone brightly as she punched out. With a bang, the saber light retracted. Emergence Mavis had blocked it, but her fist was torn apart by the sharp edge, and she was injured. Next up was Wu Taibai. As the blade light appeared, Wu Taibai raised his hand and grabbed it. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed. Even Wang Yi was injured, and he still dared to grab it? Either he was ignorant, or he was confident. As a member of the Daosor's Three Skies, no one believed that Wu Taibai was brainless. There was only one possibility, and that was that he was truly confident. With a crack, the blade light was forcibly blocked by Wu Taibai. The air around his body surged, and he did not retreat even half a step. He looked at the Prime Clear lineage. Since you gave me a blade, I'll return the favor. With that, he raised his left arm, seal of mountains and rivers. The seal of mountains and rivers ignored spatial distance and landed directly on the Prime Clear lineage's head. The Prime Clear lineage's gaze was calm, but there was a trace of excitement in the depths of his eyes. A stream of air spiraled above his head and forcefully blocked the seal of mountains and rivers. The seal of mountains and rivers originated from the martial ancestor and was a secret technique. It was not easy to block, and the stream of air was directly broken apart by the seal of mountains and rivers. However, the stream of air did not disappear. Instead, it quickly turned illusory, and progenitor Chen burned with illusory flames as he smacked the seal of mountains and rivers away. The blade light disappeared in front of Wu Taibai. At this moment, only Yao Xian, the Star Devourer, Lan Si, the 100 Lineages, and Star Sibyl had not been attacked by the blade light. Lan Si was the most straightforward, and he directly jumped down. Star Sibyl also jumped down. They all knew that they could not block a single blade, and they did not want to court death. Although the Star Devourer was not very smart, it still remembered that it had been defeated by the Xia family's progenitor Chen in a single strike. Without a second thought, it rushed towards the first fault zone with its tail between its legs. The blade light slashed towards the 100 lineages, but the 100 lineages was sent flying. No one knew if it could block the attack, but in any case, it was gone. In the end, only Yao Xian was left. His body was still very weak, and he was in a translucent state. When the blade light appeared, he quickly retreated. The blade light swept past him, but Yao Xian did not want to take the risk. This was Progenitor Chen's attack, and Progenitor Chen was a progenitor on the same level as Progenitor Wushang. Just the thought of being attacked by such a person made his scalp go numb. He had previously clashed with Lu Yin's spiritual force, and then he had been heavily injured by Wang Yi. He urgently needed to recover. The blade light did not injure Yao Xian, and he also retreated from the peak and fell down the sky staircase. At this point, only 8 people remained on the highest stage in the universe: Xianxia, Wang Yi, Qiu Shi, Jiu Hao, Lu Yin, Wu Taibai, Yu Hua Mavis, and Bu Kong. The Xiao family's progenitor Chen stood at the center, holding a blade formed from star energy as he surveyed his surroundings. Xianxia floated in the air, surrounded by a stream of air. Progenitor Chen was beside her. Xianxia had single-handedly cleaned up Mount Supreme's peak, knocking down all those who were not qualified. "Now it's a little quieter, but there's still quite a lot of people," Xianxia said calmly. He was brimming with battle intent. "I hope you can force out my third strand of ancestral qi." Bu Kong's palm had already recovered, and he had used a secret resurrection technique. "You're really asking for a beating. Aren't you afraid that we'll all gang up on you?" Xianxia's lips curled up. "Why else would I attack all of you?" Bu Kong was stunned. This was too arrogant. As the future Sixth Mainland's heaven, he had always believed that he was very arrogant. Back in the mountain and sea realm, he had also single-handedly dealt with many of the Fifth Mainland's peak experts. He had never expected Xianxia to be even more arrogant. Countless people in the universe were in an uproar. Everyone could feel Xianxia's desire to go all out. He was really provoking everyone. Was he not afraid that he would fail miserably? Losing the sovereign tournament? After all, everyone who had remained had taken one of his attacks. Wu Taibai smiled. It was impossible to reach the end of the path of invincibility by relying on battle techniques. Battle techniques were always created by humans, and humans were the foundation of everything. Did Xianxia really think that he could reach the progenitor realm just by relying on the Three Suns' ancestral qi? In the end, he was only borrowing progenitor Chen's strength, and not his own. Suddenly, Wu Taibai thought of something. He looked at Xianxia and stared into his eyes. No, if Xianxia could understand this logic, how could the others not? As the #1 disciple of the Fifth Mainland's Hall of Honor, he had endless resources, and the education he had received was unparalleled. How could he be so naive? What was he trying to do? Xianxia was indeed arrogant, but he was not arrogant enough to look down on all of them. Who here did not have the strength to fight him alone? Back in the mountain and sea realm, Lu Tianmu's 13th sword had injured him. Everyone here had their own trump cards, and even if Progenitor Chen was revived, he might not be able to defeat them. What was he trying to do? In the Neoverse, in the Glory Realm, Elder Chan sighed. You want to break through the Three Suns' ancestral qi barrier? You will never reach the Progenitor Realm just by relying on an invincible battle technique. You want to use the others to force yourself into a dead end, and you want to fight to your heart's content. Even if you do not have that opportunity, you will not hesitate. This is your obsession. The Three Suns' ancestral qi made you what you are, but it also harmed you. Xianxia had always been lonely. The Neoverse was the place where the geniuses of the Fifth Mainland gathered. However, after cultivating the Three Suns' ancestral qi, he had not been able to find an opponent. Even in the mountain and sea realm, he had not been able to fully utilize the Three Suns' ancestral qi. That corpse king had made him happy, but only for a moment. What had just happened was the real strength of the Xia family's progenitor Chen. If he had been able to display this strength in the mountain and sea realm, then no one else would have had the desire to fight him. However, this was progenitor Chen's strength, not his. Just as he had said, this was too boring. He had not expected the sovereign tournament to attract so many experts, and the Daosor's three skies had not disappointed him either. They had been able to fight against the Xia family's progenitor Qin. Since that was the case, if everyone worked together, they should be able to force him to use the third strand of ancestral qi. It was truly too boring. At this moment, among the 8, Xianxia, Wang Yi, Qiushi, Jiu Hao, and Lu Yin's incense sticks had all burned out. Wu Taibai's incense stick had recovered a bit, but it would take some time for it to burn out. It was the same for Feather Mavis, whose incense stick had burned out the longest. Only 5 people were confirmed to be in the top 10 of the sovereign tournament. However, they had long since stopped caring. The Xianxia wanted to fight everyone. Wang Yi stared at Lu Yin while Wu Taibai looked at Xia Jiuyo, who had fallen down the stairway. This was a chaotic battle, and no one knew what the outcome would be. Just as Xianxia was about to continue attacking, a majestic force spread through the heavens, and an unimaginable strength descended upon Mount Supreme. In an instant, the entire Fifth Mainland seemed to tremble. Outside Mount Supreme, Muan and the others looked up. Not good, it's a progenitor, a martial progenitor. In the Neoverse, Elder Chan and the others suddenly stood up. What was the Sixth Mainland's martial progenitor doing? Not only did the Fifth Mainland find it strange, but even the Sixth Mainland's cultivators found it strange. They did not understand why the martial progenitor had suddenly descended. Wu Taibai looked up. Master? No one understood the power of a martial progenitor. It was a majestic force. Lu Yin did not even dare to use the Aeon Evolution True Scripture. The moment the martial progenitor's power enveloped him, his entire body seemed to be fixed in place, and he could not move at all. Even Xianxia, who had wanted to attack, could not move. Everyone just stood there, waiting for the martial progenitor's power to recede. Not long after, the boundless power disappeared, and the martial ancestor left. While everyone was still confused, a voice rang out. It was the same voice that had appeared after the start of the sovereign tournament. Xia Jiuyo, Yao Xian, will be added to the top 10 of the sovereign tournament. The top 10 of the sovereign tournament will be determined. Everyone was confused. Just a moment ago, they could still fight, but now the rules had changed. It was obviously related to the martial ancestor, but what did he mean? The sovereign tournament was like a child's tournament to him, and interfering with it was a bit shameful. In the Starfall Sea, outside the black hole, the secret ancestor asked, "You don't want that kid to succeed?" The martial ancestor replied, "If he cultivates the 3 suns' ancestral qi, he'll be able to rise from the brink of death and reach the progenitor realm in the future. Who will be able to stop him? With those monsters around, it's good to have another progenitor," said the secret ancestor. The martial ancestor snorted. "The others can, but not this kid. The 3 suns' ancestral qi is enough to make him a second progenitor Qin. Don't forget that progenitor Qin killed many progenitors. If he succeeds, what will happen to us? The blood feud between the 6th and 5th mainlands will never be resolved." The blood ancestor said, "Even if he succeeds, it only means that he's too far away from the progenitor realm. Even if there's a chance, we won't allow another progenitor Qin to appear in the 5th mainland," said the martial ancestor stubbornly. He was filled with hatred for the 5th mainland. Back when the 6th mainland had invaded, he had been the only progenitor to act. He wanted nothing more than to destroy the 5th mainland. If not for that person, he would have let those monsters in long ago. Even Wu Taibai could see through the Xianxing's intentions, so how could he not? Even though he knew that the chances of Xianxing becoming a progenitor were slim, it was just as he had said. Once Xianxing became a progenitor, the 3 of them wouldn't be a match for him even if they worked together. The 3 suns' ancestral qi was enough to produce 3 more progenitors, and 2 of them were progenitors. Xianxing had shown the martial ancestor his courage by daring to rise from the brink of death. Since that was the case, the martial ancestor had to restrain him. The 5th mainland could have another progenitor, but it couldn't be Xianxing, nor could it be someone who cultivated the 9 clones technique. The secret ancestor sighed, the martial ancestor's stubbornness. The blood ancestor looked towards Mount Supreme. Once he reaches that place, he'll still be able to fight his way out of death. The martial ancestor coldly replied, "Then he's just courting death." No one could change the fact that the martial ancestor had interfered. After all, he was an ancestor. Even Elder Chan and the others could only listen. Xianxia clenched his fists and was extremely unwilling to accept this. He had waited for this moment for a very long time. He had truly waited for a very long time. He had hoped that someone would be able to force him to his limits. Only experts of the same generation would be able to do so. However, he had actually been stopped. He didn't know if he would be able to break through that barrier after being pushed to his limit. Even if he died, he still wanted to try, but now he didn't even have the chance. He raised his head. According to the changed rules, his opponent was drunkard. Opposite Xianxia, Jiuhao gulped down a mouthful of wine and burped. When she saw that her opponent was Xianxia, she didn't even think about winning. The three sons' ancestral qi was too abnormal. Lu Ying looked over at Bukong, and at the same time, Bukong also looked over. The two were opponents. Among the others, Xia Jiuyo was up against Qiushi, Yao Xian was up against Wu Taibai, and as for Wang Yi, his opponent was Ascendant Mavis. The supreme battle had once again entered a one-on-one competition. This was the real competition, and many people felt that the previous battles had been too chaotic. Unfortunately, they would never understand that the top 10 would have to face an even more chaotic and despairing scene in the future. The Hall of Honor had only rehearsed it in advance, but it had been destroyed by the martial ancestor. In front of their screens, the spectators in the universe were excited. Although the previous battle had been intense, they hadn't been able to watch it all. Now, the one-on-one competition was what they wanted to watch, and it was fair. The one-on-one competition was indeed fair, but it was a pity that the Hall of Honor didn't want such fairness. Xia Jiuyo walked up to the peak. He and Yao Xian had both fallen down the stairway, and their strength had clearly surpassed the others. This had allowed them to enter the top 10, and his opponent was Qiushi. Qiushi should be a very troublesome opponent, but she had expended too much energy in her battle with Ziyi, and she had also been injured by Wang Yi and Xianxia. Her strength had been greatly reduced, and she was still bleeding. Although Xia Jiuyo had been beaten down the stairway by the Xia family's ancestor Chen, who had been transformed by Xianxia, he didn't seem to have changed at all. His face was just slightly pale. In the distance, Lu Ying looked at Xia Jiuyo strangely. This guy's rune lines hadn't decreased at all. Strange, this was too strange. What was even stranger was that when he looked at Qiushi, her rune lines were increasing. Damn it, how could they still increase when she was injured? There were even more rune lines than when she had fought with Ziyi. He was a little confused. Taishan, Long He, and the others who had cultivated the Ian evolution true scripture were all confused. They looked at Xia Jiuyo, and then at Qiushi. 932 stars revolved as Qiushi attacked with serious palm. Xia Jiuyo raised his hand at the same time, using Netherforge palm. The stars exploded, and the cold air froze over. Sirius palm clashed with the Netherforge palm, and with a bang, both of them retreated at the same time. Behind Qiushi, another Netherforge palm appeared. Xia Jiuyo had used his Echo innate gift to an extremely proficient level, and he could use it to unleash two Netherforge palms at the same time. He had used this technique to defeat the Tear Lady, but unfortunately, his technique had long since been known by everyone. Qiushi circulated the stars around her body once more, and she turned around to use Sirius sword technique to slice apart the Netherforge palm. In the distance, Xia Jiuyo's star energy transformed into a blade, and he used the Xia family's 3 styles of blade intent. The first and second slashes were both dodged by Qiushi, and the third slash was raised when she used stellar transposition. Xia Jiuyo had been prepared for this, and he used the Xia secret word, void transformation. The Xia family's tyrannical secret technique directly dispelled Sirius's secret technique. He then slashed out with the third style of blade intent. The Xia family's third style of blade intent was terrifyingly powerful, and it had been able to slice apart the Spirit Palace's Sky Palace with a single slash. It was enough to threaten any powerhouse, and the Xia family's progenitor Chen, who had been transformed from the Prime Clear, had withdrawn the third style of blade intent as a basis for determining whether or not one could remain on the mountain peak. Facing Xia Jiuyo's third slash, Qiushi raised Sirius sword technique once more and slashed out. The stars exploded, and Qiushi spat out a mouthful of blood. She had been injured by the third style of blade intent. When they saw this scene, many people found it strange. Xianxia had grasped the sourcebox array, great shift array, and logically speaking, she should have been able to dodge the attack. Why had she taken it head-on? Xiaojiuyo found it strange as well, as he had already prepared his refined netherworld palm. He had been waiting for Xianxia to dodge the third style of blade intent so that he could attack her. He had not expected her to take it head-on. If she had not been injured before, she would have been able to do so, but now, she was barely able to. Why had she taken it head-on? Luin stared at Xianxia, and as he watched her rune lines continue to increase, a thought flashed through his mind. An innate gift. This woman must have used an innate gift. Xianxia was known as the Four Ultimate Heavenly Maiden, and from what he knew, her realm was related to Serious Technique. Serious Sword Technique was considered one of the Four Ultimate Heavenly Maidens, while her secret technique, Stellar Shift, and Boundless Advanced Lockbreaker and Sourcebox Arrays were another. In that case, the fourth Ultimate Heavenly Maiden was most likely an innate gift, and a strange one at that. As he watched Xianxia continuously cough up blood, Luin fell into deep thought. What kind of innate gift was this? The more injured she was, the more her rune lines would increase? Xiaojiuyo could not see the rune lines, but he could feel that Xianxia had changed. Her injuries were clearly becoming more and more serious, but he still felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately attacked with the Xia family's 3 styles of blade intent. Across from him, Xianxia spat out another mouthful of blood. In Lu Yin's eyes, her rune lines had increased to a level that surpassed Wang Yi's, Wu Taibai's, and the others. Her figure then disappeared. Xiaojiuyo's pupils shrank as he saw the great shift array. He did not know why, but at this moment, he felt as if he had been targeted by the Grim Reaper. Xianxia appeared in front of Xiaojiuyo, but she did not dodge the 3 styles of blade intent. She raised her hand and slashed out with Serious Sword Technique. Serious Sword Technique should have been severed by the 3 styles of blade intent, but instead, it erupted with a terrifying aura. With a single slash, the 3 styles of blade intent was severed, and at the same time, the tip of the sword flashed past and pierced Xiaojiuyo's neck. Fresh blood dripped down the sword star and onto the mountain peak. Everyone fell silent. Xianxia had killed Xiaojiuyo with a single slash. Countless people in front of their screens were stunned. Outside of Mount Supreme, Xiao Meng walked out with a pale face. "You're courting death," she roared as she charged towards the mountain, but she was blocked by someone. It was the Hall of Honor's Interstellar Tribunal's head judge. The Hall of Honor's Interstellar Tribunal's head judge was shrouded in darkness all year round, and no one could see him clearly. Even Xiao Meng, with a power level of more than 900,000, couldn't see him clearly. "Get out of my way," she roared. The head judge's body distorted, and in the darkness, he replaced Xiao Meng's vision. As the bell rang, Xiao Meng's expression turned sluggish, and she strangely stopped moving. Her expression was no longer as crazed as before. "This is the sovereign tournament. Do not be impudent," the head judge's voice rang out with a shocking power. Xia Meng's body trembled as she broke free from the bell's control. Her face was filled with grief as she glared at the peak of Mount Supreme with hatred. She looked at Xianxia and clenched her fists. Celestial Sect. In the Neoverse, the Xia family's patriarch, Xia Yi, paled. How could he have been pierced so easily? You've cultivated the 9 clones technique. That's progenitor Chen's invincible battle technique. No one could believe that Xiaojiuyo, who was ranked 5th in the predicted top 10, would be killed by a sword piercing his throat. In the second layer of Mount Supreme, Xiao Luo's expression was gloomy. Dead? No, he wasn't. You've all underestimated the 9 clones technique. If someone who cultivates it dies so easily, it doesn't deserve to be called an invincible battle technique. Aside from Xiao Luo, Wu Taibai's gaze was also filled with deep meaning. Dead? Of course not. Xianxia released her hand, and Sirius transformed into a star that spun around once more. The blood from Xiaojiuyo's throat flowed down her clothes and gathered into a river. She coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. She was known as the 4 Extremities Heavenly Maiden, and her 4th extremity was her innate skill, Blood Wave. The more she bled, the more terrifying her strength would become. She could kill any expert at the same level with a single strike, or even someone stronger than her. She had originally planned to use this move against Shangqing or others, but Xiaojioyo had forced her to use it. Although Blood Wave's strength had increased, the price he had paid wasn't light. He had also been heavily injured, but he had still won. Xiaojioyo's body fell to the ground. Xiaoshi exhaled. Killing a descendant of the Xia family meant that the enmity between the serious sect and the Xia family would only deepen. However, she had no choice. If she didn't do this, she wouldn't have been able to win. Still, it didn't matter. They were both inheritors of progenitor Chen's power, and they had long since wanted to seize the Xia family's inheritance. In the distance, Lu Yin stared at Xiaojioyo and watched as his rune lines disappeared. Was he really dead? The 9 clones technique, progenitor Chen's invincible battle technique. Aside from increasing his realm, there was nothing else? Suddenly, Xiaojioyo, who had been lying on the ground, opened his eyes, and his rune lines instantly recovered. He stood up and slammed a palm at Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi didn't even have time to react. Her back took the full brunt of the attack, and she was sent flying. Immediately after, another refined netherworld palm struck her from above. At the critical moment, she used Stellar Shift again, but it was destroyed by the Xia secret word once more. She forcefully twisted her body, but the refined netherworld palm struck her shoulder, pressing her into the ground and freezing her. This unforeseen event shocked everyone once more. Xiaojioyo's throat had been pierced by a sword, and the sword chi from serious swordsmanship had definitely ravaged his body. How had he survived? Furthermore, he didn't seem to have suffered any injuries, and even his pale face had recovered. What the hell? Lu Yin frowned. 9 clones technique? It can't be, right? This is too perverted. Shangqing's expression turned solemn. Was this the truth behind the 9 clones technique? Xiaojioyo moved his fingers and scanned the surroundings. The true use of his 9 clones technique had been exposed. Every time he fused with a clone, it was equivalent to having an additional life. Even if he died, that life would be consumed, and he wouldn't truly die. The benefits of successfully cultivating the 9 clones technique were that one's realm would increase, and the other was that he could fuse many battle techniques together. Every clone could use any battle technique that they cultivated, and the greatest benefit was that he had 9 lives. The 9 clones technique wasn't a battle technique that increased one's innate gift, nor was it an invincible battle technique. It was just that with 9 lives, who could win? The reason why progenitor Chen's 9 clones were invincible was because each of them was extremely powerful. Xiaojioyo's clones couldn't do the same. The strongest ones were Xia Tian and Xia Luo, and the only thing they brought was an increase in their cultivation and life. However, to the others, it was already very terrifying. Back then, Muan and the others had mentioned that the 9 doppelganger technique would become more terrifying the further one progressed. That was because each doppelganger would have different opportunities and cultivation as it progressed. After fusing, there would be a qualitative improvement. This was the truth of the 9 doppelganger technique. With a bang, the ice shattered and Xiaoshi walked out in a sorry state. She panted heavily and stared at Xiaojioyo with blood at the corner of her mouth. Xiaojioyo's lips curled up. After exposing the 9 clones technique, he would be like Shangqing, becoming the public enemy of everyone. What a pity. If he could merge with Xia Luo, his strength would increase even more. What a pity. Unwilling? Xiaojioyo asked. Xiaoshi was helpless. It wasn't that she was unwilling to accept her defeat. She was merely shocked by the terror of the 9 clones technique. As expected of Ancestor Chen's invincible battle technique, perhaps other than the prime clear lineage, no one could truly defeat Xiaojioyo. As he looked at Xiaojioyo, Lu Yin was reminded of Knight King Jinwu. This wasn't the first time he had encountered an opponent with multiple lives. Outside Mount Supreme, Xiao Meng was astonished. Even she didn't understand the 9 clones technique. However, the head judge wasn't surprised. The Hall of Honor oversaw the entire 5th mainland, and they knew far more secrets than the Xia family, even if the 9 clones technique originated from the Xia family. Xiaoshi had been defeated, but she was still one of the top 10. The next match was between Yao Xian and Wu Taibai. Yao Xian had expended too much energy in the battle, and he had also been heavily injured by Wang Yi and the prime clear lineage. His entire body was somewhat transparent, while Wu Taibai had forcefully suppressed Yu Hua. Yao Xian's only chance at victory was his spiritual force, and he could only hope that Wu Taibai didn't have any methods to deal with spiritual force. Facing Wu Taibai, Yao Xian raised a hand, causing the void to distort at a speed visible to the naked eye. A moment later, a spherical spiritual force appeared in front of Wu Taibai. Divine burst. There was a boom as Yao Xian's spiritual force had affected everyone in the previous battle. It had even caused many participants to faint on the ground. Very few could withstand this attack. Wu Taibai didn't even move as he allowed the spiritual force to explode in front of him. He didn't react at all. However, the people around him were affected, and even the prime clear lineage was shaken. Yao Xian's spiritual force was the strongest among all the participants, and no one was his match. Due to his heavy injuries, Yao Xian didn't want to waste time, so he didn't hold back in this attack. It was his strongest attack at the moment, and even Lu Yin had to rely on the origin opening array to protect his spiritual force. The others, such as Yu Hua, Drunkard, and Xiao Jiuyo, all turned pale, and they were only affected by the shockwaves. However, Wu Taibai was completely fine after taking the attack head-on, which left Yao Xian dumbfounded. How is this possible? Lu Yin was shocked. How is this possible? Wu Taibai had actually ignored Yao Xian's attack. This shouldn't be the case. Lu Yin knew that Wu Taibai was very powerful, but Yao Xian was also one of the top experts in the sovereign tournament. The difference between them shouldn't be that great. On the other side, Wang Yi stared at Wu Taibai. He had never heard of anyone being able to ignore spiritual force, and the spiritual force attack wasn't weak at all. Could this person have already reached that level? Wu Taibai raised a hand. It's a pity that you're facing me. A strange current surged as he clenched his fingers together and unleashed the seal of mountains and rivers. There was a thump as the seal of mountains and rivers slammed Yao Xian to the foot of the mountain. The same feeling appeared once again. Yao Xian's body had been pierced by Wang Yi, and he had suffered the most injuries. Now that he had been struck by the seal of mountains and rivers, his injuries were even worse. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body transformed into countless tiny bats that flew away. The bats flew around the mountain peak, and Wu Taibai stared at one of them. He bent his finger and flicked it out. A small gust of wind that contained rune lines. That even Lu Yin was wary of blasted open a black tunnel in the void that headed straight for the bat. The rest of the bats disappeared, and only the bat that Wu Taibai had attacked had a cold look in its eyes. It then transformed into a human with Yao Xian's appearance, but this Yao Xian was no longer a spiritual force, this was his true body. Yao Xian made a move that Lu Yin was familiar with, Peerless Claw. An ancient beast's roar tore through space and time, transforming into an extremely sharp claw that swept through the air and pressed down on Wu Taibai. Wu Taibai smiled. That's right. Spiritual force is useless against me. He then swept his leg out and shattered the claw. In the distance, Lu Yin was shocked. Wasn't that the sky beast claw? How could Yao Xian have it? Furthermore, its power was much stronger than Lu Yin's own. Everyone thought that celestial demons were spiritual force, but they also had a true body. Spiritual force was just an external protection that allowed them to be immune to physical attacks. They were mysterious and unfathomable, and the average person could not injure them. However, if their spiritual force was broken through, the celestial demon would have to fight with their true body. Yao Xian had been heavily injured by Wang Yi and the Xia family's progenitor Chen, and his true body had been injured. Otherwise, his spiritual force would not have spat out blood. Wu Taibai had ignored his spiritual force, so he could only fight with his true body. Wu Taibai was the first to force Yao Xian's true body out. The chaotic battle from before had been abnormally intense, but Yao Xian had not been forced to reveal his true body. Lu Yin had not expected that he would only be able to use half of his strength. As expected of the Celestial Demon Empire's crown prince, Yao Xian and Wu Taibai charged at each other at the same time, and the violent collision caused shockwaves that tore through the ground. Yao Xian's true body was a bat, and his physical strength was not weak. He managed to withstand several of Wu Taibai's attacks, but Wu Taibai had the strength to suppress the winged mavis. The airflow that enveloped Yao Xian's body caused Yao Xian to spit out blood, and he was finally forced to retreat. Yao Xian panted heavily and suddenly turned to stare at Xianxia, who had fallen into the first layer. His eyes became numb, and he seemed to lose consciousness. Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had been targeted by something. There was clearly nothing there. Secret technique, assimilation, Yao Xian growled, and Wu Taibai appeared in front of him. It's over. He then raised a hand, and the seal of mountains and rivers descended. Yao Xian suddenly roared and raised his right fist, punching out. At that moment, the void trembled, and even Mount Supreme trembled. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. How could this be? Yao Xian punched out, producing an unimaginable power. Wu Taibai's seal of mountains and rivers was shattered by the punch, and he was sent flying back 1,000 meters. If it wasn't for the seal of mountains and rivers blocking it, this punch would have made him suffer. Wu Taibai was shocked. This power? Yao Xian's right foot stomped on the ground and he suddenly charged forward, punching out at Wu Taibai again. Wu Taibai frowned and stomped on the ground with his right foot, spinning to dissolve the force behind the punch. At the same time, he raised his right arm and struck out with his elbow. Yao Xian's punch was only a centimeter away from Wu Taibai's head, and his arm was coincidentally struck by Wu Taibai's elbow. At the same time, Wu Taibai kicked out with a martial seal imprinted on the soles of his feet. The martial ancestral seal behind him shone and sent Yao Xian flying. Yao Xian was not sent flying very far. He forcefully twisted his body and charged at Wu Taibai again. No one had expected Yao Xian to explode with such power. His strength was definitely not weaker than Lu Yin's, Yu Hua's, or Wang Yi's, and even slightly surpassed them. Otherwise, he would not have been able to shatter Wu Taibai's seal of mountains and rivers with a single punch. In the entire sovereign tournament, only the Devourer possessed such power. The Devourer was a strange life form with the greatest strength. No one could understand how Yao Xian had done it. In the Neo-verse, Elder Chan's expression was solemn. As the master of the Hall of Honor, his experience was unimaginable. At that moment, his gadget buzzed, and the Elysian Heavenly Master's image appeared. Elder Chan calmly looked at him. The High Sage Heavenly Master asked, "Can you tell?" Elder Chan sighed. Legend has it that progenitor Wushang's secret technique can allow one to transform into any beast and possess its innate abilities. This Yao Xian has assimilated the Devourer's physical strength, which is why he can suppress Wu Taibai. I never expected progenitor Wushang's secret technique to reappear. I thought that progenitor Wushang's inheritance had disappeared. Elder Chan glanced at the astral beast domain. Had it disappeared? Actually, he had never thought of it that way. After all, there was one person in the astral beast domain, the Skyminder Imperial Tutor. Nothing could be hidden from him. At the summit of Mount Supreme, Wu Taibai had relied on his martial seal and that stream of energy to engage in an intense melee battle with Yao Xian. This battle had overturned many people's understanding of the world. No one had expected that the devilishly handsome crown prince would have such a barbaric side to him. Thank you for your support, brothers. Windborn will work hard to write. Thank you. Yao Xian was extremely grateful to the Imperial Tutor. He had not known this secret technique before, but after news of the Sovereign Tournament had spread, he had learned it with Skyminder's help. He had thought that his spiritual force alone was enough to make him invincible, but he had been too arrogant. Fortunately, he had learned this secret technique. At the same time, Skyminder's words rang out in his mind. You will definitely meet an opponent that you cannot defeat even if you use all of your strength. Don't go all out and try to bring back Lu Yin's tamed beast. That is the most important thing. Just enter the top 10. Yao Xian did not dare to forget Skyminder's mission. Unless he faced Lu Yin, he did not want to go all out against anyone else. However, Wu Taibai was too difficult to deal with. If he could not defeat him, he could not face Lu Yin directly. It was a pity that the rules of the Sovereign Tournament had changed. Otherwise, he would have definitely targeted Lu Yin in the chaotic battles. Now, he had to get past this person to face Lu Yin directly. Yao Xian had used a secret technique to assimilate Planet Devourer's physical strength, but he was at most on par with Feather Mavis. If he faced anyone else, he could combine his spiritual force and physical strength to form an unstoppable attack. However, Wu Taibai had ignored his spiritual force, so Yao Xian's current strength was not much different from Feather Mavis. Planet Devourer had physical strength, but it was difficult to fully utilize it. Yao Xian could use this strength, which was why he could match Feather Mavis. However, Wu Taibai had suppressed even Feather Mavis before. Yao Xian did not forget this point. When Wu Taibai's aura appeared, Yao Xian's expression changed. He recalled how Feather Mavis had been pressed into the ground by a single palm during the chaotic battles. He could not fight recklessly, so he looked towards the first layer and towards Su Ling's secret technique, assimilation. With a whoosh, Yao Xian stepped into the void and traversed through the void, just like Su Ling. In front of their screens, countless people were dumbfounded. They did not know that Yao Xian had used a secret technique, but they knew that not only was Yao Xian's physical strength incomparably powerful, but he also had this technique up his sleeve. In the distance, Lu Yin and the rest frowned. This person was indeed troublesome, as he was one of the top experts in the sovereign tournament. Wu Taibai's body boiled with energy. He looked at Yao Xian's illusory figure and laughed. It's useless. He then raised his hand. Mountain River Seal. It was still the seal of mountains and rivers, and it was still the same energy flow. Earlier, the seal of mountains and rivers had destroyed Xianyao's essence, energy, and spirit, and forced Xianyao's body out. Now, the seal of mountains and rivers had forced Xianyao out of his state of walking in the void. Yao Xian took the full brunt of the seal of mountains and rivers head-on. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backward. He fell down the sky stairway. He believed that he had assimilated Su Ling's talent and could ignore Wu Taibai's attack. However, he had been struck by the seal of mountains and rivers. Without holding back and was severely injured. Or rather, it was the airflow that had struck him. Almost no one understood this battle, including Lu Yin. Previously, he could not understand how Su Ling moved through the void. Back when he fought Hidden Cry, he had relied on the ghost monkey's shadow to attack Hidden Cry. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hit her at all. Su Ling's situation was the same as Hidden Cry's. This state of nothingness had nothing to do with one's strength. It was a different form. No matter how strong one was, if one did not have a way to deal with it, they would not be able to hit their target. Lu Yin was not confident that he would be able to hit his target, but Wu Taibai had been able to do so easily. Lu Yin knew that Yao Xian's spiritual force was definitely related to the airflow around Wu Taibai's body. What battle technique was that? Wang Yi looked at Wu Taibai coldly, not surprised at all. The strength that Yao Xian had displayed was actually quite monstrous. His unparalleled spiritual force, supreme physical strength, and strange state of nothingness were all difficult to deal with. He was strong enough to fight against any of the top experts present, but unfortunately, he had run into Wu Taibai. Wu Taibai gave off the feeling that he was the perfect counter to Yao Xian. At the bottom of the sky stairway, Yao Xian clutched his chest as his skin burned. He had been careless, and the seal of mountains and rivers had actually been able to attack him. He did not even understand what had happened. In the top 10 battles, Zhou Shi and Xia Jiuyou, Yao Xian and Wu Taibai did not disappoint. They all displayed terrifying strength that far surpassed the other competitors. The third battle soon began. It was Lu Yin's turn for the third battle. He walked out, and his opponent was more void. Throughout the universe, countless people grew excited. On one side was the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader, the Hall of Honor's fourth disciple, and one of the 5 Pass Lords, Lu Yin. On the other side was the 6th Mainland's Daosor's 3 Skies, also one of the 5 Pass Lords. This battle attracted everyone's attention. More void was the Daosor's 3 Skies, the future sky of the 6th Mainland. He had always looked down on the 5th Mainland, but with the start of the sovereign tournament, one expert after another appeared, causing him to reign in his arrogance. This was especially true for Xianxia, whose airflow had transformed into the Xia family's progenitor Chen's blade. He had truly felt how terrifying Xianxia was, and he had even been willing to join forces with others to attack Xianxia. Xianxia was recognized by everyone as the only sovereign. Aside from Xianxia, Zhou Shi, Yuhua Mavis, Drunkard, and Xia Jiuyou, none of them were weak and had concealed their strength well. Luyin had fought many times and revealed all of his trump cards. More Void knew what techniques Luyin had, but knowing them was one thing, and being able to deal with them was another. He had been affected by Lu Yin's battles with Xianxia and Devourer, and he could clearly sense how terrifying Lu Yin's strength was. This battle would not be easy. This sovereign tournament had suppressed the confidence of the Dowsource Three Skies. In the higher realms, countless cultivators from the Sixth Mainland were similarly nervous. If this had been before the tournament, they would not have been like this. Too many experts had appeared in the sovereign tournament, and Luyin was an expert among experts. Everyone knew that Xianxia was a genius. Bukong walked into the arena without saying a single word. He immediately used his secret imprint, and a terrifying aura swept through the heavens and spread out from Mount Supreme. Luyin raised his hand and struck out with an empty palm. This palm was within Bukong's expectations, as the empty palm was Lu Yin's signature attack. It seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult to block. This was also why he had used his secret imprint, and he had to rely on his imprint to withstand it. Bukong raised his hand as he struck out with the empty palm. Disintegrate. The empty palm traversed the void and instantly descended. It was quickly disintegrated in front of Bukong, and the layers of stacked energy disappeared along with its unparalleled speed. At the same time, star energy spread out from Bukong's feet and covered the entire arena. Luyin looked up. Day Knight's tribute. The Sixth Mainland's cultivators all had powerful spiritual force because of their imprints, but even so, Bukong was still dragged into an illusion. This was something that even Yao Xian could not avoid. Countless cultivators knelt in outer space. Bukong held his head high and was overwhelmed by emotions. He was their master, and even Zi and Wu Taibai were kneeling in front of him. Yes, this was the feeling. What Dowsource Three Skies? Aside from him, who else could become the heavens? He was the heavens of the Sixth Mainland, the future ruler of the Dowsource sect, and a future progenitor. Suddenly, an incomparably large figure appeared in outer space. It almost covered the entire sky as it looked down at Bukong from above. It was Luyin. When he saw Luyin, Bukong's pupils shrank, and he suddenly sobered up. Not good, this is an illusion. Luyin lowered his head and looked at Bukong. He then raised his hand and struck out with the Night King heaven-splitting technique. The secret progenitor's imprint appeared behind Bukong. These little tricks can't deal with me. There was a boom as Bukong's entire body was sent flying into outer space, shattering a planet as he fell into the Earth's core. Luyin raised his hand again and used the Night King heaven-splitting technique. Palm strike after palm strike landed on Bukong's body. Bukong's face went pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Vanquish!" As soon as he spoke, a majestic force descended from the secret progenitor. At the same time, the illusion was broken apart. At the peak of Mount Supreme, Bukong spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fell down. The imprinted progenitor behind him also burned his essence blood and used the secret vanquish technique. He gritted his teeth and glared at Luyin. "You're courting death." He then waved both hands, causing star energy to cover the horizon as he viciously pressed down. Luyin raised his hand again, but this time, it was an empty palm strike. Everyone knew that this was an attack, but not everyone could defend against it. Even if they could, the price they had to pay was not small. Bukong was directly hit by the empty palm, and the palm imprint sunk deep into his body. He coughed out another mouthful of blood, but at the cost of forcefully withstanding the palm strike, his star energy covered Luyin. In that instant, Lu Yin's expression changed, as he could sense that the star energy within his body was undergoing an unfavorable change. This was a sourcebox array. Bukong had used his star energy to invade the teardrop lady's body and then used the sourcebox array to forcefully disperse her star energy. Now, Bukong wanted to use the same method to deal with Luyin. Luyin stepped forward, and the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet. He was a chess piece, and Bukong was a chess piece. Air was a chess piece, and star energy was a chess piece as well. Everything that could be seen and felt was a chess piece, and Bukong's sourcebox array was naturally a chess piece. Lu Yin's body did not move, but the star energy that Bukong had used to invade his body was moved away, causing the sourcebox array to appear outside his body. Bukong waved his hand, and the sourcebox array's power erupted. However, it was only able to disperse the star energy around Lu Yin's body. He could not believe it. How could this be? Lu Yin raised his hand again, but this time, it was an empty palm strike. There was a thump, and Bukong was sent flying back 1,000 meters before falling to one knee. Everyone watched in a daze. Bukong, one of the Daosor's three skies, had been completely suppressed by Lu Yin without being able to resist at all. In the upper realm, the cultivators of the sixth mainland found it difficult to breathe, as they felt a stifling pain. Outside the Starfall Sea's horizontal black hole, the mysterious progenitor shook his head. Bukong's advantages were obvious. He had grasped many secret techniques, become a boundless advanced lockbreaker, and mastered sourcebox arrays. However, his weaknesses were also obvious, which was that he lacked the ability to compete against powerhouses at the same level. He did not have a powerful physical body, an unbreakable spiritual force, or an invisible speed that could protect him. He had always presented himself as an invincible figure, and no one had been able to force him to reveal these weaknesses. Now, however, these weaknesses had become his greatest weakness. Actually, he should have known when Little Blue had ambushed him and forced him off the mountain, but he had not been able to change his mind in a short period of time. Bukong had been blinded by the name of the Daosor's three skies, and all of his techniques were closer to that of a god. For example, the Great Reincarnation Technique, Secret Subjugation Technique, and his Sourcebox Array. Most people would not be able to break through these techniques, but if someone did, he would be at a disadvantage. He was the youngest among the Daosor's three heavens, but he was also the one with the most obvious flaws. Lu Yin looked at Bukong, who was half kneeling in front of him, and felt rather emotional. He thought back to the battle in the Cosmic Sea, where this person had single-handedly defeated many experts. His elegance had stunned everyone, but now, he was in such a sorry state. The sixth mainland's cultivators were speechless and could only look at Bukong in disappointment. Zi had already fallen out of the top 10 and wasn't even qualified to compete. Now, it was Bukong's turn to fail. Fortunately, he had entered the top 10. Bukong lowered his head, and the palm imprint that had been struck by Emptiness's palm quickly disappeared. His resurrection technique was enough to instantly heal him. Bukong panted heavily as he stared at the ground in a daze. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Why was this happening? Bukong's techniques couldn't deal with this person, and his Great Reincarnation Technique couldn't touch him. His sourcebox array had been shifted, and his imprint couldn't suppress him. His innate gift couldn't even get close to him. Why? This person had been a piece of trash who couldn't even get onto the general appointment stage, but now, he couldn't even fight back. Why? Why? Bukong's eyes turned red, and his veins bulged. Fresh blood seeped out of his skin, dyeing his entire body red. Across from him, Lu Yin raised a brow and subconsciously struck out with emptiness. The blood on Bukong's body suddenly disappeared. It was secret subjugation technique again, but this time, it was different from when he had broken through the illusion. Secret Ancestor's power was clearly displayed, and it bloomed magnificently on Mount Supreme. It wasn't much different from when the martial ancestor had descended. Bukong was going all out. Even if he couldn't compete for the position of Prime after this battle, he still had to defeat Lu Yin. Emptiness's palm struck Bukong's chest and forced him back several steps. It was the same palm imprint, and it was powerful enough to severely injure Bukong, but it was instantly healed by his resurrection technique. Bukong tapped his feet and appeared beside Lu Yin. Great Reincarnation Technique. Lu Yin was shocked. His speed had increased by so much? This aura and boundless rune lines far exceeded what they had been before. Bukong made him feel a sense of danger. The stars revolved around Lu Yin's body, and even though he was fast, he still could not reach Wang Yi's speed. With the help of the cosmic art, Lu Yin was able to clearly see Wang Yi's palm strike. Lu Yin dodged the attack and struck out with his own empty palm. Surprisingly, his palm froze in midair, and his entire body froze as well. Back then, on the general appointment stage in Universe Ocean, Xiaoshi and the others had been frozen in the same manner. With Lu Yin's strength, it would not have been so easy for the severed void to immobilize him. However, the severed void had burned his essence blood and used the secret subjugation technique to draw upon a strand of the secret ancestor's power. This had greatly increased the severed void's power, and he had managed to immobilize Luin. The art of reincarnation landed on Bukong's palm. If Luin was struck by this attack, he would revert back to his younger self, and there would be no way for him to dodge the next attack. Countless people's hearts were in their mouths. In the brothel, Ming Yan's expression changed drastically. Atop Supreme Mountain, Wendy Yushan, Shuade Knight, and the others' expressions changed as well. In the higher realms, the cultivators of the Sixth Mainland cheered and watched nervously. Victory or defeat would be decided in this instant. The limitless sourcebox array could freeze Lu Yin's body, his star energy, and even his domain. However, it could not freeze his spiritual force. White Knight, tribute. It didn't matter how new the move was, as long as it was useful. Bukong was once again forcefully dragged into the illusion. Night's End, Daybreak was a silent battle technique that the White King had created. Even if one knew that it was an illusion, they would still be dragged into it. Daybreak's tribute was a combination of Night's End, Daybreak, and the Night King's sky-splitting technique. It was the Day-Night clan's true trump card inherited battle technique, and even the Day-Night clan had not mastered it. The outside world did not understand this battle technique at all, aside from Yao Xian. Yao Xian was the only one who had faced Daybreak's tribute head-on. He possessed a terrifying amount of spiritual force, but Bukong did not have it. He had originally thought that using the secret subjugation technique would be enough to break through the illusion once, but he had not expected to be dragged into it again with his current strength. It was still the same starry sky, and the same people were still kneeling on the ground. Bukong's expression changed, and he looked up to see Lu Yin's enormous figure appear. Bukong was enraged, and his star energy surged. Break! With his current strength under the secret subjugation technique, he could instantly break through Daybreak's tribute's illusion. Luin had not counted on the tribute to injure him, all he wanted was a brief opening. The moment Bukong broke free from the illusion, Luin also broke free from the sourcebox array. Not only that, but he also raised a hand and tapped out. Seventh Brother's finger. Bukong's mouth was covered in blood, and he raised his hand again and slapped out with the great reincarnation technique. Even if he was heavily injured, he would beat Luin back to his childhood state. As long as Luin was beaten back to his childhood state, Bukong would be able to win even if he was heavily injured. Just as the great reincarnation technique was about to collide with Seventh Brother's finger, Bukong's eyes narrowed. Bukong's gaze was fierce. He was going all out. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It was over. Bukong's body suddenly shifted half a meter to the side, and his palm missed. He had been hit by Lu Yin's greater teleportation array. Bukong could set up a sourcebox array, but Luin could also set up a sourcebox array and a greater teleportation array. At the critical moment, Bukong was shifted half a meter to the side, and his great reincarnation technique missed. However, Luin had been prepared for this, and he changed the direction of his finger and pierced through Bukong's shoulder. Blood splattered everywhere, and Bukong's face turned ashen. His pupils dilated, and he stared at Luin in disbelief. From start to finish, Bukong had not had any hope of winning, and he had been suppressed from start to finish. Why? He was one of the Dao Source 3 skies, so how had he lost? This should not have happened. Luin pulled his hand back, and Bukong swayed a few times. He could not help but fall to the ground, his entire body trembling from the exhaustion of the secret subjugation technique. Luin looked down from above. The moment he had broken through to the hunter realm, he had stood at the peak of his generation in this universe. Yao Xian's spiritual force was invincible, and he could not suppress Luin. Star Devourer's physical strength was invincible, and he could not suppress Luin either. Wang Yi's speed was invincible, but he could not suppress Luin either. Prime Qing's 3 young ancestral qi could transform into progenitor Chen, but it could not suppress Luin either. Luin had defeated levitating Mavis and Lu Tianmu, but that was only his strength under normal circumstances. Luin glanced at Prime Qing, Wang Yi, and Wu Taibai. These people had all concealed their strength deeply, and they all possessed unfathomable strength. So what? Luin had his own strength as well. Bukong had lost, and he had lost miserably. There had been 3 matches in the top 10, and Xiaoshi had taken Xiaojirio's life, which had exposed the secret of Xiaojirio's 9 clones technique. Yao Xian had fought against Wu Taibai, which had exposed Wu Taibai's ability to break through anything. It could even break through Lu Yin's void walk state, which had made everyone wary. Bukong had not exposed anything, but Lu Yin had not revealed anything. This was because Lu Yin had already used all of the strength that he had used in the previous battle. However, the greater transfer array had still been discovered by Xiaoshi and the serious sex experts. Lu Yin did not plan on hiding it, as it would be even more impossible for him to do so in the future. Moreover, he had already used it in the previous battle. The entire Sovereign tournament had been broadcasted live, so it was only natural that countless people would watch it on a loop. Lu Yin was not in the mood to think about how to explain things to the serious sect. Fighting for the championship was the most important thing. Bukong's defeat caused the 6th mainland's cultivators to be speechless. Now, only Wu Taibai was left in the Daosaur's 3 skies to compete for the sole sovereign position. Who would have thought that the most low-key Wu Taibai was actually the most powerful of the Daosaur's 3 skies? The 4th match was between Wang Yi and Yuhua Mavis. There was no suspense in this match. Yuhua Mavis was very strong, but even Lu Yin had not been able to gain an advantage over Wang Yi in terms of strength. It was even more impossible for him to win based on strength alone. His only chance of victory was the Mavis family's ability to control others' minds. Unfortunately, Wang Yi did not give Yuhua Mavis any chance. With his speed that no one could see clearly, he easily sent Yuhua Mavis off the mountain peak with the Kui Bear's strength. The final match was between Jiuhao and Xianxia. There was no suspense at all. Jiuhao did not even want to fight and immediately admitted defeat. At this point, the top 5 of the top 10 had been determined. They were Xiaojiryo, Wu Taibai, Lu Yin, Wang Yi, and Xianxia. According to the rules of the competition, Wang Yi was the only one who did not have an opponent. Lu Yin's opponent was Xiaojiryo, while Xianxia's opponent was Wu Taibai. The sole sovereign, the champion of the competition, would be born from one of these 5. With only 1 day of rest, the 5 quietly stood on the mountain peak. Lu Yin looked at Xiaojiryo, and Xiaojiryo looked back at him. "How many lives do you have?" Lu Yin asked faintly. Xiaojiryo's eyes flashed, and there was an intense apprehension in the depths of his eyes. Lu Yin had fought many more battles than Xiaojiryo had, but he did not seem to have suffered any injuries. Xiaojiryo had even tried to ambush Lu Yin once during the chaotic battle, but he had also failed. Xiaojiryo had to admit that Lu Yin surpassed him in terms of strength. His only trump card to win was fate, and he had to fight to the death with 1 life at a time. On the other side, Wu Taibai was somewhat helpless. He also felt terrible about facing Xianxia. When he saw Wang Yi look over, Wu Taibai smiled, "Don't look at me. Although you have a bye, the next match will definitely be yours. If I lose, your opponent will still be him." "It doesn't matter," Wang Yi said coldly. Wu Taibai laughed, "I know you want to fight Progenitor Chen. After all, that's Progenitor Chen, and you have dash." Before he could finish, Wang Yi interrupted him, "I want to fight Xiaojiryo even more." Wu Taibai's gaze turned cold. "Your thoughts are too dangerous. It's best if you don't, or else the consequences won't be something you can bear." Wang Yi looked at Xiaojiryo. "Humans' greatest secrets are hidden within their bloodlines. Even you didn't expect that someone in this region could inherit the 9 clones technique. What's even more unexpected is that he's not the only one who knows the 9 clones technique." Wu Taibai subconsciously glanced at the first layer before looking at Starsabil, but he did not say anything. Wang Yi did not say anything either. The two were transmitting to each other, and no one else could hear their conversation. He looked at Lu Yin, as this person was his greatest goal. Even if Lu was there, the surname Lu would no longer exist. With such a cultivation talent, was he from that family? If he was, then it would be too terrifying, and it would shake the world to its core. It would bring about an unimaginable disaster that would engulf everything known to humanity. Since ancient times, there had never been a competition on such a scale, and it had never been as long as a single day. The entire universe was waiting. Many industries had even stopped, including the 72 weaves of the Outerverse, the Innerverse, the Cosmic Sea, the Neoverse, and so on. Many trades had stopped as they waited for the results of the sovereign tournament. The Innerverse had the 10 arbiters, the Neoverse had the 5 astral children, the 6th mainland had the 3 Dowsor skies, and the astral beast domain had Skymender's list. Talented geniuses had appeared one after another to compete in this era. Everyone wanted to know who was the strongest. When that statue's face appeared, the title of the strongest would be born. A day passed very slowly, but it also passed quickly for Luin. He only rested for a short while before the competition continued. He walked out, and Xiaojioyo walked out from opposite him. Xiaojioyo took a deep breath as he looked at Luin. At this point in the competition, everyone knew who had trump cards, so there was no point in hiding them anymore. The most curious thing was who the Prime Clear's third strand of ancestral chi would turn into. In Xiaojioyo's heart, Luin was as mysterious as the Prime Clear. He understood Luin. This person had unified the outerverse after the innerverse and outerverse had been separated. He was ruthless and meticulous in his actions, and although some of his actions seemed impulsive, he always had a backup plan. Xiaojioyo guessed that this person might still have some hidden tricks up his sleeve, and if Xiaojioyo wanted to win, he couldn't give Luin any time to use them. "If I die, Xiao Luo will die as well," Xiaojioyo suddenly said, startling Luin. Xiaojioyo took this opportunity to raise both hands and attack. This wasn't a single palm strike, but rather a series of frenzied attacks. One Hellforge palm could be combined into 2 with his innate gift of echoes, so Xiaojioyo didn't want to give Luin any time to react. The Hellforge palms covered the sky and sealed off the void as they attacked Luin from all directions. Luin didn't use the secret art of plan to avoid them. Xiaojioyo had the Xia family's secret technique and could break through all secret techniques. Faced with the endless Hellforge palms, Lu Yin's domain whizzed out and transformed into a giant force field tree that expanded. The Hellforge palms fiercely bombarded the force field tree, but each attack was dissolved the moment it neared Lu Yin's body. Luin hadn't fully displayed his domain since the end of the 5th trial, and now that he was using it, everyone was shocked. Lu Yin's domain wasn't much weaker than Invisible Light's. Invisible Light had relied on his domain to fight his way to the peak of Mount Supreme, but he had only lost in the top 10. Lu Yin's domain's might was enough to block the Hellforge palms that covered the sky. In the distance, Wu Taibai, Yao, and the rest were all shocked. Without seeing the light, she raised her head as if she had sensed something. Regardless of whether it was Feather Mavis, Lu Tianmu, Yao Xian, or Bu Kong, there was no need for him to use his domain, as it had not been very effective. Now that he had used his domain to defend against the nether-refined palm, it was surprisingly effective. Xiaojioyo's expression turned ugly. This nether-refining palm wasn't meant to defeat Luin, but rather to leave a mark on his body, just like how he had left a mark on the Tear Lady. However, he didn't expect to be perfectly defended by the domain. Lu Yin's domain was very powerful, but it wasn't enough to pose a threat to Xiaojioyo. However, it just so happened to be able to defend against the nether-refining palm, which left Xiaojioyo feeling stifled. Helpless, Luin transformed his star energy into a blade and unleashed the Xia family's 3 styles of blade intent. Suddenly, the emptiness palm descended, accompanied by 9-lined battle force. Xiaojioyo's hair stood on end, and he slashed out with his blade. The blade shattered as the emptiness palm slammed into his body, forcing him to retreat. He spat out a mouthful of blood as stars appeared around him. This was the serious art. Xiaojioyo's face turned pale as he roared at the sky. The sound waves overlapped as he used his echo innate skill. At the same time, the stars exploded. The entire mountain peak trembled as smoke and dust filled the air. Xiaojioyo had just broken through the serious art when he was met with another palm. Luin didn't give him any time to react, as this attack was extremely powerful. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. It pierced through Xiaojioyo's abdomen, leaving him half dead. Xiaojioyo coughed up blood as Luin walked out. "I told you, let's see how many lives you have." He then raised a hand and slammed down. Outside Mount Supreme, Xiao Mei was anxious, but there was nothing she could do. The difference between Xiaojioyo and Luin was too obvious. Xiaojioyo's attacks were powerless, and he couldn't defend himself. Even if he relied on the 9 clones to barely survive, it was impossible for him to win. Xiaojioyo had also thought things through, and when Lu Yin's palm landed, his forehead split open and he fell to the ground, dead. Lu Yin looked down at Xiaojiu from above. Back at Mount Supreme, Xiao Luo was nervous. Xiaojiu could not die. Everyone stared at the fallen Xiaojiu. He was clearly a dead man, but he quickly opened his eyes and said, "I admit defeat." Lu Yin was calm, as there was no suspense in this battle. In the distance, Wu Taibai frowned as he stared at Xiaojiu. No one knew what he was thinking. Xiaojiu had no other choice. He was unwilling, but he couldn't win. Even if he wanted to fight with his life on the line, he needed to have the ability to fight to the death. Lu Yin's emptiness palm alone was enough to dominate the sovereign tournament, and few could block it. Xiaojiu's body being able to withstand a few moves was already quite good. The little arrow saint had been crippled by a single palm, and Wang Yi had also been injured by an emptiness palm. The next match was between Xianxia and Wu Taibai. In front of their screens, the 6th Mainland's cultivators were nervous. No matter how confident they were in the Daosaur's 3 skies, they still felt great pressure against Xianxia. After the sovereign tournament, no matter who it was, no matter how terrifying their strength was, Xianxia was publicly acknowledged as the only sovereign. The battle royale had also ended in his hands. He had used a single stream of qi to create Progenitor Chen and attack everyone. He had even declared that he was not afraid of being surrounded. Xianxia's strength and boldness were both extremely pressuring. Wu Taibai and Xianxia faced each other. 3 streams of qi revolved around Xianxia as he floated in the air. He looked like a deity, and his stance made him seem weaker. Although Xianxia was alone, he could find 3 progenitor fighters. This was the source of his invincibility. Who dared to say that they could match progenitors of the same generation, let alone 3 of them? Moreover, they were the invincible progenitor Chen. Wu Taibai's only chance of victory was to defeat Xianxia himself, and he had done so. As Xia family's progenitor Chen appeared, Wu Taibai raised his hand, seal of mountains and rivers. Qi revolved around Xianxia, and the seal of mountains and rivers slammed into the qi, shattering it. A similar scene had happened before. Xianxia had created an illusory progenitor Chen to shatter the seal of mountains and rivers. However, Xianxia himself had dodged it this time. The seal of mountains and rivers ignored space and was created by progenitor Chen. It was enough to shatter the ancestral qi of the 3 suns. However, the ancestral qi of the 3 suns could only delay Xianxia for 1 second. 1 second was enough. At the same time, Xia family's progenitor Chen slashed at Wu Taibai. He forcefully retracted his blade intent and stepped across space, slashing downwards. It was this slash that had eliminated Meng Guang and the rest, confirming the top 10. No one dared to be careless against progenitor Chen's slash. However, this scene was still repeated. Previously, Wu Taibai had taken this slash head-on, and this time was no exception. Wu Taibai's body surged with a strange qi. He raised his hand, and with a bang, Xia family's progenitor Chen's slash was firmly caught by Wu Taibai. Unlike before, Xia family's progenitor Chen's slash was sharp, and its color had changed, turning dark. In the distance, Xiaojiu's pupils shrank. Netherworld palm? No, it was fusing the netherworld palm with the 3-blade intents, turning it into netherworld saber intent. It could be used like this? Wu Taibai did not expect it to be like this. His palm quickly froze, and his expression changed slightly. He raised his palm to deflect the blade. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Xia family's progenitor Chen borrowed the power of Wu Taibai's palm to spin his body. And the blade descended from another direction. Wu Taibai could hit Xia family's progenitor Chen, but Xia family's progenitor Chen could also hit Wu Taibai. This was exchanging injury for injury. Although it seemed like both attacks had hit each other, it was definitely more disadvantageous for Wu Taibai. Wu Taibai helplessly retreated, and Xia family's progenitor Chen's attack missed. His footsteps were light, and although his speed was not fast, every step he took was in the direction that Wu Taibai wanted to avoid. Wu Taibai continuously retreated, and the progenitor's seal appeared behind him. A terrifying aura swept out as the seal of mountains and rivers blasted towards Xia family's progenitor Chen. Xia family's progenitor Chen's blade flashed and shattered the seal of mountains and rivers, causing the surrounding air to turn icy cold. Outside the horizontal black hole in the Starfall Sea, the Sixth Mainland's three ancestors looked at Mount Supreme with solemn expressions. That was Progenitor Chen, who had just become an enlighter and forced Wu Taibai to retreat step by step. Even the seal of mountains and rivers was ineffective against him. Progenitor Chen's unparalleled might was unparalleled. Who could resist him? Who dared to say that they could defeat Progenitor Chen? At the very least, they did not dare to. Progenitor Chen had killed more than one progenitor, even if it was only his clone. Lu Yin looked at Wu Taibai, who was being forced back by Xia family's Progenitor Chen, and his expression became unprecedentedly solemn. That was Progenitor Chen's strength. Wu Taibai had been able to suppress Yuhua Mavis with that flow of energy, and his seal of mountains and rivers ignored space and had unparalleled might. Even so, he was still being suppressed by Progenitor Chen. Lu Yin could not imagine how powerful Progenitor Chen's 9 clones would be. Hold on. Lu Yin's expression suddenly changed as he looked at Xianxia. 9 clones combined into one? Xianxia's 2 flows of energy had transformed into 2 progenitors. Did that mean that the 2 progenitors could be combined into one? Lu Yin's expression changed as he stared at Xianxia. If that was the case, then it was too terrifying. No wonder Xianxia had thought that he was invincible from start to finish. They were not fighting against the Xianxia, but rather against Progenitor Chen when he was still an enlighter. Even without his intelligence, Progenitor Chen was still Progenitor Chen. The ground split open as Xia family's Progenitor Chen slashed out with his blade. The sharpness of the blade cut through the heavens and the boundless starry sky outside of Mount Supreme. Everyone looked at the screen, as Wu Taibai was being suppressed too ruthlessly. Wu Taibai's expression was calm. Although Progenitor Chen was invincible, that did not mean that no one could challenge him during his era. With Wu Taibai's strength, he could definitely challenge Progenitor Chen during his era. However, it would be difficult for him to win. The goal of this competition was not to defeat Progenitor Chen in front of him, but rather to defeat the person in the distance, the man who was like a god. Xianxia looked on indifferently. Wu Taibai's display of strength was within his expectations. To be able to fight against Progenitor Chen, this person could be considered a genius of this era. Unfortunately, he had appeared, and everyone was suppressed. Xianxia was truly bored. If only the rules had not changed, then everyone could challenge him and surround him. Perhaps they could even force him to use his 3rd strand of ancestral qi, allowing him to break through the 3 Suns' ancestral qi's barrier of invincibility. In the end, the 3 Suns' ancestral qi was just a battle technique. If Wu Taibai wanted to become an ancestor, he would have to rely on himself. He did not want to become an invincible fighter for the Hall of Honor. The blade descended once again, and Xia family's Progenitor Chen forced Wu Taibai to the edge of the mountain peak. Wu Taibai took a deep breath and looked to the side. There, Wang Yi was looking at him. Wu Taibai was helpless. He did not expect to be forced to this point. In front of him, the blade flashed. Xia family's Progenitor Chen did not have any intelligence, and only attacked endlessly. The surrounding void was frozen by the secluded refining qi. Wu Taibai raised his right hand and blocked his face. Everyone who saw this scene was at a loss. What was the meaning of this? Did he not dare to look? Wang Yi raised his eyebrows. Here it comes. End of chapter. Wu Taibai had defeated Feather Mavis with a surging flow of air around his body. That flow of air had confused everyone, but now, it had gathered in his palm and was suddenly released. It was completely different from before. In the distance, Lu Yin's expression changed as Wu Taibai's rune lines increased dramatically. The martial ancestor's imprint and this flow of air caused his rune lines to surpass the Xia family's ancestor Qin. The blade light descended, but Wu Taibai waved his hand and tore it apart. He leapt up and pressed down on the Xia family's ancestor Chen's shoulder, pressing him into the ground. At the same time, his body disappeared and reappeared in front of Xianxia. Xianxia was astonished. When Wu Taibai struck out with his palm, the 2 streams of air did not even have the ability to slow down his attack and were shattered by his palm. The palm imprinted in front of Xianxia and an incomparably fierce force descended. Xianxia could feel it even before it came into contact. The power of this palm surpassed the danger that Lu Tianmu's 13th sword had brought to him. Wu Taibai's palm landed very quickly, and no one could react in time. However, just as it was about to touch Xianxing's body, it moved further and further away. Xianxing felt a chill run down his back. Not good, it's a secret technique. The Hall of Honor's secret technique, banish. Although Wu Taibai had surpassed the Xia family's ancestor Chen and the two flows of air, threatening Xianxing, he was still pushed away by the banish technique. The banish technique did not throw Wu Taibai too far away. He used the seal of mountains and rivers in midair, but it still could not touch Xianxing. Instead, the Xia family's ancestor Chen slashed at Wu Taibai. However, the blade did not injure Wu Taibai and was instead obstructed by the flow of air around his body. Wu Taibai landed on the ground, and the Xia family's ancestor Chen slashed out. Wu Taibai raised his leg to block the blade and retreated once more. He looked helplessly at the distant Xianxing. I admit defeat. Although many had expected this result, it was still shocking that it had actually happened. Xianxing had still won. He was ranked first on the top 10 predicted rankings, and had always been the only prime on the surface. Now, he was only a step away from the true prime position. Wu Taibai's strength wasn't weak and could temporarily suppress ancestor Chen of the Xia family. This was something that no one had ever done before. However, he couldn't pose a threat to Xianxing. Even if he could tangle with the Xia family's ancestor Chen that Xianxing had transformed into, he wouldn't be able to win in the end. Thus, he might as well admit defeat. Xianxing frowned, as Wu Taibai had just given him a sense of pressure. It had been a long time since he had felt such a sense of danger, and he loved such a sense of danger. As he thought about it, he looked at Wang Yi and Lu Yin. Both of you, come at me together. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. There were only 3 people left in the competition, himself, Wang Yi, and Xianxing. He had originally thought that there would be one more person who would have a bye, but Xianxing had actually taken on 2 people by herself. Don't hesitate, deaf-mute brother. No one is a match for him in a duel. Wu Taibai's voice sounded out with a hint of helplessness. Wang Yi walked out and looked at Xianxing in the distance. Until now, he still felt that it was inconceivable. There was actually someone in this starry sky who had such strength. It was enough to challenge those 4 people. However, it couldn't be considered true strength. It was just borrowing ancestor Chen's strength. He looked at Lu Yin, who wasn't too far away. Wang Yi actually wanted to fight with him, but a 3-way battle wasn't too bad either. Lu Yin also walked out from the side. His true opponent for the championship should be Xianxing, but with the strength that he had displayed so far, it didn't seem very likely for him to win. However, did the rules allow it? Xianxing had wanted to challenge everyone by himself, but he had been stopped. After waiting for a while, no one stopped him. Then, regardless of whether it was the Hall of Honor, the 3 progenitors, or everyone else, they all believed that this was the final battle. Wu Taibai couldn't defeat Xianxing, and in the eyes of others, even if the 2 of them worked together, they might not be able to win. Just as Lu Yin had guessed, the Hall of Honor was already preparing to celebrate. The first person to become the universe's young paragon was enough to excite everyone in the Hall of Honor. 7th bro, do your best. Beat him up. Ku Wei shouted. Beat him up. Lu Yin, beat him up. Xiaobai jumped up and down as he shouted. Lan Si and the rest of the people from the Spirit Palace were all watching. This battle was truly the final battle. Xianxing's lips curled up. I hope you guys can bring me danger. He then waved his hand, and another stream of air whizzed past, transforming into the illusory progenitor Chen. Blade light flashed as progenitor Chen from the Xia family raised his hand and slashed at Wang Yi. Wang Yi's figure immediately disappeared. His speed was at the top of the Paragon tournament, and even with Sirius and the Eon evolution scripture, Lu Yin could barely catch a trace of his shadow. Progenitor Chen couldn't catch it either, so his blade slashed at Lu Yin instead. Lu Yin didn't dare to be careless against Progenitor Chen's attack. At this moment, Progenitor Chen's attack wasn't just the 3 styles blade intent, it had also merged with the nether-refined palm, transforming into a frozen nether-refined blade intent. Lu Yin's pupils turned into runes, weakening the rune lines of Progenitor Chen's attack. At the same time, he raised his hand and struck out with an empty palm, deflecting the blade. He shifted his body to the side and looked at Xianxing. Not only did Wang Yi pass by Progenitor Chen, but he also passed through the illusory progenitor Chen and appeared in front of Xianxia. For Ultimate's technique, Cultivation. A huge force erupted, accompanied by a terrifying destructive force. This attack wasn't much weaker than the danger that Wu Taibai's palm had brought to Xianxia. Xianxia was excited, it was still the banishment technique. Suddenly, everything in front of him changed. He saw the glory realm being destroyed, endless attacks descending, and Elder Chan dying. He saw familiar faces and strangers dying one after another. Suddenly, intense pain spread throughout his body, and a figure appeared in front of him. It was Luin, and he slashed down with a single palm. Not good, it was an illusion. Pfft. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood as he was dragged into the Day Knight's tribute and attacked by Lu Yin's spiritual force. His body was also struck by Wang Yi. Even though Wang Yi had been thrown out by the banishment technique, the force of his attack still affected Xianxia. Xianxia retreated several steps with blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked up at Luin and happened to meet his gaze. The illusion technique that attacked me at the central pass came from you? Luin didn't have the time to chat with the Xia family's progenitor. Chen's blade descended one after another, and each strike seemed to be able to seal off Lu Yin's movements. Luin had long since used his cosmic art to clearly see the trajectory of progenitor Chen's blade. Otherwise, he would have been easily struck. Xianxia was injured, and this was the first time this had happened since the start of the competition. In front of their screens, many people were excited. This was going to be exciting. With 3 strands of ancestral qi revolving around him, Xianxia was like a deity, pressuring everyone. But now, he was finally injured, which meant that he wasn't invincible. Progenitor Chen attacked Wang Yi, moving through the void. His attacks were formless, but they sent chills down everyone's spine. Wang Yi used the Kuei Bear to attack again, but this time it pierced through progenitor Chen. Unable to hit him, Wang Yi's eyes flashed, and his figure disappeared. He didn't want to tangle with progenitor Chen and instead attacked Xianxia. Suddenly, his figure paused, and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He had been hit by Xianxia's secret technique, punishment. Behind him, progenitor Chen walked out, raised his hand, and pointed. The tip of his finger turned black. The black light distorted the void, and even light was sucked away. Wang Yi's left hand spread open, and he pointed at progenitor Chen. For ultimate techniques, Pearl Carrot. Progenitor Chen's finger struck Wang Yi's side, and blood spurted out. Wang Yi's physical strength was extremely strong, and even Lu Yin's emptiness palm could only leave a mark on him. It couldn't penetrate him, but it was broken by progenitor Chen's finger. However, the flames on the surface of progenitor Chen's body suddenly disappeared, and Wang Yi's figure flickered. Progenitor Chen's abdomen was cut open, and he turned into a stream of air that dissipated. In the distance, Xianxia was shocked. Progenitor Chen's formless energy had disappeared. Otherwise, Wang Yi wouldn't have been able to succeed. Wang Yi was the first person to injure progenitor Chen, and at this moment, everyone knew that once progenitor Chen was injured, what flowed out of the wound wasn't blood, but air. Furthermore, this air would fuse, which meant that the 3 suns' ancestral qi wouldn't disappear, and progenitor Chen could fight without restrictions. Luin also saw this scene, and his gaze sank. Although progenitor Chen didn't have any intelligence, he would never die or be injured. This could be considered to make up for his lack of intelligence. Now, the only way to defeat Xianxia was to defeat him and force him to be unable to use the 3 suns' ancestral qi. In the mountain and sea realm, Corpse Ghost had exposed the true nature of the 3 suns' ancestral qi. At this moment, in the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament, Wang Yi had exposed the terrifying characteristics of the 3 suns' ancestral qi. Now, even Xianxia's heart sank as he felt the terror of this battle technique. The pearl vine of the 4 ultimates could seal any of the enemy's techniques. Xianxia had sealed Lu Yin's strength, causing him to be unable to use the hollow palm and causing his strength to plummet. Just now, Xianxia had sealed progenitor Chen's formless ability to injure him, but it was useless. Even if he had the strength to destroy progenitor Chen, it would still be useless, as progenitor Chen could appear again. Xianxia stood quietly in the void, surrounded by an air current. He looked like a deity as he calmly looked at Luin and Wang Yi. These two were definitely the top experts in the Sovereign Tournament, but unfortunately, they still couldn't defeat him. The more the characteristics of the three sons' ancestral qi were exposed, the more despair one would feel. At this moment, even those from the Great Eastern Alliance didn't think that Lu Ying could win. Lu Ying dodged another blade and raised his hand, using the hollow palm to attack Xianxia. Xianxia blocked the air current around him, and the hollow palm dispersed the air current. However, it was delayed for a moment, allowing Xianxia to dodge. At that moment, the star chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet and moved. At this moment, the Xia family's progenitor Chen was still an enlighter, so it was impossible for him to create the Xia secret word. Thus, progenitor Chen couldn't break the planned secret word. Lu Yin appeared behind Xianxia and tapped out with his finger. Seventh brother also pointed. 2 air currents had already dispersed, leaving only 1 air current to defend. Everyone hoped that Lu Yin would be able to force Xianxia's third ancestral qi out, and they were all curious as to who it would take. In the distance, Wang Yi saw Lu Yin's seventh brother and frowned. It looked very familiar. Wu Taibai also saw it, and he stared at Lu Yin's seventh brother. The finger tore through the void and descended behind Xianxia. Xianxia raised his hand and struck out with a palm. Secret technique, expel. Lu Yin's body flew backwards, and he was thrown out uncontrollably in the direction of the Xia family's progenitor Chen. Behind him, a blade descended. Lu Yin's lips curled up. In the distance, Xianxia's body suddenly appeared behind Lu Yin uncontrollably. When Lu Yin had tapped out with seventh brother's finger, he had also set up a teleportation array just for this moment. Xianxia blocked Lu Yin's back and took a blow from progenitor Chen while Lu Yin's seventh brother's finger changed direction and pointed at Xianxia. Xianxia was being attacked from both the front and back. Lu Yin had many battle techniques, secret techniques, and sourcebox arrays. His battle potential was limitless. Xianxia was shocked, as he had not sensed the teleportation array being set up. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Facing the simultaneous attacks from both the front and back, he reacted in a way that no one had expected. He faced seventh brother's finger head-on. Lu Yin had not expected this. He had thought that Xianxia would send a third stream of energy towards him to stop seventh brother's finger. After all, progenitor Chen could be turned into a stream of energy at any time, so he was not much of a threat. Could it be that Xianxia wanted to fight with a secret technique? This was the only possibility that Lu Yin could think of, but he was not afraid. Seventh brother's finger viciously struck Xianxia's body. An invisible stream of energy spread out in all directions, and Xianxia's body paused for a moment. Behind him, progenitor Chen turned into a stream of energy and then turned back into progenitor Chen. A blade descended from Xianxing's head and slashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin was stunned. His seventh brother's finger had no effect on Xianxing at all. How could this be? There was a thump as the Fates End appeared in front of Lu Yin, blocking progenitor Chen's attack. Lu Yin was forced back by the enormous force, and the Fates End returned to his body. In front of him, progenitor Chen's attack descended once more. He was still immersed in the unfathomable scene from before. Xianxing had taken seventh brother's finger head-on without being injured at all. How was this possible? Even people with strong physical bodies like the Star Destroyer, Feather Mavis, Wang Yi, and Wu Taibai would not be able to take seventh brother's finger head-on without being injured. That was an absolute attack that contained overlaying stacks, battle force, and the power of Dream's finger. One finger was enough to break through progenitor Chen's blade intent, but it could not hurt Xianxing at all? Did Xianxing himself possess strength that surpassed theirs? It was not just Lu Yin, everyone else was stunned. Even Wu Taibai's face sank. He could not understand. Wang Yi dodged progenitor Chen's illusory finger once again and looked at Xianxing. Initially, they thought that no matter how powerful the Xianxing was, it was still borrowing ancestor Chen's strength. But now, they realized that they were wrong. Even they did not dare to guarantee that they would be able to escape unscathed from Lu Yin's finger attack. The fact that the Prime Clear One was able to withstand it head-on without suffering any injuries had completely overturned their understanding. Could it be that this person had already reached that level? Wang Yi and Wu Taibai were shaken. There was someone in this starry sky who could reach that level? That shouldn't be the case. If he had really reached that level, he wouldn't have been injured before. The astral chessboard appeared beneath his feet, and he moved, appearing 1,000 meters away as he stared at Xianxia. Xianxia was still standing in the void, and he looked at Lu Yin. "You're not bad." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. His strongest attack was 7th Bro's finger, and it had been infused with everything he had, but it was completely useless against this guy. What was going on? He recalled the feeling when he hit Xianxia. It didn't seem to have a strong resistance, nor did it have enough rune lines to block 7th Brother's finger. But why was it unharmed? He was certain that his earlier series of methods had forced out the Prime Clear's deeply hidden ability. However, he didn't understand this ability at all. On Mount Supreme, the other contestants were speechless. Kuwei was speechless. This was too abnormal. 7th Bro's attack was useless, so how were they supposed to fight? It was no wonder that Wu Taibai had given up. The strength that Xianxia had displayed was enough to shock everyone. Not to mention the ancestral qi of the 3 sons, the 2 secret techniques that he had grasped and the ability to defend against 7th Bro's finger were enough to make him the most troublesome opponent in the entire sovereign tournament. The serious art was the nemesis of speed, but the expulsion secret technique was the true nemesis of speed. No matter how fast Wang Yi was, he would still be expelled. "It seems like you've reached your limits. Then, let's end this." Xianxia's tone was filled with indescribable disappointment. The Xiao family's progenitor Chen and the illusory progenitor Chen both retreated in front of him. Then, under everyone's stunned gazes, they fused. In the distance, Xia Jiuyo's body trembled. It was the 9 clones technique. Below, Xiao Luo's eyelids twitched. Progenitor Chen's 9 clones had fused. After countless years, their generation had actually witnessed the fusion of progenitor Chen's 9 clones. Everyone felt a chill run down their backs. Any one of progenitor Chen's clones had the power to fight against Lu Yin and Wang Yi. Now that they had fused, no one could see any hope of victory. Even Wang Yi's heart sank, as he could not guess how strong progenitor Chen would be after the fusion. Lu Yin looked at progenitor Chen's fusion with a strange expression. He had used the planned secret art just now because he knew that progenitor Chen would not have been able to create a secret technique when he had been an enlighter. That was why he had been able to use it without worry. If that was the case, then progenitor Chen would not have been able to create the 9 clones technique as well. That meant that the 9 clones technique had not been created by progenitor Chen. When Lu Yin thought about it, it made sense. Back in progenitor Chen's great tomb, he had seen progenitor Chen's memories. Progenitor Chen had already created clones when he was young, and it was impossible for him to have created the 9 clones technique at that time. Xiao Jiuyo's 9 clones technique could be explained by obtaining progenitor Chen's inheritance. It could even be that he had accidentally awakened it in his blood, just like how Zhui Day Night had learned Night's End, Daybreak. This was possible, but where had Starsabil's 9 clones technique come from? Lu Yin's thoughts were all over the place in an instant. In the distance, progenitor Chen had already finished fusing. Illusory flames that blotted out the sky spread out from the ground and covered the sun. Lu Yin and Wang Yi immediately soared into the sky as illusory flames filled their surroundings. In the distance, progenitor Chen walked out with a long blade of star energy in his hand. He raised his head and looked at the 2 of them. He clearly had no intelligence, and his gaze was emotionless, but it still caused the 2 of them to feel a chill in their hearts. Wang Yi clenched his fists, and his figure flashed before vanishing. At the same time, Lu Yin heard Wang Yi's voice. "Take care of Xianxia." Wang Yi no longer planned on defeating the fused progenitor Chen. This was progenitor Chen, who was truly unrivaled amongst his peers. There was no possibility of him being defeated. Lu Yin's gaze trembled as he stared at Xianxia. Day Knight's tribute. Day Knight's tribute combined with Wang Yi's speed was the most effective attack against Xianxia. This was also the only attack that could injure Xianxia. However, the 2 of them had underestimated the fused progenitor Chen. Lu Yin's spiritual force attempted to envelop Xianxia and drag him into an illusion, but his spiritual force was severed by progenitor Chen's blade. Wang Yi was even slashed out of the void by progenitor Chen's blade. The blade flashed as it appeared in front of Wang Yi and slashed horizontally. Wang Yi's pupils shrank. For Ultimate's technique, Kuwei Bear. There was a loud bang as the air rapidly expanded before exploding violently. The terrifying pressure caused the ground to split open and then pressed down in all directions. Beneath the sky stairway, the first, second, third, and even the foot of the mountain. At this moment, the entire mountain shook as a huge crack extended from the peak. Countless cracks also appeared in the space outside of the mountain from this collision. Wang Yi's Four Ultimates technique was suppressed for the first time. Progenitor Chen's blade tore open a bloody wound on Wang Yi's palm. The sharp blade contained an endless chill that seeped into Wang Yi's wound and froze his blood. Wang Yi's face paled as he quickly retreated. However, he did not retract his blade and instead continued to slash out. Suddenly, Progenitor Chen's blade shifted, and the blade slashed diagonally into space. It cut open the entire sky and extended an unknown distance. Lu Ying made his move. He used the Yu secret art to shift his blade and followed it up with a series of emptiness palms. 9-lined battle force was imprinted on the blade, and each palm contained the greatest strength that Lu Ying could release. Progenitor Chen raised his hand and the blade spun at high speed in his palm. Flames were sucked into the rotating blade as the emptiness palms descended and struck the blade, forcing Progenitor Chen back several steps. Following that, the emptiness palms followed one after another. Each palm was able to force Progenitor Chen back, but that was all he could do. On the other side, Wang Yi's figure disappeared as he attacked Xianxia. The blade in Progenitor Chen's hand suddenly stopped spinning and stabbed into the ground. In the next moment, strands of blade light slashed out from the bottom of the mountain towards Wang Yi and Lu Ying. Each blade light caused their scalps to go numb, and they had the ability to heavily injure them. Lu Ying hurriedly used the strategy secret art to dodge, but the entire mountain peak was covered by the blade light. In the distance, Wang Yi was less than a meter away from Xianxia, but he was also forced back by the blade light. Strands of blade light slashed out, forcing him to continuously dodge. The moment he flipped and retreated, Wang Yi spread open his 5 fingers and used the pearl vine of the 4 ultimate techniques on Progenitor Chen. Progenitor Chen raised his blade and slashed down, but there was no flash of blade light. Wang Yi had caused Progenitor Chen to lose control of his blade. Xianxia was shocked that Progenitor Chen could actually seal and fuse his power. He had never seen this person's battle technique before, and it should have been an ancient inheritance. Losing his blade meant that he had lost his greatest threat to Wang Yi and Lu Ying. One charged towards Xianxia as quickly as possible while the other used a teleportation array to appear behind Xianxia. They both attacked at the same time. Xianxia still did not move, and the illusory flames separated him from the other two. Progenitor Chen appeared and struck out with a palm. Although he could not use his blade, the blade was only Progenitor Chen's ultimate technique, and Progenitor Chen's illusory strength had yet to be used. Wang Yi had previously sealed Progenitor Chen's illusory strength, and now that he had sealed Progenitor Chen's blade, that formless strength appeared once again. Lu Yin's palm struck the flames, and his palm distorted the flames. He used his palm as a finger, and once again, 7th brother's finger. He did not believe that Xianxia could ignore this. On the other side, Wang Yi's Kuei bear collided with Progenitor Chen's palm, and a huge force seemed to have been absorbed. Wang Yi's entire body was pushed back with a shocked expression. This was Progenitor Chen's power, and he was worthy of being an unequaled progenitor. Even in the universe, Progenitor Chen's strength was definitely the strongest. This was the progenitor realm. Any progenitor was unequaled among their peers, let alone Progenitor Chen, who was known to be unequaled within the progenitor realm. Before the premier meet, even the 6th mainland's 3 progenitors had to admit that Xianxia was the only premier on the surface because of Progenitor Chen. And now, he was about to become a true premier. Lu Yin's finger pierced through the illusory flames and struck Xianxia a second time. It was the same feeling, but Xianxia's expression did not change. In front of him, Progenitor Chen's illusory body pierced through Xianxia and reached out to grab Lu Ying. A dark light flashed in his palm, causing Lu Yin's entire body to turn cold. His eyes flashed as he weakened Progenitor Chen's rune lines. At the same time, the star chessboard appeared beneath his feet, and he moved. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you, I'll add more chapters. Thank you. Lu Ying moved his body, and at the same time, he used his array to move Xianxia in front of Wang Yi. Although the two had never fought together before and had never met, their coordination was flawless. Wang Yi's figure flashed past, and he used the Four Ultimates technique, Skyblade. Something shocking happened once again. Xianxia was still uninjured. Wang Yi could not believe it. Suddenly, Xianxia was sent flying as an invisible palm imprint descended. Xianxia was sent flying 100 meters. He turned around and squatted on the ground. He looked at Luyin with blood at the corner of his mouth and a deep palm imprint on his abdomen. What was going on? Everyone who saw this scene was confused. Lu Yin's strongest finger and Wang Yi's skyblade had been useless, so how had he been injured by an empty palm? Lu Yin exhaled and smiled. My guess was right. You activated your innate gift. Although I don't know what it is, it can't deal with both my and Wang Yi's attacks at the same time. Your innate gift can at most nullify one of our attacks, right? Wang Yi stared at Xianxia. Progenitor Chen stood quietly in front of Xianxia and looked deeply at Lu Yin. As expected of the Hall of Honors method. Not bad, the meaning is about the same. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This guy was really troublesome. It wasn't just him, everyone was thinking the same thing. Xianxia had revealed one ability after another ever since the start of the Sovereign Tournament, and each of his abilities had been incomprehensible. Xianxia's innate gift had only been revealed by Lu Yin and Wang Yi's combined efforts. More importantly, he still had a third strand of ancestral qi that had yet to be revealed, which was the most frightening thing. Wang Yi clenched his fists. There was actually such a monster in the universe. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin and then at Wang Yi. You can injure me if you work together, and this will be the final battle. Since that's the case, I'll show you the true might of all three strands of ancestral qi. Everyone in front of their screens was speechless. Xianxia hadn't even used his full strength? Below, Ku Wei was speechless. Seventh bro, forget it. Outside of Mount Supreme, Mu'en was satisfied. This was an unparalleled powerhouse that the Hall of Honor had gone all out to nurture. Even if Xianxia had not reached the progenitor realm, he was still an unparalleled progenitor. With the power of the three Yang ancestral qi, the prime clear lineage was invincible no matter which level they were at. No, that wasn't right. Ancestor Chen was an invincible ancestor since ancient times. They had no idea how strong Ancestor Chen was when he was a half-step ancestor. Maybe, at that time, he was already comparable to ordinary ancestor realm experts. That's right, surpassing realms to challenge others. Although it was inconceivable, it wasn't impossible. If that was truly the case, then once Xianxia reached the half-ancestor realm, he would possess the power of a progenitor. He would then be the first powerhouse to possess the power of a progenitor since the Daosaur sect had been defeated. If Xianxia himself could reach the progenitor realm, then he would truly be invincible, and he would be even more terrifying than progenitor Chen had been in the past. Everyone stared at the prime clear lineage. Even the older generation experts with power levels in the millions felt sorrow for Lu Yin and the others. With their strength, they could dominate any era, but this era did not belong to them. This era belonged to the prime clear lineage, the ancestral qi of the three sons, and could also be considered as belonging to progenitor Chen. They were the sorrow of this era. At the peak of Mount Supreme, the last strand of energy around Xianxia's body spiraled out. Then, under the gaze of everyone in the universe, it started to take shape. Soon, an elegant-looking man appeared. He had a faint smile on his face, and his eyes were lifeless. However, for some reason, he still gave people the feeling that he was in control of the universe. The man was handsome and had a scholarly air about him. His hands were clasped behind his back, and he gave off the feeling that he had a panoramic view of the world. When the man's appearance appeared, Hui Santong's pupils shrank. At the same time, in the 7 courts, on 10,000 Elephant Mountain, the head of the Hui family, Hui Ji, cried out, "Ancestor?" In the center of a grand city plaza in the technocracy, Hui Kong suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "Ancestor?" The prime clear lineage's third lineage of ancestral qi manifested the image of Ancestor Hui, the man who had plotted for thousands of years and calculated the long river of history to protect humanity. Ancestor Hui had founded the technocracy, which had divided the fifth mainland into 3 parts of the universe. No one knew why he had founded the technocracy, not even the Hui family's legacy in the Neoverse. Everyone who knew Ancestor Hui had the deepest impression of the technocracy and the roots of wisdom. However, that was in the past. Now, the fifth mainland and the sixth mainland's higher-ups had the deepest impression of Ancestor Hui. He had schemed against the sixth mainland. Right now, the sixth mainland hated Ancestor Hui the most. If it weren't for him, the fifth mainland would have been invaded by monsters, and the fifth mainland would have been destroyed. Ancestor Hui's vision had transcended the long river of history, forcefully transferring the fifth mainland's disaster to the sixth mainland. Even time had forgotten about this scheme. In human history, Ancestor Chen was known as an invincible powerhouse. The symbol ancestor created a different civilization that couldn't be recorded in history and wasn't recognized. As for Ancestor Hui, he had traversed the long river of history and schemed for the ages. It was hard to say which of the three was stronger, but there was one thing that everyone respected the most. Ancestor Hui was undoubtedly the one who had saved all of the humans on the fifth mainland. No one had expected that the third strand of ancestral qi from the prime clear lineage would transform into Ancestor Hui. Although Ancestor Hui had schemed for thousands of years, no one knew how powerful he truly was. Wang Yi stared at Ancestor Hui, full of fear. A powerful person wasn't scary, what was scary was being both powerful and intelligent. Even though Ancestor Hui had been transformed by the three suns' ancestral qi and had no intelligence, for some reason, he was still intimidating. It was as if this person could see through everything. Luyin also felt the same way. If Progenitor Chen was a powerful shell, then Progenitor Hui's appearance was the same as adding a soul to that shell. Luyin also understood Progenitor Hui better than anyone else, as Progenitor Hui was a lockbreaker. The symbol on the Royal Frost continent explained many things. Ancestor Hui was extremely powerful in terms of lockbreaking, but no one knew how powerful he was in this era. Ancestor Hui's appearance caused the mountain peak to fall silent. Even Wang Yi didn't take the initiative to attack, remaining on guard. Lu Yin's fingers twitched, and he struck out with his palm. There was a thump, and a small portion of Ancestor Hui's body was blown away. Lu Yin was stunned. Eh? Success? Wang Yi was stunned as well. Had he hit him? The rest of the people who saw the scene were a little dumbfounded. This was too easy. The air swirled around for a bit before fusing back into Ancestor Hui's body. Ancestor Hui looked up and moved his hands and feet, taking a step forward. Immediately after, the mountain peak stirred up a storm. The star energy seemed to be stirred up, and the entire void distorted. Lu Yin's heart trembled. He could see with the naked eye that the entire mountain peak, no, all of Mount Supreme's star energy was moving. It wasn't just the void, even the star energy crystals in his body were being affected. He was a world realm cultivator with star energy control, but he couldn't control the star energy in his body. Wang Yi was the same, and his face paled. This was Ancestor Hui. At the bottom of the staircase, Jiuhao looked up and put down her wine barrel. She didn't care much about the Supreme Tournament, but at this moment, she looked at Ancestor Hui seriously. Her star energy was also affected, as she was in the profound creation realm. If even she was affected, then this meant that Ancestor Hui's star energy control was even higher than hers. This was very frightening. Many people suddenly thought of a terrifying fact. Lu Yin and the others had only been fighting 2 of Progenitor Chen's 9 clones, and they were already so terrifying. Ancestor Hui was an existence that was on par with Progenitor Chen. Even if Ancestor Hui's power level was slightly weaker, he couldn't just compare to Progenitor Chen's 2 clones. At the very least, he could fight against Progenitor Chen's 9 clones. This also meant that Ancestor Hui, who Lu Yin and Wang Yi were facing, was a true progenitor with the power level of an enlighter. The two of them also thought of this, and a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. Ancestor Hui attacked, but unlike Progenitor Chen, he only approached Lu Yin and circled around him. The star chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet, but he held himself back. Ancestor Hui didn't attack him. Lu Yin was a little confused. Wang Yi's figure flashed, and he charged towards Xianxia at an extremely fast speed. However, he was blocked by Progenitor Chen. Lu Yin attacked Ancestor Hui again, using his empty palm to attack. He wanted to force Ancestor Hui back into his air form. Honestly, Ancestor Hui was a little scary. However, this time, the empty palm didn't hit Ancestor Hui that easily, and he disappeared. Lu Yin felt a chill run down the back of his neck, and he suddenly turned around. Ancestor Hui was right behind him, staring at him. His lifeless eyes made Lu Yin's entire body tremble. When had he appeared? The star chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet, and he moved. There was a thump, but Lu Yin couldn't move. A distorted void appeared around him, isolating him from this region of space. He had been sealed. Lu Yin was in disbelief, as he had used the planned secret art to avoid Ancestor Hui's attack. That was a secret technique, but it hadn't succeeded? Ancestor Hui disappeared, and then he randomly circled around the mountain peak. He didn't attack Lu Yin or Wang Yi, and he just spun around as if he were taking a tour. Lu Yin raised a hand and struck the distorted void with his palm. His palm sank deep into the void, but he couldn't break through it. He used Seventh Brother's finger to attack again, but he still couldn't break through it. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something, and his eyes transformed into runes as he looked around. He saw a sourcebox array, and he was trapped in place by a sourcebox array. It was a sourcebox array that could isolate secret techniques. In the Neoverse, in the Lockbreaker realm, Xiao Ming's face was solemn. One of the 36 array formations of True Insight, seemingly sealed shut. No one knew who had created True Insight, aside from Xiao Ming and a few others. They all knew that True Insight had been created by Ancestor Hui, who had created True Insight. The original True Insight had 72 pages, but only 36 remained after being passed down for so long. The other 36 pages had long since disappeared along the river of time. These remaining 36 pages of True Insight had been stolen a long time ago during a fierce war between the two mainlands. The sixth mainland also had a copy of True Insight, and the contents were the same. Even the materials used to create this copy had been copied from the original copy. It could be said that Ancestor Hui was the ancestor of all lockbreakers in recent history. All lockbreakers had received Ancestor Hui's favor, and all powerful lockbreakers had received some sort of inspiration from True Insight. However, Lu Yin didn't believe that Ancestor Hui could create a sourcebox array with his strength as an enlighter. When Xiao Ming saw Ancestor Hui use a sourcebox array, he also guessed that Ancestor Hui's sourcebox array might not have been created by him, and there might have been some remnants left behind by others. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you for your support. Seemingly sealed shut was clearly a legacy left behind by someone who had come before. What Progenitor Hui was using right now was not just a sourcebox array. When Progenitor Hui appeared in front of Wang Yi, Lu Yin saw that he was also using another sourcebox array to move. This sourcebox array gave Lu Yin a familiar feeling, and when he thought about how Progenitor Hui had constantly wandered around the mountain peak, his expression changed. Not good. Progenitor Hui had used Progenitor Hui's teleportation technique in the past. As long as one had the coordinates, they could use Progenitor Hui to teleport there. Progenitor Hui had just wandered around the mountain peak to set up the coordinates. In the distance, Wang Yi had no intention of clashing with Progenitor Chen. He was focused on attacking Xianxia, but the moment he got close, he was blocked by Progenitor Hui. Wang Yi was shocked. How was this possible? How could Progenitor Hui's speed surpass his? Subconsciously, Wang Yi struck out with his palm. Kue Bear. Progenitor Hui's figure disappeared and reappeared behind Wang Yi. Wang Yi did not sense it at all. He raised his foot and moved, but the star energy in his body surged, causing his body to become unstable and unable to use any battle techniques. At that moment, Progenitor Chen passed through Progenitor Hui and landed a palm on Wang Yi's back. A pitch-black light pierced through Wang Yi's body and invaded it, accompanied by the icy chi of the nether-refined palm. Wang Yi could not help but spit out a mouthful of black blood that froze in midair and fell to the ground. He quickly retreated, but Progenitor Hui followed him like a shadow, constantly affecting his star energy. Wang Yi was bitter, as he had felt this sort of powerlessness before. Even though they were of the same age and had received the same inheritance, he had still been unable to retaliate. This Progenitor Hui in front of him gave him the same feeling. He had never thought that he would experience this sort of powerlessness in this region of space. In the distance, Wu Taibai shook his head. It's useless. Even if that person faced Progenitor Hui, he might not be able to win. In fact, his chances of defeat were as high as 90%, even if Progenitor Hui did not possess any intelligence. Xianxia watched on coldly. Was it over? He was still a little disappointed. Wang Yi retreated to the edge of the mountain peak with blood at the corner of his mouth. He bitterly said, "I admit defeat." Even though it was within his expectations, Xianxia could not help but feel disappointed. He had known from the start that this would be the result. No one could defeat him in this era. In front of the screen, everyone could hear the helplessness in Wang Yi's words, but what could they do? Not to mention Progenitor Chen and Progenitor Hui, even the Prime Clear's own innate gift could ignore his attacks. Luyin had not been sealed, and if they worked together, they still had a chance, but it was just a tiny bit. Everyone looked at Luyin, who had been sealed by Ancestor Hui. In the end, he was the only one left. The distorted void around Luyin gradually calmed down as he was released by the Hui ancestor. Xianxia met his gaze. "You've done well. You've met my expectations. No, you've even exceeded them. From now on, you're the second best in the Hall of Honor, second only to me." Outside of Mount Supreme, Mu'en nodded. The Prime Clear was indeed someone who had been nurtured by the Hall of Honor, and he was able to see the bigger picture. At this time, promoting Luyin to second way would help him win over the hearts of the people. After all, Luyin was the master of the Outerverse. In the invisible void, the head inquisitor was shrouded in darkness as he quietly looked at the peak of Mount Supreme. He looked at Luyin with a strange expression. Everyone in front of their screens retracted their gazes. It was over. In the Outerverse, even though the Great Eastern Alliance supported Luyin, they did not believe that he had the strength to fight against the Prime Clear. This person was just too monstrous. Madame Nayland sipped her red wine and shook her head helplessly. "You've already done your best, but unfortunately, you've met such an unbeatable existence." Outside the Starfall Sea's horizontal black hole, the Blood Ancestor and Secret Ancestor looked away. It was over. The 6th Mainland's Bukong and Wu Taibai had entered the top 10, so the results were still acceptable. The Martial Ancestor still stared at Mount Supreme and the Prime Clear. This person would definitely become the 5th Mainland's top expert in the future. When he thought back to Progenitor Chen's invincible might, the Martial Ancestor's fear and killing intent grew even stronger. Everyone thought that it was over, except for one person, Luyin. He felt that he could still fight. At the very least, he had never said that he had done his best. Second way, huh? That number doesn't sound good. I want to try and see if I can be the first. Luyin looked at the Prime Clear, his fighting spirit not waning in the slightest. Lu Yin's words were transmitted to the entire universe, and everyone stared at him blankly. Is this guy stupid? He couldn't even win when he teamed up with the Prime Clear, so how can he win in a one-on-one battle? He was trapped there and couldn't even move, and now he wants to fight one-on-one? He probably wants to be in the limelight. At Mount Supreme, Lan Si, Yuhua Mavis, Wu Taibai, Ling Palace, and so on, everyone who heard Lu Yin's words were stunned. He still wanted to fight? Wang Yi stared blankly at Luyin and frowned. Even he had given up on that feeling of helplessness, but this person still wanted to fight? Outside Mount Supreme, Mu'en frowned. Luyin didn't understand the big picture. There was no way he could win against the Prime Clear. If he fought now, he would be the one losing face. What a pity. In the invisible void, the head inquisitor's originally deep gaze revealed a trace of a smile. Those who were familiar with him would find it inconceivable, as the head inquisitor had never smiled before. In the Neoverse, Elder Chan smiled. Fight if you want. No matter who wins or loses, they both represent the Hall of Honor and the 5th Mainland. On Everlasting Island, the Elysian Heavenly Master praised, "Good kid, you won't admit defeat even if you're beaten to death." Not bad. In the Sirius Sect, Sect Master Yuanqiong looked at the screen. He had a deep impression of Luyin, and he had wanted to take him in as a disciple of the Sirius Sect. During the Sovereign Tournament, he had watched Luyin climb up step by step, defeating Yuhua Mavis, Lu Tianmu, and Xia Jiuyo. One expert after another had fallen, but Luyin had still remained standing. This had made Yuanqiong admire Luyin even more. It was a pity that Luyin wasn't from the Sirius Sect. Still, where had this kid learned the greater teleportation array? You want to fight me? The Prime Clear's gaze was deep as he shook his head. It's useless. Luyin let out a long breath. Let's try. The star chessboard appeared beneath his feet and spread across the entire mountain peak. He then waved his hand and moved. He moved Progenitor Chen, Hui, and even the Prime Clear. He raised his hand and unleashed an emptiness palm. The Prime Clear was moved to the front of the emptiness palm, and the Prime Clear saw it descend. Hui appeared in front of the Prime Clear and raised his hand as well. The emptiness palm's ferocious power collided with the Prime Clear's palm before mysteriously disappearing. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Star energy control was at the esoteric creation realm, where one could see a world in a single flower. Once one reached the esoteric creation realm, one could view star energy as a separate space. Hui had transferred the power of the emptiness palm into star energy, just like how Drunkard had absorbed Qin Guangshan's weapon. In the eyes of a powerhouse at the esoteric creation realm, a world was no longer just a world. The esoteric creation realm was like a secret technique or a sourcebox array. It could turn something rotten into something magical, and it could take in anything. Lu Yin's figure flashed and disappeared. Progenitor Chen's blade light descended from where he had been standing. Wang Yi's defeat had allowed Progenitor Chen's sealed ability to be unleashed. The blade light cut through the void, and the aftershock slashed towards the first layer. Many of the competitors were shocked. Tai Ishan did not hesitate to use the Aeon Evolution True Scripture to weaken the blade light's aftershock. The blade light landed on the first layer and split it in half. Everyone was left speechless upon seeing this power. Lu Yin appeared behind Xianxia, and at the same time, Huizu appeared as well. He roamed around the mountain peak, setting up countless spatial coordinates that allowed him to appear anywhere. Lu Yin raised a hand and unleashed a series of emptiness palms while casually waving his hand. Huizu raised a hand to absorb the power of the emptiness palms, but he discovered that they had disappeared. Lu Yin had used the secret art to transfer the emptiness palms to attack Xianxing's body. Xianxing was caught off guard by the attack, and because it had been too sudden, he had not expected Lu Yin's attack to even touch him. The emptiness palm landed on Xianxing's back without holding back, causing him to bleed. Progenitor Chen's figure shuttled between Xianxing and Huizu as he slashed out with his blade. Lu Yin hurriedly dodged, but the void around him began to distort. Sourcebox array, seemingly sealed shut. The blade light flashed past and viciously slashed at Lu Yin's abdomen, causing fresh blood to flow out from a gaping wound that dripped down his clothes and onto the mountain peak. Xianxing coughed and looked at Lu Yin. Progenitor Chen raised his blade again and slashed down from above. Lu Yin could not break through the seemingly sealed shut, so he could only receive the attack head-on. His Fate's End appeared above his head and collided with the blade light. In just one exchange, the Fate's End was almost shattered, and it returned to Lu Yin's body. The blade light continued to descend, and Lu Yin gritted his teeth. He clenched his teeth and clenched his teeth. With a bang, the blade light transformed into countless lines that shot out in all directions. Suddenly, a ghostly light appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes, almost swallowing him whole. An icy chill descended upon him, just like when he had seen that knight riding a warhorse through the void. That cold feeling appeared once again, and it caused his hair to stand on end. Under countless nervous gazes, Progenitor Chen's blade slashed into Lu Yin's shoulder, and then down to his chest. A small portion of his body was cut diagonally, causing blood to splatter several meters into the air and splatter in all directions. Pfft! Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood that turned into ice and fell to the ground. Lu Yin had been heavily injured by the blade, and at the same time, he had been attacked by the ghostly light. He could not hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. In the brothel, Ming Yan's face was deathly pale, and her hair instantly turned white. She stared at Xianxing with murderous intent. On Mount Supreme, Shuade Knight, Wendy Yushan, and the rest closed their eyes at the same time. They had been defeated. Yuhua Mavis, Wu Taibai, and the rest shook their heads. No one could defeat a progenitor of the same generation. Even if they had great hopes for the future and wanted to break through to the progenitor realm, they still had no chance of victory against Progenitor Chen and Progenitor Hui. The Xianxing was just one person, but the power of two progenitors had descended upon them. This was an unfathomable strength. Myra's emotions were complicated. She was the one who had brought Lu Yin into outer space and watched him walk step by step to his current position. But now, he had still been defeated by the Xianxing. Wang Yi frowned as he looked at Luin, who was lying on the ground. It seemed like he was not from that family, or else he would have used his innate gift. With that kind of innate gift, he might have been able to put up a fight. Wang Yi shook his head. He had thought that this person would be able to challenge the Xianxia after Wang Yi, but it seemed like he was just trying to show off. Ziyi, Bukong, and the rest stared at Luin. Their eyes were filled with fear for the Xianxia, but they also gloated at Lu Yin's misfortune. It was good that he was dead. With him dead, the Fifth Mainland would have one less opponent that could threaten them. Even the Dao Source Three Skies had to admit that Lu Yin's absolute strength had surpassed theirs. Countless people looked at Lu Yin with all sorts of complicated emotions. Outside of Mount Supreme, in the invisible void, the head judge's eyes narrowed. Was it over just like that? At the peak of Mount Supreme, Prime Clarity raised his head. He was injured, but he was still disappointed. No one had been able to threaten him, and no one had been able to help him cross the threshold of the Three Suns' ancestral qi. Progenitor Chen and Progenitor Hui transformed into streams of energy that circled around their bodies. Prime Clarity floated in the air like a god, just like he had at the start of the competition. He was a prime, the only prime. He looked at the statue, where the originally faceless face would soon take on his appearance. Invincibility was just a process. He had hoped to become a progenitor, not just the so-called invincible title. Unfortunately, no one had been able to defeat him. Outside of Mount Supreme, Muen was satisfied. This was Prime Clarity. It was over, and the sovereign tournament had ended. 6 of the top 10 had come from the human domain. The Astral Beast domain had Xianxia, the Technocracy had Wang Yi, and the 6th Mainland had 2. The Hall of Honor could accept this result. They were most satisfied with Prime Clarity's battles. No matter who he faced, he had crushed them. This was right. The goal of this competition was to select the top 10, and the original intention was to boost the humans' morale and show the cultivators the way forward. It was also to show the Hall of Honor's invincibility. This result was within their expectations. At the peak of Mount Supreme, the distorted void around Lu Yin disappeared, and the sealed sourcebox array was removed. Prime Clarity retracted his gaze from the statue and glanced at Lu Yin before looking at the others. He had already held back, or this person would have died without a doubt. Eh? Suddenly, he turned to look at Lu Yin again, only to see a black and white fog appear around Lu Yin's body. It gradually enveloped his entire body. It wasn't just Prime Clarity, everyone else saw it and stared at the peak in confusion. What was that? A black and white cocoon? In front of their screens, everyone in the universe stared at the black and white cocoon in confusion. What was that? Outside of Mount Supreme, Muen's eyes narrowed. That was Death Qi. In the Neoverse, the Heavenly Master's expression was solemn. Black, white? In the Glory Realm, Elder Chan stared at the black and white cocoon. Even with his self-restraint, he was stunned. Tai Yishen, Heng He, Qing Guangshen, and all the other cultivators who could see the rune lines looked at the black and white cocoon in disbelief. In their eyes, the rune lines continued to increase and even increased crazily, as though it was unstoppable. He had a grudge against Lu Yin, and he could no longer hold himself back when he saw the situation unfold. Numerous weapons were created and blasted towards the black and white cocoon. He could sense that Lu Yin was undergoing some sort of metamorphosis and needed to be interrupted. Numerous weapons bombarded the black and white cocoon without holding back. Then, they were assimilated into black and finally shattered. See, he was aghast. Quick, do something. He's transforming. On the summit of Mount Supreme, Xianxia stared at the black and white cocoon. His eyes revealed a rare excitement and battle intent, and the corner of his mouth curved up. On the surface of his body, 2 streams of qi turned into Ancestor Chen, and then fused together. Is this the power you dare to challenge me with? Come and give it a try. Hopefully, you'll bring me danger. As soon as he finished speaking, the black and white cocoon in the distance broke open. A figure slowly stood up, and a black aura whizzed past, covering the entire mountain peak. Then, it spread out and covered the entire Mount Supreme. High up in the sky, the black aura surged like waves, spreading into the heavens and into the distance. In the heavens, anyone and anything touched by the black aura would feel a chill that came from the depths of their hearts. Even the envoys and powerhouses with power levels close to 1,000,000 felt the same. A terrifying existence had suddenly appeared. This was the essence of power, and it wasn't that Luin could actually threaten them. This kind of power itself brought about an incomparably terrifying feeling. But at this moment, no one cared about that. Everyone stared blankly at the screen in disbelief. Even the Sixth Mainland's 3 ancestors looked at Mount Supreme in disbelief. Luin stood quietly at the summit of Mount Supreme. At this moment, his appearance had completely changed, as if he was a completely different person. His long hair fell to his waist, and his upper body was half naked. Black gas swirled around his body like a rotating nebula or a spiraling chain. His body was branded with an incomprehensible dark red pattern. His left arm was wrapped in white gas, forming a shield. His right hand held a giant goggle and pressed it against the ground. Behind him, the black gas rose like clouds, occasionally forming a pair of eyes that were deathly still and emotionless. The broken black and white cocoon gradually turned into a stream of qi that slowly wrapped around Lu Yin's waist, forming a black cloak. Lu Yin looked up, his pure black eyes staring at Xianxia like the gaze of a death god. At this moment, the entire universe was speechless as everyone stared blankly. Below, Blackie was stunned, his eyes filled with splendor. So handsome. Xiaobai exclaimed, so handsome. Handsome brother. Ling Gong was shocked. Even she had to admit that Lu Yin was very, very handsome at this moment. Ku Wei's hair stood on end, and he looked at Lu Yin with both fear and excitement. Seventh bro, you're so awesome. When Sansi, Wang Mingguang, and the rest stared at Lu Yin in shock. What was this? His innate gift? Lu Yin had never revealed his innate gift, so it was only natural for them to make such guesses. Mira felt her scalp go numb. No, she had seen Lu Yin's innate gift before. It should be healing, but what was this? Could it be 2 innate gifts? Wang Yi was shocked. Why did he feel like he had heard of this before? Why couldn't he remember? Wu Taibai stared at Lu Yin. He also felt like he had heard of something similar before, but he couldn't recall where. Suhi stared blankly at Lu Yin. At this moment, Lu Yin's rune lines made him feel terrified. It wasn't the sheer number of rune lines, but rather the universe that was affected by the rune lines. It brought about a deep chill that made his entire body tremble in fear. He was one of the 10 arbiters, and he had cultivated the Codex of Ian. Evolution to the knowing realm. He had also inherited the rune progenitor's civilization, so how could he be afraid of someone? This shouldn't be the case. Suddenly, Lu Yin looked over, his pure black eyes staring at Su He as he slowly raised Go Lian. Su He's pupils shrank. Not good. His pupils transformed into runes as he immediately used the Codex of Ian evolution. The Codex of Ian evolution could use something as a reference, and no attacks could damage that reference. Su He's reference was himself. This was a competition, and no one could react to Lu Yin's sudden attack. All Su He needed to do was withstand one attack, and the Hall of Honor would definitely intervene. Lu Yin's Go Lian landed, and Su He and Lu Yin stared at each other. Su He stared at those pure black eyes, and boundless fear assaulted him. Blood flowed out of his orifices, and as Go Lian landed, his body was slashed diagonally, causing blood to spurt out and flow onto the ground. He slowly lowered his head and looked at the gaping wound on his chest. How could this be? Su He, one of the 10 arbiters, had been killed by Lu Yin's Go Lian. This scene shocked countless people, and their scalps went numb. Tai Yixing was the closest to Su He, and he had been fighting with Su He this entire time. At this moment, his entire body trembled, and he looked at Lu Yin with fear and disbelief in his eyes. Su He's understanding of the Codex of Ian evolution. Even a secret technique could not break through the Codex of Ian evolution. After all, the Codex of Ian evolution was a battle technique from a progenitor. What had Lu Yin done? Atop the mountain peak, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Su He had died just like that? He gripped Go Lian tightly. This power was truly terrifying, to the point that he did not even want to use it. This was not his first time using this power. Back on the Royal Frost continent, when there was still some time left in the time-stop space, he had tried it out. That was his first attempt, and he had been completely unable to control it. The moment he used it, his mind had been filled with killing intent and violence. Fortunately, his remaining reason had allowed him to forcefully withdraw from that state. His second attempt had been when Mr. Mu had appeared and ordered him to become the champion. Mr. Mu had seen this power, and Luin could only try to use it. Otherwise, with his normal strength, he had no confidence that he could become the champion or even defeat Xianxia. He had not only tried it once during his second attempt, he had tried it multiple times in the time-stop space, and he had finally been able to slightly control his killing intent. His reason had prevailed. Previously, he had only tried it in the time-stop space, but this time, he was completely exposed in front of everyone. He was very satisfied with his current state, as his reason could suppress his killing intent and violence. He called this state the Grim Reaper transformation. "Is this the last of your power? I hope it can surprise me," Xianxia said. Luin looked up and looked at Xianxia. "Last battle, continue." His tone had never been so cold before. It was stiff and emotionless, as if winter had descended. Anyone who heard it could feel the chill. Xianxia was excited. "All right." He then waved his hand, and the fused progenitor Chen's star energy transformed into a blade that slashed towards Luin. The Xiao family's third style was restrained, and it also contained the power of the ghostly light and illusory flames. This attack was far stronger than the previous one. If it had been the Luin from before, seventh brother would have had to take it head-on with one finger, and he would still have been forced back. But at this moment, Luin looked at progenitor Chen's attack strangely. It did not seem to be that strong. As he thought about it, he raised his left arm, and a white stream of energy formed a shield in front of him. Progenitor Chen's blade slashed down, and with a bang, the mountain peak caved in. The sharp edge of the blade extended out and slashed down along the mountain, affecting the entire Mount Supreme. Then, the ghostly light shot straight up into the sky, and the illusory flames were instantly dispersed. Everyone stared at the mountain peak. How was it? On the mountain peak, Luin stood motionless, and progenitor Chen's attack had no effect. In the distance, Xianxia's pupils shrank, and his expression changed for the first time. He subconsciously transformed the last stream of energy into progenitor Hui. Luin raised his right arm, and Go Lian slashed horizontally like a grim reaper. Progenitor Chen immediately retreated, and his blade fell to block in front of him. With another bang, progenitor Chen was sent flying 1,000 meters away, the black stream of energy tearing through the void. Luin raised his hand again, and Go Lian slashed at Xianxia. Xianxia felt the same as Coco He, and that chill was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. He had the power of a knowing or denying realm expert, and he could ignore the attack of an absolute powerhouse. However, Coco He's fate made him unable to take it head-on. Progenitor Hui appeared and disappeared with him. The void split open, and the black stream of energy spread out like a spider web, corroding the void. Everyone was dumbfounded. Did Luin have the upper hand? In the distance, progenitor Chen charged over once more, and his blade slashed down. His invincible blade intent was useless against Luin, and he directly raised Go Lian to meet the blade. With a loud bang, the void expanded and exploded like a wave. Countless cracks in the void devoured the surroundings. Outside of Supreme Mountain, even the starry sky was affected, and the stars were overturned. Progenitor Chen was forced back once again, and half of his body had been sliced apart. At that moment, progenitor Hui appeared behind Luin. Sourcebox array, seemingly sealed shut. Lu Yin's gaze was cold as he looked at the distorted void around him. It was this sourcebox array that had forced him into a corner and caused him to be heavily injured by progenitor Chen. But was it of any use now? Behind him, a black stream of air revolved like a nebula, resisting the seemingly sealed shut before breaking apart. Progenitor Hui spun one hand and guided the black stream of air into his arcane creation realm star energy. Luin turned around and slashed out with his Golian, causing progenitor Hui to instantly disappear. A tear in the void appeared where he had been standing, and it extended out of Mount Supreme. Everyone looked up and stared blankly at the tear in the void above their heads. This strength caused their scalps to go numb. Progenitor Hui and progenitor Chen were indeed powerful, but they only possessed the strength that they had when they had been enlighters. It was not the strength that they had suppressed after becoming progenitors. In a battle between experts of the same generation, it was not impossible to win. Lu Yin's current state suppressed them. Prime Clarity had not expected that Lu Yin would be able to force Progenitor Hui and Progenitor Chen to retreat, and he trembled with excitement. Lu Yin's gaze swept over, and he raised his Golian before slashing down. Progenitor Hui appeared beside Prime Clarity once again and pulled him away, and the void was torn apart again. No one had expected that Prime Clarity would actually be suppressed. More importantly, Progenitor Chen and Progenitor Hui had been suppressed as well. This was inconceivable, as they were Progenitor Chen and Progenitor Hui. Throughout history, who could be certain that they could defeat these two? In the new universe, Old Zen stood up and looked at the screen of light. His expression was solemn to the extreme. He remembered that when he was fighting for the lucky chances, he had heard about it in that place. Black, white, Go Lian, and those pure black eyes. They seemed like death energy, but they also contained life energy. This was the power of the most ancient ancestor realm powerhouse. That ancestor was known as the Grim Reaper. The Holy Heavenly Master also remembered, and his expression kept changing. This kind of power should have disappeared, but now there was actually someone who could inherit the power of the Death God. Back in the Eternal Kingdom, Silver stared at the screen with deep excitement hidden in the depths of his eyes. This was the power that the Spectre clan had been searching for countless years. Whoever could obtain this power would become the king of the Spectre clan. Captain, please take care of me in the future. At the peak of Mount Supreme, Progenitor Chen was forced back once more. A small portion of his body had been cut off, and it turned into a stream of energy that fused back together. On the other side, Progenitor Hui was trying his best to effect Lu Yin's star energy, but Lu Yin wasn't using star energy at all. Xianxia finally made his move. Since the start of the Supreme Being competition, this was the first time he had taken the initiative to make a move. Previously, he had relied on Ancestor Chen and Ancestor Hui to deal with him, suppressing everyone to the point that they were unable to breathe. Someone discovered a terrifying fact. Ever since Lu Yin had become like this, he hadn't moved at all, not even a single step. He didn't need to hide, as no one was qualified enough for him to hide. Progenitor Hui appeared behind Lu Yin once more, and Xianxia appeared at the same time. Secret technique, exile. Lu Yin's giant Go Lian smashed into the ground, and a black stream of energy formed a waterfall that blocked Xianxia's exile. Xianxia was shocked. This secret technique could actually be blocked? He had no idea that this was the power of the Death God, a progenitor battle technique, the most ancient of progenitors. Lu Yin. He reached out with his left hand to grab Xianxia, who hurriedly dodged. However, when he met Lu Yin's pure black eyes, that chill descended once more, causing him to panic for a moment. Fortunately, Progenitor Hui had pulled him away from his original position. Lu Yin's hand missed, and he raised his right arm, causing the Go Lian to circle around his body and slash horizontally. The circular slash tore through the void, and Progenitor Hui appeared with Xianxia in tow. No matter where they appeared, they were all within the slash's range. Progenitor Hui's body was sliced apart, and he turned into a stream of energy that disappeared. Xianxia's abdomen was also heavily injured, and fresh blood spilled out. Xianxia's face was deathly pale. Secret technique, punishment. A similar wound appeared on Lu Yin's waist. This was the secret technique of punishment. Whatever injuries Xianxia suffered, Lu Yin would suffer the same. However, no blood flowed out from the wound on Lu Yin's waist. There was only a black stream of energy that circled around his waist before recovering. Even the cloak around his waist was restored. Although there was no blood, there was still pain, and the pain seemed to intensify Lu Yin's tyrannical nature. His pure black eyes flickered as the giant Go Lian smashed into the ground. He turned to look at his surroundings, at the foot of the stairway, at the first layer, and at the entirety of Mount Supreme. He raised a hand and crooked his finger. "Come at me together." Lu Yin had never been an arrogant person, but in this state, he couldn't control himself. Once he was injured, his thoughts would be affected, and that tyrannical nature would take over. At this moment, he could either withdraw from this state, which he wouldn't be able to defeat Xianxia, or he could exhaust this state. Xianxia alone wouldn't be able to exhaust this state, which was why he had provoked everyone. Wang Yi attacked without hesitation, his figure disappearing in a flash, for Ultimate's technique, Skyblade. Lu Yin swung his left arm, and a shield formed from air blocked the might of Skyblade. The huge force pushed Wang Yi back 100 meters. He was shocked, his speed had been disrupted. On the other side, Wu Taibai covered his face with one hand, gathering air in his palm before releasing it. It wrapped around his body as he leapt towards Lu Yin. At the same time, Xia Jirio's three-sword intense and Xiaoshi's serious sword techniques descended. They were all elite geniuses and were decisive in their actions. Since Lu Yin had provoked them, they wouldn't hesitate. Their attacks were clearly very strong, and regardless of whether it was the three-sword intense or serious sword techniques, they were all ranked at the top of the Supreme Tournament. However, they couldn't break through the layer of black air around Lu Yin's body. Wu Taibai landed and punched out. He had once suppressed Feather Mavis with this punch. Lu Yin raised his hand and grabbed Wu Taibai. The air around Wu Taibai's body intertwined with the black air and was disintegrated layer by layer. No one was more shocked than Wu Taibai, and Wang Yi was equally shocked. Lu Yin had actually disintegrated the divine martial aura? With a bang, Wu Taibai was flung away. Progenitor Chen's blade descended, and Lu Yin raised his left arm again. With a bang, a shocking shockwave swept out, forcing Xia Jirio and Xiaoshi to retreat to the bottom of the staircase. With a whistle, Yao Xian attacked, his terrifying spiritual force bearing down on Lu Yin. Behind him, Lu Yin's eyes formed from air flashed, but his spiritual force was useless. Yao Xian gritted his teeth. Whether or not he could complete the state tutor's mission depended on this final battle, and it was clear that no one in the current Supreme Tournament could challenge Lu Yin alone. With that thought in mind, he looked towards the bottom of the staircase. Attack! With a roar, Star Devourer transformed into its enormous form and raised its claws. In terms of strength, no one in the Supreme Tournament could compare to Star Devourer. Even in Lu Yin's current state, it was confident that it could suppress him. Lu Yin remained in his original position, and Star Devourer's enormous shadow loomed over him. His left hand grabbed the chain like black air and flung it out. Star Devourer howled in pain, but its strength was useless as it was bound by the chains and flung away by Lu Yin. Around them, the void was cut apart as darkness enveloped them. Secret technique, Black Coffin, came from the invisible light. The next moment, sharp spikes pierced through the black coffin, and everyone stared at Lu Yin. As the black coffin disappeared, Lu Yin was unharmed. Even a secret technique was useless against the invisible light. The 100 pulse charged towards Lu Yin, opening its mouth to tear at the black air. As a parasite of a progenitor, it could tear apart anything unless it was trapped. Drunkard was its only nemesis. However, as the 100 meridians tore at the black air, it suddenly stopped. Lu Yin reached out and grabbed the 100 meridians, crushing them. Yao Xian's pupil shrank. How was this possible? Arcane Church had wanted to launch a sneak attack, but when he saw the 100 pulses fate, he was stunned and turned to leave. The Great Reincarnation technique appeared out of thin air and struck out with a palm. But before his palm could touch Lu Yin, chains appeared from the void and wrapped around him, and he was flung away just like Star Devourer. The green leaf on Yuhua Mavis's forehead flickered. In the distance, Taishan stared at Lu Yin and weakened his rune lines. Yuhua Mavis punched out. Lu Yin's left arm punched out at the same time, and with a thump, Yuhua Mavis was sent flying into the first layer. Wu Taibai and Wang Yi looked at each other. I never thought that we would have a chance to work together in this part of space. Wang Yi was helpless. The problem is that we can't win even if we work together. This guy is too abnormal, and he's on par with the others. Wu Taibai laughed. Even I have to admire him for being praised by the Wang family's heir. Wang Yi did not waste any more words and charged towards Lu Yin. For Ultimate's technique, Kuei Bear. On the other side, Wu Taibai rushed out with the martial ancestor imprint behind him. A majestic power swept out, and a martial seal appeared on the back of his hand as he punched out. The two fists represented two unparalleled forces that cracked the earth and pierced through the void. Lu Yin's right hand slashed out with a hook, and with a hiss, a blinding light flashed. An indescribable sharpness obliterated the void as it shot towards outer space. Fortunately, the head inquisitor had acted in time, or this sharpness would have been enough to wipe out everyone in one direction. Wang Yi and Wu Taibai were both forced back by this attack, and both were injured at the same time. Blood dripped from their wounds, and their fingers were torn apart. A gentle breeze blew past, and Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The 13th sword. Lu Tianmu made his move, and he used the 13th sword, the emotion sword. This sword pierced through the black air and slashed towards Lu Yin's body. Just like before, the 13th sword was useless. Lu Tianmu's face paled. It was still useless? Star Sibyl was shocked, but there was no need for divination because Lu Yin had not moved at all since the beginning. Everyone working together had not been able to force him to move a single step. What kind of power was this? How could it be so terrifying? Ku Wei and the rest were so excited that they were about to faint. Xiao Bai and Xiao He kept jumping up and down, shouting that Lu Yin was so cool. On Chi-Chi's head, the fish did not speak, and she only looked at Lu Yin strangely. What was this? He looked so familiar. No one could describe the shock and chill that they felt when they saw Lu Yin. The power that Lu Yin had displayed was truly unfathomable, and it surpassed the shock that Progenitor Chen and Progenitor Hui had shown. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Here's the update, thank you. Back in the Neoverse, Elder Chan sighed. The forefathers' power was unimaginable, as it was the source of all power. How had this child inherited it? A primeval surname. Did he really come from there? Suddenly, Elder Chan's expression changed. Not good. The 6th mainland's 3 forefathers would never allow Lu Yin to display such strength, especially the martial ancestor. He immediately walked out to ensure Lu Yin's safety. Elder Chan was right, the martial ancestor's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The Grim Reaper was the power of the forefathers' Grim Reaper, and such a power should not have existed. The 5th mainland had actually produced someone who had inherited the Grim Reaper's power. No. Once this child reached the progenitor realm, who would be his match? Even the invincible progenitor Chen and the symbol progenitor, who had founded the civilization, would not be his match. Since he had inherited the Grim Reaper's power, this child had a high chance of reaching the progenitor realm. No, he could not be allowed to succeed. The martial ancestor's murderous intent intensified. The blood progenitor and mystery progenitor both sensed it, but they did not stop him. The hatred between the 6th and 5th mainlands ran too deep. They could allow the 5th mainland to produce a progenitor, or even 2, to fight against those monsters together, but they would never allow a progenitor to suppress them. Once the Grim Reaper's power reached the progenitor realm, the consequences would be disastrous, and the threat would not be any less than those monsters. The martial ancestor wanted to act, but he could not hold back and sent his power to the 5th mainland again. However, he was stopped by a figure the moment he appeared. At the peak of Mount Supreme, Lu Yin had become everyone's target, but no one could force him to move a single step. He stood in place and allowed all the attacks to descend. The 13 swords, various secret techniques, battle techniques, and speed were all useless against him. Go Lian's horizontal slash sent Wu Taibai, Wang Yi, and the others flying off the peak. At this moment, Lu Yin calmed down. The cloak around his waist had a hole, and he did not have much strength left. Lu Yin stared at Xianxia and raised Go Lian up high. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. He did not have much of an obsession with becoming the champion, and had only hoped that Lu Yin would be able to help him break through the barrier. The stronger the power brought about by the 3 sons' ancestral qi, the smaller his chances of reaching the ancestor stage in the future. Unfortunately, he had still not been able to break through the barrier. Even if Lu Yin had indeed brought about a life-and-death crisis to him, he had still not been able to help him break through the barrier. Helpless, Xianxia opened his mouth and said, "I admit defeat." Everyone stared blankly at Lu Yin. Before the competition, who would have thought that he would be the final victor? He was the champion, the only sovereign. At this moment, the entire universe was focused on Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his head and let out a long breath. The black stream of air around his body gradually retracted, and the Go Lian in his right hand slowly dissipated. The white stream of air around his left arm disappeared, and the pair of black eyes and chains behind him disappeared. The cloak around his waist also dissipated. The long hair that hung down to his waist gradually returned to its original state, and the pupils of his pitch-black eyes were revealed. Under countless gazes, Lu Yin returned to his normal state. The long bloodstains on his body were so eye-catching that his body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. The Grim Reaper state made him invincible, but it wasn't time reversal. His injuries wouldn't disappear, including the wound on his waist that was left behind by the Prime Clear's retribution secret art. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at Xianxia. He had to admit that the only reason he had been able to defeat Xianxia was because of the Grim Reaper state. Otherwise, no one would have been his match. During the battle in the mountain and sea realm, the exposure of the ancestral qi of the three suns had shocked everyone. Now, Lu Yin was feeling the same shock. The more difficult the Prime Clear was to deal with, the greater the shock Lu Yin had brought. He hadn't relied on Progenitor Chen or Progenitor Hui's strength, but on his own. He had defeated Progenitor Chen and Progenitor Hui with his own strength. Although Progenitor Chen and Progenitor Hui didn't possess any intelligence, that had still been their strength. The progenitor realm was the final point of cultivation. Everyone looked up to progenitor powerhouses and believed that they were invincible from the bottom of their hearts. However, at this moment, Lu Yin had shattered this understanding. In this current era, he possessed strength that surpassed that of a progenitor. This was a fact that would only be acknowledged when one reached the progenitor realm, and Lu Yin had already done so. There were countless geniuses and elite cultivators in the boundless starry sky, but at this moment, all of their radiance had been suppressed by Lu Yin. He had single-handedly defeated all of the top competitors and become a legend in the Sovereign Tournament. This legend was enough to be recorded in history and become a legend in the Fifth Mainland and even the Sixth Mainland. At this moment, everyone had a feeling that in this era, even if he hadn't reached the progenitor realm, the surname Lu had already given everyone this feeling. The giant statue trembled as an invisible force began to carve. Soon, Lu Yin's appearance appeared, and Mount Supreme rumbled as a tide surged from bottom to top. Finally, it bloomed in the starry sky with a resplendent radiance. Everyone looked up at the statue. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he leaped up to stand on top of the statue's head. No one stopped him, and no one had the qualifications to stop him. He looked down at everyone. These people were the top powerhouses of their generation in the universe, but now, they were all suppressed by him. His surging heroic spirit could no longer be suppressed. Inexplicably, Lu Yin stretched out his hand and did the exact same action as the statue. He pressed down on the entire Mount Supreme with one hand, as if he was pressing down on everyone. Below, the Prime Clear, Wang Yi, Wu Taibai, Bu Kong, Wen Sansi, and the others' expressions changed slightly. This was suppression. Lu Yin was declaring that he would suppress an era. Lu Yin's lips curled up, and battle force unconsciously appeared on the surface of his body. His 9-lined battle force was purplish red, and it covered his entire body with red stripes. When he stood above everyone and looked down on an era, strands of gold appeared within the red stripes. This gold had appeared before when Lu Yin had climbed to the top of the Nightwatcher Pavilion and seen the same scene that the first Night King had seen. At that moment, his heroic spirit had caused strands of gold to appear within his battle force. At this moment, Lu Yin's achievements far surpassed the first Night King's. Not only did he look down on his peers in the Innerverse and Outerverse, but he also looked down on the Cosmic Sea, the Neoverse, the Astral Beast domain, and even the Sixth Mainland. He had even crossed the River of Time to fight Progenitor Chen and Progenitor Hui. At this moment, the strands of gold could no longer be blocked, and they directly replaced the red stripes. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, but he immediately hid them. Everyone else only saw a flash of gold, and they didn't understand what it was. Below, Wu Taibai's pupils shrank. What was that? No way. Wang Yi looked at Lu Yin, and when he saw the golden flash, he subconsciously glanced at Wu Taibai. Wu Taibai looked at him at the same time, and the two seemed to have thought of something. Lu Yin stood atop the statue's head and imprinted battle force on his palm. This time, it was no longer 9-lined battle force, but rather golden striped battle force. His battle force had transformed. When he had first cultivated battle force, the Sandmaster had said that those who loved to fight must have integrity. This was because battle force originated from a person's heart, and it originated from the foundation of the human body. It could be used to attack, defend, break through limits, crush the heavens, and tear apart the heavens. The more domineering a person was, the more valiant their comprehension of battle force would be. At this moment, Lu Yin had unconsciously broken through the barrier of 9-lined battle force and stepped into an unfathomable realm. Up until now, he had not seen anyone in the Fifth Mainland with golden battle force. This had nothing to do with cultivation. Even a powerhouse like Master Yuan, whose power level had surpassed 1,000,000, might not have been able to cultivate battle force well if he did not have the heroic spirit to look down on everyone else. Even if he did not cultivate battle force, he might not have been able to cultivate it. Everyone had their own path that was suitable for them, and even an ordinary person might be able to cultivate battle force unconsciously. Lu Yin had comprehended the most suitable strength at the most appropriate time. In front of the screen, the Outerverse was in an uproar. The Great Eastern Alliance was cheering, and everyone on Xenu Star and Earth was cheering as they celebrated Lu Yin's victory. The Supreme Tournament had not been easy, and one expert after another had displayed strength that ordinary people could not comprehend. However, they had all been defeated by Lu Yin in the end. "Seventh bro, you're amazing!" Ku Wei shouted excitedly. He recalled the bets they had placed at the betting table. The odds for the top 3 were 1 to 10, and they had bet a total of 100 million cubic essence. How much money was that? Even though he was from the Ku family, he still felt a little dizzy. Coco, Little Black, Xiaobai, Shi-Chi, and the rest were all delighted. The fish continuously patted Shi-Chi's head. Look, Lord Fish just gave him some pointers, and he immediately became invincible. Quick, call the two-legged beast down. Lord Fish will give him a chance to be a mount. Quick! Shi-Chi clutched her head. It hurt, and it was getting more and more painful. Kaze and Xiaohua and the rest looked up with reverence. No one knew just how high this person would reach in the future, but they were all dead set on following him. Even Yu Shanzi, Sister Lung, and the rest had respectful gazes. From this moment on, Lu Yin would become the symbol of the Fifth Mainland, and no one would dare to do anything to him. The Hall of Honor would do its best to protect him, and protecting him would be protecting the Great Eastern Alliance. Gu Shaoer waved his hand. This is my brother. Big brother, look over here, look over here. Ling Ke wiped his forehead. Forget it. Brother-in-law it is. You'll definitely be able to subdue that woman. Outside Mount Supreme, Wu De was frantically recording everything. He wanted to record every single battle that Lu Yin had participated in from the start to the end of the Supreme Tournament. He wanted to record every single battle that Lu Yin had participated in and publish it in detail. Lu Yin would definitely become famous. On a planet, Xianxia stared at a screen. It looks like the Great Yu Empire's imperial tutor has to be me, haha. In the Innerverse, Lu Qianjue and the other leaders of the 8 Great Flow Zones were stunned. With Lu Yin as the champion, who would dare to touch the Great Eastern Alliance? Before the tournament, who would have thought that he would be the champion? It was like a dream. They had considered many things, such as how to deal with Lu Yin after the tournament and how to control the powers behind him. The only thing they had not considered was how to deal with Lu Yin after he became the champion, as there was no way to deal with him. The Hall of Honor would definitely protect him with all their might, and the Great Eastern Alliance would definitely not be able to touch him. Anyone who dared to touch him would be an enemy of the Hall of Honor, and Lu Yin was definitely the person that the Hall of Honor valued the most. In particular, he would also receive the legendary opportunity to reach the progenitor realm. Once he succeeded, unless they could eliminate Lu Yin, they would definitely not dare to offend him. Thank you for your support, brothers. Lu Qianjue's mouth was dry. He had lived for so many years, but this was the first time he felt that a youth was so difficult to deal with. Beside him, Lian Xian sighed, what a pity. If only he had joined my sword sect. Lu Qianjue's eyes lit up when he heard Lian Xian's words. Lu Yin becoming the champion would have a huge impact on the entire universe. He wasn't a random cultivator, and he had many interests behind him. It could be said that the moment he became the champion, the interests that he represented would undergo a fundamental transformation. In the past, he could still be considered a junior, but now, no one dared to treat him as such. He was only a hunter, and once he broke through to the Enlighter realm, his power would soar once more. He might even be able to fight against an emissary. The more one thought about him, the more panicked they became. No matter how the outside world reacted to Lu Yin becoming the champion, everyone on Mount Supreme had already left. Only one person could stay, and that was Lu Yin. The head judge appeared and announced that the top 10 had been confirmed. They were Lu Yin, Xianxia, Qiushi, Xia Jiuyou, Abba Kong, Yao Xian, Wu Taibai, Yuhua Mavis, Wang Yi, and Drunkard. The top 10 had all received a notice from the head judge to head to the Neoverse realm of glory within a set time. The Hall of Honor would then lead them to their destiny. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Could the destiny be in the Neoverse? That made sense, as that was where the essence of the fifth mainland lay. Child, feel Mount Supreme, the head judge's voice traveled to Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin was confused. Feel Mount Supreme? What did that mean? His perspective inexplicably changed, and what he saw was completely different from before. He saw planets orbiting in front of him, as well as an ant-like spacecraft in the distance. There was also the head judge whose face he couldn't see. This perspective? A statue? Lu Yin lowered his head and looked at the statue beneath his feet in shock. That's right, his perspective had overlapped with the statue's. Wasn't that a statue? How could this be? At the same time, in the Neoverse realm of glory, several people were visiting Elder Chan. These were the elders from the Hall of Honor who had tried to stop He Wuxian during the astral storm. They had all survived for a long time and had protected the storm. Now, they were all gathered before Elder Chan. Elder Chan, are you really going to give Mount Supreme to that child? Xianxia should have taken it, one of the elders spoke up. Grandpa Chan remained calm. The reward for the champion of the sovereign competition is Mount Supreme. Do you want the Hall of Honor to break our promise? We can change it to another reward. Mount Supreme is very important, and Xianxia was raised by the Hall of Honor. We can give it to him, but this Lu Yin. The person paused for a moment, and another elder continued, this child's power is unknown, and he looks sinister. He was even captured by the Neo-Human Alliance before, so he can't be trusted. This child should be using Death Qi. As long as he cultivates Death Qi, he'll be easily controlled by the Spectre race. Elder Chan, please reconsider, the elder said. Elder Chan exhaled and looked at the others. Do you all think that the Spectre race can control him given his current state? The few elders looked at each other and looked at Elder Chan in confusion. Elder Chan smiled. I wonder if any of you have heard of the legendary Grim Reaper. In the Innerverse Chaos Flow Zone, Lu Yin was at a loss. How was he able to overlap with Mount Supreme's statue's perspective? This was a statue, a stone, not a human. He had never used the die's 6 pips before. At that moment, he had a new feeling. His perspective returned to the statue, and he subconsciously swayed. Mount Supreme was swaying, and he could control it. A small dot appeared in front of him, and it was the head inquisitor shrouded in darkness. When he saw that it was the head inquisitor, Lu Yin hurriedly shifted his perspective back to his own body and bowed. Junior Lu Yin greets the head inquisitor. The top 10 have been determined, and you will receive an opportunity. As for the champion of the sovereign tournament, the Hall of Honor has another reward, which is this Mount Supreme, the head inquisitor said. Lu Yin had already guessed what was going on the moment he switched his perspective back to the statue. Senior, may I ask what's so special about this Mount Supreme? The head inquisitor's tone was calm. Mount Supreme is one of the Hall of Honor's most precious treasures. It is abnormally sturdy and can change in size. It can also rely on the activation of star energy to create a protective force that can resist external attacks. The more star energy there is, the stronger the defensive force. In theory, it can reach 1,000,000. Lu Yin was shocked. 1,000,000? His breathing quickened, it was actually a treasure with a power level of 1,000,000. It was unbelievable. No wonder it was the Hall of Honor's most precious treasure. No wonder it was the champion's reward. He looked down excitedly and crouched down to caress the statue. This was truly a treasure. He had already automatically ignored the head inquisitor's words about how star energy determined the defensive force. This Mount Supreme had undergone the sovereign tournament, and no matter how strong the contestants were, they would only be able to shatter the surface. The deepest slash had been made by Go Lian in his Grim Reaper form, but that was still only the surface of the mountain. It could be big or small, and it would be a good weapon for smashing people, let alone protecting them. Shrink the mountain and take it away, the head inquisitor said as he looked at Luin. Luin bowed again, sensing the head inquisitor's good intentions. This mysterious head inquisitor seemed to take good care of him. Even though they had only met twice, Luin still felt that way. Luin switched his perspective back to the statue and began to slowly understand how to control the mountain. After all, Mount Supreme was the Hall of Honor's most precious treasure. Even the elders didn't want it to fall into the hands of outsiders, so controlling it naturally wouldn't be easy. After a few days, Luin was only able to shrink it to the size of a planet, which was still too big for him. According to the head inquisitor's request, he had to shrink the mountain to a size that could be stored in a cosmic ring. This wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. However, the head inquisitor didn't seem to want to leave if he couldn't do it. Luin had no choice but to continue trying. Outside the mountain, the contestants left one after another. Many wanted to bid farewell to Luin, but they couldn't contact him. Xiao Luo left quickly, afraid of being targeted by the Xiao family. There were too many people participating in the sovereign tournament, and everyone had their own grudges. He had to leave as soon as possible in this chaotic environment. The Mavis family also left. Ascension Mavis had entered the top 10 and proved her strength, but she was still unwilling to accept her defeat to Wu Taibai and Luin. Little Black and Xiaobai were also taken away, and Qianzhou hitched a ride on Eternal Sky Island. Gu Xiao'er also left, but before he left, he announced that Luin was his brother. Those who knew him and those who didn't all left. Half a month later, the once majestic Mount Supreme had shrunk to the size of a spacecraft. The livestreamers had long since been banned, so they could only watch it for themselves and not broadcast it to the rest of the universe. This was a miraculous scene. The enormous Mount Supreme could contain many stars, and it was like a colossus that stood tall in space. Even an idiot would know that this was something good, and it was definitely a power vessel. At this moment, the irrelevant people in space were being chased away by Chaos God Mountain and the Great Eastern Alliance. After a few days, Luin finally managed to shrink the mountain to a size that could be stored in a cosmic ring. When he looked up, the head inquisitor had already left. He felt that it was a pity, as he had actually wanted to get closer to the head inquisitor. The surrounding space was dark, and only the members of the Great Eastern Alliance and the cultivators of Chaos God Mountain could be seen. Congratulations, Alliance Leader, for becoming a paragon. You are invincible in the universe. Thousands of cultivators from the Great Eastern Alliance bowed, their voices echoing in all directions. Congratulations, Alliance Leader, for becoming a paragon. You are invincible in the universe. Congratulations, Alliance Leader, for becoming a paragon. You are invincible in the universe. Luin waved a hand and looked around. Let's return to the Great Eastern Alliance. Yes, Alliance Leader. Before leaving, Chaos God Mountain's master, Song Zhou, saw Luin and sighed emotionally. When I was your age, I was only a cruiser. The geniuses of this generation have surpassed their predecessors. Luin and Song Zhou faced each other and smiled. Since Senior was able to reach this point, then you are the ultimate victor. Song Zhou smiled. You're implying something, kid. Luin shrugged. Many people think that no matter how glorious my achievements are, once I die, all that will be left behind will be a legend. Song Zhou looked at Luin. Die? That's not a good word to use. You've already matured, and even if this old man wanted to do anything to you, it wouldn't be easy. Senior, you praise me too much. I know my own abilities, and I'm not strong enough to fight against an emissary, much less a powerhouse like Senior. Song Zhou frowned. There's no point in beating around the bush, so I'll just get straight to the point. He then stared into Lu Yin's eyes. How big do you want your Great Eastern Alliance to be? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he met Song Zhou's gaze in silence. Song Zhou's brows rose. You can't answer? Or have you not thought it through? Then let's change the question. What do you want from this universe? Lu Yin smiled. Senior, aren't you thinking too highly of this junior? With this junior's current abilities, do I even have the qualifications to talk about the universe? Song Zhou shook his head and sighed. Others are indeed not qualified. Even Xianxia, the #1 disciple of the Hall of Honor, isn't qualified, but you're different. You have the ability, ambition, methods, and innate talent. Now that you've become the champion and become a paragon, you will receive the Hall of Honor's unreserved support. If you succeed in the future, you might even have a chance to reach the progenitor realm. A future progenitor. This status is enough for everyone to take seriously. Even if you're only a hunter right now, your cultivation doesn't represent yourself. When he heard Song Zhou's words, Lu Ying knew that if he did not give a definite answer today, then he might become a target that everyone would ostracize in the future. After all, a future progenitor was not yet a progenitor, and no one was willing to have their own interests threatened, even if they were a progenitor. Even ants knew how to resist, and Lu Ying was far from being able to view these people as ants. They were worried about Lu Yin's ambitions, and Song Zhou was probing him. If Lu Ying really did have the ambition to unify the innerverse and outerverse, then what awaited him would be the innerverse enmity. No matter how much support the Hall of Honor gave him, it would be difficult for him to take even a single step forward. The Hall of Honor was the master of the Fifth Mainland, but it was not the ruler. Even the Hall of Honor could not rule the Fifth Mainland, let alone him. Song Zhou didn't just represent Chaos God Mountain. It also represented the Sword Sect, Lingling Clan, and other major powers. After thinking about it, Lu Ying smiled. Senior, I can only say that I'm righteous to my friends, but I'm merciless to my enemies. Song Zhou's gaze was deep. Be clear. This old man isn't very cultured. I won't take the initiative to provoke anyone. Is that enough? Lu Ying asked. Song Zhou frowned. Is that so? He clearly didn't believe it. The reason why the Outerverse was unified was to deal with the Sixth Mainland's invasion. This junior wants to better protect the Outerverse. Senior, you should be aware that this junior did not go overboard with the Outerverse. I only dealt with the people who were in my way. As for the Innerverse, the Blaze Realm is this junior's enemy, and the so-called Gateway Plan was also devised by the Blaze Realm. Wouldn't it be too cowardly for this junior to not deal with such a person? Don't you have any plans for the Innerverse? Song Zhou asked. Lu Ying answered sincerely, yes. Song Zhou raised his eyebrows. Lu Ying sighed. The Outerverse has already been gifted to the Sixth Mainland. I want to find a place in the Innerverse for the people of the Outerverse to live. Song Zhou wasn't surprised by Lu Yin's response. The Hall of Honor has definitely taken this into consideration. You don't have to worry too much. Lu Ying nodded. That's right. Ever since I stepped onto the path of cultivation, I've been restricted by many parties, especially the Day-Night clan. There are many things that I'm only doing to protect myself, so please don't misunderstand. Song Zhou felt that Lu Yin's words were somewhat exaggerated, but he couldn't refute them. He couldn't be so sure that Lu Ying wanted to unify the Innerverse and Outerverse, right? If that was the case, then why would he even bother asking? Lu Yin's words made him feel slightly more at ease. The Blaze Realm and the Day-Night clan were both Lu Yin's enemies, so there was nothing wrong with dealing with them. Song Zhou inexplicably smiled, as he realized that he had gone crazy. This brat in front of him was just a hunter. Even if he had a chance to become a progenitor in the future, that was still too far away. The Innerverse was so vast, so how could it possibly be unified by this brat? Even the Hall of Honor could not do such a thing. Cosmic Ocean and the Neoverse would not allow such a thing to happen. The more Song Zhou thought about it, the more ridiculous it felt. Song Zhou mocked himself. Lu Yin's victory had disrupted his mental state, as well as that of Lu Qianjue and the others. In reality, they had all overestimated Lu Ying, as he was still a child. Song Zhou looked up and saw Lu Yin's bright eyes and sincere smile. He then asked, "There's one question that you haven't answered. What do you want from this universe?" Lu Ying thought about it and then smiled brilliantly. "I like money. The more, the better." Song Zhou was stunned. He had thought of many answers, but this was the only one that hadn't crossed his mind. Right, his investigation of Lu Ying had indeed mentioned that he loved money and had an insatiable thirst for it. Could it be true? Back then, Star Sibyl asked me a question, how can I become stronger? Lu Ying raised his head as he reminisced. Song Zhou's eyes lit up, as he had been asked this question before. Star Sibyl was not the first generation's answer. How did you answer? He was very curious. Lu Ying smiled. Earn more money, and you'll become stronger. That's what I said. Song Zhou pursed his lips, clearly stunned. When Star Sibyl had asked Luyin this question, only the two of them, Hai Dashao, and the Sea King had known. Hai Dashao had felt embarrassed, so he had not told anyone. The Sea King naturally did not tell anyone, so Lu Yin's answer had not spread. Song Zhou he had a strange feeling, and the way he looked at Luyin had changed. Back at Sword Mountain, Luyin had spoken with them and threatened them, which had temporarily disrupted the portal plan. At that time, Song Zhou had admired Luyin, and this had been the source of Song Zhou's uneasiness after Luyin had become the champion of the Sovereign Tournament, which had led to this conversation. But why did it feel like the atmosphere had changed? How could the Master of Chaos God Mountain have anything to do with money? Although the portal plan had disrupted the Great Eastern Alliance for the benefit of the Outerverse, these benefits were for the entire Chaos God Mountain. Song Zhou had never lacked resources, and he had never personally participated in matters of money. Now, he was actually talking about money with a junior. Should he give Luyin a greeting gift? After all, this was a child. Song Zhou was speechless. Ahem, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Song Zhou coughed, clearly not knowing how to continue the conversation. Luyin bowed. Take care, senior. Song Zhou left, and Luyin watched his back as the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Although he had become the champion, these old fellows from the Innerverse had become even more fearful of him and did not dare to deal with the Great Eastern Alliance. It was impossible for him to advance any further. These fellows were all watching him closely. If he moved, he would receive the attention of the entire Innerverse, the Cosmic Sea, and even the Neoverse. Right, there was also the Sixth Mainland. Most of the people from the Great Eastern Alliance had left, and only Wendy Yushan and a few others followed Luyin to the Blaze Realm. This was Wendy Yushan's first time going to the Blaze Realm. When they boarded the spacecraft, Ku Wei hurriedly welcomed them. Seventh bro, you're too amazing. Seventh bro, you're invincible. Luyin casually brushed him aside, as he could not be bothered to waste his breath on this guy. In front of him, Duande Knight slowly bowed. Congratulations, Alliance Leader. Luyin nodded and looked at Wendy Yushan and Shuade Knight. The two did not say anything. Luyin felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. Seventh bro, there was someone called Wu De who wanted to interview you, but I kicked him away. What kind of joke is that? A mere explorer actually wants to interview Seventh bro? What a joke. Ku Wei was Lu Yin's loyal lackey, and he immediately stepped forward to show off his achievements. Right, there was also someone called Zijing, but I kicked her away as well, Ku Wei continued. Luyin was stunned, and he looked at Ku Wei with an unfriendly gaze. Ku Wei panicked. Well, what's wrong? Zijing is the boss of Starlink Network, Luyin said. Ku Wei's mouth fell open. That doesn't make sense? Where is she? Luyin felt a headache coming on, as he really wanted to work with Starlink Network. Ku Wei's lips twitched. She left. Before she left, she said that if Seventh bro is free, you should go visit her. Luyin felt helpless. Don't offend anyone in the future, or I'll leave you on Xenu Star forever. Ku Wei hurriedly promised that he would not do so. Everyone left, and Luyin had originally wanted to chat with Xiao Luo and the others. What about the bets? How was it? Did you get your money back? Luyin thought about the 100 million star essence that he had bet, and he immediately asked about it, as this was the matter that concerned him the most. Ku Wei's face turned ugly at the mention of this. I couldn't contact the bets. Luyin raised his brows. What did you say? Why couldn't you contact them? That was such a huge bet, and everyone was watching it. Did they run away? Ku Wei replied, the people who stayed behind were just scapegoats, and they didn't know anything when I asked them. That was such a huge bet, but they didn't even get a single cent in the end. That was 100 million star essence, which was the same as swallowing everything. No, it was 1 billion. It was a billion. Even for the 7 quarts, this was a huge number. Lu Yin's face darkened, and it was terrifying. Ku Wei was even more terrified. Seventh bro, are you alright? Lu Yin's eyes flashed with cold-killing intent. 1 billion star essence had been swallowed just like that? How was that possible? Fortunately, Luin had a backup plan, but he didn't know how much he would be able to recover. Luin hoped that Luin didn't catch him. Otherwise, no matter who was behind the scenes, they wouldn't be able to escape. He now had the confidence to do so, and even if the person behind the scenes was someone as powerful as the old man, Luin was confident that he could make that person spit out all the money he had lost. The spacecraft headed towards the Blaze Realm. The Sovereign Tournament had finally come to an end, and Luin had become a legend. He had defeated everyone by himself, withstanding countless attacks, secret techniques, and battle techniques, but he had still won in the end. There was no suspense about his victory, and it could be said that this story would be passed down for countless years to come. There was a spacecraft filled with all sorts of instruments, and everyone was busy. Many screens were playing a loop of Lu Yin's final battle after he had used the Reaper transformation. Quick, we have to get ahead of everyone else and edit all of Lu Yin's battles and broadcast them on the network. Hurry up, everyone's fighting for time. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Suddenly, Lu Yin's battle scenes disappeared from the screen, leaving behind a string of numbers that everyone was familiar with. It had been banned from the network. What's going on? Where's the footage? Hurry up and broadcast it. What's going on now? Bro, it's not good. It's been banned from the interstellar network. What does that mean? It means that all videos of Lu Yin's battles have been banned. It's not just Lu Yin. All of the top 10's battles have been banned as well. Quick, copy the rest of the videos. It's useless. With Interstellar Network's capabilities, it doesn't matter where you copy it, it'll be banned as soon as it touches the network. It's useless. How can this be? What's going on? Similar scenes were happening everywhere in the universe. No matter where you were, as long as you were connected to the network, all of the top 10's battles would be banned. The top 10 represented the future of the universe, and if nothing unexpected happened, they would all be the strongest in the universe in the future. How could their battle videos be circulated so easily? This was a rule set before the Sovereign Tournament. No one wanted to be constantly studied. These people all had enemies, and who could guarantee that they wouldn't find any weaknesses in these battle videos? Even Luin didn't want to be studied, even if his strength was unfathomable. The spacecraft steadily sailed through space. Wendy Yushan checked Lu Yin's wounds. They're fine now. Lu Yin replied, after the Sovereign Tournament ended, I used medicine to control them. They're fine now. Is that so? The residual power in your wounds must be hurting you, Wendy Yushan said. Lu Yin shrugged. His wounds had been caused by Progenitor Chen's blade, and the progenitor's power had wreaked havoc around his wounds. It was the same as Shang Rong's power that had been left behind in Ling Gong's wounds. The best way to deal with such residual power was to use lockbreaking. That was how Lu Yin had helped Ling Gong back then, but his wounds had been healed by Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan's healing talent was quite good, and the effects were obvious. Thank you, brothers, for your support. By the way, I'm curious. How did you break through Ziyi's life energy? Wendy thought about it and was about to speak when Lu Yin interrupted her. It seems that my guess was right. You have some hidden strength, but it's not enough for you to challenge Ziyi. You don't have to tell me. Wendy looked at him, backtrack. Lu Yin was confused, what do you mean? Wendy Yushan sat down across from him, her long hair cascading down her back. She was naturally beautiful, and without a sword in hand, she exuded a graceful beauty. My innate gift is called backtrack. Isn't it healing? Lu Yin was confused. Wendy answered, backtrack means to turn back time. Lu Yin's expression changed in shock, turn back time? You can turn back time? Wendy Yushan remained calm, I've always displayed my healing innate gift in front of others, but it's not healing. It's just turning back time around an injury to what it was before. Lu Yin was in disbelief. Time was one of the mysteries of the universe, and even with his current status, he had never heard of anyone being able to control time. Mr. Mu, He Wuxian, and the others seemed to have stopped time when they appeared, but he didn't know if that was true or if the void had been frozen. Wendy Yushan, someone he was very familiar with, was saying that she could control time? She had to be kidding. Are you serious? Luin asked again. Wendy Yushan was very cold, and she treated everyone the same way. However, to Luin, she still added, under the premise that there are no external influences, I can rewind time to a certain extent. That's why this innate gift is best used for healing. It's not very useful in battle, and I can't rewind time to a specific person either. I might be able to do it in the future, but I can't do it now. Luin finally understood. It was no wonder why Wendy Yushan was able to ignore life energy. As long as Wendy Yushan retraced everything in her path, she wouldn't even need to break through life energy because she wouldn't even be able to come into contact with it. However, from an outsider's point of view, she would be able to break through life energy. Time was actually involved. He looked at Wendy Yushan, his eyes full of shock. This was even more shocking than a secret technique. If news of this spread, she would receive as much attention as he did. Who else knows about your innate gift besides me? Luin asked. Wendy Yushan glanced at him, no one. Where's your father? He couldn't help but ask. Wendy Yushan looked at him. You still think he's alive? Luin did not reply. Wendy Yushan fell silent as well. A refreshing fragrance wafted into Lu Yin's nose. He looked at Wendy Yushan's graceful figure, her long black hair, and her beautiful face, and he felt an indescribable impulse. At this moment, Wendy Yushan seemed exceptionally attractive for some reason. Suddenly, a voice sounded out. Seventh bro, we've entered the Ascension Flow Zone. The Sun family has sent an invitation, and they would like to invite Seventh bro for a chat. Lu Yin's thoughts were interrupted by Ku Wei, and that inexplicable impulse disappeared. He glanced at Wendy Yushan, who kept staring at him. He felt a little guilty. Well, I'm going out for a bit. Wendy Yushan nodded. Be careful. The Sun family might not have good intentions. Don't worry, I know. He then walked out of the spacecraft. In front of them was a huge spacecraft that was many times larger than the one that Luin was on. It was made of wood instead of metal, and it looked like a toy that had been magnified countless times. This was the Sun family's spacecraft. The Sun family's mechanical techniques were well known throughout the universe. Their battles, daily necessities, and even their spacecraft and planets were all related to mechanical techniques. The Sun family's influence in the Innerverse was not small, and many powers relied on mechanical techniques to complete certain tasks. This was especially true when it came to exploring ancient tombs. Lu Yin's relationship with the Sun family went without saying. They had always been enemies, especially in the Outerverse. The Sun family had forced Lu Yin to reveal his cards to Elder Nuahua, and they had long since become mortal enemies. In outer space, a group of people approached them. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and an elegant temperament. He smiled as he approached Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, I'm Sun Baitao, the head of the Sun family. I'm here to invite Alliance Master Lu into the Sun family for a chat. Lu Yin looked at Sun Baitao. This person was Sun Jiong's father, and the two looked very similar. Lu Yin looked past Sun Baitao and saw Sun Jiong behind him. Sun Jiong's face was pale, and he looked like he had been severely injured. He had also participated in the Sovereign Tournament, and he had been struck by the aftermath of Lu Tianmu's fifth sword. His left arm had been severed, but fortunately, he had managed to preserve his life. Sun family head, I don't think your family has anything to discuss with me, Lu Yin said bluntly. Lu Yin's words angered an elder behind Sun Baitao. Alliance Master Lu, this is the Heaven Ascension Flow Zone. As the host, my Sun family has invited Alliance Master Lu for a chat, but Alliance Master Lu doesn't give us any face. Isn't that too arrogant? Sun Baitao immediately reprimanded, Sun Yi, shut up. Lu Yin's sharp gaze swept over the elder. I'm talking to your family head. When did you have the right to interrupt? As soon as he finished speaking, the elder felt a boundless darkness in outer space. His brain suddenly trembled, and he couldn't help but vomit blood as he fell to the ground. Sun Baitao hurriedly stood in front of Sun Yi. Alliance Master Lu, let's talk things over. Please show mercy. This was nightfall, and the elder could not block it with his unlighter strength. He only had a power level of around 200,000, and such a person could not even enter the top 10 of the Sovereign Tournament. Sun Jiong stared at Lu Yin in horror, a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. Lu Yin did not continue attacking, and he retracted his spiritual force. He had only wanted to teach the elder a lesson, and he did not plan on doing anything else to him. Otherwise, he would have used the Day-Knight's tribute, and the elder would have died without a doubt. The elder panted heavily, as if he had just been fished out of water. As an elder of the Sun family, he had always been immersed in the study of mechanisms and did not pay much attention to the outside world. Even during the sovereign tournament, he had only watched and sighed in amazement. He did not have a direct understanding of the top 10. Because he had a good relationship with Sun Jiong, he had heard of the grudge between Lu Yin and Sun Jiong, as well as the entire Sun family. That was why he had wanted to teach Lu Yin a lesson, but now, he understood. Amir Jr. had almost killed an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000 without even moving. He would never be able to forget that fear for the rest of his life. Was this the strength of the younger generation sovereigns? He had truly grown old, and now, he was even afraid of a junior. Sun Jiong was rather well behaved, and he lowered his head without saying a word. He did not even dare to look at Lu Yin. Sun Baitao apologized to Lu Yin. Thank you for showing mercy, Alliance Master Lu. Elder Sun Yi is always in seclusion studying mechanisms, so he does not understand the outside world. Please do not be angry. Lu Yin's expression softened, as Sun Yi was just a passerby to him. That was right, an enlighter was just a passerby to Lu Yin, so it did not matter. Patriarch Sun, why are you here? It can't be just to reminisce, right? I already said that I have nothing to discuss with your Sun family, Lu Yin said. Coldly. With his current status, there was no need for him to give the Sun family any face. Sun Baitao smiled apologetically. My son, Sun Jiong, and Alliance Master Lu have some misunderstandings. My Sun family has set up a banquet and would like to invite Alliance Master Lu to come and personally apologize. Sun Jiong walked out from behind Lu Yin and knelt down without hesitation. Alliance Master Lu, this lowly one was blind. Please forgive me. Lu Yin raised a brow and looked at Sun Baitao. He could only see kindness and a trace of hope in Sun Baitao's eyes. Actually, with Lu Yin's current status and future accomplishments, it was normal for any power to express goodwill. Even Song Zhou from Chaos God Mountain had marveled at Lu Yin's abilities and treated him as an equal. However, the Sun family was different. This family was a traitor to the Fifth Mainland. Please do us the honor, Alliance Master Lu. The Sun family will be eternally grateful. Sun Baitao slowly bowed. As the patriarch of the Sun family, Sun Baitao was a powerhouse with a power level of over 400,000. It was not easy for him to do this. Lu Yin nodded. Alright, Patriarch Sun. Please lead the way. Sun Baitao was delighted. Alliance Master Lu, please. Please. The Sun family's banquet was not held on the main planet, but rather in the machine-like spacecraft in front of them. According to Sun Baitao's introduction, this spacecraft was the pride of the Sun family, and only the most distinguished guests could enter. Lu Yin's expression was calm, and he even smiled from time to time. Sun Baitao was even more enthusiastic, and a group of people from the Sun family waited on him. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the banquet. On Lu Yin's spacecraft, Ku Wei was grumbling. Seventh Bro had not brought him to the banquet, and he had lost his chance to perform. Wendy Yushan frowned as she looked at the Sun family's spacecraft in the distance. She was also aware of the grudge between Lu Yin and the Sun family, but she did not know what Lu Yin was thinking. The Sun family's machineries were renowned, and Lu Yin was very curious. When Sun Baitao heard this, he immediately had the family's disciples spar and perform, satisfying all of Lu Yin's requests. At the same time, he arranged for two beautiful women to sit beside Lu Yin. If Lu Yin wanted to, he only had to open his mouth to eat, and Sun Baitao did not need to do anything else. Lu Yin was not used to this. Patriarch Sun, with the Sun family's fine control of the machineries, it shouldn't be difficult for them to increase their control of star energy. Who in the history of the Sun family has the most profound control of star energy? To what extent did they achieve it? Sun Baitao replied, Alliance Leader Lu, you're too kind. The Sun family does indeed use their star energy in different combinations, and they can use it in different ways. However, this is just a clever way of using it, and it's different from controlling star energy. In the history of the Sun family, the person with the most profound control of star energy was an elder from 7,000 years ago. His control of star energy reached the world realm, and that's already the limit. Oh? Is it that difficult to break through to the profound creation realm? Luin was curious. He had never taken the initiative to cultivate his control of star energy. His ability to control star energy to the world realm was partly due to luck, as well as comprehension. During the Supreme Tournament, Drunkard's battle had broadened Lu Yin's horizons. Drunkard's ability to absorb everything into a world of star energy had reached an unimaginable level. He was truly like a god, and Lu Yin had been very envious of Drunkard. If only he could raise his control of star energy to the profound creation realm. Sun Baitao sighed. The profound creation realm is a legendary realm that has nothing to do with strength. Instead, it has to do with comprehension, innate talent, and luck. My Sun family does not have such good fortune. In the entire universe, there should be no more than 5 people who have reached the profound creation realm in terms of star energy control. Of the younger generation, only the 10 arbiters, Drunkard, has reached that level. If our control of star energy can reach the profound creation realm, then our Sun family will definitely reach greater heights and not just be limited to the ascension flow zone. When he heard Sun Baitao's words, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Sun family doesn't want to limit themselves to have an ascension flow zone? Sun Baitao was stunned and then laughed dryly. Haha, everyone wants to advance. It's human nature. Yes, it's human nature. Lu Yin smiled and nodded. To the side, the girls that Sun Baitao had arranged for leaned closer and closer to Lu Yin, almost burying themselves in his embrace. Lu Yin could not take it and had the 2 girls leave. The 2 girls were disappointed, and they looked at Lu Yin plaintively before leaving. It was a gaze that could melt anything. The atmosphere of the banquet was rather harmonious. Lu Yin was curious about the machinery technique, the Sun family, and even have an ascension flow zone, and Sun Baitao told him everything he knew. Half a day later, Sun Jiong arrived in front of Lu Yin and bowed respectfully. I was rash and offended Alliance Master Lu. Please forgive me. I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups. He was about to drink the wine that had been prepared when Lu Yin suddenly stopped him and smiled. Brother Sun, there's no need for that. I'm not a petty person. Let's forget our past grudges. Sun Jiong was grateful. His left arm had been severed by Lu Tianmu's 5th sword, and he would not be able to reattach it anytime soon. He looked rather weak. Alliance Master Lu is magnanimous. I was blind, so I must punish myself. Lu Yin replied, Brother Sun's actions make me seem petty. If Brother Sun wants to drink, I'll drink with you. He then poured himself a cup. Sun Jiong hurriedly said, Thank you, Alliance Master Lu. He then finished the wine in his cup. Lu Yin finished it in one gulp as well. When he saw Lu Yin finish the wine, Sun Baitao's smile grew even brighter. Alliance Master Lu is magnanimous. I, Sun Baitao, toast to Alliance Master Lu as well. Lu Yin did not refuse anyone. After a few cups, Lu Yin's body swayed, and he immediately supported himself on the table while shaking his head vigorously. Sun Baitao and Sun Jiong exchanged glances when they saw Lu Yin's reaction. Sun Jiong's eyes flashed with resentment, but he nodded and slowly left. Alliance Master Lu, what's wrong? Sun Baitao asked with concern. Lu Yin was puzzled. Family head Sun, what wine is this? It actually made me drunk? Sun Baitao smiled. This is a good wine that my Sun clan has specially prepared for you. Do you like it? Lu Yin looked at Sun Baitao in confusion. What do you mean? Sun Baitao laughed. At the banquet, Elder Sun Yi and the rest of the Sun family laughed. Alliance Master Lu, I've always wanted to ask you a question. Do you still remember Sun Xianxia? Sun Baitao asked. Lu Yin shook his head again. The Sun family that I killed? Sun Baitao's eyes narrowed. That's right. Does Alliance Master Lu know why he attacked you? What did you learn from him? Lu Yin and Sun Baitao exchanged glances. What should I know? For example, the paper in that gun, that list of names, Sun Baitao said slowly, his tone cold. As he spoke, an enormous aura with a power level of over 400,000 descended. Star energy whizzed past, enveloping not only the Sun family's spacecraft but also the surrounding space. In the distance, Duan Night and the others' expressions changed. Not good. An enlighter has sealed off the region. Wendy Yushan clenched her fists and looked at the Sun family spacecraft. The others looked panicked. The terrifying power that sealed off the starry sky made them feel powerless. This was not a power that they could resist. Around them, spacecraft after spacecraft appeared, all from the Sun family, and they surrounded the group. Within the Sun family's spacecraft, Luin lowered his head. List? What list? Sun Baitao approached Luin and reached out. Still trying to act? Just as he was about to approach Luin, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He had arrived at a place that he had once visited, longed for, and yearned for, Mount Glory. This was the heart of the Hall of Honor, and all of the upper echelons of the Hall of Honor were gathered here. This was the Glory Realm. When he had first arrived at the Glory Realm, Sun Baitao had been nothing more than an ant that anyone could step on, even if he had been the Sun family's patriarch at the time. Now, he had become the master of Mount Glory. In front of him, 9 people were kneeling in a row. They were the 9 directors that he had looked up to in the past. In the distance, various great worlds prostrated themselves at his feet. He had become the master of Mount Glory and the master of the entire universe. Sun Baitao's breathing quickened as he laughed heartily. He had finally succeeded. He had joined the technocracy and climbed up the 6th mainland's branch, becoming the person with the highest status in the 5th mainland. From now on, his Sun family would dominate the Neoverse. The Hall of Honor, the Sirius sect, the Innerverse Sword sect, and the Day-Night clan would all have to act according to his whims. Maniacal laughter echoed throughout the Glory Realm. Suddenly, the top of Sun Baitao's head split open as a hand descended and slammed him into the ground. Sun Baitao's body pierced through a great world and smashed into the ground. Sun Baitao spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he watched the enormous hand descend once more. He resisted, and the star energy around him gathered together to form a strange weapon that blasted towards the hand. This was his strongest attack, and even an emissary would be shocked by it. However, it was useless, and he was still smashed into the ground by the hand. Once, twice, and again. Pfft. Within the Sun family's spacecraft, Sun Baitao's hand was only a few centimeters away from Luin, but he was unable to advance any further. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body collapsed to the ground. The surrounding Sun family members were shocked. What was going on? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he stood up and moved his hand. Sun Yi, who had been about to attack, was sent flying. He crashed into the side of the spacecraft and fell into outer space, his body torn apart. He had been struck by an empty palm, and there was no way he could have survived. A hole appeared in the spacecraft, and a powerful suction force sucked away all of the tables and chairs in the banquet. The members of the Sun family looked at Luin in horror, their faces pale and filled with despair. Sun Baitao coughed up another mouthful of blood, and his vision grew blurry. He had endured the Day-Night's tribute and been struck by the Night King's sky-splitting technique dozens of times. His spiritual force had long since crumbled, and the injuries he had sustained from the Day-Night's tribute would appear in his real body. Although Sun Baitao's power level exceeded 400,000, his spiritual force was still weaker than Xianxia and the others. A single Day-Night's tribute was enough to cripple him. This was the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. Even if his power level exceeded 400,000, his flaws were still too great. Xiaoshi, Xia Jiuyo, and the others were not as strong as Sun Baitao, but these elite geniuses did not have any obvious flaws. For example, Xiaoshi's physical strength was not as strong as the Star Devourer or Feather Mavis, but she was still able to resist. Another example was Jiu Hao. His spiritual force could not compare to Yao Xian, Luin, and the others, but he would not be easily knocked unconscious or severely injured. Sun Baitao was different. He had a body full of power, but his flaws were too obvious. If he participated in the Sovereign Tournament, it would be difficult for him to even enter the top 10. Yao Xian's spiritual force, Feather Mavis' strength, Xia Jiuyo's blade intent, and so on were enough to deal a fatal blow to him. The top 10 powerhouses of the younger generation all had power levels that even envoys would be shocked by. He looked down at Sun Baitao, who gritted his teeth and looked up at Lu Yin. You weren't poisoned? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Where did you get the confidence to think that I would have been poisoned? Sun Baitao's face paled, and he slowly stood up. How could that be? Were you prepared? Who betrayed us? Lu Yin laughed. It looks like you're very confident in your ability to poison others. Do you remember the battle at Night King Planet? Night King Jinwu poisoned me as well, and it's impossible to guard against such methods. I've suffered once, so why would I suffer a second time? Sun Baitao despaired. He had poisoned the two women, and as long as they touched Lu Yin would definitely be poisoned. As a precaution, he had even poisoned the chair. Normally, it would be impossible to avoid, but this person had actually been able to. How did you know that I would poison you? If you didn't poison me, then how would you deal with me? Lu Yin retorted. Sun Baitao suddenly attacked, and the star energy in his palm transformed into a strange combination as he slammed his palm towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes, and his pupils transformed into runes that weakened the attack. At the same time, he raised his hand and unleashed an emptiness palm. Bang! There was a loud explosion, and the spacecraft was torn apart. The surrounding Sun family members were all affected and turned into dust. Sun Baitao had displayed strength with a power level of over 400,000, but it was only enough to withstand a single attack from the emptiness palm. Lu Yin had used the Aeon evolution scripture to weaken Sun Baitao's attack from over 400,000 to less than 400,000. Every single attack from the emptiness palm had a power level of over 300,000. The two palms collided, and Sun Baitao borrowed the force of Lu Yin's palm in an attempt to escape. As for the Sun family, he didn't even care about his own son, Sun Jiong. Lu Yin sneered. Sun Baitao really was heartless. As he thought about it, the star chessboard appeared beneath his feet. Outer space was the board, and people were the chess pieces. The spacecraft was the chess piece, and Sun Baitao was also a chess piece. Sun Baitao's vision changed again, and he appeared directly in front of Lu Yin. Most importantly, his back was still facing Lu Yin. Lu Yin's emptiness palm was so fast that Sun Baitao could not react in time. His back was in intense pain, and his bones were instantly shattered. His entire body was bent over, and he no longer resembled a human. From the surroundings, beams of light shot towards Lu Yin from the Sun family spacecraft. Lu Yin snorted and released his domain, which enveloped outer space and disintegrated all of the incoming attacks. His powerful domain was enough to defeat an ordinary enlighter, let alone these Sun family spacecraft. Wendy Yushan, Ku Wei, and the others walked out from outer space and attacked the surrounding spacecraft. This was the Ascension flow zone, and although the Sun family had many cultivators, they did not have many experts. They were not a match for Ku Wei and the others. Lu Yin could not be bothered with these small fries, and his body flashed as he appeared in front of Sun Baitao. Sun Baitao had been smashed into a barren planet by Lu Yin's emptiness palm. There were only gray rocks around him that were completely devoid of life, and lava flowed within the earth. Sun Baitao fell into the ground and could not move at all. Lu Yin walked up to him. When the banquet started, you did not mention a single word about Sun Xianxia or the name list. I knew that something was wrong. You took the risk of killing me just because of a name list that I might know about? That's impossible. You should be very clear about the power behind me. Even if I succeeded, the Sun family would never be able to establish itself on the fifth mainland. Sun Baitao kept coughing up blood as he stared at Lu Yin with unwillingness. You're risking your family's destruction to assassinate me? Who gave you a guarantee? This guarantee is enough for your Sun family to survive and reach heights that you've never been able to reach before. Who gave you this guarantee? Lu Yin barked as he stared at Sun Baitao. If you don't tell me, I'll immediately destroy the entire Sun family. Sun Baitao smiled bitterly. If I tell you, won't you act against the Sun family? Lu Yin, I know you very well. The innerverse and outerverse are connected, and news of Sun Xianxia's death spread to the family. I knew that you would act against my family one day. You haven't acted yet because you're not ready. Once you're ready, my family won't be able to escape. Now that I've failed to kill you, my family will definitely be destroyed by you. There's no other way. Lu Ying continued, as long as you tell me who ordered you to kill me, I can leave a trace of your Sun family's bloodline. At the very least, it can be passed down. Sun Baitao laughed. Do I need you to leave me with any bloodline? The moment I decided to deal with you, I was already fully prepared. I didn't rely on luck to survive until now. Lu Ying frowned. You don't want to live anymore? Sun Baitao shook his head helplessly. Everyone wants to live, but I'm destined not to. You joined the technocracy so that your family can advance further, right? Lu Ying asked. Sun Baitao closed his eyes. So what you said at the banquet was just your probing. Lu Ying, you're very meticulous, and I couldn't even tell how you avoided being poisoned. You're indeed the master of the Outerverse. But remember, the more brilliant your performance is, the more people will want your life. You'll follow in my family's footsteps sooner or later. Lu Yin's expression changed. Not good. Self-destruction. There was a loud explosion as the planet shattered. In the distance, Wendy Yushan and the rest looked over worriedly. Lu Yin stood in outer space with an ugly expression on his face. He had originally wanted to obtain Sun Baitao's cosmic ring, but he hadn't expected the guy to be so straightforward and self-destruct. Even if he obtained the ring, it would be useless. Who had ordered the Sun family to act? Someone who knew that the Sun family had enmity with Lu Yin and could not wait to act. That person had even guaranteed the Sun family's safety and ignored the Great Eastern Alliance, Leon's Armada, and even the Hall of Honor. Who could it be? Wait, the Hall of Honor? A thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind, and he looked towards the west. Sun Baitao was dead, and the surrounding Sun family spacecraft had been destroyed. Sun Jiong was captured and brought to Lu Yin. Within the spacecraft, Lu Yin sat quietly while Ku Wei stood behind him. In front of him was Sun Jiong, who was kneeling on the ground. Sun Jiong's face was pale, and his head was bowed in fear as he trembled. Wasn't Lu Yin poisoned? How could he be fine? He thought that the outcome was already decided, but it turned out like this. Raise your head, Lu Yin said slowly. Sun Jiong's body trembled. Raise your head. Didn't you hear what the alliance leader said? Ku Wei shouted. Even Lu Yin was shocked. Sun Jiong's body trembled even more violently, and he raised his head in fear to meet Lu Yin's cold, calm eyes. Who told your Sun family to assassinate me? Or, let me rephrase my question. Has the Sun family received any important figures recently? Sun Jiong was terrified. No, I don't know. I don't know anything. Father told me to invite you to a banquet in the name of an apology. I don't know anything else. Lu Yin was amused. You didn't know that I'd be poisoned? Sun Jiong opened his mouth and wanted to lie, but when he saw Lu Yin's cold gaze, even though he was smiling, it was a smile that made Sun Jiong despair. Father told me, but I don't know who ordered it. I thought it was because of that list, but I really don't know anything else. Lu Yin stared at Sun Jiong, but there was nothing else in his eyes besides fear and despair. Lu Yin sighed. Hand over all of the Sun family's resources and everything you own. If I do that, will I be able to live? Sun Jiong's voice trembled. Ku Wei barked, you still want to negotiate? Sun Jiong trembled in fear, but he gritted his teeth and stared at Lu Yin resolutely. I'll hand over everything of the Sun family, but you have to promise not to kill me. How dare you? Ku Wei barked again, fully displaying his power as a hindrance. Lu Yin raised a hand and stopped Ku Wei. Fine, I won't kill you. Sun Jiong panted heavily. Not you, but all of you, including everyone related to you. Lu Yin's face sank. Sun Jiong hurriedly said, I'm the only one who can open all of the Sun family's resources. There are more than 200 million star essence there, as well as all sorts of precious treasures. I only have one condition, and that is that no one related to you, Alliance Master Lu, can attack me. That includes using money to hire assassins. Lu Yin was stunned. The Sun family had more money than the Blaze Realm? After thinking about it for a while, he understood. The Blaze Realm was split into 3 parts, and the Blazing Mist Flow Zone had many disciples, so their expenses were naturally higher. The Sun family's expenses were much lower, and they also sold items that were created using the mechanism technique. Their income was not much worse than the Blaze Realms, so the remaining resources they had naturally surpassed the Blaze Realms. 200 million star essence. That was an enormous amount of wealth. At that moment, another piece of news arrived. A direct descendant of the Sun family, Sun Jiong's brother, had died. He had not been killed by Lu Yin's subordinates, but rather had died mysteriously. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Sun Jiong. "Did you kill your brother?" Sun Jiong panted heavily and nodded. "I saw Elder Sunya's death, so you killed your brother with your own hands. Just to ensure that the Sun family's resources would only be opened by you alone. That way, you can use it as a bargaining chip," Lu Yin continued. Ku Wei was astonished. This guy was so smart, and he was also so ruthless? Ku Wei could not tell. Sun Jiong did not refute this, as that was the truth. Lu Yin sighed. "I couldn't tell, but you're actually quite smart, and your methods are quite ruthless." "Alright, I'll agree to your conditions, but I have a condition of my own." Sun Jiong's eyes were filled with anticipation, as he was not afraid of Lu Yin's conditions. As long as Lu Yin had a condition, it would prove that he could live on. "You can't stay on the Fifth Mainland any longer. I'll give you a chance to survive while also performing meritorious deeds. Go to the higher realms and struggle at death's door. If you can find someone from the Sun family, I can allow you to return to the Fifth Mainland and help you rebuild the Sun family," Lu Yin said. Sun Jiong was confused. "What Sun family?" Lu Yin was amused. "Your father, Sun Baitao, had already left the Sun family's bloodline outside to ensure that the Sun family could continue to exist. Didn't you know?" Sun Jiong's face changed, and a bone-deep hatred appeared in the depths of his eyes. He really had not known that his father would rather have him die than allow someone else to live on. At this moment, his hatred for Sun Baitao was even greater than his hatred for Lu Yin. Some people were just like that, selfish and selfish. The more he thought about it, the more he hated Sun Baitao and that so-called Sun family descendant who was being protected. That person was definitely his father's illegitimate son, but that bastard's life was even more precious than his own. Sun Jiong's eyes were filled with venom. Lu Yin was very satisfied with Sun Jiong's gaze, and he waved a hand. "Bring me the resources, and then you can scram. Remember, perform meritorious deeds, and I'll help you rebuild the Sun family. You'll also have to join me." Sun Jiong hurriedly replied, "Thank you, Alliance Head Lu. I understand, and I'll definitely find that bastard. Rest assured, Alliance Head Lu." He was then taken away by Sister Lung. As he watched Sun Jiong leave, Lu Yin did not hold out much hope, but it was still better than nothing. Sun Jiong was a mad dog, and it would not be a bad idea to let him out to bite others. The Sun family had colluded with the technocracy and had the Sixth Mainland behind them, so it was naturally more likely that the Sixth Mainland was the only one who could order them around. Only the Sixth Mainland did not fear the Hall of Honor. During the Sovereign Tournament, the martial ancestor had personally intervened and prevented the Prime Clear from dealing with everyone else. At that time, Lu Yin had seen the martial ancestor's fear and hostility towards the Fifth Mainland. He was not at all surprised that the Sixth Mainland had ordered the Sun family to assassinate him. He just hoped that the martial ancestor had not personally spoken, or else the next group to deal with him would not just be trash like the Sun family, it would at least be an emissary. The cruelty of the universe was constantly being displayed. As Lu Yin's spacecraft continued towards the blazing mist flow zone, the Sun family's main planet cracked open in the background. The destruction of one planet had also destroyed the entire Sun family. Sun Jiong had brought Lu Yin the entire Sun family's wealth, and as he had said, there were about 200 million star essence. The rest had all been stored in his cosmic ring and would be sold along with the Blaze Realm's treasures. Everyone in the universe knew that Lu Yin loved money, but they had never seen him spend much of it. In reality, only he himself knew that he never had enough money to spend. Lu Yin was in a good mood after suddenly receiving such a large sum of money, and even Ku Wei heaved a sigh of relief. 100 million star essence had been bet, and there were no more bets. Ku Wei did not know why Lu Yin was not worried, but he had been rather afraid. Now that Lu Yin had suddenly received so much money, he could finally relax. Seventh bro, why did you let that brat go? He's obviously a traitor, and he's definitely not a good person. He definitely holds a grudge, Ku Wei asked. Luin looked up into space. Someone from the Sun family escaped, and he can help us find them. He doesn't care about blood ties, and he even killed his own younger brother. What he cares about is his own interests. He wants to become the leader of the Sun family, especially if he wants to rebuild the Sun family so that he can leave his name in history. He can't resist this temptation. Seventh bro is wise. This means that this person can help us find the mastermind behind the Sun family's assassination. Seventh bro, you're still the smart one. You're always thinking ahead. Ku Wei immediately began to flatter Luin. The Sun family's destruction was not a small piece of news in the Innerverse, and when the various great powers found out that Luin had been the culprit, they all fell silent. Even the powers that were on good terms with the Sun family did not dare to provoke Luin at this time. However, Luin did not want to give others the impression that he was too tyrannical, unreasonable, and cruel. Before Sun Jiong had left, he had cooperated and recorded evidence, which could be considered Lu Yin's explanation. If a person stood too high, it would be easy to become a target for everyone. Sun Jiong had hoped to quietly make a fortune, but this wish would never come true. At the very least, he did not want to become everyone's enemy. The Sun family's power was not weak in the Innerverse, and if they were destroyed just like that, it would easily cause panic. Now that he had a reason, he could calm some people down and prevent them from causing trouble for the Great Eastern Alliance. His gadget rang, and Huan Sha contacted Luin to tell him the good news. Luin had won first place and was unrivaled in the sovereign tournament. He had become the only sovereign of his generation, and the 72 weaves of the Outerverse congratulated him. They even sent gifts worth more than 30 million star essence. Luin was very satisfied. After all, this was the Outerverse, and they had used star crystals. 30 million star essence was a boundless amount of star crystals, and it was a huge congratulatory gift to the various powers of the Outerverse. Right after that, Wei Rong also brought Luin good news. The Innerverse major flow zones had congratulated Luin on winning the championship and had sent over 5,000 star essence worth of star essence. Lu Yin's breathing quickened, as this was close to 100 million star essence, an unimaginable sum. Even if it was given to the 8 major flow zones, it would still be an astronomical sum. The Blaze Realm's stockpile of star essence was only 100 million. And this was only the gifts from the smaller flow zones in the Innerverse. The 8 major flow zones were even more generous, and they had sent a total of 200 million star essence. Luin was unhappy at this point, as he could tell that these people were trying to use money to get rid of him. No matter how much money a person could spend, how much money could he possibly spend? Luin did not have any particularly large expenditure records, and these people were all shrewd. If Luin liked money, then they would give him money until he was full. In any case, the money could not be spent, and it was at most a decoration. It was still better than giving him power vessels, weapons, and battle techniques that could increase his strength. More importantly, this money could not be spent, and if something happened to Luin in the future, this money would still appear. These people treated Luin as an alternative bank. He would just treat it as saving money. Wang Wen smiled brilliantly, but it was very annoying. You're using things that you can't use for the time being in exchange for favors. To those people, this amount of money is not enough to move them, but it can temporarily fill you up. It's a good deal. Luin knew that Wang Wen was mocking him, but how could these people know the true meaning behind his money? No matter what these people thought of him as, an alternative bank was better. The more money he had, the faster his strength would increase. If these people knew that his strength increase was related to money, they would probably regret it to death. Put away that annoying smile of yours. I have my own uses for it, Luin said unhappily. Wang Wen smiled. It doesn't matter. Having more money isn't a bad thing. Luin grew wary. What are you planning? I won't let a single cent of my money go out. Wang Wen was stunned, and his gaze turned strange. You can't be like those people are guessing, that you have a strange addiction to money, right? Luin didn't. Explain. You said that you would make arrangements before the Autarka's match. How are things going? Wang Wen felt a bit helpless as he said, "Everything I did was based on you entering the top 3. Now that you've become the champion, it's too eye-catching, so I'll have to redo everything." Lu Yin raised his brows. "I remember that you were very confident in me before the competition. Everything was set up with me becoming the champion as the foundation. That's just one of the options, but you have to know that the goal of becoming champion is too difficult. That's why." Wang Wen felt a little embarrassed and sullen. This was the first time he had made a mistake in his judgment. Even though Lu Yin becoming champion was a good thing, it had caused his image to crumble. Who would have thought that Lu Yin would actually become the champion? "You're currently attracting too much attention, and the entire universe is watching you closely. That's why I'm planning to have the Great Eastern Alliance withdraw from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone as a show of our friendship. We'll then slowly infiltrate the Innerverse from another angle, one that won't attract the Innerverse's attention," Wang Wen explained. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Which aspect?" "I've already called Xianxia over." "Economy? Do you remember the Daystar line?" "I remember that you talked to that woman from the Daystar line, and she explained in detail the status of corporations in the Innerverse. It's completely different from the Outerverse. No matter how rich these corporations are, they're just tools for the various flow zones to amass wealth. They don't have any autonomy. In the Innerverse, corporations attract the least attention, but they're also the easiest group to infiltrate." Lu Yin recalled that Ling Yan had indeed mentioned that the Daystar Line was a subsidiary company of one of the top corporations in the Innerverse, the Giant Financial Group. The Giant Financial Group was the top corporation in the entire Innerverse, and in terms of economic strength, it far surpassed the Outerverse's 4 great corporations. However, its status in the Innerverse was inferior to the Outerverse's 4 great corporations because it did not have the ability to protect itself. All of the money it earned had to be handed over to the organizations behind it, which caused the corporations to lead miserable lives in the Innerverse. Lu Yin had only mentioned this to Wang Wen once, but he had not expected Wang Wen to remember it and use it as a starting point. Lu Yin recalled the time when the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, and when tyrannical weave had first been connected to the outside world. Xianxia's methods of amassing wealth had given him confidence. With Xianxia, Wang Wen, and Wei Rong, they were enough to dominate the Innerverse business world. The Great Eastern Alliance's withdrawal from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone had not only caused the Innerverse's various powers to relax, but it had also given the Sylvan Dragon tribe a reason to go to war with the Ross Empire. Where will the Great Eastern Alliance go after withdrawing from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone? Back to the Outerverse? Lu Yin asked. Wang Wen shook his head. "It wasn't easy for us to connect to the Innerverse, so how could we return? There's a small flow zone between the Goo Flow Zone and the Blazing Mist Flow Zone called the Fennel Flow Zone. This flow zone is known as the gateway to the Goo Flow Zone, and cultivators from the Outerverse who want to go to the Goo Flow Zone to search for poisonous insects will usually stop at the Fennel Flow Zone. Although it's small, it's very lively. That place can become the Great Eastern Alliance's territory in the Innerverse. First, it's relatively small, so it won't attract too much attention. Second, we can return to the Blazing Mist Flow Zone at any time. That location and the Outerverse can form a pincer attack against the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. Third, it's backed by the Goo Flow Zone, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. If anything happens, no one will be able to easily take down the Fennel Flow Zone. After all, it depends on the Goo Flow Zone's attitude. Will the Goo Flow Zone hand over the Fennel Flow Zone to us so easily?" Lu Yin asked. Wang Wen smiled. "The Goo Flow Zone doesn't care about that place, and our Great Eastern Alliance doesn't have the ability to threaten them. We also can't seal off the Goo Flow Zone's cultivators from leaving. To them, we're just gatekeepers at most." Lu Yin understood. The Great Eastern Alliance wanted to borrow the Goo Flow Zone's power to make the Sword Sect and other powers wary. The outside world definitely thought so, but there was no need for that. The Great Eastern Alliance's true goal was to gradually weaken the Great Eastern Alliance's influence in the Innerverse and create an opportunity for Xianxia. This was a diversion. "Who do you plan to start with? The Giant Financial Group?" Lu Yin asked. At that moment, the screen distorted and then disappeared. The signal was gone, and Lu Yin found it strange. His gadget was specially provided by the Starlink Network Company, and its signal reception was extremely strong. It was not something that other gadgets could compare to, so how could there be no signal? Suddenly, the spacecraft trembled, and Luin frowned. He looked up into space, and his pupils shrank as his face turned pale. He saw that space had completely split open, and the crack extended endlessly. It was as if another part of the starry sky had appeared, and within that crack, something so familiar that it made his scalp go numb appeared. It was a doll. The Witcher spirit deity, a doll. When he saw the Witcher spirit deity doll, Luin felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. He immediately donned his universal armor and roared, "Run!" He then walked out of the spacecraft and grabbed the walnut source box that Master Yuan had created. He then took out the Tianhuang array source box and stared at the Witcher spirit deity doll. Inside the spacecraft, no one else knew what was happening. Only Ku Wei felt an intense sense of despair the moment he saw the Witcher spirit deity doll. The Witcher spirit deity doll floated in space and let out a strange laugh. Everything around it was locked down, including the spacecraft, and it could not move at all. Luin gritted his teeth. It was over, and he had no chance at all. This was one of the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 sky gods, an absolute powerhouse that stood at the peak of the universe. Why would it attack him? What about Mr. Mu? Would he appear? Without the jade, Luin had no way of contacting Mr. Mu. At that moment, many thoughts ran through Lu Yin's mind as he stared at the Witcher spirit deity doll. His back was drenched in sweat. He had many tricks up his sleeve, but they were all like ants in front of an absolute powerhouse. How much power did this old monster have? 1,000,000? At the very least, Luin was sure of one thing: Master Yuan was definitely not this monster's match. Who could save him? Who could? The universe brightened considerably, and the cracked starry sky seemed to have parted the dark clouds. A beam of light shone down on the Witcher spirit deity doll, making it seem like a god that brought death. The strange laughter caused all living beings to tremble, and all sorts of creatures hid on the planet. Regardless of whether they were humans, animals, bugs, or astral beasts, all of them hid as fear and despair spread through their bodies. Kiki, little brat, it's time to go home. Return to the eternal kingdom, return to where you belong. Kiki, the Witcher spirit deity cackled as he looked down at Luin. Luin gritted his teeth. Old monster, the Hall of Honor will definitely try to save me if you capture me. Your eternal kingdom will be destroyed. Kiki, if the Hall of Honor could destroy the eternal kingdom, they would have done so long ago. Little brat, are you trying to threaten me? The Witcher spirit deity said in a cold voice. Luin stared at the Witcher spirit deity doll and called out to Mr. Mu in his mind. Why did you capture me? I'm just a hunter, and it's not up to you, one of the 7 sky gods, to attack me, Luin asked, as he was stalling for time. The Witcher spirit deity doll's cold gaze met Lu Yin's, causing him to shiver. We'll talk when we get home. You have a lot of research value. After all, you've inherited that power. An irresistible force appeared around Luin. He wanted to use the walnut power vessel, but he found that he could not move. He had no ability to resist the 7 sky gods. He felt even more powerless than when he had faced cultivators as a normal person. Within the spacecraft, the rest of the people could not move either, and they could only watch as Luin was taken away. Suddenly, there was a loud shout that caused the cracked space to tremble. The Witcher spirit deity doll was shocked and immediately reached out to grab Luin. However, an old man appeared in front of Luin and looked up. What a trick! The old man then raised his hand as well. All rivers return to the sea. This was a secret technique from Eternal Sky Island, and it could convert an enemy's attack into primal energy that could erase the opponent's attack power. The person who blocked Lu Yin's path was the Elysian Celestial Master from Eternal Sky Island. The Witcher spirit deity doll was furious. The little brat from back then dares to act so recklessly now? Old ghost, it's time for you to die, the Elysian Celestial Master shouted. A huge force pushed Luin into the spacecraft and landed heavily on the ground. His organs were shaken, and he almost spat out blood. He hurriedly looked up into space and saw that the entire universe was shaking. It affected the astral river, the flow zone, and an unknown area. At this moment, they were all insignificant. So what if Luin was the champion of the sovereign tournament? In front of this power, he was still an ant. Wendy Yushan and the rest held on to the spacecraft tightly and almost fell over. Not long after, the cosmos returned to normal. Everyone looked outside in shock, and Kuwei gulped. The Heavenly Master had to win, or they would all be finished. Outside, space was silent. Only the planets in the surrounding area had been shattered, turning into black holes. It was a spectacular sight. Luin panted heavily, and his eyes turned into runes as he looked out into space. "Aren't you afraid of going blind?" A voice came from behind the group, scaring Kuwei so much that he almost fell over. Luin turned around and relaxed when he saw that it was the Heavenly Master. He hurriedly asked, "Senior, where's the witchling god?" The Heavenly Master straightened his clothes. "I chased him away. That old monster was quite difficult to deal with." Luin relaxed. Everyone else relaxed as well. "Senior is still the best. You're invincible in this universe." Kuwei subconsciously flattered the Heavenly Master. Luin bowed. "Thank you for saving me, Senior." He had despaired when the witchling god had appeared. The Heavenly Master waved a hand. "You're welcome. We've all encountered this before." Luin was curious. "You've encountered it as well?" The Heavenly Master did not elaborate on this topic. Instead, he warned Luin, "It's not just you. The rest of the top 10, as well as anyone who can compete for that opportunity, will likely be attacked by the Neo-Human Alliance. The Neo-Human Alliance will not allow you to obtain it, so I'll stay close to protect you during this time." Luin relaxed when he heard the Heavenly Master's words. With the Heavenly Master around, there was no need to be afraid of the witchling god. Would the others be attacked as well? It seemed that this opportunity was quite precious, and even the Neo-Human Alliance was afraid of it. For the Neo-Human Alliance to be so afraid that they would mobilize the 7 sky gods, and for the Hall of Honor to invite someone like the Heavenly Master, it seemed that the rumors were true. This opportunity was definitely related to the progenitor realm. No progenitor had appeared in the 5th mainland since the ancient war. The Hall of Honor greatly desired the progenitor realm, and they were their hope. Just as the Heavenly Master had said, the moment the witchling god attacked Luin, the rest of the top 10 were attacked as well. In the sky above Universe Ocean, a giant corpse king stood in the middle of the ocean. The seawater of Universe Ocean didn't even reach his knees. When he moved, Universe Ocean started to churn. Cosmic Ocean had the strangest celestial phenomenon. There were 4 major battle groups, yet none of them posed any threat to this corpse king. He was one of the 7 celestial gods, Corpse God. Opposite the corpse god, Qian Mavis stood in front of Feather Mavis, her face pale. She had not expected to encounter the 7 sky gods on her way back to the Neoverse. These were the 7 sky gods, and they were not existences she could fight against. She could not even look up to them. The zombie god raised his hand and grabbed Feather Mavis. His scarlet eyes were like 2 dark red suns, covering the sky above Universe Ocean. "Corpse Goddess, stop," shouted a voice. The surroundings turned green, and a pair of enormous eyes met the Corpse Goddess's scarlet eyes. The dark red and green struggled for brilliance. Qian Mavis and the rest were pleasantly surprised. "Elder Lingji. El girl, I didn't kill you back then, but now, you can stop me," the Corpse Goddess said, her words unclear. All of the Corpse Kings were the same. Lingji Mavis was the oldest powerhouse of the Mavis family, and she was one of the 5th mainland's 7 half-ancestors. However, her appearance was no different from when she was young. "Old man, why aren't you all dead?" Lingji Mavis shouted. The Mavis family members were all the same. No matter how gentle they appeared, their hearts were abnormally fiery. Bang! The cosmic ocean rumbled, and shockwaves overturned the seawater. In the distance, the warship of Leon's armada swayed, and it was almost sent flying. Heizage Leon was also helpless. He had just returned from the Innerverse, and he had not even warmed his seat before a fight broke out. More importantly, he could not interfere, and he did not even dare to interrupt. In the face of a truly supreme powerhouse, even the 4 major battle groups were useless. In the Neoverse, the Sirius sect was also attacked by one of the 7 sky gods, Undying Deity. Fortunately, the Sirius sect also had one of the 5th mainland 7 half-ancestors, and he was known as Elder Gong. The Hall of Honor had thought that the 7 sky gods would attack the top 10 powerhouses of the Fifth Mainland. However, they were wrong. A piece of news spread to the Hall of Honor, and it shocked them. One of the top 10 powerhouses, Wukong of the Sixth Mainland's Daosource 3 skies, had died. This news shocked both the Sixth Mainland and the Fifth Mainland. Wukong was one of the Sixth Mainland's Daosource 3 skies, so he naturally had powerhouses protecting him. His master was one of the 3 ancestors, Mystery Progenitor, but he had actually been killed by the Neo-Human Alliance. The Hall of Honor could imagine Mystery Progenitor's fury. No one had expected the Neo-Human Alliance to use the 7 sky gods to attack the Sixth Mainland's people. After all, the Sixth Mainland had cooperated with the Neo-Human Alliance in the past. Mystery Progenitor naturally had not expected Wukong to die so tragically. When Luin heard the news, he fell silent. Regardless of friend or foe, Wukong had always been one of the most outstanding elites of the human race. He had grasped many secret techniques and sourcebox arrays, and his future achievements were unimaginable. Yet, he had died just like that. However, Luin only felt sympathy for the death of a rabbit, and it was not too much of a pity. Still, he could imagine Mystery Progenitor's fury. Not only that, but Wukong has also died. Wu Taibai was also heavily injured, and we don't know if Wang Yi is still alive, Heavenly Master Xianxia said with a bleak tone. Luin frowned. The Neo-Human Alliance intentionally used the 7 sky gods to attack us and lower the Sixth Mainland's guard. Their true goal is still the Sixth Mainland. Heavenly Master Xianxia shook his head. Their true goal is the human race, not just the Sixth Mainland. After so many years, we understand the Neo-Human Alliance too well, and they know that it's impossible for them to kill you. Xiaoshi and the others won't be able to do it, and us old fellows will definitely protect them. Thus, they can only target the Sixth Mainland. Killing as many as they can, right? Luin asked. Heavenly Master Xianxia nodded and looked at the sky with a complicated expression. There's only hope for that opportunity if all of you work together. If one of you dies, there's less hope. Fortunately, there are many experts in this generation. Even if Wukong dies, the Sixth Mainland can still replenish Zi. What about Wang Yi? Luin asked. Heavenly Master Xianxia shook his head. I don't know if he's dead or not. If he can't reach the Neoverse in time, then someone else will definitely take his place. At this point, Luin suddenly exchanged glances with Heavenly Master Xianxia. Not good. If they could think of this, then how could the Neo-Human Alliance not have? This generation of youths was too dazzling, and the Hall of Honor might have overlooked the possibility that others might be attacked as well. Hidden Weep, Lu Tianmu, Obscurer, and Star Sibyl were all not much weaker than the top 10, and they definitely had the qualifications to compete for the opportunity in Wang Yi's place. The Neo-Human Alliance might have already made a move. What happened to the others did not have much to do with Luin, and he did not have the time to worry about others. It didn't take long for him to receive a call, and he immediately picked it up. A beautiful woman appeared on the screen, and it was Faye, the leader of the Flyfall Squadron, one of the 7 subordinate squadrons of Leon's armada that he had met once before. Little 7, we still can't find out who's behind the bets, Sister Faye said. Lu Yin's heart sank. How much money is left in the bets? I came just in time. There's about 360 million star essence left. After the start of the Supreme Tournament, Luin had contacted Leon's armada and asked Heizage Leon to send someone to look for the biggest bets, as he was worried that the bets would run away after Luin won the championship. Reality proved that his worries were correct, as Leon's armada moved quickly and found the bets during the tournament. Sister Faye personally monitored the bets, and it was fine if the bets did not go back on their word, but if they did, Leon's armada would take action. However, they were still a step too late, as the bets had already been transferred. If not for Sister Faye's quick actions, even 300 million star essence would have been transferred. Sister Faye, you really can't find out who's behind this? Luin was unwilling to give up, as the odds were 1 to 10. He had bet 100 million star essence and would have received 1 billion star essence, but he was left with only 300 million star essence. It was impossible for all of it to be his, as the bets had been found by Leon's armada, which meant that he would get at least half of it, or even more. Even blood brothers had to settle accounts clearly. Furthermore, Leon's armada was a pirate group, and he was even their leader. Sister Fei rolled her eyes. I want to find out more than you do. Do you think you're the only one who bet? A large group of people lost all their money. Luine frowned. The reason why this bets had become the largest and most trustworthy was because they had placed their bets with the Mavis Bank, and they had borrowed 1 billion essence directly from the bank. It was precisely because of this 1 billion essence that others had dared to place their bets. As long as they won money and had proof from the bets, they could directly withdraw the money from the Mavis Bank. It was very simple. Since the bets had been set up, there was basically no way for them to lose money. However, who would have thought that Luine would suddenly bet so much and even win? Even with 1 billion essence, it was only enough for Luine to make a loss. Many others had won as well, so the bets were set to lose money. Without Lu Yin's bets, the bets would have been more than enough to squander, and they would have even made a huge profit. After deducting the Mavis Bank's interest, they would have been able to make a few 100 million essence or even more. However, because of Luine, they had lost all of their bets. The person behind the bets had simply run away. As for the Mavis Bank's 1 billion essence, without proof from the bets, no one could take it. At most, the bets would have to pay interest to the Mavis Bank every year, but the bets they had collected were enough to pay off the interest for countless years. The unlucky ones were the ones who had won the bets, as all of their money had been stolen by the bets. Most importantly, no one knew who was behind the bets. Luine contacted Lulu Mavis and wanted to use her connections to check the Mavis Bank's records, but he was told that he could not do so. The Mavis Bank had to keep their customers' secrets confidential. In any case, they were not losing money, and they even received 1 billion essence in interest every year, which was also a large sum of money. Hundreds of millions of star essence had been lost, and Lu Yin's heart ached so much that he wanted to vomit blood. Even the wealth he had accumulated over the years could not compare to the amount that had been stolen. No, he had to find out who had stolen his money. Even if that did not work, he had to take the Mavis Bank's 1 billion essence. Otherwise, he would not be satisfied. It's impossible for you to check the Mavis Bank's records. Even the Mavis family members don't have the authority to do so, let alone you. If the information is leaked, the consequences will be dire, and no one will be able to bear the consequences. You might even have to bear the wrath of the Mavis family, Sister Fei warned Luine. After all, this concerned the Mavis Bank's reputation, which was worth far more than 1 billion essence. Luine nodded helplessly. I understand. Thank you, Sister Fei. Sister Fei nodded. You've gotten back the 100 million that you bet, and you even made a small profit. It's not a loss, so don't take it to heart. Luine pursed his lips, as he had actually been enlightened by a pirate. I understand, Sister Fei. He hung up, and behind him, Kuwei was still unsatisfied. Seventh bro, are we just going to let those bastards off? They actually dared to steal our money. They must be tired of living. Who do you think can borrow 1 billion essence from the Mavis Bank at once? Luine asked. Kuwei shook his head. There are plenty of people like that. The 8 great flow zones of the Innerverse, the Cosmic Sea, the Neoverse, and even the Hall of Honor have people who can do it, including you. With your current status, it's very easy for you to borrow 1 billion essence from the Mavis Bank. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, as he had almost forgotten about that. Right, he could borrow some money himself, and he could give it a try if he ever needed money. Of the 360 million essence that Sister Fei had obtained from the bets, 160 million were transported back to Leon's armada in the Cosmic Sea. The remaining 200 million were given to Luine to be transported directly to the Blaze Realm. As a result, Lu Yin's total assets reached 700 million essence, of which 100 million was from his previous bet. 700 million essence was a sum that he had never obtained before. He was too rich, too rich. No, he had to keep a low profile. He had to keep a low profile. When he thought about how he had lost almost 900 million essence, his heart twitched. The Blaze Realm was not very far from the Ascension Flow Zone, and they had to bypass the Goo Flow Zone along the way. Luine specially ordered his spacecraft to pass by the Fennel flow zone to take a look before heading to the Blazing Mist flow zone. The current Blazing Mist flow zone was completely different from before, and there were no longer any arrogant disciples from the Blaze realm. The Sylvan Dragons and the Ross Empire had subconsciously joined forces and set up a defensive line in the south of the Blaze realm to prevent the Great Eastern Alliance from acting against them. Leon's armada, after all, had returned to the Blaze realm, as he did not have the strength to deal with two powerhouses at the same time. However, these two parties did not dare to make a move against him. Luine had become the leader, and the Hall of Honor had immediately issued a warning to everyone. This was also one of the reasons why Hyzage Leon had returned to the Cosmic Sea without worry. The Sage Heavenly Master had disappeared, and Luine had wanted to entertain him. However, the Sage Heavenly Master did not interact with outsiders, and even Luine did not know where he had gone. One thing he was certain of, however, was that if anything happened to Luine, the Sage Heavenly Master would appear. Not long after he returned to the Blaze realm, Luine was discussing with Wei Rong the matter of withdrawing from the Blazing Mist flow zone when he received a call. He accepted the call, and the person who appeared surprised him. It was Starsabil. He had never thought that Starsabil would suddenly contact him. In the Supreme Tournament, Starsabil's performance had been quite normal. In truth, Luine was a little surprised, as Starsabil had always been a potential threat to him. "Brother Lu, do you have time? How about coming to the Starsabil sect for a tour?" This was the first thing Starsabil said when she saw him. "The Starsabil sect?" Starsabil smiled. The Starsabil sect officially invites Brother Lu for a tour. Several days later, in outer space, Luine clasped his hands behind his back and fell into deep thought. He had accepted the Starsabil sect's invitation and was going for a tour. Anyone in the universe who knew about the Starsabil sect would more or less have some misgivings about them. After all, divination was something that normal people did not dare to underestimate, as it involved the domain of time. Luine was no exception. He had originally not believed in divination, but the incident with the Sea King had forced him to believe in it. No one knew that the Sea King had stolen pyrolite, and only the Starsabil sect had divined it. Starsabil's divination of battles was quite mysterious, and her so-called abacus method was puzzling. Luine was still very curious about this organization, and he wanted to see through this so-called divination. Any normal person would have such a mentality. However, if he could not see through it and instead believed in the divination, then he would definitely have more misgivings when facing the Starsabil sect in the future. He might even have to respect them. The Starsabil sect was located in the Innerverse Minor Thousand flow zone, which was located at the intersection of the Gu flow zone, the First flow zone, and the Day-Night flow zone. It could be considered the intersection of the Innerverse three major flow zones. The Minor Thousand flow zone was somewhat different from the other smaller flow zones. It was unknown whether it had been intentionally set up or formed naturally, but the entire flow zone had 108 ring-shaped tributaries that circled each other in layers, making the entire flow zone look like a vortex. If it was a flat surface, it would be a perfect target. At the center of the 108 ring-shaped tributaries was the Starsabil sect, and the stars in the Minor Thousand flow zone circled around the tributaries. They were arranged in a seemingly ordinary order, but at the same time, they were not. The moment he entered the Minor Thousand flow zone, he could clearly see that there were only ring-shaped tributaries in front of him, which seemed very ordinary. However, for some reason, Luine had a strange feeling. It was as if these tributaries and the arrangement of the stars held some sort of strange meaning. He exhaled and arrived at the Minor Thousand flow zone, which meant that he was very close to the Starsabil sect. Along the way, he had received a message from the Yu family, a place that he had never interacted with before, the Yo Court. The people who had contacted him over the past few days had all been very unexpected. The Yo Court had contacted him with the intention of joining the Great Eastern Alliance. Luine had never thought that such a thing would happen. After all, the Yo Court was a well-known power in the Innerverse, and it was backed by the Sword Sect in the First flow zone. The Sword Sect and the Yo Court had several marriage alliances, but they actually wanted to join the Great Eastern Alliance. The Sword Sect already suspects that the Yo Court hasn't left the Yu family of the Seven Courts, and their attitude towards us is completely different. We hope that Alliance Master Lu will allow the Yo Court to join the Great Eastern Alliance. The Yao court has already betrayed the Yu family of the seven courts, and we only wish to live a peaceful life. However, the sword sect will never allow us to exist. The exposure of the Yao secret symbol has filled them with both fear and greed towards us. The sword sect will definitely want to obtain the Yao secret symbol. Alliance Master Lu, the Yao court swears that we have no intention of returning to the Yu family, and we will definitely not betray the Great Eastern Alliance. Even though the sword sect's attitude has changed, the Yao court does not wish to sever ties with them. We only hope that someone will protect the Yao court's peace. The reason why we chose the Great Eastern Alliance is because it is not a single power, but rather an alliance of interests. It does not pose much of a threat to the Yao court. Alliance Master Lu's future achievements are limitless, and even now, you have the support of the Hall of Honor, Leon's Armada, Master Yuan, and the others. The Yao court does not trust anyone, and we only hope that Alliance Master Lu can protect us. This was what Madame Yu, the head of the Yao court, had said to Luin. During the Sovereign Tournament, Yao Yi'er had exposed the Yao secret symbol, as well as the Killer Heart Lotus battle technique. This was equivalent to completely exposing the fact that the Yao court was the main body of the Yu family. It would be strange if the sword sect was willing to protect them. Madame Yu had spoken in a righteous manner, saying that the Yao court would never return to the Yu family. If Luin hadn't seen everything after the Dai's 6 pips had fused, he might have actually believed her. After all, according to common sense, the Yao court should not have betrayed the Yu family. Even if they had, it should not have been the main family that possessed the Yao secret symbol. Luin did not know why the Yao court had betrayed the Yao court, or why they had intentionally split from the Yu family. This was what he was worried about. What was the Yao court trying to do? Although the Seven Courts was one of the 3 dark hands, they were different from the Neo-Human Alliance. They were not hated by everyone, and they had no problems protecting themselves. However, they had chosen to protect the sword sect and had even gone so far as to form a marriage alliance with the Yao court. It was as if some sort of crisis was looming over them. Yes, it was a crisis. Lu Yan's gaze turned cold. The Yao court had hidden some things from both the sword sect and himself. This made it even more impossible for him to accept the Yao court. Who knew what they were hiding? If even the 7 Courts Yu family could not protect them, then Luin was not arrogant enough to think that he could resist the 7 Courts Yu family. The Yu family was definitely an old monster with terrifying power, and they were definitely not weaker than the Night King clan. Madame Yu was waiting for his reply, but after much consideration, Luin decided not to contact her. The Yao court was clearly using him as a shield. Elsewhere, in the first flow zone, countless people were kneeling under the gloomy sky. Their expressions were solemn, and they looked exceptionally dignified. A large flag with the word Yao fluttered in the wind. This was the Yao court, and the head of the Yao court, Madame Yu, appeared calm, but the anxiety in her eyes could not be concealed. Behind her, Yao Yi'er had her head lowered, and her face was pale. Was that battle technique really something that you learned from the Yao secret symbol? Madame Yu asked in a low voice. Yao Yi'er did not dare to hide the truth. Yes. It accidentally appeared when I used the Yao secret symbol, so I started cultivating it. Actually, I've never tested its power before, and this was my first time in the Supreme Tournament. Madame Yu's chest heaved, and her eyes were filled with excitement, but there was also fear. Yao Yi'er did not know why the Yao court had been separated from the Yu family. Only the current head of the Yao court knew that it was because of the Yao secret symbol. The Yao secret symbol was not just a secret technique, but also a treasure that had been hidden over the years. No one knew what the Yao secret symbol contained, but it was known that those who cultivated it could accidentally obtain ancient battle techniques, cultivation methods, or even secret techniques. It was rumored that this secret technique had been created by the Yu family's ancestor, the legendary Netherworld ancestor. He was an incomparably ancient progenitor who had long been lost to the passage of time. It was very likely that the Netherworld ancestor had hidden these battle techniques within the Yao secret symbol. The reason the Yao court had been separated was because the secret of the Yao secret symbol had been leaked. They did not know how many people knew about this secret, but one thing was certain, there had always been people who had been watching the Yao court, vainly trying to obtain the Yao secret symbol. This constant sense of danger had long since been engraved into the blood of every member of the Yu family. This feeling of being constantly watched had existed for a very, very long time. It could be traced all the way back to the ancient war between the 5th and 6th mainlands. It was precisely because of this that the Yu family had decided to split off from the Yo court and take away the true Yo secret symbol. The Yo court naturally had to have the ability to protect itself. Apart from the Yu family's secret protection, the sword sect was also a protector that the Yu family had found. Its strength was definitely not weaker than any of the 7 courts, and it was enough to protect the Yo court. Thank you for your support, brothers. Everything had been going smoothly, but Yo Year's exposure during the sovereign tournament had completely disrupted the Yu family's plans. Even the sword sect suspected that the Yo court had other motives. Even an idiot would know that a disciple who had grasped the Yo secret was the true heir of the Yu family. Was it possible for the true heir to defect? Even if he had, how could the Yu family allow the Yo secret to remain hidden? None of this made sense, so it was impossible for the Yo court to continue protecting the sword sect. Madame Yu, or rather, the entire Yu family, had chosen to rely on the Great Eastern Alliance and Luin. Why should we rely on the Great Eastern Alliance? Yo Year couldn't help but ask. Madame Yu was helpless. Exposing the Yo secret is the same as exposing the fact that we are the true heirs of the Yu family. Who in the Innerverse would dare to accept us? The sword sect and the Wen family would dare, but they have other motives. These behemoths are not reliable, and the Great Eastern Alliance is a combination of interests. Luin is the champion of the sovereign tournament and is being watched closely by the Hall of Honor. There are many hidden powerhouses behind him, and there must be some unknown powerhouses among them. Otherwise, Luin would not have been able to cultivate to his current realm. He would have died long ago. Relying on him is the best choice at the moment. Yo Year looked at Madame Yu. We can return to the Yu family. Madame Yu smiled bitterly. Do you still feel like you're being watched? Yo Year trembled, and her face paled as she nodded. The Yu family has been under surveillance for many years. This danger that originates from the bloodline torments every single member of the Yu family. We split off to protect the Yo secret, but also to protect the other members of the Yu family, Madame Yu explained. Yo Year understood. If the Yu family could protect itself, then they would not have split off. The 7 courts seemed to be one entity, but they had their own conflicts. They could not rely on the other families, but would it be useful to rely on Luin? Madame Yu did not rely on Luin, but rather on the powerhouse that everyone had speculated about after Luin. Everyone had come to a consensus that there was an unimaginable powerhouse after Luin, and it was precisely because of that powerhouse that Luin had been able to cultivate such an unparalleled strength. Of course, Madame Yu also had expectations for Luin in the future. Luin might really be able to reach the progenitor realm. However, Luin wasn't a good person either. He might covet the Yo secret in the future, but for now, she could only rely on him. The sword sect's attitude towards them had changed too drastically, and she had a premonition that the sword sect would make a move soon. After passing through several circular tributaries, the Starsabelle sect came into view. It was a planet that was neither bright nor beautiful, but it had given birth to a mystical sect. This planet was called Starsabelle, and the Starsabelle sect was located on it. There were very few people in the Starsabelle sect. Originally, there was a mysterious sect master, 6 Starsabelles, and 108 black servants who served the Starsabelle sect. However, after Starsabelle revealed her 9 clones technique, all of them had fused together. Now, there was no one else in the Starsabelle sect besides the sect master, Starsabelle, and the black servants. It was hard to imagine that the famed Starsabelle sect only had this much power, but that was the truth. The Starsabelle sect had relied on this little bit of power to stand tall in the universe for countless years, and even the behemoths of the Neoverse did not dare to underestimate them. Right, there was also Xianxia, who had been abandoned by the Starsabelle sect. He could also be considered a member of the Starsabelle sect. The final circular tributary was behind Luin, and Starsabelle was right in front of him. A figure stood tall in outer space and gazed at the spacecraft. It was as beautiful as a painting, and even the darkness of outer space could not obscure her radiance. It was Starsabelle. Lu Yin's gaze deepened. He had arrived at the Starsabelle sect. Just as Luin reached the Starsabelle sect, in the Outerverse, on the Prairie Blaze continent where East San Dios was located, an ordinary-looking man contacted Night King Yuanjing. Can't find any clues? It's expected that he's not in San Dios, but doesn't he have any friends or family? You must find him. He has the Day-Night clan's inheritance stone on him, as well as the secret to entering the stone to cultivate, Night King Yuanjing said sternly. The man respectfully replied, yes, elder. This disciple will continue the search. The man was from the Day-Night clan, and he had been ordered by the Day-Night clan to search for Lu Xiaoge. This was because Lu Xiaoge had obtained the Day-Night clan's inheritance and had climbed to an extremely high position on the Day-Night clan's ancestral land stone tablet. This had infuriated the entire Day-Night clan. Lu Yin had overturned the Day-Night flow zone and climbed to the top of the ancestral land stone tablet. Although they hated him to the core, they were still convinced. After all, Lu Yin was the master of the Outerverse, and his strength was at the top of the younger generation. But what did Lu Xiaoge have? In the eyes of the Day-Night clan, Lu Xiaoge was like an ant, and since an ant dared to ride on their heads, they had to be slapped to death. Unfortunately, they could not find Lu Xiaoge. The man thought for a moment and then looked towards the north. Lu Xiaoge was too cautious, and he had not made any friends in the Outerverse for so many years. He also did not get close to women, and he had not left behind any clues. The only way was to try his luck and go to Lu Xiaoge's hometown, Earth. In the Innerverse, in the Day-Night clan's ancestral land, one of the elders guarding the stone tablet, switching Day-Night, stood up and also looked towards the north before walking out. In the Innerverse, in the Lesser Thousand Flow Zone, Lu Yin was escorted by Starsibyl to Starsibyl. The planet's scenery was extremely beautiful, and it did not contain any modern facilities. Whether it was the gravity, environment, soil, or sky, everything made Lu Yin feel as if he had returned to Earth. This was a very ordinary planet in the universe. It's the Starsibyl sect's blessing that Brother Lu is able to come to Starsibyl, Starsibyl said with a smile. It was rare to see Starsibyl smile, as she had always been recognized as the most beautiful woman in the universe. Now that she smiled and covered half her face, she had a unique charm. Lu Yin could not help but take a few more glances at her. You're too kind. It's my blessing to be invited to the Starsibyl sect as a guest. There aren't many people in the universe who are qualified to be invited by the Starsibyl sect, and even if they come to the Lesser Thousand Flow Zone, they might not be able to enter. What he said was the truth. When he had entered the Lesser Thousand Flow Zone, he had seen many spacecraft sailing around the circular tributary. It was obvious that they wanted to enter but had not obtained permission. Starsibyl replied, there's no other way. The Starsibyl sect also wants to benefit the universe and make more friends, but there's a limit to our numbers. Divination is not a simple matter, and everyone wants to know the past and the future in order to deduce fate. However, knowing the future may not be a good thing. What do you mean? Lu Yin asked. Starsibyl thought about it. It's very difficult to change the future, and fate is determined by the heavens. What if I tell Brother Lu that you will definitely become the champion of the sovereign tournament? Will you work even harder in your cultivation, even if it means risking your life to increase your strength? Or will you confirm that the Starsibyl sect's divination is correct and that there is no need for you to risk your life and just wait for the moment you become the champion? Which option would Brother Lu choose? Lu Yin thought about it and then laughed. If it were me, I would choose the first option. Starsibyl nodded. Brother Lu doesn't trust the Starsibyl sect, so you've never trusted us from the start. However, those people outside have been scrambling for our Starsibyl sect. Some have waited for 10 years, 100 years, and some have even waited for 1,000 years. What do you think they would choose if we told them the results? Lu Yin replied, they wouldn't take the initiative to fight for it. They would just wait for the results of the divination to come true. However, once they do that, it will clash with fate. This is because fate dictates that even if you become the champion, you will still have to risk your life to increase your strength. Once that happens, your fate will change, and no one will know if it's good or bad. Lu Yin laughed. You're the Starsibyl. Don't you want everyone in the universe to trust you and allow you to make decisions? What you said just now seemed like you were trying to undermine me. Starsibyl smiled. It's the exact opposite. Brother Lu, don't you think that after hearing what I said just now, you believe in divination even more? Lu Yin was stumped, but he smiled and did not dwell on the topic any further. The Starsibyl sect was not the only Starsibyl sect. there were also ordinary mortal countries, but they were all in the era of cold weapons. Luine and Starsabil looked down from the clouds and saw the battles between mortals. It was an addictive feeling, as Luine was a god to these mortals. He was a huge country with millions of soldiers on the battlefield. As long as he willed it, he could instantly change the outcome of the battle. Starsabil did not rush him, and when Luine stopped, she stopped as well. Not long after, Luine said, "Let's go." Starsabil continued to lead the way, and before long, the two arrived at a giant waterfall. They parted to reveal a completely different world. The Starsabil sect was not very large, and the buildings were very simple. It even felt like they had been built casually. There were even thatched huts that seemed simple, but Luine noticed something different about them. There were exactly 108 houses here. The minor thousand flow zone had 108 ring-shaped tributaries, and the Starsabil sect had 108 profound servants. Could there be 108 countries in the Starsabil sect? Did these numbers mean something? "Brother Lu, please. Master has been waiting for you for a long time," Starsabil said. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. "Please lead the way." They passed by one house after another, and under Starsabil's guidance, the two arrived at a very ordinary thatched hut in the innermost area. "Master, I brought the guest." She then gestured for Luine to enter. Luine calmly entered the hut. This was not his first time visiting a thatched hut. Back then, Elder Yu had lived in a thatched hut, and the entire Yu bloodline had lived in seclusion in a similar manner. There were also many thatched huts in the Royal Frost Continent's everlasting ice city. These huts represented the passage of time. Luine entered the hut, but he did not see anyone. Just as he was feeling strange, an illusory figure slowly took shape in front of him. Luine looked on in shock. "A screen? No, wait." The figure quickly took shape. It was a middle-aged man who was as gentle as jade. He wore white clothes with a star pattern on them, and he had a smile on his face. His eyes were especially bright and filled with wisdom. He gave off a very refined and scholarly aura. This feeling was similar to when Xianxia had transformed into Patriarch Hui, but there were also differences. Patriarch Hui's aura was more refined, while this middle-aged man was more refined. "Alliance leader Lu, it's been a long time," the middle-aged man said, his voice comforting. Luine looked at the man. "The Starsabil sect has invited me as a guest, but they're not welcoming me personally. That doesn't seem very appropriate." The middle-aged man smiled. "Please forgive me, Alliance leader Lu. I'm always like this when I meet anyone, even Elder Chan." Luine raised a brow. "How should I address you, senior?" The middle-aged man smiled as he raised his hand and wrote a word in the air, "Pearl." Luine was confused. "Pearl? Senior Pearl?" The man nodded. "Yes." Luine was bewildered. Pearl sounded exactly the same as a pig. "It's not the same. One is an object, and the other is a living creature." The man smiled. Luine was shocked. He had only thought about it, but he had not said it out loud. "You can see through my thoughts?" The man laughed. "It's just a simple guess. Anyone would think the same thing. It's very simple." Lu Yin's expression turned strange. "May I know why Senior has invited me here?" The man sized Luine up seriously. "The champion of the Sovereign Tournament and the king of the younger generation. Everyone would like to meet you." "That simple?" Luine was confused. The man replied, "My Starsabil sect would like to establish good karma with Alliance leader Lu. I'll give you a piece of advice, and you might be able to help us in the future." "What kind of good karma?" Luine was curious. The man's eyes twinkled, and Luine knew that he was trying to divine something. He calmly stood there and waited. Starsabil had not been able to divine him, and Xianxia had shed tears of blood when he had divined for Luine. He had even sworn to never do so again. Luine wanted to see what abilities this sect leader had. "There are traces of the Shantian mirror on Alliance leader Lu's body. It seems that my useless junior brother has caused trouble for you." Luine was astonished. "You can tell? Wait, did you say the Shantian mirror? Xianxia has really cultivated it?" The man nodded. "Of course. Luin blinked. This was a pleasant surprise. Xianxia had actually cultivated the Xiantian mirror. This was the Xiantian mirror, a famous divination technique that was rumored to be the Starsibel sect's most mysterious technique. Luin had originally thought that Xianxia had been bragging, and everyone else had thought that he had been bragging. Who would have thought that it was actually true? Luin felt that inviting Xianxia to become the Great Yu Empire's imperial tutor was not a bad idea. Is there anything in particular that Alliance leader Lu wants to know? The only good karma that my Starsibel sect can do is divination. Family? I want to know where my family is. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he stared at Luin. Xianxia's state after his divination had left him feeling uneasy. Xianxia's gaze had been filled with sorrow, and he was most afraid of hearing a certain result. After a while, the middle-aged man's body suddenly began to circulate and distort. His originally refined temperament became anxious and even somewhat incredulous. Lu Yin's heart sank as he clenched his fists. The middle-aged man retracted his gaze from Lu Yin and lowered his head, his eyes flickering. How is it? Did you manage to divine it? Lu Yin hurriedly asked. The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at Lu Yin with a strange gaze. It was different from Xianzhou's sorrowful and sympathetic gaze. It was more like... How should he describe it? Lu Yin had an indescribable feeling. I can't give you an answer about Alliance Master Lu's background, the middle-aged man said. Lu Yin frowned. Why? You can't divine it? The middle-aged man withdrew his gaze and seemed to be thinking about something. Lu Yin stared at him. After a while, the middle-aged man said, It's not that the divination is impossible. Your past has been concealed. He raised his hand and drew a finger in the air. When he saw the finger, Lu Yin's pupils shrank. This was the dream finger. The middle-aged man drew again, but this time, he drew a general appointing platform. One is an attack, and the other is a defense. Alliance Master Lu, as long as you can find these two truths, then you will be able to discover your background. However, it will be very difficult, as someone can conceal your past from even me. This proves that this person's ability might be related to time and might even be able to block the river of time. The middle-aged man then looked at Lu Yin seriously. I only have one piece of advice for Alliance Master Lu, you must succeed in this fight for the opportunity. Lu Yin watched the image in the air dissipate and then looked at the middle-aged man again. Anything else? Nothing else. The man shook his head. Lu Yin did not believe him, but he could not force the man to tell him. Being able to divine the dream finger and the general appointing platform had given Lu Yin a new understanding of divination. The general appointing platform was his second innate gift, and it should be related to his family's inheritance. Finding the truth behind the general appointing platform would allow him to discover his background. The dream finger was definitely related to the Day-Night clan, and Lu Yin wondered if he should make another trip to the Day-Night clan. Thank you for your divination, Senior. I am eternally grateful. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Yin. Remember my advice. You must obtain this opportunity, as it is the key to unlocking the mystery of your background. What exactly is this opportunity? Lu Yin asked. Even though he had become the champion, no one had explained to him what he was about to fight for. The middle-aged man shook his head. I can't tell you in advance. Alliance Master Lu, just wait for a while. Lu Yin asked again, Senior, did you manage to divine anything about that finger? The man shook his head. I really didn't. Lu Yin felt helpless. In that case, this junior will take his leave. If the Starsibel sect needs anything in the future, this junior will definitely not decline. The middle-aged man nodded and watched Lu Yin leave. After Lu Yin left the room, the middle-aged man frowned. It actually involved that place. No wonder the girl couldn't divine it. This child's path is difficult, more difficult than anyone else's. He has a supreme status, but he has to climb up from the bottom. It's even harder than becoming a progenitor. After leaving the room, Lu Yin was still immersed in their conversation. How was it, Brother Lu? Starsibel asked. Lu Yin looked at her. What a wonderful divination. Starsibel did not know if he was telling the truth, so she changed the topic. Brother Lu, it's rare for you to come here. Why don't you try some of our Starsabil sex specialties? Luine smiled. Then I won't stand on ceremony. He had not come here purely because he had been invited. There was another important matter that he needed to attend to, and that was to ask the Starsabil sect to investigate the person behind the bets. He was unwilling to give up just like that. 900 million star essence. What kind of concept was that? Even the Blaze Realm's treasury, combined with the Sun families, did not amount to even half of 900 million star essence. To Luine, this amount of money could allow him to upgrade many of his external items, and he would not have to worry about money for a long time. How could he just give up? At Starsabil's invitation, Luine tasted the Starsabil sex delicacies and toured around the planet. One day later, he asked Starsabil to divine the person behind the bets. Starsabil was put in a difficult position. Luine replied, I know that it's not easy to ask the Starsabil sect for a divination. If you have any conditions, you can state them. Starsabil replied, it's not that we're refusing, but there are some things that can easily offend people if they're divined. Luine replied, that depends on whether it's worth it or not. Of course, I'm not trying to force you. You can divine it first, but if it turns out to be someone that you really don't want to offend, then it's fine if you don't tell me. I'll investigate it myself. Starsabil sighed. Please wait a moment, Alliance Leader Lu. She then left. Luine stood in place and waited for more than an hour before Starsabil returned. Luine was filled with anticipation. Starsabil earnestly said, the person who borrowed 1 billion star essence from the Mavis Bank is called Nan Yuan. Nan Yuan? Luine was puzzled, as this name sounded very familiar. Starsabil replied, he's one of the 9 directors of the Hall of Honor, Nan Yuan. Luine recalled that Nan Yuan was actually one of the 9 directors of the Hall of Honor. It was no wonder why he had been able to borrow 1 billion star essence from the Mavis Bank. This person was backed by the 7 courts, and most importantly, the Xia family. The 9 directors of the Hall of Honor represented many different interests. There were 2 from the Innerverse, 1 from the Sword Sect and the other from the Day-Night clan. There were 2 from the Cosmic Sea, and Xianxia was from there. There were 5 from the Neoverse, and the Unaging Old Man was one of them. Nan Yuan was also one of them. Luine had never thought that this matter would involve the directors of the Hall of Honor. He really did have some sort of fate with these directors. Brother Lu, Director Nan Yuan is different from the Unaging Old Man. The Unaging Old Man has many interests behind him, but there are no behemoths that directly protect him. Director Nan Yuan is backed by the 7 courts, and if the one who tried to seize control of the Great Eastern Alliance had not been the Unaging Old Man but Director Nan Yuan, then things would have been even more complicated, Starsabil said, trying to get Luine to give up. Luine also knew that Nan Yuan represented the interests of the 7 courts. Once he touched Nan Yuan, it would be equivalent to becoming an enemy of the entire 7 courts. Even though the 7 courts did not have many experts among the younger generation, and Xia Xiaoxian, Ku Lei, Hui Santong, and the others had performed poorly during the sovereign tournament, that did not mean that they were easy to provoke. Everything else aside, the 7 courts had monopolized progenitor Chen's tomb, and every family had their own secret techniques. This was not something that the Day-Night clan or the Sword Sect could achieve. The depth of their foundation was not something that Luine could imagine. With the power behind him, he could overturn the Day-Night flow zone, but if he went up against the 7 courts, he would not even know how he died. He still had some self-awareness, and he was not arrogant enough to disregard the 7 courts. However, that was 900 million star essence, and he was not willing to give it up. Starsabil did not disturb Luine. Luine thought about it for a long time, but he still could not think of a way to take away 900 million star essence from Director Nan Yuan. It was very troublesome, and even if this matter was exposed, Director Nan Yuan would definitely have a way to escape. He could not think of anything for the time being, so Luine could only bid farewell to Starsabil. Starsabil said, Brother Lu, there's no rush. I invited you here for another matter. Luine was puzzled. What is it? Starsabil and Luine looked at each other. Brother Lu, do you know about the Hidden Earth organization? Lu Yin's face changed, and he looked at Starsabil in shock. He obviously knew about the Hidden Earth organization. It was a mysterious organization hidden on Jupiter that did not have any contact with the outside world. Once someone left, it was impossible for them to return to Jupiter. It was a mysterious organization that had preserved the seeds of Earth's civilization during its reincarnation cycle. The first time Luin had heard of this organization's name was from Xianxia, as Xianxia was a member of the Hidden Earth organization. It was also at that time that Luin had learned about Earth's mysterious history. Luin had originally planned to explore Jupiter in the near future. A mysterious organization had been hiding in his backyard, and he had to find out more about it. After all, this organization was related to the primeval surname Alliance, and he might be able to find out more about his past. However, he had never imagined that he would actually hear the words Hidden Earth Society from Starsibyl in this distant minor thousand flow realm. What do you mean? Luin asked as he stared at Starsibyl, trying to discern something from her eyes. Starsibyl gestured for him to follow her. Brother Lu, I'll bring you to meet someone. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as a myriad of thoughts ran through his mind. He followed Starsibyl and headed off in a certain direction. Not long after, they arrived at a house where they saw a nervous man drinking cup after cup of tea. It was obvious that this person was anxious, and there was an indescribable fear in the depths of his eyes. Starsibyl led Luin inside. The man's eyes lit up when he saw the two of them, especially Luin. You're Luin? Luin looked at the man. Who are you? The man gulped and spoke in a hoarse voice. My name is Xianxia, and I'm from the Hidden Earth Society. Luin raised his brows and glanced at Starsibyl before looking back at the man. Why should I believe you? Xianxia, Reincarnation Destroyer. Luin narrowed his eyes, but he did not speak. Xianxia saw that Luin still did not believe him, and he opened his mouth to say something, but Luin raised a hand to interrupt him. Is the Starsibyl sect related to the Hidden Earth Society? Starsibyl replied, Not really. I just happened to come into contact with them. Enjoy your chat. She then walked out of the house. Luin looked at Xianxia. How much does the Starsibyl sect know about the Hidden Earth Society? Xianxia shook his head. Not much. Over the years, Earth has been wiped out many times, and each time, some of the elites were either brought to Jupiter or left for the universe. I've been trying to get in touch with the Starsibyl sect, hoping to use them to calculate the true reason for Earth's extinction. However, I don't dare reveal everything about the Hidden Earth Society. So part of the reason I'm here is because of you? Luin asked. Xianxia nodded. The Starsibyl sect is indeed powerful. They managed to calculate our relationship, which is why they arranged for us to meet. Luin did not know what the Starsibyl sect's plans. That might not be the case. They might be more concerned about the primeval surname Alliance. Does the Starsibyl sect know about Jupiter? Xianxia shook his head. I didn't say anything. Jupiter is a top secret of the Hidden Earth Society. Unless it's someone from Earth or someone with a primeval surname recognized by us, we won't tell anyone about it. At this point, Luin was starting to believe that this person was a member of the Hidden Earth Society, but that was not necessarily the case. The Hidden Earth Society had existed for so many years, and who knew if there were any traitors among them? But then again, even if there were traitors, what could they betray? What could he gain? What could those forces that lured the members of the Hidden Earth Society to betray them gain? The seemingly mysterious Hidden Earth organization was nothing more than an empty shell. Jupiter had remained unexplored for so many years, which proved that the outside world did not care about the Hidden Earth Society at all. Perhaps the Starsibyl sect had allowed Xianxia to contact Luin in order to form a good relationship with him, and it was not as complicated as Luin thought. After all, the Hidden Earth Society had no value to the various powers. Only he and the members of the Hidden Earth Society would take it seriously. Why do you want to see me? I'm not a member of the Hidden Earth Society, Luin said. Xianxia replied, I know, but there's no other way. Aside from you, there's no one else who can help Earth. He paused and then solemnly said, It won't be long before Earth is wiped out. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Xianxia had once said that Earth would be wiped out every once in a while, and that civilization would restart. Why do you say that? It hasn't been that long since the last civilization was wiped out, right? Xianxia smiled bitterly. Every civilization is wiped out at a different time. It's not determined by time, but rather by Earth's development. Because of your appearance, Earth became a cultivation civilization ahead of time, which led to the birth of many geniuses. Extinction is close at hand. Hua Qingshan had said something similar before, but Luin remembered that Hua Qingshan had not only mentioned Earth. Aside from Earth, Hua Qingshan also said that the other primeval surnames would be wiped out. Zhang Qiting shook his head and then revealed a fact that shocked Luin. The other primeval surnames are different from Earth because they were wiped out by the Hidden Earth Society. Zhang Qiting's words shocked Luin. Wiped out by you guys? Zhang Qiting nodded, his tone turning slightly gloomy. Due to the extinction of civilizations, the Hidden Earth Society will take away geniuses from Earth every once in a while to cultivate. You should know that there are many geniuses on Earth, and as long as they have the resources and the means to cultivate, their chances of becoming powerhouses far exceed that of people from other regions. Luin was aware of this. Among the first batch of true Earthlings to leave Earth, Zhang Dingtian's strength was comparable to Lu Xiaoqiu's, and Bai Qian had become a cruiser and had entered the top ranks of the sovereign tournament. There were also Bai Shui and Su San, and all of them weren't bad. The only one whose whereabouts were unknown was Saruzin, and unless he was dead, he wouldn't be too bad either. Luin even believed that with that person's willpower, his achievements might not be below Zhang Dingtian's. The second generation that left Earth, Fu Xiaoshu and the others, progressed extremely quickly, and they even had the strength of a hall master of Yu Academy. They had already rushed out of Frostwave Weave to cultivate outside. Not long ago, Yu Academy had reported that another batch of geniuses had joined Earth, and the number of geniuses was no less than the first batch. Any cultivator with an innate gift could unconditionally join the 10 Arbiters Council. The universe placed great importance on cultivators with innate gifts, and they were already one step ahead of ordinary cultivators. There weren't as many cultivators with innate gifts in the entire Frostwave Weave as compared to Earth. Earth was a very strange existence. Every member of the Hidden Earth Society who leaves Earth to cultivate will easily reach the Hunter Realm if everything goes smoothly. Even if they lack resources, they can still reach the Hunter Realm with time. I, Zhang Qiting, cultivated for 327 years and reached the Hunter Realm with the innate gift of distortion. Before me, there were many experts from the Hidden Earth Society who reached the Hunter Realm and even the Enlighter Realm, Zhang Qiting said. Luin raised a hand to stop him. If he had just stepped into the universe, he would have wanted to come into contact with the Hidden Earth Society and borrow their strength to accomplish a few things. But now, he didn't need to. No matter how powerful the Hidden Earth Society was, they couldn't possibly reach his level of accomplishments. Otherwise, they wouldn't have asked for his help. There's no need to go into too much detail. Zhang Qiting could feel Lu Yin's distance and helplessly said, Earth's reincarnation and extinction is too strange. Even if we hope that an absolute powerhouse will intervene and save Earth, you should know that the universe is cruel. Even if Earth is saved from the tragedy of reincarnation and extinction, it might still end up as a slave to an absolute powerhouse. The Hidden Earth Society doesn't dare to take that risk. So you've massacred the other families with primeval surnames to create the illusion that the extinction was man-made? Luin guessed. Zhang Qiting replied, there's no other way. The matter of Earth cannot be exposed. The only way to confuse the truth is to drag the other families with the primeval surnames into the water and create the illusion that someone hates the primeval surnames, which is why they were massacred. Luin sighed in amazement. How ruthless. It was no wonder why the Hidden Earth Society had never been exposed. This organization had the ability, the means, and the ruthlessness. Even more so, they were cautious. Everything was going smoothly at first. We wanted to slowly accumulate resources and nurture innate cultivators. One day, we'd be able to nurture a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000. Because Earthlings have high comprehension and innate gifts, this was not a dream. But we never expected that you would appear out of nowhere and completely disrupt our plans. Zhang Qiting smiled bitterly. Because of your appearance, Earth's civilization entered an era of cultivation prematurely. Naturally, it also went extinct prematurely. Luin suddenly thought of something. Were you really not exposed? Zhang Qiting was puzzled. Why do you ask? Luin looked at him. If we weren't exposed, then why would the Mavis family, the Seven Courts Xia family, the Neo-Human Alliance's Spectre clan, and even Star Sibyl appear on Earth? Zhang Qiting frowned. Actually, this is what we've been investigating all this time. To outsiders, Earth is just a very ordinary planet. It's already inconceivable that it could attract cultivators from the Great Yu Empire's Yu Academy, but even the Mavis family and the Seven Courts have appeared. We still haven't found an answer. Earth's apocalypse was caused by the Day-Night clan, but even the Day-Night clan shouldn't have attracted the Mavis family. Lu Yin stared at Zhang Qiting, unable to tell if he was lying or not. What's on Jupiter? Lu Yin asked. Zhang Qiting shook his head. I don't know. Those who went in never came out. None of us went in. His answer was the same as Hu Qingshan's. It seemed that Lu Yin would have to take a look if he wanted to know what was on Jupiter. Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui had both been sucked in by Jupiter. What do you want from me? Lu Yin asked. Zhang Qiting replied, Earth has entered a countdown to its extinction. According to our estimations, this civilization will be completely wiped out in about 100 years. We want to use you to ask Master Yuan to investigate the truth behind Earth's extinction. Lu Yin understood, Master Yuan's reputation was too good. His disciples were spread throughout the universe, and his strength was in the millions. The Hidden Earth Society was not afraid of Master Yuan doing anything to them. Zhang Qiting looked at Lu Yin anxiously and expectantly. He knew that Lu Yin was not an Earthling, but he had stayed on Earth for 2 years. The reason why Earth had entered an era of cultivation so early was because of this person, and this person was full of goodwill towards Earth. The Hidden Earth Society had dared to expose themselves because Star Sibyl had divined it, and because of this person's existence, they did not have to worry about Earthlings becoming slaves. At the same time, Zhang Qiting felt somewhat bitter. The Hidden Earth Society had been developing for so many years, but it could not compare to this person's 10 years of cultivation. It was true that an absolute genius could change the entire situation. Lu Yin said, I can ask Master Yuan to investigate Earth. If he's not free, I can also ask other powerhouses with power levels in the millions to go. However, that will have to wait until I personally investigate. Investigate what? Zhang Qiting was stunned. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he replied with 2 words, Jupiter. He had wanted to investigate Jupiter for a long time, but he had never put it on the agenda. He hadn't been able to enter the planet when he had first investigated it, but now, he should be able to. No matter how powerful the Hidden Earth Society's internal powerhouses were, they could not surpass an emissary. At his peak, he should be able to surpass the Hidden Earth Society's strongest powerhouse. Lu Yin left the Star Sibyl sect and boarded a spacecraft that headed towards the blazing mist flow zone. He had decided to head to Earth as soon as possible, as it would be like a fishbone stuck in his throat if he didn't get to the bottom of Earth's extinction. But before that, he had to contact someone. He opened his gadget, accessed the Astral Combat Academy's network, and contacted Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo's image quickly appeared on his screen. Xia Jiuyou has always wanted to fuse with you. Can you fuse with him? This was the first thing Lu Yin asked when he saw Xiao Luo. He was unwilling to let the Xia family steal 900 million star essence. That was 900 million star essence, and it was enough to raise his power to a whole new level. Xiao Luo had not expected Lu Yin to ask him this. Of course. As long as his consciousness is scattered during the fusion, my consciousness will be the dominant one. Why are you asking? Do you want to help me? Lu Yin smiled. If you rely on yourself, you'll be fused with Xia Jiuyou sooner or later. I don't want to lose a friend. Besides, the Xia family owes me 900 million star essence. Xiao Luo was shocked. 900 million? That much? The Xiao family's representative in the Hall of Honor, Nan Yuan, one of the 9 directors, borrowed 1 billion star essence from the Mavis Bank as a deposit to start the biggest bet, but he ran away. Without his proof, I can't withdraw the 1 billion star essence. It's a huge loss for me. Xiao Luo smiled. Gambling has its risks, and it's important to stop gambling. Lu Yin pursed his lips. That's a matter for the future. Right now, I want to take back the 900 million star essence that I lost. You want me to fuse with Xia Jiuyou and replace him as the Xia family's successor? You want Nan Yuan to give you the money that was sealed in the Mavis Bank? Xiao Luo immediately understood. It's a win-win situation. I'll help you fuse with Xia Jiuyo, and you'll help me get back the money I lost. How about that? Xiao Luo chuckled. That's a good idea, and I'm willing to do so. No amount of money can compare to life, and besides, it's not even my money. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to do so. After the sovereign stage competition, the top 10 were ambushed one after another. You should have encountered it as well. Rumor has it that the 6th mainland is dead, and Xia Jiuyo has many protectors by his side. Is this a fair fight? That's your problem. Based on my understanding of you, you'll definitely be able to think of a way. I'm just cooperating. If you really can't do it, then forget it. It's not like I'm the one being fused with. Xiao Luo laughed. You're still the same. You haven't changed at all. You're not afraid of anything, but you're also very shrewd. You were able to remain unscathed when we tried to ban the Day-Night clan in the Astral Combat Academy. With your strength, I believe that you'll be able to protect yourself. Lu Yin replied, I can indeed protect myself. Even if I fail and you're fused with Xia Jiuyo, nothing will happen to me. However, that's my problem, and you don't have a choice. Xiao Luo shrugged. Alright, you've already thought about it. Unfortunately, you left the most crucial step to me. The Xiao family has an expert who specializes in protecting Xia Jiuyo. Her name is Xia Meng, and she's an elder of the Xia family with a power level close to 1,000,000. She won't be easy to deal with. Lu Yin didn't say anything. If Xiao Luo couldn't think of a solution, then there was nothing he could do. The debt of 900 million star essence would have to be delayed for a very long time. Brother Lu, you've been away for so long. It's time to return to the academy and graduate. You haven't even graduated from Astral 10 yet. Xiao Luo smiled happily. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he smiled as well. That's right. It's time to go home. Astral 10. With Brother Lu's abilities, there will definitely be people who will pay attention to your whereabouts. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Will the Yu family tell the Xia family about my whereabouts? Of course. The 7 courts have allied together to protect progenitor Chen's tomb, and although there are rivalries and grudges between them, they've always been united when it comes to important matters. Xia Jiuyo is the most important matter to the 7 courts, Xiao Luo replied. Then it'll be fun, Lu Yin said slowly. Xiao Luo's eyes flashed, as he didn't understand what Lu Yin meant. However, it didn't matter. Since he had already resolved the most important problem, then Lu Yin would take care of the rest. After ending the call with Xiao Luo, Lu Yin had his spacecraft turn around and head towards the erudite flow zone. Astral 10 was currently in the erudite flow zone. Beep 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 beep. His gadget beeped again. Lu Yin immediately looked over, and his eyes lit up. It was the Yo court. He had thought about contacting them, but he hadn't expected them to be so anxious. Madame Yu appeared on his screen with a calm expression that carried a hint of weakness and helplessness unique to women. Alliance Leader Lu, have you thought it through? Can the Yo court join the Great Eastern Alliance? Lu Yin sighed. Madame Yu, it's not that I don't want to, but if I accept the Yo court, it will be the same as offending the Sword Sect. You should know about the relationship between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Innerverse 8 Great Flow Zones. If we become mortal enemies with the Sword Sect, then it will be difficult for us to do anything in the Innerverse in the future. Madame Yu anxiously replied, regardless of whether or not you accept the Yo court, the Sword Sect will not allow the Great Eastern Alliance to enter the Innerverse. They've already thought of all sorts of plans, including my Yo court. They've even considered assassinating you, Alliance Leader Lu. The Sword Sect and the Great Eastern Alliance cannot coexist with you. Lu Yin was still in a difficult position. Madame Yu pursed her lips. Alliance Leader Lu, my Yo court is willing to pay tribute to you every year. We only hope that Alliance Leader Lu will take us in on account of the weak women of my Yo court. I'll be eternally grateful. She then bowed. The master of the Yo court bowed to him, and Lu Yin could tell that she was anxious and uneasy. The more anxious she was, the more he would not take her in. He was certain that this woman was using him as a shield. Madame Yu, it's hard to explain things through the screen. How about we meet to discuss this? Madame Yu's eyes lit up. Alliance leader Lu is willing to meet and discuss the details? Alright, where should we meet? Lu Yin replied, one must always be on guard against others. Madame Yu, you just mentioned that the sword sect even has plans to assassinate me. The first flow zone is obviously out of the question. How about this? How about the outerverse Southern Weave? Southern Weave? Madame Yu was puzzled. That far? Master Yuan oversees the Southern Weave, Lu Yin reminded her. Madame Yu understood. Master Yuan had always been Lu Yin's backer, and everyone knew that. If they met right under Master Yuan's nose, then Lu Yin would not be afraid of being assassinated. Of course, he would not only be on guard against the Sword Sect, but also against her Yo court and the Neo-Human Alliance. Madame Yu did not mind, as she only wanted to join the Great Eastern Alliance. It did not matter where they met. Alright, I'll set off immediately. Alliance leader Lu, let's meet in the Southern Weave. Alright, let's meet there, Lu Yin confirmed. Lu Yin ended the call and looked towards the outerverse. Madame Yu, I wish you a safe journey. In the Minor Thousand Flow Zone, in the Starsabil sect, Starsabil stood in front of the bead. Can he find out anything? I do hope that he can. Reincarnation extinction is very interesting. I can't divine anything about him. Of course you can't. No, you can't divine anything right now. His background is very complicated, and he's also very connected to the heavens. Connected to the heavens? Don't worry about him for now. He'll affect this universe in the future, but we'll have to wait until the struggle for the opportunity is over. Right now, even my divination is a blur. Starsabil's eyes flickered, but no one knew what she was thinking. Neoverse, 7 quarts. On the Summerblade continent, Xiaojiu gritted his teeth as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, soaking the ground. Veins popped up all over his body, and with a low roar, star energy violently scattered from his body as he panted heavily. Xiao Meng stepped out of the void and looked down at Xiaojiu. How is it? Can you recover? Xiaojiu panted and lowered his head. I can't. I'll have to cultivate a new clone. Xiao Meng replied, there's not enough time. I know, but I'll have time once I get there. Xiao Meng was shocked. You want to leave your clone there? Xiaojiu did not reply, but his eyes flickered. The greatest disadvantage of the 9 clones technique was that it had an independent personality. If one did not control it well, accidents could easily happen, such as Xiao Luo. However, this was also the greatest advantage. Perhaps he would leave it there himself. He would not tell anyone about this. Where's Xiao Luo? Xiaojiu asked as he clenched his fists. As long as I can fuse with him, not only will my power not decrease, but it will even surpass what I showed during the Supreme Tournament. His control of star energy is too strong, and he can definitely increase my power level. Xiao Meng replied, I just received news that he's returned to Astral 10. Xiaojiu was not surprised, as Xiao Luo had been hiding in Astral 10 all this time. I want to go there and fuse with him. No, it's too dangerous to go out now. The Neo-Human Alliance will definitely attack. Xiaojiu looked up at Xiao Meng. If I don't fuse with him, then what's the point of that opportunity to me? I won't have any hope of obtaining it. Xiao Meng frowned. Xiaojiu replied, I'm the hope of the Xiao family. If I can't obtain this opportunity with my peak power, then it's meaningless to the Xiao family and the 7 quarts. Astral 10 isn't a place that I want to go to. At least, I definitely won't be able to enter. Xiaojiu replied, you can't enter, but I can. I'll use the Hall of Honor's name as an exchange student without revealing my true identity. Xiao Meng hesitated. There's no need to worry. No one will expect me to go out at a time like this. Besides, I have Elder Meng's protection, and I have a defensive power vessel with me that can block an envoy's attack. There won't be any problems. Inform Nan Yuan to contact Astral 10 immediately. Xiao Meng was still hesitating. Xiaojiu shouted, Elder Meng, I can't lose this opportunity for nothing. The Xiao family needs a progenitor, someone who can rival progenitor Chen. Xiao Meng's body trembled as she thought of progenitor Chen, that domineering and invincible powerhouse. Her eyes lit up. I can go out, but you have to ensure one person's position. Who? Luyin. Luyin? Luyin is the only one who can suppress you and enter Astral 10 as he pleases. If he and Xiao Luo join forces, what will you do? Xia Jiuyo fell silent. Regardless of whether he was willing to admit it or not, he was powerless against Luyin. Not long after, Xiao Meng's eyes lit up. Luyin went to the southern weave. How did you know? Xia Jiuyo was puzzled. Xiao Meng replied, the Yu family accidentally obtained this information. Yu family? Xia Jiuyo thought of the woman who used the Killing Heart Lotus combat skill during the sovereign competition. What's going on with the Yu family? Are the Yu court and the Yu family still in contact? I'm not sure about the specifics. The Yu family has always been mysterious, but we've already confirmed Lu Yin's whereabouts. Are you really going to Astral 10? Xiao Meng asked. Xia Jiuyo said firmly, I must go. I'll report this to Elder Ji, Xiao Meng said. Xia Jiuyo nodded. Elder Ji was one of the Xia family's hidden experts. He was also one of the 7 demigod ancestors of the human domain. Xia Ji was the true ruler of the Xia family. Strange, Elder Ji didn't reply. He was still secretly protecting us, Xiao Meng muttered to herself. Xia Jiuyo said, perhaps Elder Ji just went into seclusion. He's been in seclusion for many years. Let's go and prevent Xiao Luo from escaping. He should have guessed that I won't let him go. Xia Meng nodded. All right. After Xiao Meng left with Xia Jiuyo, an old man appeared. His eyes were deep, and his appearance was weathered. His back was ramrod straight, like a blade that had been sealed for a long time. He was Xia Ji, one of the 7 demigod ancestors of the human domain. Astral 10 had experienced glory and downfall, but now, it was on the verge of regaining its former glory. In the Astral Combat Tournament, Lu Yin had become the champion of the Tournament of the Strongest, and he had brought Astral 10 into the Innerverse. Whatever Lu Yin did in the Innerverse, Astral 10 would share his glory with him. Now, Astral 10 no longer only had a handful of students. Instead, there were now hundreds or even thousands of students, just like the other academies. The most obvious was the teleportation stone that the trial master had been guarding. Initially, there had only been 1, but after Lu Yin had snatched 3, he now had 4. Later on, Xiao Luo, Lulu Mavis, and the others had also snatched one after another. Now, there were more than 10 teleportation stones. Students continued to enter the ported battles. On this day, as usual, the trial master was loudly announcing the results of his students. Suddenly, his expression changed and he looked up. The Rain Master, Sand Master, Star Master, and Old Kai all looked up. Lu Yin had returned. Over the years, students had returned to Astral 10 from time to time, but Lu Yin was the only one who had attracted the attention of many mentors. Without Lu Yin, Astral 10 would not exist today. The 10 academies were ranked according to their results, and this place should be called Starry Sky Academy No. 1. Lu Yin's spacecraft stopped outside of Astral 10. He stood tall in space and looked down. Astral 10, or rather, the entire Astral Combat Academy, was filled with battleships. He didn't know when they had been built, but each one was incomparably large, enough to carry stars. Back in the Endless Weave's border war, Astral 9 had forcefully withstood the attacks of a world imprinter, which had shocked Lu Yin. Now, he was even more shocked when he saw Astral 10's battleship. This battleship was even larger than Astral 9's. In the past, he hadn't been able to see it clearly, nor had he been able to understand it. Now, he could see the entirety of Astral 10 in his eyes, and he could see the word unbounded hidden beneath the decay of time. This battleship was called Boundless. Lu Yin didn't show his true appearance, or else Xia Jiuyo wouldn't have dared to come. Several students were on duty at Astral 10 space station. Lu Yin walked over and showed his Astral 10 student identification. Eh? What's this? The person checking the identification was a cute girl who looked at Lu Yin's gadget in surprise. A man walked over from behind. What's wrong, little Xian? The girl named Little Xian pointed at the gadget and looked at Lu Yin in shock. Senior, this student ID is very strange. The man looked at Lu Yin in shock and excitement. You're from the legendary class? Lu Yin blinked in confusion. What's a legend? Little Xian was shocked. Legendary class? Senior, is this student ID from the first year of the legendary rank? The man nodded, and the other students gathered around. That's right, it's from the legendary class. It's from Lu Ju's class. What Lu Ju? It's Sovereign Lu. I think Lu Ju sounds better. As he listened to their discussion, Luin understood that the year he had been in was the year of legends. Starting from that year, Astral 10 had gone from decline to prosperity. More importantly, he had been part of that year's batch. Senior, you're from the same class as Lu Ju, right? Have you seen him? Have you spoken to him? Senior, is Lu Ju very powerful? Senior, when will Sovereign Lu come back? Can you contact him? Looking at the expectant gazes of the students in front of him, Luin had to admit that it was very satisfying. Luin had received too many honors along the way, and countless people had praised and envied him. There were also as many people who tried to curry favor with him as there were stars in the sky, but none of them could compare to the admiring gazes of these juniors. Even with Lu Yin's sunken manner, he felt a little proud at this moment. Yes, proud. Only after coming here did he realize how different he was from 10 years ago. Legendary was probably the right word to describe him. The only imperfection was that he hadn't brought Kuwei with him. What a pity. Luin coughed, and his gaze turned cold. Nightfall. All of the students were stunned, their minds shaking. He hadn't used too much spiritual force and had only given them a concussion. He couldn't attract too much attention right now. I'm sorry, Luin whispered, and walked past the crowd to enter Astral 10. He arrived at a familiar yet unfamiliar place that could be considered the starting point of his cultivation. After Luin left, the students seemed to wake up from a dream. Where's he? Who's there? That senior from the legendary class. Yeah, I remember now. Where's he? Just like the first time he had come to the Astral Combat Academy, Luin went to the Rain Observatory. The Rain Observatory hadn't changed, and the limestone platforms were washed by the rain all year round. It rained from the sky and formed a river on the ground. The sky was dark blue, and the only sound that could be heard was the pitter-patter of raindrops falling onto the limestone. As far as the eye could see, this was a rainforest. Beneath their feet were trees, huge trees. He raised his hand and felt the raindrops on his palm. It was very comfortable. In the distance, students in 2s and 3s were either comprehending something or writing their names with star energy. Luin had done the same in the past. In the Rain Observatory, one's control of star energy started from the removal of impurities, to the formation of substance, and then to the realm of infinite changes. Step by step, one could reach the level of a domain, but there were too few who could comprehend a domain. He still remembered that there was a rain list here, and his name was also on it. The person at the top of the list was Xiaochen. The Rainmaster stepped out of the water, his eyes still as old as ever. Luin hadn't been able to see through the mentors in the past, and now, he still couldn't see through them. This was beyond his expectations. He had thought that he could see through them, but he still couldn't. Student Luin greets the Rainmaster. Luin bowed slowly with a respectful expression. The Rainmaster looked at Luin and sighed. The kid from back then has become so powerful. More than 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Luin replied, it's my fault that I haven't had the chance to visit you. The Rainmaster sized Luin up seriously and smiled. World-level control. Not bad at all. Are you planning to graduate? If there's a chance, I will. The Rainmaster smiled and didn't say anything else, his figure slowly disappearing. Luin looked into the distance and saw a huge ruin outside the Rain Observatory. That was the deck of the battleship, and the Rain Observatory was just the view above the cabin. This was an incomparably huge astral battleship. Luin left the Rain Observatory and went to the sand ocean. Many students were buried in the sand, trying to comprehend battle force. Luin still remembered how the Sandmaster had taken him to experience speed. The stronger one's body was, the faster one could move. This knowledge had been instilled in him by the Sandmaster, and the concept of battle force had also been imparted to him by the Sandmaster. In front of him, a figure whizzed towards him. Luin raised a hand and easily caught it. It was a boy who still had a childish air about him, and he had an unyielding expression on his face. He glanced at Luin, thanked him, and then rushed out. The Sandmaster walked out from the side. After you left, the academy didn't have any outstanding geniuses. Luin bowed. Student Luin greets the Sandmaster. The Sandmaster waved his hand. There's no need for that. He sized Luin up in amazement. Kid, you're able to cultivate 9 lines of battle force. Amazing. Luin humbly replied, it's still because I built a good foundation. His battle force wasn't at 9 lines, but rather at an even higher level. He didn't know what that was, and neither the Sandmaster nor the Rainmaster could tell his true strength. All they knew was the strength he had displayed during the Sovereign Tournament. Haha, well said. Remember to spread the news in the future. The Sand Ocean is still too peaceful, the Sandmaster laughed. Luin found it strange. The Sandmaster had been very reluctant to let others cultivate battle force, but now it was the other way around. It seemed like the Sandmaster liked to teach others. Sandmaster, I have a question that's been bothering me for a long time, and I don't know if I can ask. Go ahead, the Sandmaster replied. Luin was curious, what's above 9 lines of battle force? The Sandmaster's eyes narrowed as he looked at Luin. His lips curled up. Kid, you're quite ambitious. Aren't you satisfied with your current situation? Luin was embarrassed. I'm still a little weak. The Sandmaster nodded. If not for that unfathomable strength, you wouldn't have been able to defeat the Xianxia from the Hall of Honor. At most, you would have been able to match progenitor Chen or Hui when they were younger, but you wouldn't have been able to take on all of them. Luin didn't comment. Without the death transformation, he truly wouldn't have been able to defeat the Xianxia. Even if he teamed up with Wang Yi and Wu Taibai, he might not have been able to win. The Xianxia wasn't weak either. The Sandmaster turned around and looked into the distance. There's another domain above 9-lined battle force, but I'm not sure about the specifics. How should I put it? That power has been restricted. Luin did not understand. Restricted? The Sandmaster sighed. Yes. Although 9-lined battle force is difficult to cultivate, there are quite a few people in this universe who can achieve it. You're not the only one among the younger generation. It's a pity that the path to the next level has been cut off. Cut off by who? Battle force is cultivated by oneself. Why was it cut off? Luin asked. The Sandmaster shook his head. I don't know. Can you explain why the 5th mainland hasn't produced a progenitor since the ancient war? The sky has been covered. The 5th mainland sky has been covered by the 6th mainland, Luin answered. The Sandmaster sneered. What do you mean by sky? Where is this so-called sky? How is it covered? What is it covering? Do you know? Luin shook his head. He had not thought about it in detail, but now that he heard it, what was the sky? The ancients believed that the sky was above the earth, and that the boundless sky that humans could see was the sky. However, this was the universe, so what was the sky? Did it refer to the boundless universe? Even so, the 6th mainland had covered the 5th mainland. What was it covering? Why was the 5th mainland unable to produce a progenitor? This was the same question as battle force. If the path to cultivating battle force had been cut off, who had cut it off? And why had it been cut off? No one knew the answer, at least not the Sandmaster. However, his own path had not been cut off. Luin looked at his palm and almost couldn't help but reveal his golden battle force. Alright, let's not dwell on these questions. Why did you come back? Are you graduating? The Sandmaster asked. Luin replied, I came back to take a look. I was just passing by. The Sandmaster smiled, not believing him at all. He lifted his foot and disappeared at a speed even faster than Wang Yi's. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Astral 10's mentors were still not simple. However, when he thought about it, Astral 9 had been able to withstand the attacks of a world imprinter. When the 6th mainland had invaded, Astral 10 had been able to wipe out an absolute powerhouse. After leaving the Sand Ocean, Luin went to Stargazing Deck and bowed to the Starmaster from afar. He then left and headed to the Teleportation Stone to meet the Trial Master. Student Luin greets the Trial Master, Luin respectfully. The trial master looked at Luin. What did you say? Luin pursed his lips. They had just arrived at the Astral Combat Academy, and they had all assumed that the trial master's ears were bad. In reality, this old man was just pretending, and he had a rather wicked sense of humor. This student greets the mentor. The trial master coughed. Hello. Luin gratefully replied, thank you, mentor, for gifting me this sourcebox array. I benefited greatly from it. What? The trial master was puzzled. He tilted his head and moved his ear closer. Luin was speechless and shouted, thank you for the guidance diagram, mentor. The trial master put his hand to his ear. What did you say? You don't know how to use it? I don't teach. Luin understood that the old man didn't want to talk to him any further. Helpless, he bowed once more. Thank you, mentor. This student will take his leave now. The trial master lowered his hand and waved his hand. His meaning could not be more obvious. Luin rolled his eyes. Back in the Blaze realm, this wasn't the same attitude he'd had when they'd conversed. He'd been so amiable. Forget it, he turned around and left. The trial master stared at Lu Yin's back, and his murky eyes brightened considerably. He was filled with admiration. Any mentor who had a student like Luin would feel both proud and aggrieved. The trial master had gifted Luin the guidance diagram because he was a student of Astral 10 and also because of his connection with Xiaoming. The trial master did not want to give up on such an outstanding lockbreaker. He had thought that Luin would not be able to make good use of the guidance diagram for the time being, but he had never expected that during the Supreme Tournament, Luin would be able to use the diagram to divert the Astral Beast Domain's Planet Devourer's power and even Wang Yi's battle technique's power. The trial master felt helpless when he saw Lu Yin's use of the guidance diagram to such an extent. There was no need to teach him at all, this kid's comprehension ability was too strong. He didn't even want to talk to him. Luin glanced at the teleportation stone and blinked. If it weren't for the obvious difference in power, he would have gone in and played around. After leaving the teleportation stone, Luin went to the treasury and saw old Kai, whom he had not seen in a long time. The thing that had left the deepest impression on Luin was the money bomb, as that toy had helped him greatly. Old Kai was very cordial towards Luin, and when he saw Luin arrive, he hurriedly chased away the other students and personally welcomed him. Isn't this Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader Lu? What brings you here? Come in. Alliance leader Lu, would you like some tea? When he saw old Kai's expression, Luin took the initiative and waved his hand, causing more than 10,000 star essence to fall out. He smiled and said, Old Kai, these are resources that I'm donating to the academy. Old Kai's eyes lit up, and he collected the star essence at an unprecedented speed. He coughed and pretended to reprimand Luin. Child, it's fine that you're here, but why did you bring resources with you? You're too distant. Luin smiled. This is what a student should do. More than 10,000 star essence was a huge sum of money, but Luin did not care about it. He had come here for 900 million star essence, and he needed to coax these mentors. Old Kai was obviously the easiest to coax. Tell me, why did you come back this time? You're not stupid enough to graduate, are you? Old Kai spoke without any hesitation. Luin had nothing to hide from Old Kai. The old man was shrewd, and there was no way to fool him. Of course I don't want to graduate. Astral 10 is my home. Old Kai rolled his eyes. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? If you don't graduate, Astral 10 will always be your backer. Luin smiled sheepishly. Old Kai laughed. But don't think so highly of yourself. Even if you have a backer, if anything happens to the Astral Combat Academy in the future, you won't be able to escape. Luin smiled. It's my duty. He had not heard Old Kai's words clearly. Old Kai was not talking about Astral 10, but rather the entire Astral Combat Academy. Tell me, why did you come back this time? Why did you bring such a huge gift? Old Kai asked. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. I've run into some trouble, and I might need the Academy's help. Old Kai's eyes went wide. The Neo-Human Alliance? Luin shook his head. No. Old Kai sighed. I was wondering why you were able to survive until now. The Hall of Honor must have someone protecting you. Who is it? 1/7 of the Hall of Honor? Lu nodded. Old Kai did not understand. If that's the case, then why did you come to our academy? At that moment, Xiao Luo arrived from a distance. It's about a student. Neither Lu nor Xiao Luo would use the Astral Combat Academy. It was their alma mater, not a tool. There were some things that had to be made clear in advance. Otherwise, if anything happened to the Astral Combat Academy, they would feel uneasy. When Xiao Luo arrived, Lu glanced at him. Old Kai's eyes flashed, and he blurted out, "Xiao Jiuyao?" The two nodded. Old Kai sucked in a breath of cold air and glared at the two. You two brats want to use the Astral Combat Academy to block the Xia family's experts so that you can fuse with Xiao Jiuyao, right? Lu nodded. Old Kai bared his teeth. Brat, do you know that the top 10 are protected by absolute powerhouses to defend against the Neo-Human Alliance? Xiao Jiuyao is no exception. Aside from the Xia family's experts, the Hall of Honor has also secretly dispatched absolute powerhouses that can at least delay a half-step ancestor. Lu had not been aware of this. Xiao Luo smiled. I've already guessed that the top 10 cannot have any more accidents. This opportunity is related to the progenitor realm. And you still dared to scheme against Xiao Jiuyao? Old Kai barked. Xiao Luo shrugged. Neither the Xia family's experts nor the Hall of Honor's hidden powerhouses can enter the Astral Combat Academy. Besides, if I don't do this, then I will be fused with sooner or later. His words sounded carefree, but they also carried a tinge of desolation and loneliness. Old Kai's eyes flickered as he looked at Xiao Luo seriously. Everyone from Lu Yin's batch had left Astral 10 except for Xiao Luo, who had remained until now. He was considered a different kind of mentor. Lu Yin was the pride of all of Astral 10's mentors and the entire Astral Combat Academy. Xiao Luo, on the other hand, was the student that all of the mentors cared about the most. Only Big Pao and Little Pao's relationship with all of the mentors could compare. Old Kai did not want Xiao Luo to disappear. Xiao Luo said, Old Kai, I want to give it a try. If the academy can't handle it, then I won't cause trouble for the academy. What are you talking about? Regardless of whether or not you're a clone, you're still a student of Astral 10. How can a teacher watch a student die? Old Kai was displeased. Lu Yin relaxed. Thank you, Old Kai. Old Kai frowned. The Xia family is no ordinary family. The one protecting Xiao Jiuyao might be that old woman, Xia Meng. We have no way of dealing with her. It looks like we'll have to ask the crazy headmaster for help. I wonder. Old Kai muttered to himself. Lu Yin bid Xiao Luo farewell and left the treasury. I really hope that you can take control of your consciousness. Otherwise, all of this will have been for nothing, Lu Yin said to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo smiled. My fate is decided by the heavens, so there's nothing I can do about it. However, even if my consciousness is fused, it will still affect Xiao Jiuyao. He won't be so hostile towards you in the future. Lu Yin grumbled, what I care about is the 900 million star essence. Xiao Luo laughed. It's not easy for someone to love money as much as you do. Half a month passed by quickly. During this time, there were not many attacks by the Neo-Human Alliance in the outside world, as the Hall of Honor had already prepared for them. The Sixth Mainland had suffered heavy losses, and Bukong's death had cut off one of their top geniuses. Rumor had it that the secret ancestor had sent down a heaven-defying method to search for the Neo-Human Alliance and destroy tens of thousands of their strongholds. The Neo-Human Alliance's headquarters were located in the Fifth Mainland's Neoverse, and even the secret ancestor's power could not affect the Neoverse. On this day, a youth named Xia He arrived at Astral 10. He had entered the academy under the name of an exchange program. Xia He's qualifications had been personally verified by the Hall of Honor, and he even had the imprint of one of the 9 directors, Man Yuan. Even if the Astral Combat Academy had a special status, they could not ignore the Hall of Honor. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Xiao Meng stood in space and looked at Astral 10. The once incomparably large battleship that had shone brightly in history had now been reduced to an academy. Xiao Jiuyao entered Astral 10 while Xiao Meng stood guard outside. In Astral 10, there were already people who had their eyes on Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu did not greet any of the instructors after entering Astral 10. Instead, he asked a student to look for Xiao Luo. Instructor Xiao Luo? It's not easy to find him. He's a first-year legendary student and not an actual instructor. He'll only teach you if he meets you. Usually, he won't stay at a fixed location, the student replied. Xiaojiu smiled. Then do you know where he usually stays? I'm Xiaohe, Xiao Luo's brother. The student thought for a moment. Maybe in the ruins. Instructor Xiao Luo has been going there often in the past half a month. I don't know what he's looking for. Xiaohe thanked the student and looked in the direction of the ruins. Ruins? That's even better. No one will disturb me. He walked over. Astral 10 had been destroyed by the crazy headmaster, and the ruins were part of the deck. Every protruding plank was like a mountain ridge that was eternally burning and giving off a burnt smell. Xiaojiu walked through the ruins step by step. Occasionally, students would appear around him, and he would follow them in a certain direction. A day later, the flames grew larger and larger until there was a sea of fire everywhere. To the students of Astral 10, this place was too deep into the ruins and was very dangerous. They could not withstand the high temperatures of the flames either. Xiaojiu raised his hand, and his star energy dissipated in all directions. His eyes then lit up as he looked to his left. He could feel star energy fluctuations there. Not long after, a figure flitted past the flames. Xiaojiu looked over and was overjoyed. It was Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo's expression changed when he saw Xiaojiu. Why are you in Astral 10? Xiaojiu's lips curled up, and his gaze turned fierce. You've been looking for me. Let's see who can help you this time. Xiao Luo did not say anything and immediately fled. Xiaojiu raised his hand and sent out a palm. The nether-refined palm traversed the sea of fire and froze a large area. His innate gift of echo caused a second palm imprint to appear in front of Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo quickly dodged. You won't be able to escape, Xiao Luo. Fusing with me is your destiny. You were originally a part of me in the first place. Xiaojiu shouted, and the star energy in his hand transformed into a blade. He then raised his hand and unleashed 3 blade intents. During the sovereign tournament, Ancestor Chen's use of the 3 styles of saber wills gave Xiaojiu even more inspiration. He actually managed to restrain his saber wills. Although its power did not increase, it was no longer a one-time release. The closer he got to Xiao Luo, the deeper his saber intent became. Xiao Luo felt a fatal crisis. Xiaojiu's refined netherworld palm appeared before his eyes once again. He hurriedly raised his hand and unlocked step by step to dissolve the refined netherworld palm. However, behind him, a blade descended. The blade swept past Xiao Luo and landed on the ground. Terrifying shockwaves tore through the sea of flames. In the distance, a group of more than 10 students cautiously walked along the edge of the sea of fire. They used all kinds of external objects to defend against the sea of fire as they explored the ruins. All of the students who joined Astral 10 wanted to explore the ruins and search for ancient texts. They were the ones who had gone the furthest, and that included the girl called Xiaoxian. Will we be burned to death? Even the mentors said it's very dangerous. Xiaoxian was afraid, and her face was pale. Even though she was being roasted by the flames, she still looked very pale. Beside her, a male student whispered, "What's there to be afraid of? Mentor Xiao Luo should be nearby. These flames are spreading very slowly, so they won't burn us." That's right, Xiaoxian. Don't be afraid. I heard that all of Astral 10's ancient battle techniques are here. If we can find one, we'll be rich. Xiaoxian muttered to herself, I wonder if any of the legends came here to search for it. Definitely. That year, there were Lu Ju, Mavis, and Mentor Xiao Luo, the male student said. Suddenly, the flames were torn apart as a terrifying force tore through the void and slashed out from behind them. Fortunately, they were lucky, or else the shockwaves from that attack would have been enough to annihilate them. Looking at the cracks in the ground and the spatial tears in the sky that had yet to dissipate, the students stared blankly in the direction of the shockwaves. They saw Xiaojiu's bone-chilling gaze as well as Xiao Luo. Mentor Xiao Luo. Xiaoxian couldn't help but shout, but the students beside her immediately covered her mouth as the group looked into the distance. Xiao Luo dodged the attack and saw the students in the distance. Xiao Jiuyo saw them as well, and he raised his blade again and slashed down. Xiao Luo, stop resisting. Xiao Luo shouted, stop. Then, he charged towards the blade. Xiao Jiuyo sneered. Idiot. He suddenly flipped his blade and used the back of the blade to strike Xiao Luo's forehead. Xiao Luo fell to the ground and crashed into the flames. Xiao Jiuyo landed on the ground and looked at the unconscious Xiao Luo. Soft-hearted. He then pressed his hand down, and Xiao Luo slowly turned transparent before gradually disappearing. Xiao Jiuyo was ecstatic, he had succeeded. He had finally absorbed Xiao Luo. A wave of power surged out of his body, and he roared at the sky. Everything in front of him changed, and he could see a deeper layer of star energy. He raised his blade and easily retracted his blade intent, doing what Progenitor Chen had done during the Sovereign Tournament. After absorbing Xiao Luo, both his power level and his ability to use star energy had risen to a new level. More importantly, he now had an extra life. Only by using his current power level would he have a chance to fight for the opportunity, and he had to seize that opportunity. Whether it was Lu Yin, Wang Yi, Shangqing, or Wu Taibai, no one could stop him. Xiao Jiuyo had an even grander plan in the depths of his heart, and this plan could only be carried out by cultivating the 9 clones technique. It was finally perfect. Just as Xiao Jiuyo was about to leave, the flames in front of him changed into Xiao Luo, who pounced on him like a malicious spirit. Xiao Jiuyo's expression changed. You. What's going on? You should have disappeared. The flames twisted and turned from Xiao Luo to Lu Yin, Shangqing, Wu Taibai, and then Xiao Jiuyo's enemies, old friends, and even family. Xiao Jiuyo's face paled, and his expression changed. What was going on? What was going on? There was a loud boom as Xiao Jiuyo's brain buzzed and blood flowed out of his orifices. The intense shock caused his vision to blur, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood as his body crashed into the flames. Not good, it's an illusion. Lu Yin. Xiao Jiuyo's eyes widened. Lu Yin, I know it's you. The first person he thought of was Lu Yin. Only Lu Yin could cooperate with Xiao Luo in ambushing him in Astral 10 and have the power to make him fall into an illusion. In outer space, the moment Xiao Jiuyo was injured, Xiao Meng's eyes widened and she took a step forward, attempting to enter Astral 10. However, Astral 10 was isolated by an invisible force. The Trial Master, Sand Master, Rain Master, Star Master, and Old Kai all appeared one by one. Xiao Meng's body swayed, and she met everyone's eyes. You're all courting death. How dare you scheme against my Xiao family? The Trial Master raised a hand, and the flow diversion diagram appeared in front of him. Xiao Meng's power was dispersed, but she still had a power level of over 900,000. Even though the Trial Master had dispersed some of his power level, it still wasn't enough to stop her. The other mentors all attacked together, but they were still injured by Xiao Meng's palm strike. Scram! At that moment, a deranged laughter rang out from within the academy. You started this war, ha 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 ha. Now you're eating your own medicine, ha 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 ha. Xiao Meng's expression changed. These deranged voices were like sharp blades that pierced her brain, giving her a splitting headache. Astral 10's crazy director. The Trial Master and the others looked at each other before retreating back to Astral 10. Xiao Meng gritted her teeth and charged towards Astral 10 once more. Below, in the Rain Observatory, the crazy director seemed to sense something, and he looked up with even more madness. War, war. He roared. No one knew what he had done, but the void from the Rain Observatory to outer space changed completely. It was as if another layer of the universe had been torn apart, and an unparalleled force descended upon Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng roared, "You old lunatic!" She raised her hand, and there was a loud boom. An invisible shockwave spread out from Astral 10 and swept out in all directions. At that moment, the entire erudite flow zone trembled, and the Astral River tributary was swept away. All of the cultivators in the erudite flow zone were shaken as they felt the terrifying power. The broom in Wen's eyes hand fell from the Wen family's leader's hand. This power had completely destroyed his mood to sweep the floor. His face turned pale as he looked towards Astral 10. What was going on? Within the ruins of Astral 10, outside the flames, little Xian and the others saw a strange scene. First, they were brushed past by the aftershock of a blade, and then they saw the man who had attacked Xia Luo. The man named Xia. He stood still for a moment before laughing maniacally, just like the crazy director. Then, an unknown attack sent him flying, and he shouted out Lu Yin's name. Lu Yin was a legend to the students of Astral 10. It was because of him that Astral 10 had risen from decline to prosperity, and it had even been called Astral 1. All of them had joined Astral 10 because of Lu Yin. Senior Lu Yin, have you arrived? Xia Jiuyo was sent flying into the flames by Lu Yin's hollow palm, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His organs were in intense pain, but he still managed to escape from the illusion. However, his vision darkened again as nightfall appeared. Xia Jiuyo's pupils shrank, and he leapt out in a futile attempt to break free from Lu Yin's spiritual force attack. His spiritual force was much weaker than Lu Yin's. Nightfall's attack was easy to break free from, and Xia Jiuyo leapt out of the flames with blood dripping from his mouth. When he saw the dazed students staring at him from afar, his eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he reached out to grab them. He smoothly grabbed a girl by the neck. Lu Yin, I'll kill him if you attack again. Who do you want to kill? A familiar voice rang out in front of him, and Xia Jiuyo saw that the girl had turned into his father, Xia Yi. His scalp went numb. Not good, it was still an illusion. There was a thump, and he felt a sharp pain in his head. The hollow palm had struck his brain, and Xia Jiuyo weakly let go. He retreated a few steps, and his pupils dilated. Everything in front of him became blurry and dark. He didn't know if what he was seeing was real or an illusion. The difference between them was too great. He hadn't even seen Lu Yin's face, and he had been forced into a passive state from start to finish. There was a thump as Lu Yin appeared above Xia Jiuyo's head and slammed down with a palm. Xia Jiuyo coughed up blood again. This attack had taken away half of his life. The 9 clones technique had 9 lives, and Lu Yin wasn't trying to kill Xia Jiuyo. Killing Xia Jiuyo would be pointless. If he wanted to, he could immediately deal with Xia Jiuyo, but that wasn't his goal. Xia Jiuyo half knelt on the ground, his arms trembling. He barely managed to maintain a bit of consciousness, as he knew Lu Yin's goal. Lu Yin wanted to scatter his consciousness so that he could fuse with Xia Luo. He would rather die than fulfill Xia Luo's wish. Brother Jiuyo, my hand's broken. Xia Jiuyo was half conscious, and he saw a child walk over. It was his younger brother, his biological brother. He was so cute, and he looked at him with adoration. Another child walked over, looking exactly like Xia Jiuyo. It was the younger Xia Jiuyo. Your hand's broken? Let me blow on it for you. Thank you, brother. A girl walked up behind Xia Jiuyo. Brother, let's go out and play. I heard people call us the 3 dark hands. It's so interesting. The younger Xia Jiuyo blinked. The 3 dark hands? What does that mean? It means that we're powerful. How about we go bully others? No, sister, don't bully others. Hey, who gave you that kindness? Brother Jiuyo, the nether refining palm is so hard to cultivate. Brother Jiuyo, I'm hungry. Brother, sister will spar with you. Isn't this Brother Jiuyo? Brother Jiuyo is so powerful. Brother Jiuyo is amazing. In the blink of an eye, the scene changed. Brother Jiuyo, kill me. The Xia family will only allow you to live. Brother Jiuyo, I don't want to die, but I want you to live. Farewell. Brother, remember to live. You have to live no matter what. Xia Jiuyo's eyes were bloodshot as scenes from the past flashed through his mind. He was filled with extreme sorrow, and his longing for his brother and sister caused him to collapse. Tears mixed with blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. Ever since he was sensible, the Xia family had instilled in him the idea of winning by hook or by crook. For this, Xia Jiuyo had killed his brother, his sister, and everyone he cherished. He had followed his father's orders step by step. Successfully cultivating the 9 clones technique was a necessary step for him to become stronger, but it was also a step for him to split his personality. his clones walked out one after another, and each of them took away a trace of his kindness. In the end, the only Xiaojiryo left was ruthlessness, pretense, and mental exhaustion. Lu Yin stared blankly at Xiaojiryo, who was shedding tears of blood. Xiaojiryo's eyes were unfocused, and his consciousness was blurry. Why was his gaze so sorrowful and unbearable at this moment? Xiao Luo walked over and stood in front of Xiaojiryo. Xiaojiryo is a ruthless and unscrupulous person. He wants to become as strong as Ancestor Chen. In order to become stronger, he can ignore the rules, he can hide himself, he can let people humiliate him. But he's also very tired. Deep in his heart, there's still a trace of a desire to die. Fuse with him and replace him as the young master of the Xia family. At the same time, you have to pick up this desire and this pain. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he thought of Ming Yan. The white-haired Ming Yan had completely endured all of Ming Yan's pain and sorrow. Xiaojiryo's situation was exactly the same as Ming Yan's. Actually, you also want to let it go. I've succeeded, and you can be at ease. Xiao Luo looked into Xiaojiryo's eyes and spoke slowly, as if he was trying to hypnotize him, but also as if he was making a promise. Xiaojiryo's remaining trace of consciousness completely disappeared. Lu Yin turned and walked away. Only Xiao Luo and Xiaojiryo were left behind. It was only at this moment that Lu Yin finally understood Xiaojiryo. Everyone had a side that no one knew about. In the mountain and sea realm, Xiaojiryo had been defeated the moment he appeared, and he had been ridiculed by everyone. No one knew that all of this had been under his control. He had fused the 9 clones technique and reached the highest stage, becoming one of the strongest of the younger generation. He had been dazzling, but he had also ambushed Lu Yin in order to win the sovereign tournament. Xiaojiryo had many sides, but now it seemed that they were all caused by his inner desires. Lu Yin thought back to Fu He, Tong Zhan, and other enemies that he had killed. Did they also have sides that no one knew about? Lu Yin smiled bitterly, looked up, and let out a long sigh. He had been thinking too much. This was how the universe was: as long as there was life, there would be a reason for its existence and an obsession to continue living. Lu Yin was the same. This was competition. Survival of the fittest. Kindness was the most worthless thing in this universe, and the only thing that could be maintained was a bottom line. In the distance, little Xian and the rest stared blankly at Lu Yin as he walked over. This was Lu Yin's original appearance, which had appeared in their minds countless times. It was the appearance of their idol. Lu, Senior Lu. Little Xian cried out in surprise. The rest of the students looked at Lu Yin excitedly. Senior Lu Ju. Sovereign Lu. The same scene played out again. They had not been able to meet face to face the last time, and this time, Lu Yin felt a little embarrassed. He had just ambushed someone, and he still felt a little melancholy. Why are you guys here? It's dangerous, Lu Yin said. Little Xian was so excited that stars almost appeared in her eyes. Senior, you're back? When? Did you come back to graduate? Senior, I heard that you entered the rain list back then, right? It's so difficult. Senior, how does it feel to be lonely as an expert? Senior, what power did you use in the final battle of the sovereign tournament? It was so cool, so mesmerizing. Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he looked at the girl who had asked the last question. She was very tasteful. Ahem, it's very dangerous here. Don't go any further and make the mentors worry. Senior, when did you come back? Little Xian asked. A few days ago. We've been guarding the space station, and we haven't seen you before. Ah, I remember now. You're that legendary senior. Little Xian exclaimed, giving Lu Yin a fright. He did not deny it. I had something to do, but it's not convenient to talk about it. On the other side, a boy said, Senior, can you teach us? How to leave your name on the rain list. We've been at the rain observatory for a year, and we haven't even seen the rain list. Lu Yin smiled. When it comes to controlling star energy, you also need to have an understanding of it. That's comprehension. Let me give you a phrase, a world in a single flower. A world in a single flower? The juniors were confused. This Phrase was enough to make them ponder it for the rest of their lives. Actually, Luin was pondering it as well. Although his control of star energy had reached the world realm, he was still far from being able to compare to Drunkard. Drunkard was an expert who truly understood the meaning of a world in a single flower. A single drop of wine could trap 100 meridians and prevent them from escaping. She could also absorb the various weapons that Qin Guangshan had created. Her ability to control star energy had reached perfection. If possible, Luin really wanted to discuss with Drunkard how to reach the profound realm of star energy control. A girl excitedly squeezed in front of Luin, her face flushed red with adoration. "Senior, you challenged one of the top 10 in the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament. Why was that power so cool? What kind of power was that?" Everyone wanted to know what kind of power it was, and Luin was certain that if it weren't for his own strength, countless people in the universe would have tried to capture him and interrogate him about that power. Lu Yin's strength had surpassed the Xianxia and the other top 10, and it had been a crushing defeat. That kind of power was too terrifying, and even Lu Yin himself felt that it was very difficult to control. "I obtained that power by chance, and it's very difficult for me to use it again." Lu Yin did not want to reveal too much. Lu Yin had a lot of fun chatting with these juniors. They were full of vitality and thirst for the universe. Their hearts were filled with an intense desire for adventure, but they had no idea what awaited them the moment they entered the universe. Even with Lu Yin's innate talent and ability, he had narrowly escaped death several times, and he had even died. The universe was too cruel, and the competition within the academy and the oppression from powerful families were just the tip of the iceberg. They were nothing in the grand scheme of things. Remember Senior's words. No matter what you experience in the future, never give up hope. Even if you're facing an unimaginable monster, there's always a sliver of hope in the universe. You might be able to grasp it, and you might not be able to grasp it. But if you give up, then it'll be the end of your life. Also, he smiled, Astral 10 is our home. Never forget home. Yes, Senior, everyone replied, looking at Lu Yin with excitement and adoration. Their respect for him had increased by a lot after just a short conversation. Alright, go back. Don't go into the ruins again, it's too dangerous. Lu Yin waved his hand. Goodbye, Senior. The students firmly believed in Lu Yin's words and resolutely carried out their orders. They left in the blink of an eye, their eyes filled with reluctance. Soon after, Xiao Luo walked out of the flames with a smile on his face. Lu Yin turned around and met Xiao Luo's eyes. The two did not speak and only looked at each other. After a while, Xiao Luo spoke up, Brother Lu, why are you hesitating? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Your gaze is unfamiliar. Xiao Luo spread out his hands. There's nothing I can do about it. That's how fusing works. Xiao Jiuyo didn't disappear, and our consciousnesses fused together. His emotions and stubbornness affected me, but of course, I'm still the dominant one. You're the second Xiao Jiuyo. Lu Yin smiled. Xiao Luo smiled. You could say that. Let's go out. Elder Xiaomeng is getting impatient. Lu Yin nodded. Outside Astral 10, Xiaomeng's expression was gloomy as she waited silently. Ever since the crazy headmaster had appeared, she had not made a move. If she could not break through, then it would be pointless. In the shadows, the expert that the Hall of Honor had sent to protect Xiao Jiuyo had not made a move either. The trial master and the others looked at Xiaomeng warily. Old Kai was anxious, as he did not know how Lu Yin and the others were doing. They were still very worried about Xiao Luo. After so many years of being together, Xiao Luo was like Big Pao and Little Pao to them, a child. Although he did not say anything, his actions spoke volumes. If not for Xiao Luo, they would not have taken the risk to resist Xiaomeng. Fortunately, Xiaomeng was too strong and had attracted the crazy headmaster's attention. Otherwise, Xiaomeng would have broken through. The void distorted as Xiao Luo and Lu Yin walked out. The trial master and the rest relaxed when they saw the two appear. Xiao Luo had 1. Across from them, Xiaomeng stared at Xiao Luo with a complicated expression. She didn't know what to think of this person. Who was Jiuyo, or Jiuyo himself? No one could understand Xiaomeng's feelings. She had always been protecting Xiao Jiuyo. When he was young, Xiaojiu was kind and innocent. She liked him very much. Because of this, she had even offended the clan leader, Xia Yi, to conceal the 9 clones technique for Xiaojiu. Now that the 9 clones technique had merged, the main consciousness was not Xiaojiu. She clenched her fists and stared blankly at Xiao Luo. This face was very similar to Jiuyu's. Xiao Luo took a step forward and arrived in front of Xiao Meng, looking up. Aunt Meng. Xiao Meng shuddered. This was the name Xiao Jiuyu had used when they had first met. It was also because of this that she had treated him like her own son. However, as Xiao Jiuyu grew up and cultivated the 9 clones technique, his personality completely changed. He became ruthless and merciless, and he was good at disguising himself. She had never expected to hear this name again after so many years. You. Xiao Meng's fingers trembled as she stared at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo smiled. Aunt Meng, let's go home. Xiao Meng stared at him blankly, as if she was seeing the kind and pure Xiao Jiuyu from their childhood. Oh, okay. Let's go home. Xiao Luo looked back at Luyin. Brother Lu, I'll fulfill my promise to you soon. He then smiled happily. See you at that place soon. Luyin knew that Xiao Luo was referring to the place where he could obtain his destiny. It seemed that he knew something. Xiao Meng finally noticed Luyin, and her eyes were filled with killing intent that made his scalp go numb. He frowned, but he wasn't worried. The Elysium Heavenly Master was always watching him, so it would be strange if Xiao Meng dared to attack. Xiao Luo hurriedly said, Aunt Meng, he's my friend. Xiao Meng stared at him, not knowing what to do. Revenge? She didn't know what she was feeling. He bowed to Xiao Meng, Senior, Xiao Jiuyu is Xiao Luo, and Xiao Luo is Xiao Jiuyu. With Xiao Jiuyu's temperament, he won't be able to go far with the 9 clones technique, but Xiao Luo is different. Xiao Meng loosened her grip and snorted coldly. Junior, sometimes you're too smart for your own good. It's best to keep a low profile when you go there. There are some places where you can't do as you please. If something happens to you, don't drag Jiu and little Luo down with you. Luyin smiled. Rest assured, Senior. Xiao Meng was very unhappy with him, but there was nothing she could do about it. She left with Xiao Luo. Before he left, Xiao Luo bowed to the mentors of Astral 10. I will be back. Please take care of yourselves. As he watched Xiao Luo's departing figure, Luyin looked forward to the 900 million star essence that he had just received. It was an enormous sum of money that even the Hall of Honor's director would want to keep for himself. It was obvious how much it was worth, and it was enough to make anyone jealous. Luyin turned to the trial master and the others and bowed deeply. This student has brought disaster to the academy. Thank you for your help. The Rain Master, Star Master, Sand Master, and Trial Master only glanced at him before returning to the academy. Old Kai made a gesture that Luyin was very familiar with, and Luyin understood. Rest assured, Old Kai. This student understands. Old Kai was satisfied. After the mentors left, Luyin looked through the void and saw a pair of turbid eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. It came from Astral 10's Rain Observatory, from the crazy director. It had been more than 10 years since Luyin had joined Astral 10, and he had barely spoken to the crazy director. He had also never seen the crazy director in his normal state, but the director had been of great help to him. He had helped Luyin break through to the Melder realm, deduced the 9th star of the serious art, and now even helped Luyin block Xiao Meng. Even though the crazy director had not taught him anything, Luyin still respected this elder greatly. Before the Astral Combat Tournament, it was said that the crazy director had appeared and asked the mentors to guide them, which had allowed them to improve so quickly. These mentors were not actually mentors, but rather the crazy director's guards. As Lu Yin's status and outlook increased, he was able to see the past more clearly. For example, he was now certain that the crazy director was not crazy and was actually normal. He slowly descended to Astral 10 and arrived at the Rain Observatory. Rain pitter-pattered onto the limestone floor as Luyin flitted past several giant trees until he was not too far away from the crazy headmaster. He took one step at a time until he was less than 3 meters away from the headmaster. He slowly bowed. Student Luyin greets the headmaster. Thank you for your help. The crazy director did not reply. His clothes were a mess, and his hair was like a hornet's nest. His face was dirty, and he was not wearing shoes. Luin did not know what he had stepped on, but he looked very dirty. In the world of ordinary people, he would have been a beggar. Luin did not stand up and simply bowed with a respectful expression. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, and finally, 10 hours passed. The crazy director did not move, and neither did Luin. "Have you graduated?" the crazy director asked in a melancholy tone. Luin replied, "I haven't graduated yet." The crazy director looked up. "Then you're still a member of the academy. It's my duty to help you." Luin was grateful. "I'm grateful for your help. I apologize for the trouble I've caused." "There's no need to apologize. All you have to do is carve your name on Astral 10 and become a guest mentor." Luin was stunned. Guest mentor? Like Xiao Luo? No, he did not leave his name on the academy. Instead, he left his name as Unbounded. In the future, no matter what happens, as long as Unbounded exists, you will exist. If Unbounded dies, you will die. The crazy director turned around and stared at Luin sternly. Unbounded was the name of Astral 10's battleship. Luin felt an indescribable solemnity. It was as if some sort of ritual was being carried out, or rather, someone was watching everything. If he agreed, he would have to bear some sort of karma. Unbounded. 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 Luin did not dare to casually answer. "Sir, may I ask where Unbounded comes from? Where does it go? And where does it end?" The crazy director's gaze was pious. "It comes from the Daosource sect, but there is no end to it." "Does humanity have an end?" "Even if there is, Unbounded has no end. He must bear the hope of humanity, the seed of inheritance. This is Unbounded's destiny." Lu Yin's eyes twitched. "Seed of inheritance? Isn't that a war?" The crazy director's eyes widened, and a terrifying pressure descended upon Luin. Luin felt as if everything around him had changed, as if the universe had been destroyed. He almost fell to his knees. Unbounded's mission is not to fight, but to pass on its legacy. Only by passing on its legacy can there be hope. The crazy director's eyes grew crazed as he laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha ha, you started this war, and now you're eating your own bitter fruit. Ha 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 ha, you started this war." He then ran off and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Luin had not expected that his words would drive the crazy director insane. He was stunned. The Rainmaster walked out from nearby. "Don't mind him. He's always like this, and he won't be normal for more than a few days." Luin was puzzled. "Mentor, isn't Unbounded a battleship? Why is it an academy? The director seems to value it." The Rainmaster's tone was heavy. "He doesn't value the academy, nor does he value the honor of being the director. He values the name Unbounded." "Unbounded?" Luin muttered to himself. The Rainmaster gazed into the distance. "We're only fulfilling our duties as mentors because of Unbounded. No matter what this battleship is called, it was once a leading ship. It led both astral battleships and humans, guiding the light and passing on the hope of humanity. No one can bring shame to Unbounded." "What does the director mean by legacy?" Luin asked. The Rainmaster replied, "This involves too many things. Right now, you just need to focus on your cultivation. We'll talk about it later. Ignore the director's request for you to leave your name in Astral 10 for now. When you become an emissary and recognize Unbounded, you can decide whether or not to leave your name there. Once you do, the burden will be more than you can bear." Luin was curious. No matter what, the Astral Combat Academy was still just an academy or a battleship left behind from ancient times. How? Could it have more responsibilities than the Hall of Honor? That was impossible. However, the Rainmaster's words implied that Luin did not have the qualifications to leave his name there. He was a paragon of his generation who had defeated the Prime Clear and was a genius who could request the protection of a half-ancestor. There were too many secrets in the universe. As for the matter of leaving his name, he was already conflicted, but now, he was even more conflicted. He did not want to shoulder such a ridiculous burden, he just wanted to take care of his own matters. In the Neoverse, on the Summer Blade continent, the Xia family's patriarch, Xia Yi, officially announced that Xia Luo would be the heir. At the same time, he applied to the Hall of Honor for Xia Luo to replace Xia Jiuyo in the Sovereign Tournament's top 10. Whether it was Xia Jiuyo or Xia Luo, they could both be seen as clones of the main body. Now that Xia Jiuyo had fused with Xia Luo, his strength had increased by another level. The Hall of Honor had no reason to disagree. However, many people could not understand why Xia Jiuyo had been fused with Xia Luo. Xia Yi's attitude was even more perplexing. He did not seem to care. Xia Jiuyo and Xia Luo were both his sons, and no matter who fused with the other, it would not change this fact. In the depths of Xia Yi's heart, he hoped that Xia Luo would replace Xia Jiuyo because of Xia Jiuyo's deep hatred for him. In the Xia family, Patriarch Xia Yi slowly bowed. An elder stood in front of him, one of the 7 half-ancestors of the Xia family, Xia Ji. Xia Yi, you did not teach your son well. Do you admit to your crime? Said Xia Ji calmly, but when Xia Yi heard it, he was terrified. He had seen this elder more than once. Back then, this elder had killed many of the Xia family's direct descendants without saying a word. His methods were even more ruthless than his own. Junior admits his crime, said Xia Yi hastily. Xia Ji sighed. The 9 clones technique could have made Xia Jiuyo a perfect expert. 9 clones, each with their own Dao, could have even made up for the flaws in his character. Unfortunately, you taught that child so cruelly, making him think of the 9 clones technique as a way to split apart his grief. As a result, the flaws in the 9 clones technique are magnified, and he is unable to use its true power. The 9 clones technique was defeated one after another. That is an insult to Ancestor Chen. Hearing Xia Ji's words, Xia Yi was terrified. I was wrong. I didn't know that this child had cultivated the 9 clones technique. Xia Ji turned around and stared at Xia Yi. You don't even know what technique your son is cultivating? You're a joke. You're not qualified to be a father or a clan leader. Xia Yi trembled and hurriedly knelt down. Ancestor, please give me another chance. I won't make the same mistake again. Xia Ji shook his head and looked up into the sky. That Xia Luo isn't bad. 9 Nether's personality is flawed, and his personality makes up for it. Plus, he has a good relationship with Luin, so he won't be completely helpless when it comes to competing for opportunities. Xia Yi lowered his head and understood. When Xiao Meng brought the 9 Nether out, the ancestor must have known, but he did not interfere. He would rather have the 9 Nether fused with Xia Luo. In the eyes of the old ancestor, there was no difference between Xia Jiuyo and Xia Luo. They were both successors of the Xia clan, and Xia Luo was far more suitable than Xia Jiuyo. Get up. Even if I remove you from the position of family head, no one can replace you for now. Unfortunately, the Xia family is getting worse with each generation. Once I die, the Xia family won't even be able to keep its position as the head of the 7 courts, said Xia Ji. Xia Yi heaved a sigh of relief and stood up. Ancestor, there are too many geniuses in this generation. The appearance of the ancestral chi of the 3 sons can draw out progenitor Chen and progenitor Hui, as well as the 6th mainland and the astral beast domain. There's also Luin, who doesn't understand power. Even the 9 clones won't be able to reach such heights. Xia Ji said indifferently, if I had known that this child was cultivating the 9 clones technique, I would have been able to help him. I would have asked some of my old friends to teach him in private. Once he had fused with them, his strength would have undergone an earth-shattering change. But now, as he thought about it, he felt helpless. We'll talk about it later. After he finished speaking, his mind flashed back to the last battle of the Sovereign Tournament. Lu Yin's strange appearance made him feel like he had heard of something similar before, but where? At this moment, Xia Yi's gadget rang. He looked down and was surprised. Was this 9 Nether? No, it should be Xiao Luo. Xia Ji saw it too, but he did not react. Xia Yi answered, what's the matter? Xiao Luo's voice came from the other side. I'll have to trouble father to tell Nan Yuan to give the 1 billion star essence stored in the Mavis Bank to Luin. 1 billion? Xia Yi raised an eyebrow. Even though he was the head of the Xia family in the 7 courts, he could not ignore a billion star essence. This is the gift I promised Luin. I can't go back on my word. Xiao Luo's tone was gentle, and he wasn't worried at all that Xia Yi would refuse. After fusing with Xia Jiuyo, even if he was the main body, he would still be subconsciously influenced by Xia Jiuyo's past thoughts. He was Xia Jiuyo, and Xia Jiuyo hadn't truly disappeared. His impression of Xia Yi was naturally very deep. At this moment, Xia Yi would definitely not refuse any of his requests because he was the only direct descendant of the Xia clan. Xia Yi would not go so far as to start a conflict with Luin over a billion star essence. Xiao Luo's guess had not been wrong. A billion star essence was indeed a lot, but it was not enough to cause Xia Yi to fall out with Xiao Luo. He did not wish for Xiao Luo to become a second Xiao Jiuyo. Alright, I understand. I'll let Nan Yuan know. Thank you, father. Xiao Luo smiled and hung up. Far away, Xiao Meng was feeling very uncomfortable. She hated Luin to the core. He had defeated Xiao Jiuyo during the Supreme Tournament, and he had even caused Xiao Jiuyo to disappear after the tournament. Even if Xiao Luo was the main culprit, who asked him to be Xiao Luo? She had long since transferred all of her anger onto Luin, and it was even more so. Unfortunately, she couldn't do anything to Luin. Otherwise, Xiao Meng would definitely take action. Even if she couldn't kill him, she would still teach him a lesson. Stay away from Luin in the future. He's obviously not a good person. He's a cultivator, but he doesn't focus on his cultivation. Instead, he engages in schemes and politics, and he's even trying to become the master of the Outerverse. Not only is he wasting his time, but he's also lowering himself. This kind of person will bring disaster upon himself sooner or later, Xiao Meng said coldly. Xiao Luo smiled. I understand, Aunt Meng. Every time Xiao Luo called her that, Xiao Meng's heart would soften, and she would look at Xiao Luo with a doting gaze. It was as if she was looking at a younger Xiao Jiuyo. Luin also left the Astral Combat Academy, but before he left behind 1,000,000 star essence for old Kai. This amount of money was no longer important to him, but it was still very helpful to the Astral Combat Academy. This academy had once been so poor that it even had to sponsor its spacecraft. Old Kai was already satisfied. As soon as he left the Astral Combat Academy, Luin received an invitation from the Wen family to visit them. He declined, as there was no need for him to visit the Wen family at this time. He still had other matters to attend to. Lu Yin's spacecraft headed towards the blazing mist flow zone. A day later, his gadget beeped, and Luin received Nan Yuan's confirmation that he could withdraw a billion star essence from the Mavis Bank. Luin was ecstatic. A billion? Wasn't it 900 million? He had told Xiao Luo that it would be 900 million, but he had never expected that Xiao Luo would directly give him a billion. Endless money might not be of much use to others, but to Luin, it was a shortcut to increasing his strength. He immediately ordered his spacecraft to find the nearest Mavis Bank branch. He wanted to withdraw all of this money just in case. It was unrealistic to think that he could withdraw a billion star essence from a single Mavis Bank branch. No matter how rich the Mavis Bank was, it was impossible for any random branch to have so many star essence. Even if there were 10 branches, they wouldn't have that much star essence, let alone one. Luin could only withdraw them one by one. Finally, he withdrew all of the money from the 13th Mavis Bank branch, and by then, he had already returned to the blazing mist flow zone. Luin rubbed his cosmic ring. His current wealth had reached 1,712 billion star essence, which was a terrifying number. Even the leading powers of the Innerverse 8 great flow zones would not be able to take out so much money in one go, let alone an individual. If there was a wealth list, he would probably be ranked on it. Since he had money now, it was time to upgrade his external items. After returning to the Blaze realm, Luin ignored everything and went straight into seclusion. In the Outerverse, at the Shenwu continent's palace, 2 groups of people were facing off. One group was made up of the natives of the Shenwu continent who were guarding the palace, while the other group was made up of representatives from the Great Yu Empire who had been stationed on the continent. The leader was a woman who was a hunter, and she had an ugly expression on her face. I'll say it again. Get out of the way. We must see the Empress today, the woman shouted. Her strength as a hunter caused the palace to tremble. On the other side, the people from the Shenwu continent all turned pale, as they did not have any martial gods who could contend against this woman. If not for the fact that she had been apprehensive about the Empress' prestige and had not forcefully attacked, they would not even have had the qualifications to stop her. Beihong walked out and looked at the woman before looking back at the palace. Get out of the way. The Empress hasn't shown herself in a long time. If this continues, no one will be able to control the situation. The palace's guards heard this and helplessly retreated. The woman rushed into the study, but she did not find any trace of Ming Yan. There was only a trembling maid. The woman's face paled. It was over. She really wasn't here. How had she left? She had not become an explorer and had not been received by a hunter, so she should not have been able to leave the Shenwu continent. It was precisely because of these two reasons that the woman had not cared about Ming Yan's absence. Now, however, the worst outcome had occurred. Beihong had not expected Ming Yan to really leave. The woman stared at Beihong. If His Highness finds out about this, we will all die. Beihong replied, I know, which is why I cannot tell His Highness. Immediately send someone to contact the space station and see if they have received the Empress. If they haven't, then it means that the Empress has not left the Shenwu continent. Send someone to look for her. The woman nodded. She was already panicking, so she could only listen to Beihong. Beihong's heart continued to sink. He thought about Ming Xiaoshu's death, as well as the kidnapping of Ming Yan, which had almost caused her to die from poisoning. Could those people still be alive? Had they attacked Ming Yan? That would be troublesome. This matter could not be concealed for much longer. In the Blaze realm, Lu Yin raised his hand, and his die slowly rotated. He tapped out 6 pips. 6 pips consumed an endless amount of star essence. When Lu Yin appeared in that strange space, he subconsciously searched for the brightest ball of light and directly fused with it. The scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in outer space. There was a battlefield all around him, and an intense pain swept through his body. Lu Yin looked down and saw that the person he had fused with had been sliced apart. A pair of scarlet vertical eyes appeared in front of him, and they were cold and emotionless. They stared at Lu Yin and reached out to grab him. Lu Yin subconsciously wanted to use the planned secret art to dodge, but this body was not his, so he was unable to use it. A hand pierced through his neck, and fresh blood dripped from the fingertips onto his back, forming a river of blood. Lu Yin had not expected that he would die right after fusing with an enlighter with a power level of over 300,000. Around him, too many people had died, and even space itself had been dyed red. His vision darkened, and Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. He had just died. He had once again experienced the feeling of death. Everyone could only experience it once, but he had experienced it more than once. Suddenly, the black and white fog in his heart throbbed and then slowly rotated as if it was pulling something, causing it to grow a bit stronger. Lu Yin was puzzled. During the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament, he had used the power of the black and white fog to undergo the Reaper transformation. After that, the fog had become much thinner, and it had shrunk by at least half its original size. If he used the Reaper transformation again, the black and white fog might disappear. Lu Yin had always been worried that this power would disappear, and he wanted to find a place where the death aura was produced. However, such a place was not easy to find. He had not expected that his experience of death would actually cause the black and white fog to grow a bit stronger. Even if it was only a tiny bit, it meant that it was useful, and he did not need to completely rely on absorbing death aura. He did not know whether to be happy or worried, as experiencing death was not a good feeling. Back then, he had intentionally allowed Ling Ke to kill him because he had no other choice, but just now, he had intentionally experienced death because he had not been able to react in time. Just thinking about it made him panic. However, he had no other choice. If he wanted to maintain the power of the Reaper transformation, he had to do so. Fortunately, he had finally found a way to cultivate the Reaper transformation. The Reaper transformation, it really could only be transformed after death. What was that place just now? Lu Yin thought about it, but he couldn't figure it out. He used star crystals to restore his die and continued rolling. Wait, how many star essences had he just spent? This was a serious problem, and Lewin hurriedly took a look before relaxing. Fortunately, he had spent over 50 million star essences, which was still acceptable. He continued rolling his die, and this time, he rolled a pi 1, which dropped a gadget. Lewin looked at it, but it was meaningless and very ordinary. He tossed it away and continued rolling. It was still a pi 1, and it dropped another gadget. Lewin was speechless and looked at it again, but it was still meaningless. Why did he keep dropping things like this today? Still, it was better than throwing away those women's underwear. Again. This time, his luck wasn't bad, and he rolled a pi 1. He watched as the two screens rose up, as this was what he was looking forward to the most. He threw the universal armor onto the screen and began to frantically use star essence. This universal armor had already been upgraded 10 times, and the 10th upgrade had cost him more than 14 million star essence. Its rune lines were already close to 600,000, and Lewin didn't know how many more upgrades it could take. Star essence continued to be consumed, and the armor finally dropped after almost 30 million star essence. This was the 11th upgrade, but Lewin didn't feel any heartache and continued. On the 12th upgrade, he had spent almost 60 million star essence. He had suddenly lost 90 million star essence, which made his heart ache. He continued. However, it was useless, as the star essence hadn't been consumed. The universal armor could no longer be upgraded, as the materials had already reached their limit. He looked at the boundless rune lines, which should be no less than 700,000 rune lines. This meant that with this universal armor, Lewin could defend against attacks from powerhouses with a power level of 700,000. What a pity, as it would be great if he could upgrade it a few more times. Even though the rune lines were around 700,000, it wouldn't be easy to defend against a powerhouse with a power level of 700,000. He would also need to obtain better materials to either fuse with the armor or reforge it. If he reforged it, then the money he had spent on this universal armor would be gone. Forget it, he would just give it to someone else. Wendy Yushan or Ming Yan would be fine. The next one to be upgraded was the exquisite lake spring water. Actually, Lewin had long since wanted to upgrade the ink jade lake spring water. When he had done so before, he had dripped it into his eyes, which had allowed him to directly comprehend the divine eye realm's star energy control. He didn't know how much the ink jade lake spring water would allow him to clearly see the universe. This universe was very mysterious, and there was a saying that the end of the microscopic was the macroscopic. Lewin was looking forward to it. He only had 18 drops of spring water left, and 5 of them had been upgraded 14 times. He took out a drop and began to crazily toss out star essences. Back then, Lewin had only spent 560,000 star essence to upgrade himself 14 times. Yes, Lewin could now ignore that amount of money, as it was only 560,000 star essence. 15th time, 16th time, 17th time. Every time the lake's water was upgraded, it became more transparent and gave Lewin a strange feeling. Staring at the lake's water was like looking through a key to another world. That world might seem mystical to ordinary people, but Lewin knew that it was a microscopic world that only world-level cultivators who could control star energy could see. The 18th time, the 19th time, and finally, the 20th time, the ink jade lake's water could no longer be upgraded. Lewin took a deep breath as he stared at the nearly invisible drop of spring water. Even though it didn't drip into his eyes, he could still feel its coolness. Through the ink jade lake's water, Lewin could see a different universe with many layers. What he saw was different from what he usually saw, or rather, what humans saw. This was just what he could see through the ink jade lake's water. Lewin carefully picked it up and thought for a moment before dripping it into his eyes. He had to try out the effects, but he was certain that it wouldn't harm him. As the ink jade lake's water dripped into his eyes, his mind became clear and his thoughts cleared. When he opened his eyes, they were bright and clear like a clear spring that could even reflect the scenery around him. At this moment, what Lewin saw had completely changed. Aside from the space that he was currently in, he could also see another void, a strange region that was hidden beneath the void that was visible to the naked eye. He saw specks of dust floating about, and he saw extremely tiny creatures crawling about. He saw a scene that was completely different from what he could see with his naked eye. Could this be the true universe that was spoken of in legends? The battles between powerhouses at the level of emissary could not be seen by ordinary people, and it was said that those battles took place in the true universe. What Luin was seeing now might be that part of the universe. Did that mean that he could see emissaries fighting? He looked around and saw that everything was dark and lightless. He looked at the heavens, and it was the same. There seemed to be no light source in the other void, and there were no large creatures either. It was a microscopic world. After about a minute, the Ink Jade Lake's water effect disappeared, and that part of the universe was no longer visible. Luin rubbed his eyes, but there were no after effects. If his guess was correct and he could really see emissaries fighting, then he would no longer be powerless against them in the future. The universal armor could defend against attacks from powerhouses whose power levels were more than 600,000, but Luin didn't want to be a punching bag. He couldn't see anything when an emissary attacked him, but now he had a way to deal with it. During his battle with Crimson Lord, it was fortunate that the Ice Empress had injured him and prevented him from using the power of an emissary. Otherwise, no matter how many tricks Luin had up his sleeve, he would have just been sending himself to his death. Luin couldn't help but rejoice at his own foresight. A normal emissary was not something that he could deal with. Even if he became an enlighter with a power level of 300,000 or 400,000, he still might not be able to challenge an emissary. That was a completely different level of power, and it was a metamorphosis of a human's life. It was a metamorphosis from the macroscopic to the microscopic. Lu Yin's eyes burned with desire as he looked at the Ink Jade Lake's water. This item was too valuable, but the price to upgrade it was also very high. Upgrading a single drop of water to the level that he had just seen cost almost 40 million star essence, which was too ridiculous. Furthermore, the effects would only last for about a minute. Luin sighed, but it was impossible for others to see that part of the void, even if they had to pay a high price. Comparatively speaking, spending 40 million star essence to watch an emissary fight was worth it. There were still 4 drops of Ink Jade Lake's water left, and Luin upgraded them 20 times. He had spent a total of 140 million star essence, which was another 100 million in the blink of an eye. There were still 13 drops of Ink Jade Lake's water that had not been upgraded. Luin gritted his teeth and upgraded all of them. The enemies that he would face in the future would not just be enlighters, but rather emissaries. If possible, he would rather upgrade them a bit more. The 13 drops of Ink Jade Lake's water had cost him 520 million star essence. Luin had never thought that he would spend so much money on the Ink Jade Lake's water before upgrading it. He had spent almost 700 million star essence, which was terrifying. He had originally had 1.7 billion star essence, but after using Enhance on his die and upgrading his universal armor, as well as the water from the ingenious lake, he only had a little more than 850 million star essence left. His eyes twitched, as this was too much of a waste of money. He felt that he was still poor, and he once again envied the Mavis family. Before he had rolled his die, his heart had been filled with pride, but now, it was time to restrain himself. Currently, he urgently needed to upgrade his powerful offensive weapons. He already had quite a few, such as the Walnut Power Vessel, Battle Arrows, Poisons, the Tianhuang Array Sourcebox, Madame Land's Sphere, Karmic Fire, the Giant's Right Arm, and the Smothered Cannon. However, it seemed like the only thing that could be upgraded was Karmic Fire. The Walnut Power Vessel could not be upgraded, and while the Poisons could be upgraded a few more times, they could not be upgraded to the point where they could threaten an emissary. The Giant's Right Arm and the Smothered Cannon were limited by their materials and could not be upgraded any further. He looked at the Karmic Fire in front of him and realized that he could only upgrade it, but what was the point of upgrading it? He did not know how to use the Karmic Fire sword, nor did he cultivate any top-notch fire-type battle techniques. It was unrealistic for him to display the Karmic Fire's power. Luin was a little distressed, as it would be great if he could obtain an offensive weapon that could be upgraded without limit. Right, there was still the Heaven Flame Stone that could be upgraded, but Luin did not dare to upgrade it. Who knew if it would upgrade the Fire Dragon? He still needed the Heaven Flame Stone to cultivate, and he could not let it be wasted. A Fire Dragon was of no use to him. This time, he did not stay in seclusion for long, mainly because he had not rolled Enhance. After entering the time-stop space, Luin had no interest in continuing his seclusion. For the sake of the sovereign tournament, his realm had risen a little too quickly. As long as he could obtain more fire and let the heaven flame stone absorb it, he could continue to rapidly increase his realm. He urgently needed an offensive weapon that could be upgraded without limit. As soon as he walked out of the secret room, he checked his gadget and saw that many people were contacting him. The most diligent of them all was Madame Yu. Luin immediately contacted her. She quickly appeared on the screen and glared at Luin. Her tone was somewhat unpleasant. Alliance leader Lu, what's the point of toying with people? Luin apologized. I'm really sorry for the delay, Madame Yu. How about this? I'll go to the Southern Weave right now, and we can talk face to face. How about that? Madame Yu was so angry that her chest heaved. That was not what she meant. Luin had purposely told her that they would meet in the Southern Weave, and she had passed the information to the Xia family. That was why Xianxia had dared to go to Astral 10. If not for her information, Xianxia would not have been in trouble. Although no one blamed her, she had indeed been used by Luin, and the Xia family would not treat her kindly. However, she could not complain to Luin about this. Was she supposed to tell him that she was still in contact with the Seven Courts? That she had sold him out? The more she thought about it, the more sullen she felt. Madame Yu had lived for so many years, and she had maintained contact with the Seven Courts under the Sword Sect's surveillance without being discovered. She had been cautious to a certain extent, but now, she had been played by a junior. She could not even voice out her grievances. She had never experienced such a feeling in her entire life. Madame Yu's expression changed when she saw Lu Yin's apologetic expression. She could not guess whether Luin had purposely used her to pass the information or whether he had not considered her and had unintentionally delayed their meeting. She could not see through this youth. It's best if Alliance Master Lu is willing to talk face to face. My Yu family will be waiting for you in the Southern Weave, Madame Yu helplessly said. Luin nodded, but then he suddenly thought of something. Oh no. Madame Yu was puzzled. Alliance Master Lu, what's the matter? Luin looked at Madame Yu awkwardly. I'm sorry, Madame, but I can't go to the Southern Weave. Madame Yu was infuriated, and she glared at Luin. Alliance Master Lu, my Yu family does wish to join the Great Eastern Alliance, but we still have some strength. We're not begging for your help, so please don't insult my Yu family. Luin hurriedly replied, Madame Yu, you've misunderstood. It's not that I don't want to see Madame Yu, but that someone is preventing me from going. Who? Madame Yu gritted her teeth. She now felt that this Luin was rather detestable. It was no wonder why so many people wanted to kill him. Luin shrugged. Supreme Sage Heavenly Teacher. Madame Yu was taken aback. Who? Senior Sage Heavenly Master. Madame Yu was stunned. Of course she knew who the Supreme Sage Heavenly Master was. He was one of the 7 demigod ancestors of the human domain, a true peak powerhouse. Even her Yu family's elder Di Yun had to look up to him. Yet, the Supreme Sage Heavenly Master didn't allow him to go? What did he mean? Could it be that he was hostile towards the 7 courts? Or did he know about her plans for the Yu court? Why? Madame Yu asked nervously. Luin replied, accidents happened one after another in the top 10 of the sovereign tournament. Bukong died, Wang Yi went missing, Wu Taibai was heavily injured, and now, Xia Jiuyou is gone as well. Senior Celestial Master wants me to do my best not to go out and wait for the moment to gather in the Neoverse. Madame Yu didn't know what to say. The first 3 incidents had happened from the very beginning, while Xia Jiuyou was the result of this bastard's own plan. Now, he was actually blaming the Neo-Human Alliance? Did he have any shame? He was actually unwilling to meet them because of this. Madame Yu really wanted to cut him down. Luin knew that he was in the wrong, so he coughed and said, sorry, Madame Yu. Senior Sage is calling me. Talk to you later. He then quickly hung up, feeling a little guilty. It was both because of Madame Yu and the Holy Heavenly Master that he had faked the Imperial Edict. In Yu Court, Madame Yu was so angry that she almost cursed out loud. Her self-restraint was extremely good, and she had never suffered such grievances since she was born. She was actually played by a junior one after another. Bastard, bastard. Yo Year looked at Madame Yu's furious expression and whispered, "This Luin isn't sincere at all. Let's not rely on him." "No, he's the only one in the innerverse and outerverse who can protect us," Madame Yu said. Although she was furious, she had not lost her rationality. Yo Year understood this as well. But his attitude makes it clear that he doesn't want to accept our Yo court. Madame Yu took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Her gaze was deep as she said, "He will accept it. As long as the Great Eastern Alliance doesn't slow down, they will eventually arrive at the first flow zone and face us one day. He's not stupid, and he's just stalling for time. He wants to know our true goal, and it's also possible that he has guessed that we haven't split with the 7 courts." "You really guessed it?" Yo Year was surprised. Madame Yu was not certain either, but this was the only possibility. Otherwise, Lu Yin's attitude would not make sense. If that was the case, then she had indeed been used by Luin. Luin really did not want to get involved with the Yu family. He did not know what this family's goal was, but they had taken the initiative to split from the 7 courts and then taken away the Yo family to form a marriage alliance with the Sword Sect. All of this was too abnormal, and he did not want to invite trouble. The Great Eastern Alliance had not occupied the Blaze realm for very long, but the hostility between the Sylvan Dragons and the Ross Empire had never relaxed. The next step for the Great Eastern Alliance was to withdraw from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, and Wei Rong was already making preparations to head to the Fennel Flow Zone. As long as they occupied the Fennel Flow Zone, the Great Eastern Alliance would immediately withdraw from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone and hand over the Flow Zone to the Sylvan Dragons and the Ross Empire. This would show the Great Eastern Alliance's goodwill and harmlessness. As for who the Blazing Mist Flow Zone would ultimately belong to, that would depend on the competition between the Sylvan Dragons and the Ross Empire. Luin did not care, as this was what he wanted as well. He would let them compete and fight for it. In any case, the Blazing Mist Flow Zone would eventually belong to him. He no longer cared about the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. After chatting with Wang Wen for a bit, he took the general tablet and headed to the Outerverse. It was time to go to Earth to investigate, but before that, he had to return to Xinyu Star. After all, that was his home there. No matter who the Blazing Mist Flow Zone belonged to, the Astral River Arc had to remain under the control of the Great Eastern Alliance. This was Lu Yin's request. Currently, the Astral River Arc was filled with members of the Great Eastern Alliance, and when they saw Luin, they all bowed. Luin had returned to the Outerverse in a high-profile manner. The Outerverse was now like Lu Yin's backyard. The moment he appeared, the allied forces guarding the borders of the Astral River bowed, which made many cultivators on the Astral River Arc envious. Luin did not stay. He boarded his spacecraft and headed towards Xinyu Star with the general tablet in tow. From the Astral River Arc to Xinyu Star, he would pass by Dark Mist Weave. He had deliberately chosen a route that would pass by Mafioso Planet. Top Mist had already returned to Mafioso Planet from Ironblood Weave. When Lu Yin's spacecraft landed, the assassination planet that was Mafioso Planet was in an uproar. Mafioso Planet was the largest assassination organization in the Eastern Weaves, and a large part of the reason why Luin had been able to establish the Great Eastern Alliance was because of the information provided by Mafioso Planet. Mafioso Planet had long since joined the Great Eastern Alliance, and Luin had come here to understand more about Mafioso Planet's power vessel, the Bloody Handprint. Top Mist looked at the youth in the distance with a complicated expression. The first time they had met was still vivid in his mind. The assassination attempt had failed, and an Enlighter had died. If not for Top Mist's height, he would have died as well. Ever since then, this youth's name had never stopped, regardless of whether it was an Iron Blood Weave, Endless Weave, or the Outerverse Unification War. This youth had gradually become the master of the Outerverse, and now, he possessed strength that even Top Mist had to look up to. Now, killing Top Mist would not require any external aid, and it would be easy. Top Mist greets the Alliance leader, Top Mist said from within the black fog. The black fog covering his body dissipated, revealing his 1-meter-tall body. Luin looked at Top Mist. If this person had not been 1 meter tall, then Luin would have ended him with a single shot, and none of the subsequent events would have occurred. Long time no see. Senior is still as elegant as ever, Luine said with a smile. Top Mist was terrified, as he had always been timid and good at preserving his own life. He had also expressed his attitude early on, or else he would not have been able to survive until now. In front of the Alliance leader, this lowly one does not dare to call himself senior. Luine waved a hand and took a step forward. He swept past Top Mist and entered Mafioso Planet. Top Mist's pupil shrank. He had not sensed Lu Yin's speed at all, and the youth had already appeared behind him. If Luine had attacked him, Top Mist believed that he would not have been able to last even a second. No matter what life-saving techniques he had, even if he had not used up his bloody handprint power vessel, he would not have been able to defeat Luine. The strength that the top 10 had displayed during the Sovereign Tournament was enough to make him despair. Top Mist became even more respectful. Mafioso Planet was gloomy all year round, and it had nurtured many assassins. Lu Yin's domain swept through the area. And his domain's range was quite wide. In the blink of an eye, he found a familiar face, the bespectacled Mist Child. The bespectacled Mist Child looked up and saw Luine looking at her. Her eyes lit up, as she had always wanted to take the initiative to contact Luine, but he had been too fast for her to keep up. She had never thought that Luine would appear on Mafioso Planet. Luine had never forgotten about the bespectacled Mist Child, as this female assassin had helped him greatly in the past. Even though she had her own plans, her innate gift was very precious. She could increase her strength by consuming poisons, and Luine just so happened to have the most poisonous poisons. He currently had 5 bottles of Elder Wu's poisons, all of which had been upgraded 8 times. They were enough to threaten an envoys, and they had also been the reason why he had been able to heavily injure Crimson Lord. These poisons could not be upgraded due to the limited materials used. He casually took out a bottle and tossed it to the bespectacled Mist Child. The bespectacled Mist Child was delighted, and she hurriedly caught it. "Thank you, Your Highness." Luine smiled, but he did not say anything else. He had left her with an opportunity, and how far she could go in the future would depend on herself. Perhaps her innate gift would bring him a pleasant surprise. Top Mist was not surprised that Luine would help the bespectacled Mist Child, as the events of the past could not be hidden from him. The bespectacled Mist Child had cooperated with Luine to deal with the other Mist Children, obtain information on Mafioso Planet, and assist the Great Eastern Alliance. He had long since known about this. Now, the bespectacled Mist Child's status on Mafioso Planet was second only to his own. This was not because of her strength, but because of her relationship with Luine. "Do you still have the blood palm?" Luine asked as he toured Mafioso Planet. The scenery flashed past him, and he quickly traveled through space. Behind him, Top Mist heard the question and replied, "No, I used it all back in Iron Blood Weave." Of course, Luine remembered, as he was the one who had forced Top Mist to use it. Where did the blood palm come from? Top Mist did not dare to hide anything. Back then, an ancestor discovered a blood palm that had sunk deep into the ground. It was because of this blood palm that people settled on Mafioso Planet. As for where it came from, no one knows. "Are you saying that the blood palm appeared on Mafioso Planet before you?" Luine asked. Top Mist respectfully replied, "Yes." Luine fell into deep thought. In the universe, the history of a planet far surpassed that of a biological civilization. A planet could easily have a history of billions, billions, or even 100 billion years. What about human civilization? It could not compare to the history of a planet. These planets were the ones that had truly experienced the ancient era. They had experienced the birth of humanity, its peak, and its fragmentation. They had witnessed the powerhouses of the ancient era, as well as the era of progenitor Chen and the symbol progenitor. Just a single blood palm had been able to kill a powerhouse with a power level of 300,000. Perhaps it had come from an ancient powerhouse. Unfortunately, there was no way to investigate further. Luine left Mafioso Planet. In the sky, Top Mist watched Lu Yin's spacecraft depart until it was completely out of sight. Only then did he retract his gaze. He had never imagined that a brat from back then, an ant that he could casually kill, would grow to his current level. Who would be the master of this universe in the future? News of Lu Yin's return to Xenu Star had long since spread, and countless people were eagerly awaiting Lu Yin's return. When Lu Yin's spacecraft appeared, Xinyu Star, the surrounding planets, and even the entire frost wave weave went into an uproar. Everyone was shouting Lu Yin's name, and statues of Lu Yin were erected on countless planets. It was Lu Yin who had brought frost wave weave to its current heights, and now, frost wave weave had become the center of the universe. It was the center of economic and trade, the center of cultural exchange, and the center of power. Lu Yin had single-handedly created the core of the outerverse, which had allowed the frost wave weave status to surpass that of the other weaves. In the past, everyone had hoped to become a citizen of Myriad City and settle down there. Now, everyone hoped to become a citizen of Xinyu Star and settle down there. The prices here had already soared to a height that normal people could not imagine. Lu Yin had set up the general appointment stage on Xinyu Star and made a public appearance, which excited countless people in the outerverse. Of course, there were also those who hoped that Lu Yin would be able to help them solve their practical problems. The most pressing problem was that the outerverse had been gifted to the sixth mainland. Lu Yin wanted to resolve this matter as well, but he couldn't think of anything at the moment. The sixth mainland had descended upon the fifth mainland, and this was a general trend that no one could stop. It wasn't something that Lu Yin could reverse by relying on petty tricks or schemes. When faced with such a situation, avoiding it was the best course of action. As for whether or not he could return to the outerverse in the future, that would depend on how high he could reach. However, it would take some time for the sixth mainland to fully occupy the outerverse. The outerverse's western weaves had already begun to move eastward, and this process was going to take a very long time. After returning to Xinyu Star, Lu Yin summoned all the important officials of the Great Yu Empire. He held a meeting with the Lu Ministry of Staff, the Lu Ministry of Defense, the cabinet, and even a court session. After that, he also met with Bei Qing, the captains of the 13 imperial squadrons, and so on. He had really made his presence known. In King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin took a sip of the green, viscous drink, clearly looking forward to it. Lu Yin nodded and smiled. Not bad. Zhao Ran was happy. By the way, Zhao Ran, have you heard of Zijing? Zhao Ran blinked in confusion and shook her head. Lu Yin did not ask any more questions as Kay's voice sounded out. Your Highness, Duan Day Knight requests an audience. Please come in, Lu Yin said loudly. He had subverted the Day Knight flow zone and rescued the White King bloodline. Now, the White King bloodline was living on a planet not too far away from Xinyu Star. Now that he had returned, the White King bloodline had naturally requested to meet him, even if they had only just met. For some reason, Shui Day Knight had not come. Not long after, Duan Day Knight left King Zishan's palace. His discussion with Lu Yin had gone well. Lu Yin had agreed to help and protect King Zishan's bloodline, and King Zishan's bloodline had agreed to help Duan Day Knight as much as possible. The Great Eastern Alliance was growing larger and larger, and it had attracted more than just the various powers from the outerverse. Many powers from the innerverse also wanted to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Many people sought an audience with Lu Yin, but he didn't meet with all of them. He only met with a select few. At night, he went to the fifth princess residence. Wendy Yushan was already waiting for him. It's getting harder and harder to see you. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. It's tiring. It's not like you're going to show up. Wendy Yushan calmly replied, it has nothing to do with me. Lu Yin shook his head. I hope that you can inherit the Great Yu Empire. After all, this country was founded by the Yu bloodline. Wendy Yushan looked at him, the Great Yu Empire won't agree. Wendy Yushan did not feel good when she said this. Even though she did not care about the Great Yu Empire or any sort of power, the Great Yu Empire had still been established by her family. Now, she had to rely on an outsider, and even if this outsider was willing to return the empire, the Yu bloodline would not be able to do so. This made her feel somewhat dejected, as this was a testament to her family's incompetence. Lu Yin didn't want to talk about this topic any longer, as it was rather heavy. Actually, everyone in the Great Yu Empire hoped that he would no longer be the royal regent but instead become the emperor. Unfortunately, he did not have such thoughts at the moment. How is Elder Su? Lu Yin asked. He was asking about the place where the Yu bloodline lived in seclusion, the Elder Su who had been sealed in ice for many years. Wendy Yushan replied, I just went to take a look. He's still sealed in ice. Luine grunted and did not say anything else. He didn't stay in the fifth princess residence for long before leaving. He once again went to the tavern in the shadow of King Zishan's palace. It was clearly an inconspicuous little tavern, but it gave him an inexplicable sense of security. The tavern was very dim, and Luine did not need to hide his appearance. No one could see him clearly. He could not even remember how many times he had eaten in this tavern. It was still the same, with muddy wine and side dishes. It was very comfortable. A commotion could be heard from the tavern in the distance. The owner of the tavern was still as shrewd as ever, and no matter how much the outside world offered him, he would not sell. Not long after, light footsteps could be heard from behind him. A frail figure sat at a nearby table and spoke in a bleak and hoarse voice, "Boss, a jug of wine." Luine paused in the middle of drinking as a voice brought him back to 10 years ago. He slowly turned around and saw a pale and thin face hidden in the dim light. It was her, Xianxia. Luine had not expected to run into her here. The high-spirited girl from back then had now become abnormally haggard, as if she had become a completely different person. If there was one woman Luine had been the most ruthless to, it would definitely be Xianxia. Not only had he ruined her marriage, but he had also left her with a shadow that she would never be able to walk out of for the rest of her life. She had become the shame of the Anna family and carried heavy shackles on her shoulders. It was very difficult for a woman to stand up again after experiencing such a thing, and Xianxia was no exception. Luine could not describe his emotions as he looked at the current Xianxia. Did he regret it? No, he did not regret it. If he had not done what he had done, he would have been the one to become a laughingstock. This woman was very pitiful, but she was also detestable. But after so many years, Lu Yin's impression of her had become blurry. The hatred he had felt had long since faded, and all that remained was pity. Xianxia took a sip of wine. She had discovered this tavern by accident. It was hidden and dim, and no one would be able to see it clearly. She could even see above her head and see that person's home. She had long since lost her hatred for Luine, it was just a matter of their different standpoints. Luine put down his glass and looked at her calmly. This woman had already walked out, and she had become completely different. She was no longer the Xianxia of the past. Xianxia sensed that someone was looking at her, and she looked up to meet his gaze. Her body trembled, and her hand trembled, causing the glass to fall onto the table. Luine lowered his head and poured a glass of wine for her. She accepted it, "Thank you." As he watched her drink, he suddenly remembered what she had said in the past. "I only want to marry the person I love." Is that wrong? I like Yan Feng. What's wrong with that? The only mistake is that my family betrothed me to you. Luine, do you really like me? You've never liked me, and I can feel that the ring is not a sign of love. It's just a promise you made to the Anna family. In your eyes, I'm just a tool for your marriage. What's wrong with me marrying the person I love? I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want to hurt you. Every word and sentence revealed this woman's pursuit of freedom and love. Was she wrong? Luine had asked himself this question many times, but the answer had always been no. She had only wanted to pursue happiness, but in the end, things had turned out this way. I'm sorry, Luine said in a low voice. To the side, Xianxia's body trembled, and tears streamed down her face. She put down her glass and left. Luine watched her leave, his heart heavy. Everyone had to pay for the mistakes they had made when they were young. He exhaled, took a sip of wine, and then left. Today's wine was tasteless. A few days later, Luine set off for Earth. He had already accomplished his goals for returning to Xenu Star, and one of them had been to see Delay again. He wanted to use Delay's thoughts to search for any abnormalities in Luine Zishan, but there were none. Luine had not forgotten about the abnormalities in Luine Zishan. Xenu Star had some hidden dangers, but he had not been able to find them. He could not keep wasting his time here. There was also Banjio's report on the new universal armor, but it had not yielded any results. The technocracy's level of civilization was beyond Banjio's knowledge, and he could not create any higher-level universal armor. If he wanted to obtain a better universal armor, he might have to make a trip to the technocracy. From Xenu star to Earth, Lu Yin's spacecraft was very fast. Not long after, the beautiful blue planet appeared in front of him. It was surrounded by planets from the solar system, and the one that attracted Lu Yin's attention the most was Jupiter. When he saw Earth, Lu Yin was reminded of an old friend. Right, he had almost forgotten about Lu Xiaoge. How could he have forgotten about him? As he thought about it, Lu Yin contacted Barley. Barley was the spy that Lu Yin had placed in East San Dios. He had been the first to join Lu Yin, and he could read the vibrations in the air, which allowed him to learn some things. It had been a long time since Barley had received any contact from Lu Yin, and the gap between their statuses had grown wider and wider. After Lu Yin had become one of the 10 arbiters, Barley had not dared to contact him. He had not expected to receive a call from Lu Yin today. Lu Ju. Barley's figure appeared on the screen, and he bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Of the current 10 arbiters, Lu Yin was the strongest. Not only was he the strongest among the 10 arbiters, but he was also the strongest in all of humanity, including the 6th mainland. Barley's admiration for Lu Yin was indescribable, and he had rejoiced countless times that he had chosen to join Lu Yin. If not for seeing Earth and remembering Lu Xiaoge, Lu Yin would have almost forgotten about this person. Barley, how's Lu Xiaoge? Barley was terrified. He's not in East San Dios. He left before the start of the Sovereign Tournament. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. Do you know where he went? Barley shook his head, feeling apprehensive. Lu Yin had ordered him to keep an eye on Lu Xiaoge, but how could he have done so? He had wanted to report Lu Xiaoge's disappearance, but he did not dare to. I'm not sure. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. He did not blame Barley for not being able to keep an eye on Lu Xiaoge. With Barley's abilities, he definitely would not have been able to do so. Had he left before the Sovereign Tournament? Had he participated in the Sovereign Tournament? That was possible. There had been too many participants, and it was normal that Lu Yin had not noticed him. Was there anything strange in East San Dios? Lu Yin asked. Barley thought about it carefully. Yes. There was a powerful aura that came to East San Dios before the Sovereign Tournament, but it did not reveal itself. A powerful aura? Lu Yin was curious. Barley thought about it. It should have been an enlighter. Could it have been just passing by? That's not possible. That aura was intentionally hidden, and I was only able to sense their strength through the vibrations in the air. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to detect their power level. Lu Yin frowned. What was an enlighter doing in East San Dios? That place was only the Outerverse Youth Council, and it was of no value to an enlighter. Lu Yin wasn't even there, so the only person of value in East San Dios was Lu Xiaoge, as he was related to the Day-Night clan. Could it be the Day-Night clan? Lu Yin could not figure it out. He ended the call, as there was no news from East San Dios. Lu Xiaoge's whereabouts were unknown, but Lu Yin did not care too much. In the past, Lu Xiaoge had made Lu Yin apprehensive, and he had even wanted to kill him. But now, Lu Xiaoge's level was too far from Lu Yin's. Even Bai Qian was not worthy of his attention, let alone Lu Xiaoge. Lu Yin had only asked because he was curious, but that was all. There was a slight vibration as the spacecraft entered Earth's space station. Lu Yin tapped his feet and disappeared from the spacecraft, avoiding the space station's detection. He landed on Earth and appeared in Jinlin City. Earth had changed more and more, and there were more and more cultivators. Since this was Lu Yin's hometown and the starting point of his cultivation, there were many people traveling to Earth. If not for Earth's small size, it would have been equivalent to another Xenu star. Naturally, the prices here were also very high. Fortunately, that was relative to outsiders, as the prices of Earth's locals were still the same. Skyscrapers pierced through the clouds, and flying machines roamed the skies. Occasionally, cultivators would take to the skies, but they would be intercepted by patrolling troops. The entire Jinlin city seemed to be filled with technology. No one would believe that only a dozen years had passed. 10 years ago, this place had been in ruins, and it had looked like the end of the world. Lu Yin scanned the area with his domain and quickly found Zhou Shan. There were only a few old friends on Earth. Bai Shui and the others had disappeared on Jupiter, so Lu Yin could only look for Zhou Shan and the others. However, the gap between their realms had grown so large that it was almost invisible. Zhou Shan was the honorary headmaster of Jinlin Military Academy, and his status was extremely high. He had also been one of the 7 sages of China during Earth's apocalypse. Although he was weak and not even an explorer, no one could shake his position because he was Lu Yin's friend. In a spacious office with simple decorations, a middle-aged man was looking down at documents. On the wall behind him, there should be words or pictures hanging on it, but here, there was a battle axe hanging, making the office more austere. There was a knock on the door. "Come in." A young woman walked in and respectfully said, "Principal, the students' seats have already been arranged. The ball organizers are giving our academy a lot of face, so the students will all sit in the middle and won't touch anyone else." "Alright, that's good. Arrange for a few more teachers to lead the team." "Nothing must happen to the students," the middle-aged man said. The young woman acknowledged and retreated. The middle-aged man continued to examine the documents, not raising his head from beginning to end. "At first glance, you really do look like an academy principal. Speaking of which, aren't you the honorary principal? Is there anything else you want to do?" The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. How could he not know that someone had come in? He suddenly raised his head and looked at the person sitting on the sofa not far away. His expression was wild with joy. "You're back? Principal Zhou, you're becoming more and more presentable." Lu Yin smiled as he crossed his legs leisurely. Zhou Shan laughed, stood up, and stretched. "Dealing with these matters is even more troublesome than fighting on the battlefield." He then pointed at the battle axe on the wall. "Look, it's rusted." Lu Yin smiled. "You won't have the chance to kill the enemy now. Your opponents will only be the students." Zhou Shan smiled bitterly. "I might not even be able to beat the students." This was the truth. Zhou Shan had never undergone systematic training, and some students might not necessarily lose to him. More and more people were coming to Earth to travel, and Zhou Shan's strength was nothing compared to them. "But it's still alright. With your face, no one dares to do anything to me." Haha, Zhou Shan laughed. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open and a little girl in her teens walked in. "Dad, when is your academy coming? I must take the test, you can't stop me." Zhou Shan was embarrassed and quickly pulled her over. "Don't be rude. Come, say hello to Uncle Lu." The little girl blinked in confusion and looked at Lu Yin. Her eyes lit up and her face flushed red. Lu Yin?" Lu Yin laughed. Zhou Shan growled, "What Lu Yin? Don't be rude. Call him Uncle Lu." The little girl looked at Zhou Shan excitedly. "Dad, you weren't bluffing. You really know Lu Yin. Call him Uncle Lu." Zhou Shan patted her head. Lu Yin said, "What a cute little girl. You're called Cici, right? I've seen you before." The little girl was Zhou Shan's daughter, Zhou Cici. You've seen me before?" Zhou Cici was excited. Who didn't worship Lu Yin these days? This was especially true on Earth, where he was a god. Lu Yin nodded and smiled. "Not only have I seen you, but I've even hugged you. I was the one who gave you your formcast model." Zhou Cici was so excited that she didn't know what to say. Zhou Shan smiled bitterly. "You're just a little girl who doesn't know the rules." Lu Yin laughed. "I didn't expect you to grow so big in the blink of an eye. You'll be able to get married in a few years, haha." Zhou Cici immediately shouted, "I'm not getting married. I want to enter your academy and step into the heavens." Zhou Shan felt a headache coming on. Lu Yin leaned forward and looked at Zhou Cici. "Why do you want to step into the heavens?" Zhou Cici clenched her fists. "I want to fight alongside you. You're alone every time we fight. It's too lonely." Lu Yin was stunned. "Lonely?" Zhou Shan fiercely twisted Zhou Cici's ear. "Shut up. You're not allowed to talk about adult matters. Alright, you can leave now. I still have things to discuss with your Uncle Lu." Zhou Cici rolled her eyes. "Forget it. Do you think Uncle Lu cares about that? It's just a sesame seed." Zhou Shan was speechless. An hour later, Lu Yin walked out of Jinling Military Academy and laughed. Was he lonely? Now that he thought about it, it was true. Most of the time, he had been fighting alone. The world of adults was complicated, but a child's world was pure and could see things more clearly. He hadn't expected that his situation would be pointed out by a child. There was nothing he could do about it. Whatever he did, he had to bear the consequences. Loneliness was something he had to experience. He thought of Ming Yan and raised his hand to activate his gadget. A majestic amount of rune lines flashed past the corner of his eye. Lu Yin abruptly turned around and looked to his right. Since the school was still in session, there weren't many people around. Lu Yin immediately saw an old man walk past, and he stared at the old man. Those rune lines had definitely come from him. Those rune lines belonged to an enlighter at the very least. Earth had actually attracted an enlighter? Lu Yin retracted his aura and slowly followed behind the old man. The old man didn't notice Lu Yin's presence and simply walked around Jinling Military Academy. As the students walked out in an orderly fashion, the old man silently followed behind them. Lu Yin frowned. All of the students had left? Shouldn't they be in school at this time? As an enlighter, the old man simply followed behind the group of students. Lu Yin followed behind them at a leisurely pace. The group of students quickly boarded a large flywheel under the school's arrangements. The army cleared a path for them as they headed towards the largest sports plaza in the city center of Jinling. The old man followed them on the ground, and each step he took covered a kilometer. He walked very slowly, but it was as if he had staggered through space. Lu Yin did the same, and no one on earth noticed this. Zhou Shan sat on the flywheel with his daughter, Zhou Cece, beside him. Cece, remember, don't tell anyone about Uncle Lu's appearance, Zhou Shan warned. Zhou Cece replied, I know. He's not a child. Be more careful, Zhou Shan grumbled. Dad, why did Goddess Luo come to Earth to perform? They probably can't pay her much, so she can't earn much. Do you think they only want to earn money? Earth's position in the universe is too special. This is your Uncle Lu's hometown, and everyone wants to settle down here to establish a relationship with him. Some want money, while others want fame. That means this Goddess Luo is pretty smart. Zhou Shan looked ahead with a complicated expression. Goddess Luo? Goddess Luo? He had met her once before, and he knew about her relationship with Bai Shui. He also knew that she had feelings for Lu Yin. This woman wasn't here for fame, but rather because this was Lu Yin's hometown. She wanted to get closer to him. In his eyes, Goddess Luo was a true goddess. She was resplendent, beautiful, and dazzling. Unfortunately, Lu Yin's status was too high, and he could find any woman he wanted. Zhou Shan wouldn't be able to see the results of his weight. Goddess Luo was the most dazzling star in the outerverse, and her performance would cause a sensation in any region, let alone Earth. Earth was too small, and Jinling Stadium was so small that most people couldn't even buy a ticket. Those who could buy a ticket were either rich people from the outerverse or had a special status. Half of the stadium was occupied by students from Jinling Military Academy, and since these students didn't collect tickets, this dance performance was destined to not make any money. Goddess Luo had already performed this dance many times on Earth, and she was very persistent. The old man followed the students to the stadium and easily entered. Lu Yin looked at Goddess Luo's image in shock. Why had she come to Earth? Why was she holding a dance performance? Was there anyone on Earth who could afford tickets? Was there a place for these people to watch? Lu Yin knew that Goddess Luo's every performance in the outerverse would attract at least a few 100 million people. Even in a place like Xinyu Star, where the rich were everywhere, her performance would still attract a few 100,000 people. On Earth, there shouldn't be anyone who could afford a ticket to Goddess Luo's dance performance, but these students had actually managed to enter. Lu Yin easily entered the stadium and stared at the old man the entire time. On the other side, a young man was wearing a hat and sucking on a straw as he sauntered into the stadium. His eyes were glued to Luotian's enormous projection as he mumbled, "She's really beautiful. No wonder she's the outerverse's most dazzling star. Dad, your son has brought you a beautiful daughter-in-law." The stadium was packed, and the atmosphere reached its peak with Goddess Luo's appearance. Everyone was cheering. Goddess Luo was a national idol, and her dance was enough to dazzle the heavens. The next volume is about to begin, astral tree. Thank you, brothers, for your support. In the crowd, switching day-night looked around from time to time. From the very beginning, he had a feeling that he was being watched, but it was a vague feeling that made him uncertain. Logically speaking, he was an enlighter with a power level of 360,000, so there shouldn't be anyone who could watch him in such a remote place without him noticing. So, where was this feeling coming from? He had come out this time to look for Lu Xiaoga. Before the sovereign tournament had begun, the Day-Night clan had sent people to the Outerverse to look for Lu Xiaoga, but they had not been able to find him. Switching Day-Night had no choice but to go out personally. The inheritance stone was too important to the Day-Night clan, and they could not afford to lose it. The Outerverse was Lu Yin's territory, and even with a power level of 300,000, he did not dare to reveal his identity. He had used his star energy to sweep through the academy in an attempt to find Lu Xiaoga, but he had not been able to find him. Earth was Lu Xiaoga's home, and he firmly believed that Lu Xiaoga would return sooner or later. Switching Day-Night decided to stay on Earth and wait for Lu Xiaoga. He could not use his star energy to cover the entire planet, so he could only go to a crowded area and wait for Lu Yin to show up. It was a little tiring, but it was safer and would not be discovered. Switching Day-Night's eyes trembled as he realized that someone was watching him. He looked around and wondered who it was. At this moment, he was certain that an expert had appeared. "Hey, make way, make way." The young man in the hat squeezed his way to Switching Day-Night's side with great difficulty. Switching Day-Night's eyes narrowed, and a murderous glint flashed through his eyes. The young man placed a hand on Switching Day-Night's shoulder, and Switching Day-Night clenched his fist. "Brother, make way." The young man pushed Switching Day-Night, but he did not move. He looked at Switching Day-Night in shock. "Old man, you're still chasing after celebrities at your age? You're really hardworking." Switching Day-Night took a step back. The young man smiled brightly. "Thank you." He held his straw in his mouth and continued to squeeze forward. Switching Day-Night frowned as he watched the young man's figure disappear. He looked around again, but he did not see who was watching him. He had been guarding the ancestral land stone tablet for too long, and he had forgotten to be vigilant. He left the stadium without hesitation, and even left Earth. He had to wait for that feeling to disappear before returning, or else he would not be at ease. Suddenly, that feeling intensified tenfold. He turned around and saw a young man. It was Lu Yin. Switching Day-Night's pupils shrank when he saw Lu Yin's appearance, but it only lasted for an instant before he quickly regained his composure. He had disguised himself, so it was impossible to tell that he was from the Day-Night clan. Furthermore, he had not met Lu Yin during the battle at Night King Planet, so Lu Yin should not have recognized him. "Where are you from?" Lu Yin asked as he stared at Switching Day-Night. Switching Day-Night tried his best to look as gentle as possible as he smiled. "This old man is wandering the universe, and I don't have a fixed place to stay." "Is that so? Why have you come to Earth?" Lu Yin asked. Switching Day-Night smiled. "I was just passing by and heard that Hero Luo was performing a dance, so I decided to take a look." "Then why? Are you following the students?" Switching Day-Night's eyes flashed. "I want to find an outstanding child to inherit my legacy." Lu Yin grunted. This junior believes that his aptitude is not bad. "Why don't you pass on your mantle to this junior? I'm willing to take care of you when you're old." Switching Day-Night laughed. "Little brother, you must be joking. Even this old man can't see through your strength. Don't make fun of me." Lu Yin's face darkened. "I don't want anyone to take Earth. You're here on Earth for fun, and your origins are unknown, and you're even following the students. How can I let you leave without worry?" Switching Day-Night frowned. "Little brother, aren't you being too overbearing? I'm just passing by Earth, and I haven't harmed anyone. I'm only following the students because I want to find a disciple. I don't have any ill intentions. Are you going to attack me just because of this? Is Earth off limits to strangers?" Lu Yin stared at Switching Day-Night. "Explain your origins, and you can enter." "You didn't enter through normal means, did you?" Switching Day-Night's eyes flashed as he met Lu Yin's gaze. After a while, he nodded. "It seems like you don't plan on letting me leave peacefully. Since that's the case, you can investigate." Lu Yin's gaze relaxed, and he smiled. Excuse me, sir. Please. Switching day-night returned to Earth under Lu Yin's supervision. Lu Yin had only wanted to investigate switching day-night's origins, but he didn't know what the old man's goal was. Perhaps it was just as the old man had said, and switching day-night wanted to find a disciple. There were too many independent cultivators in the universe, but of course, it was easy for an enlighter to find a disciple, which was what Lu Yin was most suspicious of. However, as long as switching day-night wasn't hostile towards Earth, Lu Yin wouldn't do anything to him. Switching day-night landed on Earth in Jinling Stadium, where Goddess Luo's dance was still ongoing. Switching day-night slowly descended, and suddenly, his star energy erupted as he tore through the void and charged towards the stadium. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. He was courting death. He had dared to let the old man return to Earth because the old man's power level was at most 300,000, and he also had his emptiness palm and day-night's tribute, so he wasn't afraid of the old man. Switching day-night stepped into the stadium and appeared in front of Goddess Luo. Even the audience couldn't react in time. Lu Yin's spiritual force descended, and it was day-night's tribute. Switching day-night had seen Lu Yin's performance in the Sovereign Tournament, and he was extremely wary of Lu Yin. When Lu Yin's spiritual force descended, switching day-night's spiritual force also erupted. It was nightfall. Lu Yin was shocked. Someone from the day-night clan? Furthermore, the rune lines had exceeded 300,000. This wasn't good. Switching day-night's spiritual force battle technique was strong enough to resist day-night's tribute, but he would definitely be dragged into the illusion. However, with his power level and the fact that he had been guarding the ancestral land stone steel, it was as if he had been petrified while cultivating his spiritual force. He wasn't much weaker than Xianxia's spiritual force. The moment switching day-night was dragged into the illusion, he broke out of it in a single breath. Although a single breath had passed in the outside world, a considerable amount of time had passed within the illusion. Switching day-night had been subjected to the Night King heaven-splitting technique multiple times, and his brain had been concussed while blood flowed out of his orifices. Fortunately, he had broken out of the illusion. He hadn't expected Lu Yin's spiritual force attack to be so terrifying. That must be the Night King heaven-splitting technique. He recalled a legend that no one in the Day-Night clan had been able to cultivate this technique after the Day King and the first Night King had died. It was no wonder why Lu Yin's spiritual force was able to resist Yao Xian's attacks. Switching day-night, who specialized in spiritual force, had almost been unable to withstand Lu Yin's attacks. In the entire day-night clan, no one below the level of an emissary could resist Lu Yin's spiritual force. A single breath was enough for switching day-night to capture Luotian. Similarly, a single breath was enough for Lu Yin as well. Lu Yin's palm moved, and an emptiness palm traversed the void and viciously slammed into switching day-night's back. Switching day-night's physical body could not withstand the might of the emptiness palm, even if it was not imbued with nine-lined battle force. He spat out a mouthful of blood as invisible fragments fell from his back and clothes. They were power vessels that he had used to withstand Lu Yin's emptiness palm. He then raised his hand and grabbed at Luotian, his fingers only a few centimeters away from her. Lu Yin was confident in his own strength, and he believed that he could control the situation. Switching day-night was cunning, and he had guarded against Lu Yin's various methods. In the end, switching day-night had still managed to win a chance for survival. As long as he could capture Luotian, he could force Lu Yin to release him and allow him to return to the day-night flow zone. He had not expected a youth like Lu Yin to be so terrifying. Even though he had guarded against Lu Yin to the extreme, he had still been heavily injured. His spiritual force had been scattered, and his brain had roared as blood flowed out of his orifices. His body had also been torn apart by the emptiness palm. Fortunately, he had succeeded. This woman was his only chance at survival. Switching day-night saw Luotian's terrified gaze as she drew closer and closer. Behind them, the star chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet. Just as he was about to move Luotian, a youth wearing a hat walked out from beside her with a straw in his mouth. The youth did not seem to move at all, but switching day-night touched him. Then, there was a thunderous explosion that connected the heavens and the earth, tearing apart space itself. Lu Yin's pupil shrank. He had seen many lightning-type battle techniques or attacks from experts with innate lightning-type abilities, but this was the most terrifying attack he had ever seen. The rune lines had exceeded 400,000, and even Luin felt a sense of danger. The youth had a smile on his face, and he had a handsome appearance. His hat was tilted to one side, and he was surrounded by lightning. Switching day-night had clearly been very close to Luotian, but the moment this youth appeared, it was as if he had drawn so close, yet worlds apart. When the lightning disappeared, Switching Day-Night's body was charred black, and he collapsed to the ground. He had been electrocuted into a lump of charcoal. The youth flicked the straw in his mouth and turned to face Luotian. He flashed a smile that he thought was very charming. "I'm Xianxia. Nice to meet you, beautiful." Luotian's body disappeared as Luin had used the plan to teleport her to his side. She was pleasantly surprised when she saw Luin. "Your Highness." Luin nodded and looked at the youth called Xianxia. Xianxia looked back at Luin with a smile on his face. His eyes were bright, but there was also a domineering aura about him. His temperament was calm, and he made people feel at ease just by standing there. He gave Luin the same feeling as when he had first met Wu Taibai. He was casual, free, and unrestrained, but there was an indescribable feeling about him. Luin didn't know how to describe that feeling. In any case, he didn't dislike this person. "I've seen you before." The competition was very exciting. Xianxia smiled happily as he looked Luin in the eye. Luin looked deeply at Xianxia. "Thank you. May I ask where you're from?" "Earth," Xianxia said directly, but then he felt that something was off. "Not far from Earth." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This person's words didn't match his heart. He had clearly said that he was from Earth, but there was no way Earth could have produced such an expert. Was this Xianxia from the Earth Hidden Realm? That was very likely. Xianxia jumped off the stage, and the surrounding lights shone on Switching Day-Night's charred body. "This isn't the place to talk. Let's go somewhere else," Luin said. Xianxia didn't mind. He looked at Luotian expectantly. "Together?" Luotian gently replied, "I want to finish the dance." Xianxia was disappointed. Luin said, "She'll come after the dance. Let's find a place to talk." Xianxia waved a hand. "It doesn't matter. A new volume is coming soon. Thank you for your support, brothers." Switching Day-Night's appearance caused the dance to stop for a moment, but order was quickly restored. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened on Earth. Even though Goddess Luo had been in danger, the situation had been resolved. Luin had hidden his appearance the moment he appeared in the stadium, so no one had been able to see him clearly. As a result, he hadn't caused a stir. There weren't many people in the leisurely cafe, as most of them had gathered around the stadium. Although they couldn't enter the stadium to see Goddess Luo, there were still screens outside that played the entire performance. Soft music echoed throughout the cafe. Xianxia took out his straw and twirled it between his fingers as he watched Goddess Luo on a screen in the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. Across from him, Luin asked, "Do you like Goddess Luo a lot?" Xianxia casually replied, "Can't help it. It's time for me to get married. Mom's been urging me." "You want to marry her?" Luin asked. Xianxia retracted his gaze and looked at Luin. "Maybe." "Why, do you have any other ideas?" Luin was speechless, not knowing how to continue the conversation. Xianxia took a sip of coffee. "Speaking of which, it's not bad to drink coffee while looking at your own statue. There's also a lot of people kneeling and praying." Luin looked into the distance and saw a huge statue towering into the clouds. It was his own statue, which could be found in many places on Earth. It was a landmark in many cities, and it wasn't just on Earth, many planets in Frostwave we've had similar statues. It was a strange feeling. Looking at others kneeling and praying to him gave him the illusion that he was already dead. "Your lightning is very powerful. Is it a talent?" Luin asked. Xianxia stirred his coffee. "Ah, you can say that. With a powerful father, you're pretty powerful, especially that transformation in the last round of the Sovereign Tournament." Xianxia's eyes lit up as he looked at Luin. "That transformation was really cool. How did you cultivate it?" Luin shook his head. "I don't know either. I just cultivated it." Xianxia obviously didn't believe him, but it wasn't appropriate for him to ask too much about this battle technique. He suddenly thought of something. Have you seen a rabbit with lightning? Luin was startled. You have? Xianxia pursed his lips. I'm asking you. Luin nodded. Yes. That rabbit appeared on the savage ape planet and stomped a savage ape to death. Then it appeared in Iron Bloodweave and stomped on Elder Nuwa. Xianxia rubbed his chin. That damned rabbit sure can run, but it won't be too far away from Earth. You're looking for that rabbit? Luin asked curiously. Xianxia nodded. That's right. If you have any news, you must tell me. I'll stay on Earth. Are you staying on Earth to wait for that rabbit? Xianxia hummed in agreement. That's the main reason. We have to catch that rabbit, otherwise it'll cause trouble everywhere. Then why stay on Earth? Maybe that rabbit has already run far away. That's impossible. That dead rabbit can't be too far away from Earth. The furthest it could be would be in the outerverse. It's so homesick. How strong is that rabbit? Xianxia thought for a moment. I don't know. You don't know? Luin felt that something was off. Xianxia was vexed. There are countless parallel dimensions in the universe, and the flow of time is different for each of them. Maybe that rabbit has cultivated for tens of thousands of years more than others in one of the parallel dimensions. Who knows if he will rise? It's not that easy to travel through parallel dimensions, is it? Luin didn't believe him. Xianxia shook his finger. That's you. That rabbit fought with my father before, and it has the ability to travel through parallel dimensions. That's why we have to catch it, or it'll be a disaster in the future. It's already a disaster for Elder Nuahua, Luin thought. Brother Jiang, do you know anything about Jupiter? Luin suddenly asked, staring into Jiangchen's eyes. Jiangchen was puzzled. Jupiter? He looked beyond Earth, his gaze piercing through the stars until he saw a huge planet. It's just an ordinary planet. Why are you bringing it up? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This planet isn't ordinary. I can't enter it. He suspected that Jiangchen was from the Hidden Earth Society, and Jupiter was his test. Jiangchen was intrigued. Even you can't enter? Are you joking with me? It's just a planet. Luin frowned. Jiangchen didn't seem to be acting strangely, as if he really didn't know anything. Could it be that he had nothing to do with the Hidden Earth Society? I really can't enter. Brother Jiang, do you want to explore it together? There's still some time before Goddess Luo's performance ends, Luin invited. Jiangchen nodded. Sure. I'm bored anyway. Let's have some fun. Luin gave Jiangchen a deep look. Either this person really had nothing to do with the Hidden Earth Society, or his acting skills were too good. Regardless of which it was, Luin couldn't ignore this person. He didn't look old, but he possessed such terrifying strength. He definitely wasn't an ordinary person, and it was even more unusual for him to appear on Earth and intend to stay there. Soon, the two left Earth and stepped into outer space, heading towards Jupiter's monitoring station. In the Neoverse, there was a forgotten land known as the Black Realm, also known as the Black Street. This was the Neoverse garbage terminal. Every day, countless amounts of the universe's garbage would be sent here. Some of it would be processed, and some would be recycled. The garbage referred to here wasn't just the waste from cultivation, but also living creatures, such as humans and astral beasts. The Black Street was rarely mentioned in the new universe, as if the mere mention of its name was disgusting. This place was filled with the dark side of the new universe, and those who lived here couldn't see the light of day. Everything had light, but there was also darkness. The southern boundary of the new universe was the darkest place because the 7 quarts were gathered there. The Black Street was also a dark place, as it gathered the dark sides of countless great figures who didn't want to see the light of day. It also preserved the dark sides of many great figures. Many people would unintentionally throw away trash here, and this trash might very well contain some information. The Black Street had people who specialized in handling such information, and it was easy to extract useful information. Although it was a terminal of trash, the Black Street's ability to collect and sell trash analysis information wasn't small. On the contrary, many people were apprehensive of it. brothels were one of the Blackstreet's businesses. It was ironic that an organization that roped in all the major powers and produced many beautiful women had originated from a terminal of trash. The master of the Blackstreet was one of the 9 directors of the Hall of Honor, the Ageless Man. Many people were apprehensive of the Ageless Man because there were many interests behind him, and these interests were linked by the Blackstreet. At this moment, the Ageless Man was lying on the ground, his entire body trembling. His skin had become loose, and his hair was gradually turning white. His eyes revealed extreme fear and regret. Young Master Tian was lying on the ground next to him, unconscious. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Thump, thump, thump. The Ageless Man. He looked up and saw a beautiful woman with a similar head of white hair. She was looking at him with an icy gaze. "I've heard so much about you, Mr. Director." The Ageless Man stared at the woman and said in a hoarse voice, "You poisoned me with a life poison." The woman was Ming Yen, a white-haired Ming Yen. "Mr. Director knows very well." The Ageless Man didn't reply. He just stared at the woman and angrily yelled, "Why did the Neo-Human Alliance attack me? I've always been loyal to the Neo-Human Alliance, and I even risked my life to find out the location of the node. I'm the Ageless Man, and I've left my name in eternity. I'm one of your people, and you shouldn't have attacked me." The white-haired Ming Yen looked down at the Ageless Man. She had used young Master Tian to lure the Ageless Man back and then poisoned him. The poison of life was so terrifying that even young Master Tian's protector, who had a power level of over 400,000, had been poisoned, let alone the Ageless Man. She had only wanted to take control of the Blackstreet and then contact Luin to give him this gift, but she had not expected to receive such important information. The Ageless Man was actually a member of the Neo-Human Alliance and a traitor of the Hall of Honor. He was one of the 9 directors, and his status was so high that even powerhouses with power levels in the millions had to respect him. This gift was becoming more and more valuable, and Ming Yen was looking forward to it. She wondered what Lu Yin's gift would be like. At the same time, she felt a sense of urgency. The Ageless Man was a member of the Neo-Human Alliance, which meant that he could contact the Neo-Human Alliance. The poison of life originated from the Neo-Human Alliance, and if she could poison him, then the Neo-Human Alliance might be able to neutralize it. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became. Ming Yen stared coldly at the Ageless Man and deliberately said, "Taking control of the Blackstreet is an order. You're no longer of any value." The Ageless Man panted heavily as he glared at Ming Yen. "I don't believe you. I'm a director of the Hall of Honor. How can I be worthless?" Ming Yen coldly replied, "You've already lost to Luin, so why are you still of any value? Your hypocritical side has already been exposed, and you won't be able to get any useful information in the future." "I don't believe you. I want to contact the Eternal Kingdom. Give me back my gadget. I want to contact Mr. Feng." The Ageless Man struggled. Ming Yan's eyes flashed, and she took out her gadget and tossed it to him. The Ageless Man hurriedly opened his gadget and accessed a secret network, but it was suddenly snatched away by Ming Yen. Ming Yen stared at the network and saw a string of people she had contacted. One of them was the so-called Mr. Feng. "What are you doing?" The Ageless Man roared. "I have information for Mr. Feng. As long as he listens to my information, he'll definitely save me. I'm still of value, so he wants me to contact Mr. Feng." Ming Yen frowned as she stared at the people she had contacted. Every one of them had a note, and Mr. Feng was noted as a butler. The others all had their own notes, and almost all of them were names that she had never heard of before. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed as she saw a person named Ah Lu who was noted as Jupiter. Jupiter. She had heard of it before. Luin had mentioned a planet called Earth and the planets that orbited it, and one of them was called Jupiter. It couldn't be a coincidence, right? There were too many planets with that name in the universe. She pointed at Ah Lu's name and purposely asked, "You still dare to contact him?" "This is an order that Mr. Feng gave me. Once Luin returns to Earth, he suddenly paused and looked up at Ming Yen. "You're not from the Neo-Human Alliance," he bellowed, "you're not from the Neo-Human Alliance." Ming Yen had already confirmed that this Jupiter was Earth's Jupiter, and that there were people from the Neo-Human Alliance there. Not good, she had to tell Luin immediately. Who are you? Why do you have the Neo-Human Alliance's life poison? The old man shouted hoarsely. Ming Yan casually knocked him out and immediately called Luyin. She already knew how to contact Luyin, but she had been unable to contact him because she had been on Shenwu continent. After leaving Shenwu continent, she had been worried that he would be worried. Later, she had been captured by a brothel and had been unable to contact the outside world. Now, she had to contact him. Fortunately, the old man's gadget was specially provided. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to contact the innerverse or outerverse. Luyin should be in the innerverse or outerverse right now. In the outerverse, outside of Earth, Luyin and Xianxia stood at Jupiter's monitoring station, looking at the giant planet in front of them and listening to its unique sounds. You really can't go in? Xianxia asked. Luyin shook his head. If I could, I would have done so long ago. Why don't you give it a try? Xianxia curled his lips. You go first. He wasn't stupid, and who knew if it would be dangerous? His father had taught him to be cautious. Luyin saw that this man didn't seem to know much about Jupiter. Could he really not be from hidden Earth? Luyin looked at Jupiter and called for the station's commander. The commander was a rough man who had reached the Hunter realm. His name was Alu. Alu greets your highness. Luyin grunted an acknowledgement and then glanced at Alu, who looked rather familiar. He asked, has anyone approached Jupiter recently? Alu respectfully replied, no. Luyin looked at Jupiter with a deep gaze. At that moment, his gadget rang. He glanced at it and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He wanted to reject the call, but after some thought, he decided against it. Anyone who could contact him wasn't an ordinary person, so he accepted the call. The white-haired Ming Yan's voice rang out. Luyin, there's someone called Alu from Earth's Jupiter. He's from the Neo-Human Alliance. Luyin heard it, Xianxia heard it, and even Alu, who was standing respectfully behind them, heard it as well. No one would have thought that all three of them would hear it at the same time. Alu's gaze suddenly turned deathly still as he looked up at Luyin. Luyin's mind raced as he looked at Alu. He remembered that this person was Baruda, the commander of Gunma Space Station. When they had first left Earth for the Great Yu Empire, they had passed by Gunma Space Station, and the station's commander, Baruda, had communicated with Sigmund Mathers. Because of this, Sigmund Mathers had been arrested on charges of colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance as soon as he had arrived at Xinyu Star. He didn't expect this person to be here. Subconsciously, the star-scattered chessboard appeared under his feet, enclosing Xianxia within it. Then, Baruda made his move. Vaguely, a strange and gloomy doll appeared in Luyin's eyes. Luyin's pupils shrunk. It was the Divine Witch Spirit doll. Following that, everything in front of him changed. His vision shifted to the back of his hand, and his sense of smell shifted to his legs. His mind was in a mess. Fortunately, the planned secret had moved, and he brought Xianxia out of the space station. On the other side, Xianxia's body crackled with thunder as he felt an extreme sense of crisis. Baruda's strength increased by several levels, reaching the Enlighter realm. 300,000, 400,000, and even 500,000 as he ferociously charged forward. He only had Luyin in his eyes, as Luyin was a target that the Neo-Human Alliance had to kill. Given the distance between Luyin and Baruda's combat strength, this distance was practically non-existent. Baruda wasn't relying on his own strength, but rather the Divine Witch Spirit's. The Divine Witch Spirit had used greater spatial teleportation to attack Luyin. Even if the sacred Heavenly Master reacted, he wouldn't be able to save Luyin in an instant. Luyin's five senses were in a mess, and he couldn't do anything. Xianxia transformed into a sword of lightning and blocked Baruda's path. Baruda, or rather, the Divine Witch Spirit, hadn't expected Xianxia to dare block his path. He didn't care about this ant, and he casually pointed a finger at Xianxia, intending to eliminate him. However, his finger missed, and Xianxia actually vanished without a trace. Luyin shifted his hearing to the bottom of his feet, and he heard Xianxia's last words, "Take care of yourself, my friend." The Divine Witch Spirit was stunned by the fact that Xianxia had actually disappeared right in front of his eyes. Not even an emissary could do such a thing. While he was stunned, the sacred Heavenly Master appeared, and his majestic strength collided with the divine witch spirit. Enormous shockwaves swept out, obliterating the void and causing the universe's starry sky to visibly collapse. This was the strength of a half-step ancestor. Luyin was swept away by the enormous shockwaves, but fortunately, the sacred heavenly master casually intercepted most of the shockwaves. Luyin was only pushed back, and he was sent flying towards Jupiter. When he saw the sacred heavenly master's attack, Luyin knew that he had been saved. That had been a close call, and if not for Mingyan's warning, he would have used the planned secret art to teleport away in time. After stabilizing himself, Luyin looked into the distance. The sacred heavenly master had appeared, so he was safe. Suddenly, a huge suction force came from behind him. He turned around and saw the enormous Jupiter, and then his body was sucked into the planet without any resistance. This unforeseen event stunned both the sacred heavenly master and the divine witch spirit. The sacred heavenly master subconsciously tried to grab Luyin, but the moment he got close to Jupiter, he felt an indescribable sense of danger and promptly withdrew his hand. The divine witch spirit let out a strange laugh, and the doll disappeared while Baruda's body exploded, turning into cosmic dust. Just like that, Luyin disappeared from Jupiter. The last thing he thought of before he disappeared was Mr. Mu, as he had yet to be rewarded for being the champion of the sovereign tournament. When the Hall of Honor's Elder Chan learned of this news, he unexpectedly sent the sacred heavenly master back and sealed off Jupiter's surroundings to prevent any news of Luyin from spreading. Lu Yin's place in the top 10 was replaced by Lu Tianmu. Star Sibyl, who was supposed to replace Wang Yi, had suddenly declined, and the technocracy had not sent anyone to replace Wang Yi either. The Hall of Honor had finally decided to send someone else to replace Wang Yi. Lu Yin's disappearance affected the entire situation. He was involved in too many benefits, and the most obvious one was the Great Eastern Alliance. He also had many enemies. With him around, no one could touch him, but without him, everything that he had once possessed could be coveted by others. The most obvious ones were the powers of the Innerverse's 8 great flow zones, and all of them looked towards the Great Eastern Alliance. It was only a planet that had been sucked away by Jupiter. Logically speaking, nothing should have happened to Luyin, as he could easily destroy such a planet. However, the Hall of Honor's reaction made it clear that Luyin would not appear again. Otherwise, his place in the top 10 would not have been taken so quickly. All of this could only mean one thing: Luyin would not return. Even the sacred heavenly master had not been able to bring him back. The blazing mist flow zone's Sylvan dragons and the Ross Empire even began to gather their forces. They would not touch Lu Yin's friends and family, as he had Leon's Armada and Master Yuan behind him. It would be troublesome to touch them, but the Great Eastern Alliance would definitely crumble. Across the Outerverse 72 weaves, the powers at the helm of the various weaves were all in a state of panic. However, just as some people were about to make a move, the Hall of Honor and the Interstellar Supreme Court sent out a message. The Inquisitor had ordered that the Innerverse and Outerverse were not to start a war and that everything would remain the same. No one was to act rashly, or it would be a declaration of war against the Interstellar Supreme Court. This news shook the entire universe. The Interstellar Supreme Court was a judicial organization that had never intervened in the disputes between the Innerverse and Outerverse powers. This time, however, they had taken a stand to protect everything that Luyin owned, which was somewhat inconceivable. Luyin already had many powerhouses supporting him, and an existence like Master Yuan had made it so that the Innerverse did not dare to touch Lu Yin's friends and family. Now, even the Interstellar Supreme Court had stepped in. This left the Innerverse and Outerverse powers speechless. How could Lu Yin's disappearance still have such a huge impact? What was Lu Yin's relationship with the Inquisitor? Even Lu Yin himself did not know why the Inquisitor was so supportive of him, as this went against the Interstellar Supreme Court's rules. Despairing Mu immediately sought out the Inquisitor, but it was to no avail. The Inquisitor was determined to protect everything that Lu Yin owned. However, Lu Yin did not know any of this at the moment, as he had already lost consciousness. The dark blue waters stretched far into the distance, and strange seabirds occasionally flew across the sky, chirping softly. Above the surface of the sea, a ship was sailing in a certain direction. It was not large, and its hull was covered in scars. It was obvious that it had been through a battle, and some of the scars were still fresh. On the deck, a valiant middle-aged man stared into the distance with a deep gaze. He seemed to be thinking about something, and his fingers were subconsciously tapping. Behind him, an old man walked over with a terrified expression. His eyes were filled with sorrow and confusion about the future. Mr. Show, can we really succeed? If this matter is exposed, we won't be able to survive. The middle-aged man turned around and stared at the old man. What are you afraid of? Your old life should have ended with your young master a few days ago. I was the one who pulled you up, and I've already considered everything. The old man trembled and looked back at the cabin. But what if that young man wakes up? Is he willing? The middle-aged man with the surname Show sneered. Why wouldn't he be willing to become the son-in-law of the White Dragon clan's main bloodline? I'll just wait for him to wake up. The old man's body continued to tremble, and he sighed and looked up. This was a strange place, because above their heads, in the boundless sky, there were stars shining brightly. Above the stars, there was a blurry outline. There was an even higher land, and people of even higher status lived there. Everyone called that place the top world. Looking out from the sea, one could see a rainbow that connected the heavens and the earth even though it was extremely far away. In a certain direction, there was a blurry, wall-like existence that blocked one's vision. This was a strange world, the astral tree. After an unknown amount of time, Luin vaguely heard someone say, "He's moving, the kid's moving. Quickly report this to Mr. Show. Mr. Show, the kid's moving. Be careful what you say, he's the seventh dragon." Yes, the seventh dragon. The seventh dragon is moving. He was attacked a few days ago, and he was severely injured. Fortunately, he managed to survive. Everyone, remember this. Even in your dreams, you can only call him the seventh dragon. Yes, Mr. Show. The voices quickly disappeared, and Luin could no longer hear them. The new volume has arrived. Thank you for your support, brothers. I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I've lived up to your expectations. Thank you. There was both day and night in this space. The ocean at night was filled with danger, and the ship wasn't very large. From time to time, huge sea creatures would sweep past, threatening to overturn the ship at any moment. Only Mr. Show stood at the bow of the ship, chasing away the powerful sea creatures. Within the cabin, Luin suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. His complicated thoughts pulled him back to the attack of the Neo-Human Alliance, Baruta, Xianxia, the Witchling God, the High Sage Heavenly Master, and Jupiter. Right, he had been sucked away by Jupiter. Eh? Where am I? A hand reached out in front of him. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he grabbed the hand before twisting it forcefully. There was a crack, followed by a scream. Let go. Mr. Show, let go. Help. Mr. Show, Mr. Show. Shut up. Luin barked as he pressed the person to the ground once more. The door opened, and Luin looked up. A group of people had rushed in, and he stared at the valiant middle-aged man at the very back. This person wasn't weak, and Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes. He couldn't see any rune lines? No one could see any rune lines. Could this be the interior of Jupiter? Even if it was, there should be rune lines. The rune progenitor's power covered the entire fifth mainland. Unless this wasn't the fifth mainland, then where was this place? All of you, leave, Mr. Show said, and everyone else retreated. The man who had been pressed to the ground by Luin grimaced in pain. Mr. Show looked at Luin and smiled. Little brother, you fell into the Zhongbing Ocean. We were the ones who saved you. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he released his grip. He looked down at his body and frowned. He didn't have much star energy left, and his meridians had been blocked. He wasn't injured, but he didn't know why. His body also had many external injuries, and some of them looked sinister and terrifying, almost as if they had been cut open. His injuries seemed serious, and he was in a lot of pain, but these were just minor injuries to him. Fortunately, he still had his cosmic ring, and as long as he took out the healing pills inside, he would be able to recover in a few days. His blocked meridians weren't a big problem either. With his cosmic ring, he could take out his universal armor at any time, and he wouldn't have any problems protecting himself. When he thought to this point, he relaxed considerably. Sorry, he said before releasing his grip. The man hurriedly stood up and fearfully glanced at Luin before retreating. Mr. Shou was accompanied by an elder. Luin looked at them. Thank you for saving me. Mr. Shou smiled. You're welcome. It was fate that brought us together. My name is Shou Xing, and I'm an explorer who belongs to the roots. Luin replied, He was just about to say his real name, but then decided against it. I'm Ah Qi, a wandering cultivator. Shou Xing's eyes flashed and he smiled. Brother 7 is a rogue cultivator? That doesn't seem to be the case. Although I can't see your cultivation level, your physical strength isn't bad. It doesn't seem like something a rogue cultivator can cultivate. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I accidentally ate some natural treasures. Shou Xing smiled. I know the hardships of being a rogue cultivator. Brother 7, you should rest well. I won't disturb you any longer. Luin really wanted to know where this place was, but he wasn't a hothead and couldn't ask. This person had a valiant appearance and seemed simple and honest, but he gave off a treacherous vibe. Luin grew wary. Thank you, Mr. Shou. Shou Xing nodded and left with the old man. From the beginning to the end, the old man had not said a single word. When they left the cabin, the old man grew anxious. Mr. Shou, why didn't you tell him? It won't take long for us to reach our destination. If he doesn't agree, won't we be dead for sure? Shou Xing shook his head. I didn't plan on telling him now. That kid was evasive when he spoke, and it was obvious that he was hiding something. Who knows where he came from? Then why did you let him impersonate my young master? The old man grew anxious. Shou Xing stared at him sharply. What else can I do? Will you be able to survive in this dangerous middle plane realm? Not only will I not be paid, but I might even be hunted down by the White Dragon tribe. Neither of us can afford to take responsibility for that. Then what if we're exposed? The old man was terrified. Shou Xing sneered. That's his problem. We'll be long gone by then. Bring him to his destination, and you'll receive a large sum of money. I'll give you a special price when the time comes. Hire me to send you to a safe place so that you can enjoy the rest of your life. The old man gulped. He was still uneasy, but he couldn't say anything. Don't worry. That tube of blood has already been injected into his body, and the White Dragon tribe's blood should be able to suppress his blood. When the time comes, the White Dragon tribe's experts will appear, and that kid will have to cooperate even if he doesn't want to. Otherwise, he'll die, and no one wants to die. What do you think? Shou Xing's vicious gaze swept over the old man. The old man trembled. Yes, yes. Luin had wandered the universe for more than 10 years, and he was no longer a fledgling. Shou Xing gave him a bad feeling, and he wanted to leave this ship as soon as possible. The next day, Luin walked out of his cabin and saw an endless ocean. He saw a distant wall that seemed to block out another world, a rainbow that connected the heavens and the earth, and the blurry land above him. He was stunned. What was this place? As a cultivator who had wandered the universe for more than 10 years, Luin had seen many strange places. Even so, this place still shocked him. Footsteps sounded behind him as Shou Xing walked out. Luin didn't show any signs of being unfamiliar with this place. He took a deep breath and stretched his arm. Brother, your body recovers very quickly, Shou Xing laughed heartily as he walked over to Lu Yin's side. Luin smiled. How thick-skinned. Mr. Shou, where are we going? Shou Xing casually replied, not too far ahead. Luin nodded. This was the vast ocean, and he didn't want to leave rashly. It would be best if he could walk on land. With his strength, he could even travel through outer space, let alone the ocean. However, this was still an unfamiliar place, and it was best not to take too many risks. He looked up and saw the faint outline of land above him. This piece of land actually covered the sun and the stars. Could this be the interior of Jupiter? Shou Xing saw that Luin didn't like to talk, so he didn't say much. He calculated the time, and it was almost time. Luin returned to his cabin and waited until nightfall. He raised his hand and his die appeared. He had to recover his body first, so he thought about it and placed his cosmic ring aside before rolling the die. The die slowly spun and quickly stopped. His luck was very good, as he immediately obtained 4 pips. Luin grabbed his cosmic ring, and the scene before him changed as he arrived at the time-stop space. He relaxed upon arriving and opened his cosmic ring to retrieve the ancient pills that had been upgraded. There were a total of 12 of these pills, and all of them had been upgraded to the point where their rune lines were close to that of an enlighter's. 3 of them had even been upgraded to the point where their rune lines neared 300,000. Lu Yin's power level was very high, and he could defeat an enlighter with a power level of over 400,000. However, he was only a hunter, so these pills were just right for him. He still had the pills that the Sirius sect elders had given him, and they were even useful for envoys. However, those pills were too effective, so there was no need for them. He immediately swallowed them, not caring if they were useful or not. The pills were quite effective when they entered his body, and the injuries on his body healed at a visible rate. His wounds began to itch, and his internal injuries were quickly recovering as well. However, his blocked meridians did not improve at all, and he didn't know how they had gotten blocked. Luin wasn't in a hurry, as he could recover for a long time in the time-stop space. He silently recited the Stonewall scriptures and practiced his other battle techniques. A month passed, and his blocked meridians were much better. Luin immediately absorbed the star essence to restore the star energy in his body. 2 months, 3 months, and 5 months later, Lu Yin's star energy was completely restored. He let out a long sigh. As long as he recovered, he would be able to protect himself. With the defensive capabilities of his universal armor, he should be able to protect himself even in this strange place. The scene in front of him changed, and Luin returned to his cabin. He had been in the time-stop space for 5 months, but only an instant had passed here. He deliberately restrained his aura and suppressed his star energy, as he did not want others to see through him. As the sky brightened, Luin walked out and left the ship as soon as it docked. When he reached the deck, he looked up and saw that it was pitch black in the distance. It was a sign that a storm was approaching. Xianxia's face was solemn, and he even looked a little unsightly. There were other people on the deck as well, and they all looked apprehensive and fearful. The elder saw Luin walk out and hurriedly said, Little brother, you should return to your cabin. It's dangerous." Luin did not ask any more questions, as he was afraid that his questions would be too common and would be seen through. He turned around and returned to his cabin. Soon after, an indescribable sense of danger appeared, causing Lu Yin's scalp to go numb. He was not used to the Aeon evolution scripture not working, and his vigilance towards the outside world had decreased. He raised his hand, and the star energy in the air trembled. Ordinary people would not be able to see it, but Lu Yin's control of star energy had reached the level of a world realm cultivator. He could clearly see that the star energy was actually disintegrating, and it was disintegrating faster and faster. A kind of power descended, and the appearance of this power caused Lu Yin's back to turn cold. He immediately donned his universal armor. In the distance, the black sky grew closer and closer. A roar shook the world, causing the seas to boil and the star energy to rapidly disintegrate. A violent hurricane swept past, causing the ship to bob up and down and almost capsize. Xianxia despaired, as this was indeed the power of an emissary. It was over. He was only an enlighter, and he had no way of resisting an emissary. For enormous eyes appeared in the pitch-black sky, and they flickered with flames. Following that, an enormous creature flapped its flaming wings and evaporated the surface of the sea as it slowly descended. It was an incomparably enormous 2-headed beast that was no smaller than the Devourer during the Sovereign Tournament. Its 2 heads were raised high, and its 2 enormous claws flickered with cold light as they floated in the air. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was the power of an emissary. He instinctively tried to check its power level, but he discovered that his gadget was gone. The air trembled, and the seas boiled. Countless dead fish floated about as terrifying flames covered the sky, dyeing it red. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. This power was no weaker than Red Lord's at his peak. Where exactly was this place? How could he encounter an emissary so casually? Wait, if this was an emissary, then this power should have been able to tear through the void. Luin seemed to think of something, and he casually waved his hand. From what he knew, this palm strike should have been able to slice through space, But in this place, it only sliced through the air and not the void. This space was much sturdier than the fifth mainlands, and even with his strength, he could not tear through the void. To that envoy-level monster, this ship was even more insignificant than an ant. Xianxia and the rest watched in despair, hoping that the monster would not attack them. Xianxia hurriedly stabilized the ship and looked up to see one of the monster's heads descend, its mouth wide open as it tried to swallow them whole. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he subconsciously tried to escape. Suddenly, there was an angry shout. "Evil creature, back off!" The pitch-black sky was sliced apart, and sunlight poured down, illuminating the ship. Lu Yin had one foot on the ship's railing, but when he heard the shout, he retracted his foot and looked up to see the enormous and awe-inspiring monster howl as it landed on the surface of the sea. Its entire body slowly sank into the water, and its eyes were filled with grief. Even the flames that had been burning in the sky were extinguished. Lu Yin was stunned. This was an envoy-level powerhouse. Who was it trying to show its grief to? In the sky, a tall and sturdy man who was more than 2 meters tall stood there, his head lowered as he looked down at the ship. Xianxia and the rest hurriedly bowed. "Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives." The man's body flashed, and when he reappeared, he was already on the ship. Behind him was the incomparably enormous monster that looked particularly terrifying. Lu Yin retreated to the cabin and watched the scene unfold. The man's gaze swept past Xianxia and the rest before settling on the elder. His gaze softened. "You're from the Dalian mountain branch, right?" The elder trembled and hurriedly knelt down. "The steward of the White Dragon tribe's Dalian mountain branch greets the elder." The man asked, "Did you bring him?" The elder was terrified, and he saw Xianxia's pale face from the corner of his eye. I brought him. We were attacked along the way, and the young master was injured. He's resting in the cabin." The man was delighted. "He's not dead?" The elder trembled. "No, he's not dead." The man looked at the cabin excitedly. Lu Yin had already taken off his universal armor, as he did not want to attract attention. But why was this man looking at him like that? And why was the man looking at him like he was some kind of treasure? There was a problem, and Lu Yin had to leave quickly, even if there was danger outside. Not long after, the man left, but the enormous monster did not. Instead, it came to the bottom of the ship, lifted it, and flew off in a certain direction. Lu Yin was shocked. Not good. How could he escape with this monster around? The universal armor could protect him from certain attacks, but it couldn't help him escape the pursuit of an emissary. There was a knock on the door, and Lu Yin felt uneasy. "Come in." Xianxia and the old man came in. One had a smile on his face, while the other had a terrified expression. "Little brother, how's your recovery?" "I didn't scare you, did I?" Xianxia smiled happily. Lu Yin forced a smile, "No. By the way, what happened? Where are we going?" He couldn't care less about being exposed and hurriedly asked. Xianxia smiled. "Let's go to the White Dragon tribe's middle realm." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Judging from Xianxia's expression, the so-called White Dragon tribe was definitely very famous, and Lu Yin should know about it, but he didn't dare to ask. "What are you going there for?" "Can you put this Junior down first?" "Junior will take his leave. I still have matters to attend to." Xianxia looked at him with a smile. "Little brother, I'm a wise man. In other words, your opportunity has arrived." Lu Yin was taken aback, and his gaze turned cold. A stranger saying such things for no reason definitely didn't have good intentions. "What do you mean?" Xianxia glanced at the old man. The old man helplessly replied, "Little brother, you saw the Lord just now. He's an elder of the White Dragon tribe, and he's a powerhouse. The monster below is his mount." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "So what? What does that have to do with me?" The White Dragon tribe recently announced to all branches that all males within the tribe must report to White Mountain. We are one of the branches, but we were ambushed on the way here, and the young master died. Now, little brother, you are the young master of our White Dragon tribe's Lianshan branch, Long 7, the old man slowly explained. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he looked at the old man in confusion. Xianxia continued, "The White Dragon tribe has strict rules, and anyone who fails to report on time will be severely punished. Since the young master was killed, all of us will be charged with failing to protect him. This is a serious crime. Is that why you want me to impersonate him? Luyin was puzzled. Xianxia nodded. The old man slowly nodded as well. Little brother, you look very similar to our young master. The tribe only has a portrait of our young master when he was young, so you should be able to fool them with your appearance. Actually, you've already fooled them. The White Dragon tribe's elder took a look at you, and your appearance passed. All that's left is for you to enjoy your life. Little brother, that's the White Dragon tribe we're talking about. Now that you've become a member of the White Dragon tribe, you're no longer an independent cultivator. You're a member of the White Dragon tribe, one of the 4 scales of the top realm, Xianxia excitedly said, his tone full of envy. Luyin sneered. You guys are really naive. Do you think it's possible for an outsider like me to pass the inspection and become a member of the White Dragon tribe? Just based on appearance? Xianxia confidently said, of course not. We've already injected the blood of that young master into your body. The blood of the White Dragon tribe, even if it's just a branch, is far from what your own blood can compare to. You already have the blood of the White Dragon tribe in your body, and your own blood has already been assimilated. Little brother, don't you want to join the White Dragon tribe? Luyin's eyes flashed with mockery. Did they think he was an idiot? If it was that easy to fool the White Dragon tribe, it would be too much of a joke. Who knew what these two were planning? Xianxia's lips curled up. Little brother, it seems like you're not very willing. Unfortunately, there's no other way. The White Dragon tribe's elder has already confirmed your identity. If you're unwilling, you should have heard of the White Dragon tribe's methods. Luyin's expression turned ugly as he stared at Xianxia. Aren't you afraid that I'll be exposed and die with you? The old man was even more terrified. Xianxia's gaze was sinister, and he no longer bothered with his pretense. I failed to protect the young master of the White Dragon tribe. This crime is enough for me to die 100 times over. Since I'm going to die anyway, little brother, do you think I'll take the risk? Luyin fell silent. If it were him, he would definitely take the risk as well. Based on Xianxia's tone, the White Dragon tribe was probably comparable to the Sirius sect in this dimension. Luyin didn't even have the desire to escape, or rather, he didn't have the time to do so. Yes, he didn't have the time. If Luyin could temporarily pass the inspection, it would be the same as buying time for Xianxia. Xianxia would then be able to easily escape, and Luyin's life or death would have nothing to do with him. After understanding Xianxia's intentions, Luyin decided to take the risk and leave immediately. Facing an envoy-level monster was better than facing the so-called White Dragon tribe. That White Dragon tribe elder was much stronger than this one. Monsters were much harder to deal with, and Luyin had the Tian Huang Array sourcebox and the Walnut Power Vessel. It was enough to deal with one monster. As for Xianxia, he couldn't stop Luyin at all. Luyin's gaze turned cold, and he was just about to act when the ship swayed. Xianxia stood up. We're here. Luyin's heart sank, but it was too late. Envoy-level monsters were too fast, and they had arrived at their destination in the blink of an eye. That White Dragon tribe elder and the other powerhouses of the White Dragon tribe were definitely there, so there was no way to escape. Young master, please. Xianxia bowed respectfully to Luyin and gestured for him to leave. The elder stood up shakily. Young master, please. Luyin was helpless, as it was impossible to escape under these circumstances. As for explaining the situation to the White Dragon tribe, they would have to believe him. He would not place his hopes on the White Dragon tribe's kindness. He would just have to take it one step at a time. If he really couldn't do it, he could only go all out. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to resist, but it depended on whether it was worth it. Luyin walked off the ship and stepped onto the giant monster's back. He was a bit nervous, as this was an envoy-level monster. Roar. There was a loud roar that was accompanied by the shaking of the earth, and Luyin almost put on his universal armor. Xianxia and the others beside him were also scared out of their wits. This was a mountain that stretched far into the distance. Luyin could not see clearly, but it covered a large area. In the distance, there were floating peaks with white waterfalls hanging down from them. Strange beasts and fish flew through the sky from time to time. When Luine and the others appeared, terrifying auras swept past them. Luine roughly estimated that there were at least 10 enlighters here, and with the envoy-level monster and the white dragon tribe elder, the powerhouses here were definitely not weaker than those on Night King Planet. Luine was a bit shocked. Where had he come to? There were actually so many powerhouses here. Was this really Jupiter? Were these people all from the primeval surname Alliance? They were also on a floating mountain peak. From a distance, it looked like a mountain peak, but its size was comparable to Earth's. It was clearly a mountain peak, but it looked like floating stars. The mountain range beneath their feet reminded Luine of the Glory Realm. Only the Glory Realm's continents could contain planets. Another roar came from behind them, and Xianxia and the others turned pale. They looked back from time to time, afraid that the monster would swallow them whole. In the distance, a group of cultivators dressed in white were lined up neatly. It was obvious that they were an army, and every one of them had the strength of an explorer. They held spears in their hands and looked straight ahead. Even further away, there were buildings with mountains and rivers that were as beautiful as a painting. Luine and the others were led by a pretty girl, and they saw an incomparably large building that resembled a white python. Its mouth was wide open, and it looked like it could swallow the sky. The closer they got to the building, the heavier Lu Yin's heart became. He did not know why, but when he arrived here, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. At the same time, there was also an indescribable pressure. Although it was very weak, he could feel that this pressure far surpassed that of the envoy-level monster. After entering through the python's mouth, they arrived at a place that resembled an ancestral hall. It was solemn, and white was the main color of the hall. The walls were carved with lifelike patterns that resembled both dragon and python scales. The powerhouses that Luine had sensed were all gathered here, and this place could be considered the belly of the python. "Thank you, brothers, for your support." "Thank you." The elder from the Lianshan branch was excited as he stared at the ancestral hall. "This is the main ancestral hall. I never thought that I would be able to come here one day. I can die without regrets." Xianxia looked around with a burning gaze. This was the White Dragon tribe's ancestral hall, and every powerhouse from the White Dragon tribe would walk through it. It didn't look too grand, but enlighters, envoys, half-ancestors, and even legendary progenitors had all left their marks here. This place had recorded time and the passage of time. Luine had never thought that he would one day be able to see this legendary place up close. Xianxia and the rest didn't even dare to breathe loudly. How many people in the entire astral tree domain could reach this place? All around them, the gazes of the powerhouses were enough to make them tremble in fear, even if Luine had a power level of over 400,000. This was because there was more than one envoys here. Luine looked around and saw that everyone was staring at him, but he didn't care. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. At this moment, his gaze was drawn to a woman who was standing in front of him. She was just as beautiful as Wendy Yushan and the others. Her appearance was refined, and her long blue hair fell to her waist. She had a light aura, and her eyes were like limpid autumn waters with amber pupils. She was so beautiful that she could see the reflections of all things. Her gaze was gentle, but there was also a trace of sharpness to it. When she looked at Luine, it felt like she was scrutinizing him, but for some reason, Luine couldn't find it repulsive. This woman's attire was also different from the people around her. Xianxia, the White Dragon elders, and even the people around them were dressed in an ancient style. Only this woman was dressed casually, which made her stand out from the crowd. Coupled with her long blue hair, if not for her strength, he would have thought that she was a student from some university. She wore long boots that were custom-made, and every stripe was the same as the engravings in the ancestral hall. When Luine met her eyes, it was as if a gust of wind had blown past him, bringing with it a delicate fragrance that was intoxicating. Luine was observing her, and she was doing the same to him. Lu Yin's appearance could not be considered outstanding, and he could only be considered ordinary. This was something that the woman had long since known. As for his power level, she was rather surprised, as he was actually a hunter. Ignoring his true power level, his current realm was already pretty good. Even though he could not compare to the best of their group, he could still be considered a respectable figure. She did not expect the branch to produce such a talent, but it made sense. After all, they were from the White Dragon clan. Even if it was a branch, it was normal for a talented elite to occasionally appear. Is he from the Xianxia branch of the White Dragon clan? A discordant voice sounded. Everyone looked in the same direction, where an old man in green robes was staring at Luin. His gaze was unfriendly, and it could even be said to be filled with murderous intent. Luin frowned, but he didn't say anything. Xianxia said, "That's right, he." But before he could finish speaking, the green-robed old man's eyes widened. "Do you have the right to interrupt when I'm speaking?" As his voice fell, a finger pressed down from the void and pointed at Xianxia. Xianxia had not expected the old man to attack without any warning. He had no ability to resist at all, and his heart sank into despair. When he saw the finger descend, Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and his mind buzzed. This was the dream finger. There was no mistaking it, it was the dream finger. Although there were some differences, the feeling that it gave him was definitely correct. The White Dragon Elder looked up, but he did not seem to move, and the finger's power dissipated. Elder Green Apricot, whether or not he is from the White Dragon clan will be determined by the White Dragon clan. It has nothing to do with your frigid immortal sect. Elder Green Apricot snorted. He's just an ant. So what if he dies? Since when has Brother Long Kue been so kind? The elder spoke up. After all, he has performed meritorious service by escorting a member of the White Dragon clan. From Elder Green Apricot's attack to the White Dragon clan's elder's intervention, the woman's expression did not change at all. She merely stared at Luin. When she saw that Luin had remained motionless in the face of that finger, her pupils shrank, and her brows furrowed. He was too cowardly. He was clearly a hunter, but he did not even dare to move. That attack had not been aimed at him, and he did not have the willpower of a cultivator. His future achievements would probably be limited. She was somewhat sorrowful, as she had never thought that the princess of the White Dragon clan would have to give herself to such a person. The elder glanced at Luin, clearly dissatisfied. This kid was too cowardly. Luin did not have the time to care about what they thought. He looked at Elder Green Apricot and thought about that finger. He thought about those 3 words, frigid immortal sect. This elder was from the frigid immortal sect. Did the dream finger originate from that sect? Frigid immortal sect. Frigid immortal sect. Luin had heard of it before. The first time he had gone to the day-night flow zone to rescue a mother and daughter, he had heard them mention the frigid immortal sect. The day-night flow zone had also been called the frigid immortal flow zone in ancient times. Was that the frigid immortal sect? It should be, or else it would not be so coincidental. The words frigid immortal were not commonly used. If that was the case, then this place was not the 5th mainland, as the frigid immortal sect had long since disappeared. So where was this place? What did it have to do with his background? What did the frigid immortal sect have to do with him? Luin did not want to leave. He wanted to investigate everything, and there was nothing more convenient than starting with the White Dragon tribe. The frigid immortal sect also had to take care of the White Dragon tribe. Lu Yin's starting point was very high. Now, he just had to find a way to hide it from the White Dragon tribe and replace Long 7 from the Lianshan branch. He was even more eager to join the White Dragon tribe than Xianxia and the others. Elder Long Kue, is he Long 7? The woman asked. Her voice was pleasant and soothing, like a clear stream flowing past. Elder Long Kue respectfully replied, yes, he is Long 7. He has the bloodline of the White Dragon tribe. No matter what, we still need to verify it. Long Kue replied, all right, I'll verify it. She shook her head. In the future, he will be my husband, so I'll verify it myself. Luin was still thinking about the dream finger when he suddenly heard some shocking news. Who husband? What the hell? He subconsciously looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's eyelids twitched, but he pretended to be calm. He had not told Luin that he was going to marry into the White Dragon tribe, as no one could resist the temptation of becoming the son-in-law of the main bloodline of the White Dragon tribe. He thought that he had done it flawlessly, and while Luin had been unconscious, he had worked with the elder to inject Long 7's blood into Lu Yin's body. The White Dragon tribe's bloodline was enough to suppress a normal person's blood, And even though it was only effective for a short period of time, it was enough to deal with this verification. As for whether or not he would be exposed later on, it would have nothing to do with him. The elder trembled, and his fear grew. At this point, he could only pray that he would pass the verification. The frigid immortal sect's elder Blue Apricot did not stop him, as there was no need for him to do so. Even though the frigid immortal sect could suppress the White Dragon tribe, they could not be too ruthless. They had already wiped out many of the young masters from the White Dragon tribe's branches, and the White Dragon tribe had been lucky enough to send one over. Everything had been decided the moment they had stepped into White Mountain. To him, the verification seemed like the White Dragon tribe was mocking the frigid immortal sect. Elder Blue Apricot did not care anymore, as he was thinking about how to explain things when he returned. They had paid such a high price and risked defending the White Dragon tribe to kill all the young masters from the various branches, but they had still failed. No one had thought that Luin was a fake, as no one had expected Shoshim to be so daring as to ask someone to impersonate him. They had also not expected that someone who looked like Long Seven would actually appear. Disguises could not fool these experts, and Luin really did look like Long Seven. It could only be said that this was the will of heaven. The woman walked in front of Luin, and a delicate fragrance wafted over. Luin subconsciously took a deep breath. It smelled good. Lu Yin's actions caused the woman to frown, and she glared at him sharply. He smiled apologetically. The woman looked at Luin for a while, and her heart grew more and more sorrowful. Since ancient times, the women of the White Dragon tribe had never married outside of the tribe. They had always married the elites of the tribe, and she was naturally the same. However, there were very few men in this generation of the White Dragon tribe. They were either married, too young, or forced by the frigid immortal sect to not marry her. The frigid immortal sect wanted to marry her not because of love, but because they coveted the White Dragon tribe's future. Everyone knew this, and she could not let the frigid immortal sect succeed. The White Dragon tribe did not want to fall out with the frigid immortal sect, so she could only choose one of the branch members to marry. These people did not dare to disobey the orders of the main family, and the frigid immortal sect's threats were ineffective. There were many branches in the White Dragon tribe, and she could have chosen one. Who would have thought that the frigid immortal sect would be so ruthless as to directly send people to kill one of the branches? They no longer cared about the White Dragon tribes falling out with them. This made the White Dragon tribe even more fearful. Ever since that woman had taken over, the frigid immortal sect had gradually risen above the upper realm and could not be stopped. Even the White Dragon tribe, which was also one of the 4 cardinal scales, did not want to start a war with the frigid immortal sect. Even if one of the branches was killed, they could only feign ignorance. Fortunately, one of the branch's young masters had survived and had been sent to her. If she did not want to marry someone from the frigid immortal sect, she could only marry this person. She had no other choice. Everyone waited for the woman to verify Lu Yin's identity. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he was prepared to put on his universal armor and escape at any moment. Drip your blood. The woman took out something that looked like an inkstone and had Lu Yin drip his blood onto it. Lu Yin casually cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the inkstone, but there was no reaction. The woman's expression changed. Behind them, Elder Green Apricot was still thinking about how to explain things to the frigid immortal sect, so she did not pay too much attention to Lu Yin. The woman's eyes flickered, and she stared at Lu Yin with murderous intent. Lu Yin's heart sank. Not good, he had failed. He clenched his fists and prepared to put on his universal armor at any moment. At that moment, the woman made an imperceptible cut on her finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the inkstone. The inkstone glowed, and then a white light shot into the sky and transformed into a python that roamed the void before finally dissipating. Elder Green Apricot saw this and was not surprised, but her gaze grew even colder. The woman coldly said, "There's no problem with your identity." She then glanced at Lu Yin with an intense warning in her eyes. Lu Yin fell silent and did not say anything. His identity was fake, but the woman had verified it and helped him hide it. Clearly, this was to deal with that elder from the frigid immortal sect. It seemed that his identity was very useful to the White Dragon tribe, to the point that even if they found out that he was fake, they would still have to admit that he was real. This was interesting. From start to finish, only the woman and Lu Yin knew about this. Everyone else had not seen it, as the woman had blocked their view. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief, as he had managed to get away with it. Now, all he had to do was wait for the reward. No one noticed that the woman's White Dragon clan blood had fused with Lu Yin's within the inkstone. Afterward, the White Dragon clan blood was broken down and devoured, as if it had never existed. This was a very domineering scene, as it was a bloodline suppression. The White Dragon clan was one of the 4 scales in the top realm, and they could be considered one of the rulers of this region. No one could have imagined that their bloodline would be forcefully devoured. This was also why the test had failed. Xianxia had thought that the White Dragon clan's blood would be able to suppress Lu Yin's, and that the blood would definitely be effective during the test. However, he did not know that Long Qi's blood was immediately broken down and devoured after entering Lu Yin's body. Elder Green Apricot, Long Qi, and I will be getting married tonight, and we will soon pay our respects to the ancestral Meng. Would you like to stay for the wedding? The woman smiled at the elder from the frigid immortal sect. Elder Green Apricot's expression turned ugly as he looked at the woman. Princess Longxi, you'd best think this through. The White Dragon clan might be doomed because of your decision. Green Apricot, you're too presumptuous. The White Dragon clan is one of the 4 scales, and it's not up to you to tell them what to do. Even Bai Xiaohong is just a junior, and he has no right to decide the future of the White Dragon clan. Long Kuei shouted, glaring at Elder Green Apricot. Elder Qingxing waved his hand and left. Just you wait. This won't end here. You won't be able to bear the wrath of the White Ancestor. He paused for a moment, then turned around and looked at Long Kuei and the others. He pointed upwards. You won't be able to bear the wrath of that person either. Even the White Dragon clan won't be able to bear it. Long Qi's expression changed. Elder Green Apricot's words, especially his gesture, caused a figure to appear in her mind. It was a figure that stood above all living beings and was worshipped by all races. That dreamy face was clearly a woman, but it was peerless and unparalleled. It was as if she could cover the sky with one hand. Long Kuei's face turned pale. Apparently, he had also thought of something, and his eyes were filled with fear. Xiao Qian, bring Long Qi to rest, ordered Long Xi. The girl who had led them here was Xiao Qian, and she gestured for Lu Yin to enter. Lu Yin glanced at Xianxia. He wanted to remind him that his plan had failed, but there were too many people here, and he couldn't do so. Lu Yin found it funny when he saw Xianxia's expression of relief. Xianxia probably wouldn't even know how he had died. Forget it, it had nothing to do with him. It didn't take long for Xiao Qian to bring him to an antique bamboo house that had been built on top of a pond. Beneath their feet, they could see fish swimming through the gaps between the bamboo leaves. The house was surrounded by mountain walls, and there was even a waterfall in the distance. Young master, please rest for a moment, Xiao Qian said coldly. She didn't even look at him as she turned around and walked out of the bamboo house, where she stood there quietly. He sat down and stroked his cosmic ring as he thought about his next steps. Obviously, the finger in his dream came from the cold immortal sect. Did the woman he saw in his dreams come from there as well? If that was the case. Lu Yin thought back to the war between the Outerverse and the Sixth Mainland. That finger had traversed a vast distance and tried to crush him. If not for Mr. Mu's jade, he would have been finished. Since that woman had been able to travel through space and descend into the Outerverse, then this region of space was definitely connected to the Fifth Mainland. He was already certain that this was not the interior of Jupiter, as he could tell just from the distance. The size of Jupiter was just a floating mountain. Lu Yin would have believed it if this was the glory realm. This was not Jupiter, but he had been sucked in by Jupiter. Did that mean that this was a passage? Then, Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui were also in this region of space? The primeval surname alliance was also here. He would definitely be able to find clues about his origins in this region of space. If he joined the White Dragon clan, it would be easier for him to find out about his origins, and it would also be easier for him to come into contact with the Cold Immortal sect. But now, the problem was that he did not want to get married. Whiteside. Xianxia was excited after being rewarded. The White Dragon clan was indeed generous, and they had casually rewarded him with something that was equivalent to what he had accumulated in the first half of his life. What he needed to do now was leave as quickly as possible. That brat's draconic 7 blood would not last for more than a few days, and they would definitely find out that he was not a member of the White Dragon clan. He had to hide first. Behind him, the elder from the Lianshan branch was deathly pale, and he followed Lu Yin as if he was sleepwalking. Xiaoxing glanced at the elder. "What's wrong with you? Don't let yourself be exposed. Hurry up and leave." The elder smiled sadly and looked at Xiaoxing in despair. "Do you think you've fooled them?" Xiaoxing was stunned. "What do you mean?" The elder closed his eyes. "If I can fool them, I won't be expelled. After all, I've served the Lianshan branch for many years, and the White Dragon clan won't be so heartless. Do you understand?" Xiaoxing's expression changed, and at that moment, the envoy-level monster stood up and seemed to be stretching. Xiaoxing did not even dare to breathe loudly. The monster then raised its claw, and a huge shadow loomed over him. "No!" Xiaoxing roared. The monster's claw descended, and Xiaoxing, the elder, and the rest of the people were all crushed into a pool of blood. This scene played out before Longxi's eyes. This group of people had given her hope that she would not have to marry by Xiaohong from the frigid immortal sect, but they had dared to deceive her and the White Dragon clan. This was a crime punishable by death. Within the bamboo house, Lu Yin was bored out of his mind. The fish beneath his feet jumped up and down, splashing water onto the backs of his feet. "Your Highness," Xiaoqian bowed respectfully. "Long." She walked over and looked at Lu Yin coldly. "Xiaoqian, you can leave now." "Yes, Your Highness." Lu Yin and Longxi looked at each other calmly. Longxi's tone was stiff, but her voice was pleasant. "You've got guts. How dare you deceive the White Dragon clan?" Lu Yin was helpless. "Your Highness, this has nothing to do with me. I was injured and floating on the Midland Sea. Xiaoxing and the rest saved me and then forced me to replace Long 7. I actually refused, but you know that I couldn't resist." Longxi naturally knew that with the White Dragon clan's abilities, it would be easy for them to investigate everything. "But you impersonated a member of the White Dragon clan. This is a crime punishable by death." Lu Yin blinked. "All right, then Your Highness, please grant me death." Longxi stared at Lu Yin, feeling strange. This guy had been so afraid of death when he had faced Elder Green Apricot's attack that he hadn't even been able to react in time. Why was he so stubborn now? "It seems like you're certain that I won't kill you. You're quite clever." "You flatter me," Lu Yin replied. Longxi's long blue hair fluttered in the breeze, brushing past the back of Lu Yin's hand. It was a little itchy, but it was very comfortable. The fragrance from her body also cleared his mind. Longxi stared at Lu Yin coldly. "I can't kill you, but that doesn't mean that I can't punish you. You can be burned by fire or cut by 1,000 blades. Which one do you want to endure?" Lu Yin raised his brows and looked at the fish swimming beneath his feet. "Princess, I'm just like these fish, and I can't escape. You can do whatever you want, and I'll listen to you. Just don't hit me. I'm afraid of pain, and I'm even more afraid of death." Longxi's eyes flashed as she looked at Lu Yin's calm face. She didn't know why, but she felt a little annoyed. She didn't care about ordinary people like him, and even if they had some innate gifts and cultivated to the hunter realm, she still wouldn't care about them. There were many rare treasures in this region of space, and there were many people who had cultivated to the hunter realm at a young age. There was more than one hunter among the younger generation of the White Dragon clan, and there were even a few who had cultivated to the enlighter realm. She shouldn't have any emotional fluctuations when speaking to such an ordinary person, as she only needed to follow orders. However, the calmer Lu Yin was, the more annoyed she felt. It was as if he didn't care about her at all. His temperament and tone made it seem like he was high and mighty. "Are you very pleased?" Lu Yin was stunned and confused. "Pleased about what?" Longxi's tone was icy. "You know that I'm using you to get through this crisis and that I won't marry anyone else for the rest of my life, so you think that you're my husband and won't be in danger. That's why you speak to me without respect for seniority." Lu Yin was at a loss. Should there be respect for seniority? He didn't understand. Was there something wrong with his attitude? "A petty person intoxicated by success," Longxi said as she stared at Lu Yin. She suddenly raised her hand, and 5 strange metal tokens revolved around Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he lightly tapped his feet in an attempt to avoid them. However, he discovered that he couldn't pass through them, as the space around him had been separated. He struck out with his palm, but it only contained 150 stacks. This sort of overlaying stacks was considered outstanding among hunters, but it wasn't too eye-catching. Lu Yin's palm struck a metal block, but it didn't budge at all. This feeling was very similar to the sourcebox array that Huizu had used to trap him. However, one was a sourcebox array, while the other was a battle technique. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're a little smart. This is the White Dragon clan, and even if I don't kill you, I have countless ways to make you beg for death, Xianxia said coldly before turning to leave. You're getting married tonight. Before that, reflect on your actions and recognize your attitude. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, getting married? I'm not ready yet. Xianxia ignored him. The White Dragon clan was high and mighty, and they didn't need to pay attention to a normal person. After Xianxia left, Xiaoqian returned and gave Lu Yin a cold look. She then stood guard outside the bamboo house without saying a word. Sister, can you help me undo this seal? Lu Yin called out. Xiaoqian ignored him and calmly looked at the waterfall in the distance. Lu Yin called out a few more times before sighing helplessly. What had he done wrong? Was his attitude wrong? It seemed that this region cared a lot about one's attitude. The White Dragon clan was high and mighty, so he had to act humble? Lu Yin felt helpless, as he didn't know what to do. The 5 pieces of metal around him were still spinning. Lu Yin glanced at Xiaoqian and then raised a hand to press down on one of the pieces of metal. He suddenly exerted 200 stacks on the metal block, but it still didn't budge in the slightest. He didn't believe that 220 stacks, 230 stacks, and all the way to 250 stacks wouldn't budge the metal block. Lu Yin sighed in amazement, as even the power of this technique was comparable to Huizu's. That woman was probably an enlighter, and she would be considered one of the top powerhouses in the sovereign tournament. This region's cultivation system seemed to surpass the 5th and 6th mainlands, and he could casually encounter such an expert. There were even a few envoy-level powerhouses. It would not be easy to break through these pieces of metal, so Lu Yin did not use his emptiness palm to test it out. No matter how powerful the woman was, this seal would definitely be weaker than Huizu's seemingly sealed seal. His emptiness palm might be able to shake it or even break it, but once it was broken, it would be a huge problem. He did not want to attract too much attention. It was better for him to just be a normal hunter. At least for now, he would not be in any danger. It was a pity that he could not see rune lines in this space. Otherwise, he would be able to more accurately judge the woman's strength and the strength of the White Mountains. The sky quickly darkened as red clouds covered the White Mountains. Above them was a boundless starry sky filled with countless twinkling stars. At the very top was the top realm that Shouxing and the others had mentioned. A continent was pressing down on another continent, and there was actually a starry sky in the middle. It was a wonderful world. After a few hours, when the sky was completely dark, Xianxia arrived at the bamboo house. The moment he saw her, Lu Yin squeezed out a smile and tried his best to appear humble. Ahem, princess. My attitude was bad before, but I won't do it again. Xianxia frowned. She did not know why, but she felt that there was still something wrong with this guy's attitude. She could not feel the sincere respect he had for the White Dragon clan, especially for her, the princess. However, the time had come, and she did not want to delay any further. Correct your attitude and don't say anything. Just follow me. Yes, princess, Lu Yin answered softly. Xianxia's expression improved slightly. Although she still did not like Lu Yin, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future to slowly teach him. Lu Yin did not want to get married, but he could not risk fighting the White Dragon clan for this. One of the 4 Libras was not simple, and there were definitely powerhouses with power levels over 1,000,000. He did not want to die, and he still wanted to find out about his origins. He had thought that the marriage of the princess of the White Dragon clan would be sensational and lively, but he had not expected that it would just be to pay respects to the ancestors in the ancestral hall. Xianxia had not even changed her clothes, this was too sloppy. There was only one elder around, Elder Long Kuei. Of course, he did not know if anyone else had seen him. Luin wanted to ask, as this was the first wedding of his life. However, when he saw Longxi's cold expression, he rationally chose not to ask. He was now thinking about the most important thing, the wedding night. In this starry sky civilization, it was called the wedding night. Thinking about it, he was quite nervous. He had not even reached this step with Ming Yen. When he thought of Ming Yen, he felt guilty. He didn't know how she was doing, where she was, or how she had managed to obtain information on Alu. Right now, it's just a ceremony. My White Dragon clan has 3 steps to a marriage. The first step is to pay respects to our ancestors, the second step is to pay respects to the ancestral Mang, and the third step is to register our names in the clan records. Only then will we truly get married. At that time, we will invite guests from all over. As the princess of the White Dragon clan, I will naturally get married in the top realm, Longxi explained. Luin understood that this was not a real marriage. It was just a ceremony to make the frigid immortal sect give up. Even if I didn't complete the third step, I'm already your wife. Longxi looked at Luin seriously. Luin could see his own reflection in her amber eyes. From now on, even though we won't be husband and wife, we will still be husband and wife in name. I'll use you to get through this crisis, so I won't let you down. In this life, I, Longxi, will only be your wife, Longxi said indifferently, as if she was talking about something unrelated to her. Luin felt a little depressed. He looked at Longxi and saw that her eyes were filled with sorrow and even a bit of despair. What was going on? Did she have someone she liked? Do you know why I'm willing to marry you? Longxi asked. To get through this crisis. Longxi's eyes dimmed. Because you're 7 as well. She then extinguished the candle. Stay away from me. Luin looked at Longxi's back. She was so beautiful, but also so bleak. She definitely had someone she liked. It was the wedding night, but he couldn't do anything in front of such a beauty. Luin was speechless. Life was full of mysteries. The stars twinkled, and the speckles made it look like a painting. Silver light shone into the room. Luin was resting obediently when he suddenly smelled a familiar fragrance. He opened his eyes and saw Longxi standing in front of the window with her back to him. Longxi turned around and looked at Luin, her eyes bright and beautiful under the night sky. She raised her hand and made a cut with her delicate fingertip, shooting a drop of essence blood towards him. Luin didn't understand, but Longxi said, "This is my essence blood. If you absorb it, your true identity won't be discovered. It can also increase your strength." When he heard that it could increase his strength, he didn't reject it. Essence blood wasn't poison, and he allowed it to fuse into his body. Longxi looked at him deeply and then left the room. Even if she didn't like this person, he would be her husband in the future. She would do her best to help him. Even if she didn't reach great heights, she would at least be worthy of his efforts. To a woman, her husband was the most important person. No matter how she felt about Luin, she had to slowly accept him in the depths of her heart. Luin did not have the time to care about what Longxi was thinking. Ever since the essence blood had fused with his body, his blood had been boiling. This was not the blood of an ordinary white dragon, but the purest essence blood of a white dragon princess. As the essence blood entered his body, an indescribable power descended. Behind Luin, a giant python appeared out of nowhere. The python was like an illusion, but it was also like an imprint. It appeared behind Luin and slowly expanded. Outside the room, Longxi wasn't surprised. Her essence blood had triggered the power of the ancestral mandala, which was enough to increase a person's cultivation. As for how much it increased, it depended on how much that person could bear. The power of the ancestral mandala wasn't something that an ordinary body could bear. Elder Blue Apricot, who was outside White Mountain, saw everything that happened here. Elder Blue Apricot was furious. This phenomenon clearly meant that Longxi had already given her essence blood to that brat. To the White Dragon clan, this was equivalent to their first night. In other words, the moment this phenomenon appeared, it officially meant that Longxi was no longer a young girl, but a married woman. The frigid immortal sex plan had failed, and Elder Green Apricot left with an ashen expression. The junior ancestor would not let this matter rest. Xianxia watched as the ancestral mandala grew larger and larger, and her gaze dimmed. She naturally knew what this meant. From today onwards, that figure would disappear forever. No, that wasn't right. He had already disappeared, and he would never appear again. The colossal python phenomenon appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. In the distance, Long Kuei sighed. Beneath his feet, the envoy-level beast's entire head was buried in the ground as it trembled. The ancestral mandala's power terrified it, and it didn't even dare to look at it. Within the room, the ancestral mandala didn't disappear. Instead, it turned into a current that rushed into Lu Yin's body and replaced his star energy circulation. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yin reached his 14th cycle as a hunter, but he didn't stop there. As the ancestral mandala's power entered his body, Lu Yin's body began to bear a terrifying pressure. Even though his eyes were closed, he could still see an incomparably large python that stretched from the heavens to the earth. The higher he looked, the more he couldn't see the top, and the greater the pressure on his body. After his 15th cycle as a hunter, Lu Yin's body tensed up, and his veins popped out. Traces of blood seeped out of his body and dyed the ground red. In the blink of an eye, the 16th cycle ended, and his body began to crack. He couldn't bear it any longer. Suddenly, he heard an earth-shattering roar in his mind. It was the ancestral mandala's roar, and Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood. His right hand pressed against the ground as the ancestral mandala's power disappeared from his body. Lu Yin looked at the bloodstains on the ground in disbelief. He had worked so hard on his cultivation in the fifth mainland, thinking of all sorts of ways to increase his cultivation speed and enduring the pain of being tempered by flames. Here, he had actually used a single drop of essence blood to increase his cultivation by 3 minor realms. This was too fast. The power that had helped him increase his cultivation level was the power of a progenitor. There was a progenitor in this space, and if Lu Yin's guess was correct, it should be the incomparably large python that he had seen earlier. A python had cultivated to the progenitor realm? In that case, could this so-called White Dragon clan borrow the ancestral mandala's power because it was a descendant of the ancestral mandala? The progenitor realm was beyond the fifth mainland's reach. The sixth mainland had 3 progenitors, but Lu Yin had never seen them before. He had only sensed their vast power. However, in comparison, he felt that the sixth mainland's martial progenitor might not be as powerful as this ancestral mandala, as the aura it gave off was completely different. The White Dragon clan had this ancestral mandala and could borrow its power. In that case, the frigid immortal sect, which was suppressing the White Dragon clan, must also have a progenitor. This was terrifying, as there were 4 scales in the top realm. Did this mean that there were at least 4 progenitors? Moreover, all of them were not inferior to that ancestral mandala? The more Lu Yin thought about it, the more terrifying it became. This region of space far surpassed the fifth mainland and even the sixth mainland. Where exactly was this place? Lu Yin suddenly recalled the incident that had caused the innerverse and outerverse to be separated. The Sea King had broken through the upper 3 gates, so could this be the place behind the upper 3 gates? There was the sound of footsteps as Xianxia walked in. She looked at Lu Yin with a curious gaze. Lu Yin stood up and coughed twice. "Thank you." Xianxia sized him up. "How is it?" Lu Yin replied, "I'm a 16-cycle hunter now." It was strange, as the realms here were exactly the same as those in the fifth mainland. Lu Yin increasingly felt that this place was related to the fifth mainland. Xianxia frowned. "Your body can't take it anymore?" Lu Yin nodded honestly. Xianxia was disappointed, as the White Dragon Princess essence blood was enough to raise a cultivator who had just become a hunter all the way to the peak of the hunter realm unless their physical body was too weak. After all, they had borrowed the power of the ancestral mandala, which was the power of a progenitor. However, this person's body had only improved by a small amount, and his physical body could not take it anymore. Some people could challenge those at a higher realm, while others could not even defeat a powerhouse at the same realm. From her point of view, Lu Yin was clearly the latter. Pay more attention to your physical body's cultivation in the future. It's not enough to just increase your realm, Xianxia said. She thought that Lu Yin had focused all of his previous cultivation on increasing his realm, but then she thought about the 150 stacks that Lu Yin had displayed during the day. The overlaying stacks path had very high physical requirements. When she thought about this, she looked at Luin strangely. If this person's physical strength was not too weak, then why had he only improved by a small amount? Luin was already very satisfied, as he needed to absorb a huge amount of star energy for each cycle, far surpassing that of others. Being able to reach 16 cycles in one go was quite impressive. He didn't explain much to Xianxia. From that night onwards, their relationship would change from that of strangers to that of husband and wife. A few days passed peacefully. Ever since he had become a hunter with 16 cycles, Luin had been constantly replenishing the star energy in his body. He had borrowed the power of the ancestral python to advance, so he needed to replenish the empty star energy. Xianxia was very generous and gave him 200,000 star essence. It wasn't much, at least not in the eyes of a princess of the White Dragon clan. She had only given him so little because, in her words, it was enough for Luin. A normal person would need at most 30,000 star essence for their 16th cycle, and she had given him 200,000, which would be enough for him to cultivate until he became an enlighter. From now on, I'll give you some resources every month. As the son-in-law of the White Dragon clan's main bloodline, you can't be too poor. Xianxia's words echoed in Lu Yin's ears as he looked at a brand new cosmic ring. This one had also been given to him by Xianxia. She had used a dismissive tone to ask Luin to change to this one that she thought was bigger. She didn't even care about Lu Yin's previous one. He didn't know where this brat had gotten her confidence from, but this one didn't even have a tenth of the space in Lu Yin's current one. As for star essence, how much would he have left? 200,000 star essence wasn't even enough for him to complete a cycle as a cruiser. Now that he had reached his 16th cycle as a hunter, he needed 3 million star essence. If word got out, that brat would be scared silly. Even the so-called elite White Dragon clan couldn't possibly need that much for their 16th cycle. Luin looked up at the sky and saw mountains the size of planets. Waterfalls cascaded down like the Milky Way, and giant creatures wandered about from time to time. However, once they got close, they would be scared away by the envoys. Every mountain here was inhabited by at least a few billion people. Some of the mountains had even developed their own unique civilizations, and these people wanted to leave their world and head to a higher world. They had no idea that the moment they left their mountain peaks, they would be enslaved by the White Dragon clan. The saddest thing in a person's life was to work hard to the end, only to realize that it was still the beginning. Luin didn't see many people over the past few days, and the only person he could talk to was Xianxia. Unfortunately, she didn't pay much attention to him. Someone's coming. Son-in-law, let's go back, said Xianxia. A group of people passed by in the distance. Luin rolled his eyes. Why? Can't I meet people? Can't take it out? Xianxia pursed her lips. She really wanted to say yes, but he was still her son-in-law. Even if he was a useless son-in-law, he was still her son-in-law. She couldn't be so impudent. The princess has ordered that the son-in-law is not allowed to see outsiders. Luin sighed. Forget it, there was no need for him to force himself before he could familiarize himself with this region of space. He then decided to leave with Xianxia. The group of people in the distance noticed him and immediately chased after him. Luin turned around and saw a young man leading the group, who was staring at him with mockery and killing intent. Xianxia's expression changed. Young master, let's leave quickly. Unfortunately, it was too late. The young man in the lead was extremely fast, and his footsteps were light as he used a strange footwork technique to circle around the two of them and block their path. Look at who this is. Isn't this the husband of our White Dragon clan's Princess Xianxia? Haha. Xianxia's expression turned ugly. Young Master Zhang, the son-in-law wants to go back. Please move aside. The young man glared at her. Is there a place for a lowly servant like you to interrupt when I'm speaking? Xianxia frowned. I wouldn't dare. It's just that the princess has ordered for the son-in-law to go back. The young man sneered and looked at Luin mockingly. You want to go back? At that moment, a group of people caught up and surrounded Luin and Xianxia. Luin calmly replied, yes. The young man laughed, and the group beside him laughed as well. Luin frowned. Where had this group of lunatics come from? Did you hear that? Our precious son-in-law wants to go home. The young man laughed. The group beside him laughed heartily. Xiaqian's face paled. Young Master Zhang, please move aside. Luyin did not speak, as this group did not pose any threat to him. Even if this young Master Zhang was a peak hunter, Luyin still did not place him in his eyes. Listening to their conversation was a good way to understand their current situation. Young Master Zhang ignored Xiaoqian and instead looked at Luyin. You're from the Lianshan branch, right? You must have burned some incense to enter the main branch. But remember, you're just an adopted son-in-law, and a useless one at that. In the future, when you see me, you have to bow before you scram. Do you hear me? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This brat was asking for a beating. At that moment, a voice came from afar. Long Zhang, who are you asking to bow? Do you want this princess to bow as well? The speaker was Long Shi, and she had come from afar. Long Zhang and the rest heard the voice, and their expressions changed as they looked behind them. Long Shi leisurely walked over, and her absolute beauty stunned the group. Even Long Zhang was a little infatuated, and the more infatuated he was, the more jealous he felt towards Luyin. What right did a piece of trash have to obtain Princess Long Shi? She was a treasure of the topmost realm, and her essence blood alone was enough to drive anyone crazy. Even the frigid immortal sex by Xiaozu coveted her, but a piece of trash had obtained her. Princess, Xiaoqian bowed. Long Shi arrived and looked at Luyin calmly. She then looked at Long Zhang. You're getting more and more impudent. Long Zhang smiled. Princess, our brothers couldn't stand it. A piece of trash from a branch like this is an insult to you. Is that so? I gave you a chance back then, Long Shi said indifferently. Long Zhang's expression changed, and his heart was filled with regret and jealousy. He dreamed of obtaining Long Shi, but the people behind him wanted her as well, so he didn't dare to speak up. What are you doing here? Long Shi asked. Long Zhang replied, Congratulations on your marriage, princess. I also wanted to learn from the new son-in-law. Long Shi's tone turned cold. There's no need for that. Go back. Princess, Long Zhang refused to give up. Long Shi's gaze turned cold, and she suddenly attacked. 5 pieces of metal surrounded Long Zhang, shocking him. White Dragon Divine Mirror. Long Shi's hand pierced through the metal and landed on Long Zhang's chest. Long Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell off the mountain peak. The people around him rushed over to save him. Long Shi looked down from above. This is just a lesson. If you dare to provoke the son-in-law again, I'll make you beg for death. She then stared at Luyin. Go back. Luyin trembled. What a fierce woman. Xiaoqian smiled and gestured for Luyin to leave. This way, young master. Luyin pursed his lips and followed Long Shi out of the mountain peak. At the bottom of the mountain, the metal around Long Zhang disappeared, and he slammed the ground angrily. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, but he didn't dare say anything. Long Shi's status was higher than his, and even if she killed him, she would at most be punished. He knew her well, and she was someone who would do what she said. Let's go, young master. Let's see how long he can live, Long Zhang muttered. He looked into the distance once more before leading the group away. Elsewhere, Luyin returned to the bamboo house. He liked the environment here, no one would disturb him, and it was very remote. Long Shi sized him up. This will happen more often in the future. If you don't want to be bullied, work harder. Luyin nodded and looked at Long Shi curiously. What was that battle technique of yours? Long Shi replied, White Dragon Mirror. It can even trap opponents who are much stronger than me and render them powerless. It's an inherited battle technique of the White Dragon clan. Does Long Zhang know it? Luyin asked. Long Shi shook her head. Not everyone can learn it, and not everyone is qualified to learn it. He doesn't have a main bloodline, so he can only learn the White Dragon roaming steps. Luyin was interested. White Dragon roaming steps. Is it powerful? Can I learn it? And the White Dragon Mirror? Long Shi looked into the distance. You can learn it, but it'll be difficult for you. Even Long Zhang took more than 10 years to learn it. It'll take you at least 10 years to learn it. I can learn it even without the white dragon bloodline. Luine was happy. Longxi frowned and glared at Luine. Remember, don't ever say that. The essence blood I gave you is enough to keep you hidden for a while. Luine quickly agreed. This woman's temper was too bad. Longxi was irritated. She had already arrived when Long Zhang had provoked her, but for some reason, she had not shown herself. In the end, she had seen Luine being submissive and not daring to retort. Perhaps she had hoped that Luine would resist bravely and not just be stubborn in front of her. This was a man's responsibility. After all, this man was going to be with her for the rest of their lives. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. This man was afraid of others and only dared to retort in front of her. A man like this would never be useful. More people will visit in the near future. Don't go out, Longxi said. Luine did not refute. It's too boring to be alone. Find me some books to read. Longxi was annoyed. You don't know how to cultivate? What could Luine say? Cultivate? He had never relaxed, but how could he dare to cultivate in a place like this? He could only recite the Stonewall scriptures. He did not dare to release his domain or spiritual force at all. Otherwise, he would be strictly investigated. Let Xiaoqian take you to the library. Don't go out until I call for you. The more Longxi looked at Luine, the more annoyed she became. She simply stopped looking at him and left without looking back. Even though he was just a substitute to deal with the frigid immortal sect, she still hoped that he would be able to live up to her expectations. Unfortunately, he was disappointing her more and more. With Longxi's orders, Xiaoqian brought Luine to the White Mountain Library. Human civilization could never be separated from inheritances. If there were inheritances, there would definitely be a library. Regardless of whether it was an ordinary person or a power like the White Dragon clan, the more books there were, the better. The White Mountain Library was huge. There are at least 100 million books there. It's enough for you to read, Xiaoqian said coldly. It seemed like she wanted him to read until he died. Luine glanced at her. Thank you. There were more than a dozen cultivators guarding the library, and one of them was a hunter. When he saw Luine arrive, he opened the door without saying a word. Luine entered the library on his own. The entire library was dozens of stories high, and it was like a city. There were hundreds of millions of books scattered about, and there were even people who were responsible for organizing them. Aside from Luine and the people who were organizing the library, there were also a few scattered people reading something. Luine looked around and casually found a book that was closest to him. He casually flipped through it. On one of the peaks of White Mountain, Long Kue retracted his gaze when he saw the book Luine was reading. It was a very ordinary biography, and he shook his head. Luine was not looking for cultivation books after entering the library. Instead, he was reading biographies. It was a pity that the princess did not have a good life. Luine did not know that Long Kue was monitoring him, but he did not need to know either. He could guess that someone was monitoring him. He did not immediately search for books that introduced this region of space, but instead read biographies. This was because these biographies would definitely introduce this region of space. Gradually, Luine began to understand this region of space. He learned that this region of space was called the Astral Tree Domain, and he also learned that in the distance, there was an incomparably large tree that blocked his line of sight like a wall. Everyone called it the Mother Tree. This entire region of space, including the middle realm and the peak realm, had been pulled up by the Mother Tree. Beneath its feet was the most dangerous region of space, the lower realm. He also learned that each realm was very large. Even though he could see the Mother Tree, that was because it was simply too large, and it was like a heavenly barrier. He could only see the Rainbow Bridge because it ran through 3 realms. It would take a lot of time for an envoys to travel across a realm. According to Lu Yin's calculations, the top realm, middle realm, and lower realm might not be smaller than the outerverse of the 5th mainland. In fact, they might even be larger. This was because each realm covered the heavens. He knew that the rainbow in the distance was the passageway that connected the 3 realms. He also knew that there was an incomparably huge python in the mortal realm that had coiled around the Mother Tree several times. It was also the ancestral Mang that the White Dragon clan respectfully called. That ancestral Mang was indeed a progenitor realm expert. It had existed since the ancient times when human civilization had been passed down. It coiled around the mother tree to survive. Most of the time, it was in a deep sleep and would occasionally wake up. Luin also knew that at the very top of the mother tree was the legendary sovereign realm, where several progenitors resided. At the same time, there was also an incomparably gigantic divine eagle that lived there. This divine eagle was similar to the ancestral Mang era, and it had also existed since the beginning of human civilization. Most of its time, it was in a deep slumber. However, this was treated as a legend, and many ordinary people were unaware of its existence. He knew that this starry sky also measured one's strength based on one's battle prowess, and the number of battle prowess values was no different from that of the Fifth Mainland. The only difference was that the Fifth Mainland measured one's battle prowess with a gadget, while this starry sky measured it with a Cloud Connect stone. He also knew that there were many people in this starry sky with the surnames Lu, Wang, Xia, Bai, and Nong. These were all primeval surnames that reigned supreme in this starry sky. At the same time, he also knew that the four scales of the top realm were divided into the White Dragon clan, the Frigid Immortal sect, the Shenwu Plain, and the Wang family. The Frigid Immortal sect's main family was surnamed Bai, while the Shenwu Plain's main family was surnamed Xia. In the middle realm, there was a seed garden that mainly belonged to the Farmer clan, as well as a sword stele that was guarded by the Lu family. However, there was no Lu. There was no Lu, and there was no Lu at all. There wasn't even a mention of the surname Lu. Why? They were all primeval surnames, so why wasn't there a Lu surname? Luin flipped through many biographies, but he discovered that there was no Lu surname. It was as if this surname had never existed. It shouldn't have existed. Could it be that the Lu surname didn't exist? Could it be that the Lu surname wasn't a primeval surname? No, the Fifth Mainland recognized the Lu surname as a primeval surname, so why wasn't it here? This was too strange. Luin flipped through the biographies, but he couldn't find any Lu surname. Luin closed the book and fell into deep thought. This starry sky revered the primeval surnames, and the Fifth Mainland was hostile to the primeval surnames. Could it be that this starry sky was the Fifth Mainland's enemy? There were many things that he couldn't figure out, but Luin had no choice but to stop reading. He had read many books, and this did not match his rather lazy personality. The more he discovered something strange, the more he didn't dare to be careless. In his opinion, this starry sky was far more dangerous than the Fifth and Sixth Mainlands combined. This was because there were an unknown number of progenitors here, and there were also many powerhouses below the progenitor realm. This starry sky was rather dangerous. He was now curious about the ancestral Mang. How big was it? How many times could it wrap around the mother tree? Didn't that mean that the ancestral Mang was long enough to pierce through the outerverse 72 weaves? It was unimaginable. Luin felt a little dizzy, and he shook his head before walking out of the library. Just as he was about to leave, the hunter guard raised his spear to block him. Go back. Luin frowned. What do you mean? The guard's tone was stiff. Before Miss Xiaoqian left, she instructed that you should not leave the library. Lu Yan's gaze turned cold. Is this an order from Princess Longxi? The guard did not reply. Luin was furious, as he did not want to appear like Xiangyang, but he also could not allow a guard to bully him like this. If he went too far, then he would not be able to do so. If he appeared too weak, then it would be easy for him to arouse suspicion. As he thought about it, he grabbed the spear and used 150 stacks in his palm. Although the guard was a White Dragon cultivator, he was not a member of the White Dragon tribe. He was just an ordinary cultivator who had been recruited by the White Dragon tribe. How could an ordinary hunter resist Lu Yin's 150 stacks? Lan Si had relied on 150 stacks to stabilize his position as one of the 10 arbiters, and even an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000 was not his opponent. At that time, Lan Si had been able to deal with an enlighter with a power level of over 300,000 with his bare hands. The spear trembled as 150 stacks traveled along the spear and forced the guard back. Even the hand that had been holding the spear was injured, and his wrist was twisted. He helplessly let go of the spear and looked at Luin in shock. Lu Ying grabbed the spear and pushed it forward with one hand. The spear spun in the void, and a fierce force swept out in all directions, causing the surrounding cultivators to spit out blood and retreat. The hunter hurriedly tried to grab the spear, but Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He casually waved his hand, and an enormous force sent the hunter flying 1,000 meters away. He crashed heavily onto the ground, and the spear fell to the ground at the same time. Everything had happened in an instant, and no one in the library could react in time. The surrounding guards were shaken, and they all looked at Lu Ying in shock. They had never thought that the rumored weak son-in-law would have such a powerful side to him. This strength should be enough to challenge an enlighter. Who had said that the son-in-law was trash? Lu Ying clasped his hands behind his back and walked out of the library. He glanced at the hunter in the distance. "Can I come out now?" The hunter was terrified, and he stood up with blood at the corner of his mouth. He hurriedly half-knelt. This lowly one was reckless. "Thank you for your mercy, son-in-law. Thank you for your mercy, son-in-law." The surrounding cultivators bowed in unison. Within the library, many people looked outside. They saw Lu Yin's back, but no one dared to say anything. It seemed like this son-in-law, who had buried his head in books, had an unyielding side to him. In the distance, Long Kuei's cold expression softened a little. At least there was still some vigor left, and the difference in strength could be made up for. However, if there wasn't even any vigor left, then the princess's life would not be good. At this moment, Xianxia arrived and looked at the kneeling guard in shock. "Son-in-law, what happened?" Lu Ying looked at her coldly. "Were you the one who forbade me from leaving the library?" Xianxia shook her head. "I only told you to wait for me if you wanted to leave. I didn't forbid you from leaving." At this point, Xianxia understood, and she coldly glanced at the surrounding guards. During this period of time, many people in White Mountain had been secretly mocking the son-in-law, saying that he was weak and incompetent, and that he would only be able to lower his head for the rest of his life. It seemed like it was no longer as simple as just mocking him, and it had even escalated to the point that someone was behind this. At the same time, she was also rather surprised. She had also thought that this son-in-law was weak and easy to bully, but she had not expected him to have such an unyielding side. "Son-in-law, Xiaoqian will report this matter to the princess and let her handle it," Xiaoqian said, her tone much better than before. Lu Ying nodded. "Son-in-law, please come with Xiaoqian. The princess invites you, and the junior ancestor wishes to meet you," Xiaoqian said. Lu Ying raised a brow. Junior ancestor was a title that he now understood. It specifically referred to a few youths who were recognized throughout the cosmic tree as having the potential to reach the progenitor realm. They were supported by the greatest resources in the cosmic tree realm, and they were known as junior ancestors. The one who coveted Longxi was the frozen immortal sex junior ancestor, by Xiaohong. The White Dragon clan also had a junior ancestor named Long Tian, who was Longxi's brother. Now, Lu Yin's brother-in-law had appeared. In the cosmic tree realm, the mother tree also had an age. Just like how ordinary trees were determined by their growth rings, the mother tree also had growth rings. However, they were not determined by years, but rather by epochs. Each epoch was equivalent to an additional year, which was known as the origin wheel. That day was known as the origin wheel ceremony, as the entire cosmic tree realm would decide on a candidate for the position of junior ancestor. The position of junior ancestor wasn't held every year, or even every 100,000, or 10,000 years. Instead, it had to be determined through the origin wheel ceremony. The specific reason for the origin wheel ceremony was not recorded in the books, but it might have something to do with the mother tree. Becoming a junior ancestor would give one unimaginable resources. This generation's origin wheel ceremony had ended long ago, and Lu Ying could not compete for it even if he wanted to. Not long after, Lu Ying saw Longxi and a young man in front of her. He was handsome, and his facial features resembled those of Longxi's. The man had clearly just gone through a battle. His clothes were tattered, and there were a few injuries on his body. However, this was only an image and not the man himself. Lu Ying could not determine the man's strength through this image. He subconsciously glanced at Longxi's wrist. The 5th and 6th mainlands should have had gadgets, but here, it was just a flat, round stone that looked very ordinary. He had noticed it before, and from the biographies he had read, he knew that it was called a cloudstone. It was similar to a gadget, but it was more convenient. It did not require a network, and it ignored distance. It could be used to communicate regardless of distance, and it could even measure one's power level. It was a specialty of the cosmic tree realm, but Lewin did not know where it was produced. If possible, he wanted to bring some back to the fifth mainland. The moment Lewin arrived, the man's gaze never left him. He was the White Dragon clan's junior ancestor, one of the 4 junior ancestors chosen by the astral wheel of the Tree of Stars, Long Tian. Greetings, elder brother. Lewin bowed respectfully, as this was an important person. Long Tian sized Lewin up, his gaze calm and his expression unperturbed. His tone was so stiff that it made Lewin uncomfortable. Call me junior ancestor. Long she couldn't help but say, elder brother, he's my husband. Long Tian frowned and looked at her. A piece of trash has no right to call me that. Long Shi's gaze turned cold. Am I trash in elder brother's eyes? He's just a substitute to help you block Bai Xiaohong. As long as I have time, I can find many people like him, Long Tian said coldly. But before he appeared, elder brother didn't say anything. Bai Xiaohong even used the commoners to massacre our White Dragon clan's branches, but elder brother didn't say anything. Long Tian sighed. I'm cultivating. You know that I don't care about these things. Long Shi stared at him. Since that's the case, don't worry about it in the future. He won't call you elder brother in the future because you won't meet again. I believe that elder brother also believes that he doesn't have the right to meet you. Long Tian growled, little Shi, you're becoming more and more presumptuous. Long Shi looked up. Elder brother, please show some respect to my husband. Your attitude will determine the White Dragon clan's attitude. I don't want him to live in ridicule and oppression. Lewin looked at Long Shi's back and felt inexplicably moved. Even though he knew that Long Shi would protect anyone standing here, she had truly protected him. He had rarely been protected by a woman like this, and it made him feel very comfortable. Long Tian and Long Shi looked at each other for a moment, and then Long Tian said helplessly, all right, he can call me elder brother. I'll order the clan members not to be rude to him. Elder brother, is there anything else? Long Shi asked. Long Tian said seriously, you know that the 4 of us are going to explore the Sovereign Realm soon. This is a reward for the junior ancestors. Every junior ancestor can bring a few people with him. I hope that you can come with me. Long Shi was astonished. Based on past practice, it's rare for the junior ancestor to bring someone from the same clan when exploring the Sovereign Realm. Exploring the ruler's realm is extremely important, and there are too many ancient relics there. The stronger the people who are exploring the ruler's realm together, the better. At a time like this, we can't care about our fellow clansmen. Furthermore, after the previous origin cycle ceremonies, there are often stowaways from the abandoned lands that sneak into the ruler's realm. Those stowaways aren't weak, so I need someone absolutely reliable to help me. Your strength is enough, Long Tian said. Lewin heard it. Abandoned land? Stowaways? Long Shi pondered. Long Tian continued, in the past, during the origin alchemy ceremony, the junior ancestor suppressed his fellow clansmen too fiercely. His clansmen were quite weak, and most of their fate was taken by the junior ancestor, which was why they couldn't travel together. However, there are quite a few decent elites in this generation, and you're one of them. The Wang clan and Shenwu Heaven both have experts, so there shouldn't be any stowaways from the abandoned lands. Our competition is the most intense, so I hope you can help me. At the very least, I won't have to worry about being ambushed from behind. Long Shi said, aren't you close to Bai Xiaohong? Why are you afraid of being ambushed? Long Tian frowned. What happened with Bai Xiaohong was Big Brother's fault. The things that the ruler's realm can obtain are too important, and there's even a chance of obtaining an ancestor's inheritance. Think about how terrifying those ancestors are, and they're far more powerful than progenitors born in recent times. Even in our eyes, those ancestors can be considered gods. If we can obtain an ancestor's inheritance, our White Dragon clan will definitely rise to prominence and surpass the frigid immortal sect. Long Shi's eyes flashed. Alright, but I have a condition. What is it? Long Tian demanded. Long Shi looked at Lu Yin and then said to Long Tian, I want you to arrange for him to enter the humble class and give him a way out. Long Tian raised his brows. Are you afraid that if he dies in the ruler's realm, no one will take care of him? Long Shi fell silent. Long Tian was put in a difficult position. I don't have the final say in the humble class. You should know that it has its own management system, and there's even an ancestor behind it. That's why I want you to find a way to send him in. Once he enters the humble class, no one will be able to make things difficult for him. Long Tian had no choice but to grit his teeth. Fine. He then looked deeply at Lu Yin. Cultivate as much as you can. Although the humble class is a good place to eat and wait for death, if you're discovered, your fate will be miserable. He then disappeared. Long Shi exhaled, and Lu Yin realized that her fists had been tightly clenched the entire time. Only now did she slowly relax them. What did that mean? She would only react this way to an enemy. Wasn't that her big brother? Once you enter the humble class, know your place. Before we go to the ruler's realm, I'll do my best to help you make contributions. Then, you'll leave the humble class. That way, you'll have the status of a retired humble class member, and no one will dare to touch you. This is my compensation to you. It's best if I can come back alive, but if I can't, Long Shi looked at Lu Yin and said seriously, leave the White Dragon clan and live a low-key life. Never go to the top realm. Lu Yin pursed his lips. What a serious atmosphere. Why should I leave the humble class? Long Shi's eyes narrowed. You don't really think that the humble class is a place for the rich and powerful, do you? People like that die every year. The humble class is independent of the 4 cardinal scales and has a progenitor backing it. Countless traitors are captured and killed every year, and it's all thanks to the humble class. Most of the rumors in the outside world can't be trusted, so don't even think about living in the humble class. It seemed that this so-called humble school was similar to the Interstellar Arbitration Institute of the Hall of Honor, but it was much more powerful than the Interstellar Arbitration Institute. They had a progenitor backing them, but why were there so many progenitors in this region? The White Dragon clan had 3 steps to a marriage, and as the princess of the White Dragon clan, Long Shi had a noble status. Even if everyone knew that her marriage was to deal with the frigid immortal sect, it was still a marriage. This was a fact, and many people came to congratulate her. However, most people could not see Long Shi. On this day, Lu Yin was reading in the library when Xianxia arrived and asked him to accompany Long Shi to receive an important guest. Lu Yin was shocked, and he guessed that it was one of the 4 cardinal scales. Otherwise, who would be worthy of Long Shi's attention? However, that did not seem right. The cardinal scale's congratulations should be the last step, and Lu Yin would have to follow Long Shi to the top realm to officially add his name to the White Dragon clan's main bloodline. Only then would the cardinal scales congratulate him, but it was still too early. Before they even reached the guest hall, Lu Yin could hear Long Shi's cheerful voice and a man's laughter. Lu Yin was unhappy. Although he was not actually married to Long Shi, his wife was smiling so happily in front of other men, but she was so serious in front of him. Anyone would be angry. Lu Yin walked into the guest hall and glanced around, and his attention was immediately attracted by a man. What a weirdo. Lu Yin had seen many people in his life, beautiful, ugly, handsome, and pretentious. There were even people like Xianxia who were ridiculously handsome, but he had never seen someone like this. It was not that there was anything wrong with the man's appearance, but with his attire. Was he really not here to farm? When he saw Lu Yin walk in, the man stood up and smiled brightly. I'm Nong Lai. You must be Long 7. Lu Yin nodded in a daze and blinked. This man called Nong Lai was dressed simply, and the material of his clothes looked very ordinary. It was even worse than some ordinary merchants. His hands were full of calluses, but they were not from cultivation. They looked more like calluses from farming. His head was wrapped in a white cloth, and more importantly, his trousers were rolled up. There was mud on the soles of his feet. Lu Yin was stunned. This was his first time seeing someone like this. How should he describe it? He was down to earth, yes, down to earth. He's greeting you. Long Shi's dissatisfied voice traveled to Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin reacted and smiled. I'm Long 7. Nice to meet you, brother Nong Lai. Nong Lai's eyes lit up. Brother Long 7, you're from a branch of Mount Lian, so you must be living a good life. I've heard that wild beasts run rampant there. Are you farming at home? Luin choked. Farming? What an unfamiliar term. Brother Lai, let's sit down and talk, Longxi said. Nong Lai slapped his head. Look at me, I feel like old friends with Brother Long 7. Come, sit down, Brother Long 7. Luin nodded, speechless. Whose house was this? And since when did they feel like old friends? He'd never farmed before. But he'd destroyed a lot of it. Brother Lai, it's rare for you to have time to come out. I wonder how Sanyang is doing? Longxi asked. Lu Yin's eyes twitched. Sanyang was a nice name. Nong Lai replied, my sister is still farming. When Brother Long 7's name is engraved into the White Dragon clan's main bloodline, she'll definitely go and congratulate you. Longxi nodded. It's been a few years since we last met. I really miss Sanyang. Haha, little princess, now that you're in the Central Realm, you should visit the Seed Garden when you have time. Sanyang misses you as well, and it's not that she doesn't want to come. You know the reason. Longxi nodded and didn't say anything else. Long Lai's gaze shifted to Luin. Brother Long 7, what hobbies do you have? Luin was puzzled. This guy was being too friendly. Studying. Nong Lai's eyes lit up. Studying? That's so elegant. I thought you'd be cultivating all year round, but that's boring. You might as well farm. Of course, studying isn't that bad either, haha. Luin was really curious about what he meant by farming. Could it be the literal meaning? Brother Nong Lai's words make sense. Hearing Lu Yin's agreement, Nong Lai's smile grew even wider. At that moment, his rolled-up trousers moved, and a palm-sized, round creature that looked like a peach jumped out. It had eyes and a mouth, and it made soft noises. It was very cute. Little guy, stop messing around. Go back, Nong Lai growled. Luin looked on in surprise. What was this? A giant beast? Yee, the little thing cried out and looked at Luin curiously. Nong Lai was surprised. You like Brother Long 7? Yee, the little thing cried out before jumping towards Luin. Luin subconsciously caught it, but it didn't weigh much. He looked at Nong Lai. What's this? Thanks to you, Chitsao. Only by the wind. Brother's reward, I'll give it to you. It's a creature called the Pyrolite. It's not very useful, but it can help us find good mountains, water, and land for farming, Nong Lai said as he stared deeply at Luin. He then said to the Pyrolite, hurry up and come back, little thing. The Pyrolite looked at Luin reluctantly and let out a cry. It then jumped onto Nong Lai's pants and hid again, not even caring about the mud there. Longxi said, the Seed Garden collects strange creatures from outer space. It's like the Seed Garden of all things, and there are as many creatures as there are stars in the sky. Nong Lai smiled. It's not that exaggerated. It's just some small creatures that are close to farming. The earth is the foundation of life, haha. His expression changed, and he looked at Longxi seriously. Have you heard? The Wang family's second brother is injured. Longxi was surprised. Wang Yi? Yes. I don't know what happened, but he was severely injured when he came back. He shouldn't appear for the next 10 years, so he needs to be treated. He's not fated for this trip to the Sovereign Realm. I heard that the entire Wang family is in chaos because of this. That bitch Wang Su is furious, Nong Lai said. Longxi was indifferent. It has nothing to do with us. Wang Yi isn't weak, and he's so fast. Only the junior ancestor can injure him. It's probably someone from the older generation who's targeting the Wang family. Maybe, but I hope it's not me. Nong Lai only likes farming, and I don't like to do unnecessary things. The Wang family. While Longxi and Nong Lai were conversing, Lu Yin's heart was in turmoil. Wang Yi had actually come from this place, one of the 4 cardinal scales of the top realm. It was no wonder why he was so obscure and yet so powerful. If Wang Yi could go to the 5th mainland, then what about the other 3 sides of the 4 scales? Could they go? Wang Yi was representing the technocracy in the sovereign tournament, so did that mean that the technocracy had a passage that connected to this region of space? The technocracy had always been mysterious. From what Luin knew, half of the technocracy's mainframe was controlled by the sixth mainland, and this region of space clearly surpassed the sixth mainland. Did that mean that the other half was controlled by this region of space? It was also possible that the Wang family controlled the other half. Luin suddenly recalled that the sixth mainland had sent people to participate in the tournament of the strongest. There was a woman called Yun who was extremely strong. She couldn't have come from the Wang family, could she? The technocracy was clearly created by the Hui ancestor, so why was it controlled by the sixth mainland and this starry sky? And the fifth mainland was constantly at war with the fifth mainland. He couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out. Nong Lai came to congratulate them and then left. Before he left behind a congratulatory gift. Luin didn't receive them as long as she had kept them all. Don't underestimate the farmer's school. It's not much worse than the four cardinal scales, Longxi said to Luin and told him to continue reading. Luin wasn't interested in reading any more books, as he already knew quite a bit about this region of space, and he wouldn't be able to glean any more secrets from them. Xiaoqian had been sent away by Longxi to sort out the gifts, and Luin was bored as he wandered to one mountain peak after another. According to Longxi, every mountain peak was equivalent to a world. He could play around as much as he wanted. There were countries, wars, and other civilizations in those places. Luin was not interested in such things. The fifth mainland's 72 Wees in the outerverse were all under his rule, so what kind of civilization had he not seen before? Once a man has gone to a high place, he cannot go back to a low one unless he is beaten. The attack came. Luin looked up and saw the envoy-level beast, Elder Long Kuei's mount. When the beast saw Luin, it sneezed. Although it was just a sneeze, it was enough to change the weather for Luin. He hurriedly dodged and narrowly avoided being swept by the sneeze. The beast's 2 heads and 4 large eyes stared at Luin with interest. It sneezed again, but the range was not large. Luin still managed to avoid it by a hair's breadth. He looked up sullenly. This beast was doing this on purpose. The beast's interest grew, and Luin couldn't understand it. It was clearly an envoy-level beast, but its temperament was like a child's. Luin couldn't escape even if he wanted to, as the beast easily blocked his path. If not for the White Dragon tribe, Luin would have used the walnut power vessel to attack it. Evil creature, back off. Long Kuei appeared, his loud voice echoing throughout the mountain peak and causing Lu Yin's head to hurt. The beast felt wronged and let out a low cry. It glanced at Luin with some reluctance before flying away. Elder Long Kuei stood high up in the sky and looked down at Luin. Go read your book and don't run around. There are some places where your life is in danger, and I don't want my White Dragon clan son-in-law to die in our own territory. It would be a disgrace if word got out. He then left. Luin had never been looked down upon like this before, and he had been treated with disdain all this time. One day, he would find a junior ancestor to fight. A few days later, another important person came to visit and congratulate him. This time, it was someone from Shenwu Plain's Xia family. Since the Xia family had come, Luin and Longxi naturally had to receive them together. This time, they didn't receive them in the guest hall, but rather on the grass outside. The Xia family's gift was rather special. It was a 3-meter-long spear that was silvery white in color and had dragon scale carvings. There were dark red lines between the scales that flowed like blood vessels. The spear stabbed into the ground and emitted a sharp aura that prevented the clouds from gathering. Luin could see it from afar. It was clearly only 3 meters long, but it seemed to support the heavens and earth. What a great spear, what a peerless weapon. Longxi stared at the spear with a burning gaze. This spear was called Dragon Blood, and it had been made by the White Dragon tribe's ancestor by soaking it in the blood of the tribe's ancestors. It was made from the heaviest metal in the cosmic tree realm, and it was as heavy as a mountain peak or a planet. Even an enlighter wouldn't be able to lift it. More importantly, even if one had the strength, they would still have to endure the pressure that came from a progenitor. During an ancient battle, this spear had been lost, but it had been found by Shenwu Plain and given as a gift. Longxi hadn't expected Shenwu Plain to be so generous as to give him the Dragon Blood spear as a gift. Not too far away, the group from Shenwu Plain was calm, and there was a young girl in the middle. Her face was delicate and cute, and she had a slight smile on her face. She seemed to be looking at Longxi with pride. She wore a green dress and exquisite boots, and she tapped her toes from time to time. Luyin arrived, and everyone looked over. Longxi looked at Luyin with a complicated expression. He felt a little helpless, but also a little hopeful. This expression was worth thinking about, especially since there had been so many people causing trouble for him recently. Could it be that they were here to cause trouble for him as well? This is Shenwu Plain's prime genius, Xia Taili. She's the younger sister of Shenfei, Longxi introduced. He then looked at Xia Taili. That's Long 7. Xia Taili looked at Long 7 and smiled. She was very cute, and her eyes flickered with a hint of craftiness. Hello, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Luyin was stunned, but then he smiled. Hello. Xia Taili smiled happily. Rumor has it that your martial prowess is unparalleled and that you've conquered the princess of our White Dragon clan. Can I take a look? She then pointed at the spear. That spear is called Dragon Blood, and it's a wedding gift for you. Please take it. Longxi didn't understand. Dragon Blood? Not Dragon Blood? Xia Taili stuck out her tongue. You've misunderstood, sister. This is a spear made from dragon blood. A senior from Shenwu Plain saw the dragon blood spear with his own eyes and was envious, so he made a replica. Although it's not as powerful as the dragon blood spear, it's very suitable for the White Dragon clan. Longxi was disappointed, but her gaze deepened. Even she thought that this spear was made from real dragon blood, so a replica couldn't possibly be that authentic. There was only one reason why it could pass off as the real thing: this spear had come into contact with real dragon blood. The dragon blood spear was definitely in Shenwu Plain. Xia Taili looked at Luyin and smiled brilliantly. What do you think, brother-in-law? Let me see it for myself. Luyin raised a brow. Why was everyone causing trouble for him now? Was Bai Xiaohong's influence that great? He looked at Longxi. Longxi frowned and said to Xia Taili, Longxi was injured and hasn't recovered yet. Let's talk about it later. Xia Taili's expression changed, and she looked at Longxi pitifully. Princess, it's been so long. With the White Dragon clan's medical abilities, brother-in-law should have recovered by now. This gift was specially made for you, and if you don't take it, I won't be able to report back. Longxi's expression turned ugly. When did Shenwu Plain become so close to the frigid immortal sect? They're actually helping him. Xia Taili rolled her eyes. Don't misunderstand, sister. This has nothing to do with Bai Xiaohong. It's just that my brother has always admired you, and now that you're getting married, I naturally have to give you a congratulatory gift as your sister. Luyin couldn't help but look at Longxi. His wife in name was quite charming, and everyone wanted her. She had quite a few love rivals. Longxi frowned. We don't want this gift. Xia Taili raised her brows. That's not necessary, sister. It's just a gift. Are you worried that brother-in-law won't be able to pick it up? Sigh, forget it. She then took out a sword and stabbed it into the ground. She looked at Luyin and smiled. Brother-in-law, can you pick up this sword? It's very light. Longxi was furious. You. Luyin suddenly walked out and smiled at Longxi. He then looked at Xia Taili. Your brother is Shenwu Plain's junior ancestor, Xia Shenfei? Xia Taili nodded with a proud expression. Luyin shrugged and smiled. The junior ancestor isn't that great. The woman he likes is my wife. The moment he said this, the entire room fell silent. Longxi was stunned. Xia Taili stared at Luyin in a daze. What did you say? Luyin smiled, I won't repeat myself. He then raised his hand and grabbed the fake dragon blood. With a low grunt, the earth trembled as a blinding white light tore through the sky and shot up into space. Luyin pulled out the fake dragon blood and brandished it twice before suddenly thrusting the spear towards Xia Taili. The Xiao family members shouted, How dare you! How dare you! Xia Taili watched the spear head towards her, but she didn't move. Finally, the spear stopped when it was less than 10 centimeters away from her. Luyin gripped the fake dragon blood tightly. Good spear, I like it. Too bad it's not real. He then exerted some force and stabbed the fake dragon blood into the ground in front of Xia Tyli. "Give me the real one, little sister." "How dare you?" The person behind Xia Tyli was enraged. It was a middle-aged man with shocking strength, and his rage could shake the world. Long Kuei stepped forward and looked at the middle-aged man. Long Shi stepped forward and stood in front of Lu Yin, exchanging glances with Xia Tyli. Xia Tyli looked deeply at Lu Yin and then at Long Shi, smiling sweetly. "Congratulations, sister. You found a good husband, but brother-in-law is a little stingy." "I like stingy men," Long Shi said indifferently. Xia Tyli blinked and chuckled. "You two are a perfect match. My big brother is too magnanimous, so he's not suitable for you." She then tilted her body slightly, letting her long hair fall behind her as she waved goodbye to Lu Yin. "Brother-in-law, today was a happy day. See you later." She then left with the group from Shenwu Plain. Lu Yin watched them leave and turned to leave. He felt like he had caused trouble. Long Shi called out, "Where are you going?" "To study," Lu Yin hurriedly replied. Long Shi looked at him. "You did well." She then left on her own. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief, as he had thought that she was going to get angry. Actually, with his temperament, he would have definitely taught that brat Xia Tyli a lesson. However, this was not the fifth mainland, so he held himself back. He had actually been a little impulsive just now, as he had been afraid that Long Shi would consider the bigger picture and blame him. Long Kuei looked at Lu Yin with admiration for the first time. They didn't doubt Lu Yin's strength, as it was just a fake dragon blood spear. Anyone would know that Lu Yin wasn't simple if he could pull out the real thing. However, even if it was just a fake dragon blood spear, Long Shi's heart still stirred when she saw how Lu Yin had brandished the spear. That man was standing up for her, which warmed her heart. Thus, not long after Lu Yin pulled out the spear, Long Shi called him out of the library again. Under his puzzled gaze, she said calmly, "As the son-in-law of the White Dragon clan, you have the right to learn inherited battle techniques." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "Inherited combat skills? Which one? The one who trapped him?" "That's the White Dragon Heaven Inspecting Mirror. It's very difficult to learn." "I'll teach you the White Dragon swimming steps," said Long Shi. Lu Yin was disappointed. Although he was interested in footwork battle techniques, he was still more interested in the White Dragon Sky Survey Mirror. He was already very fast, and even if he couldn't compare to Wang Yi with his physical strength, he was still faster than most people. Moreover, he also had the secret art of plan. "You don't like the White Dragon swimming steps?" Long Shi said indifferently. Lu Yin hurriedly smiled. "Of course not. After all, it's an inherited battle technique of the White Dragon clan. Our race." Long Shi's tone grew heavier as she glared at Lu Yin. "Say it again." Lu Yin choked. "Of course not. After all, it's an inherited battle technique." Long Shi's beautiful amber eyes stared at Lu Yin. "Remember, don't say anything wrong in the future. If you do, I'll seal you for a day." Lu Yin pursed his lips. This woman's temper was too bad, and she wasn't suitable to be a wife. Long Shi didn't know what Lu Yin was thinking. She brought him to the peak of a mountain that was as large as a planet. There were civilizations on it, and they were at a height that those civilizations couldn't reach. A huge waterfall cascaded down from the peak, and it was impossible to see the bottom or the sides. This waterfall was large enough to drown an entire planet. The White Dragon swimming steps imitates the movements of the ancestral python. You can observe the changes in the earth and travel through the void. It's one of the fastest footwork battle techniques in the entire astral tree domain. There are very few footwork battle techniques that can compare to it. Once you master it, you can enter the astral source universe, Long Shi explained seriously. Lu Yin was shocked. The astral source universe? Long Shi replied, "That's a void that only powerhouses above the emissary level can enter. Ordinary people can't even touch it." She looked at Lu Yin seriously. "My elder brother, Long Tian, can use the White Dragon swimming steps to temporarily enter the astral source universe. It's on another level." Lu Yin's expression changed slightly. He naturally knew about the astral source universe. It was the real universe where emissaries fought. It wasn't something he could touch, and he could only see it through the improved spring water. Of course, that was in his normal state. If he was in the Reaper transformation state, he wouldn't know. However, he was certain that no one in the top 10 of the Sovereign Tournament had been able to enter the Astral Source universe. Long Tian, however, had managed to do so. That alone made him surpass the top 10. The junior ancestor of the four-way balance was even stronger than the top 10. Thinking about it, it made sense. During the Supreme Tournament, he had become a Supreme with his invincible God of Death transformation. Next to him were the Prime Clear, Wang Yi, and Wu Tai-bai. Wang Yi had yet to reach the level of a junior ancestor in this part of the starry skies. Then, the so-called junior ancestor would at least be on the same level as the Prime Clear, or even stronger. Longxi grabbed his shoulder and said, "Feel it well." She then took a step forward, and the next moment, the scene in front of Lu Yin's eyes distorted and retreated at an extreme speed. It wasn't a change in scenery, but rather Longxi walking with the white dragon roaming body. This wasn't just pure speed, but a specific path that matched the mountains and rivers. They moved faster and faster until they reached the fastest speed Lu Yin could reach with his physical strength. Lu Yin was shocked. This speed wasn't any slower than Wang Yi's. This woman's speed alone was enough to enter the top 10 of the Sovereign Tournament. With Longxi's speed, it didn't take her long to circle around the mountain peak. The civilizations that developed on the mountain peak didn't even notice. Not long after, Lu Yin was still at the same waterfall. "You're so fast. How do you compare to the Wang family's second brother?" "You mean Wang Yi?" Longxi was confused. Lu Yin nodded. "You know him?" Longxi asked. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. "How could I know him? But from Nong Lai's tone, this Wang Yi should be quite powerful." "I'm just making a comparison." Longxi thought about it, pretty much. Lu Yin nodded and recalled Wang Yi's speed. That speed had shocked the entire Sovereign Tournament. "Did you feel it?" Longxi asked. Lu Yin was stunned. "What?" Longxi frowned. "White dragon swimming steps." Lu Yin blinked. "You only took me to experience it once. I'm not a cultivation genius." Longxi stared at him until he felt goosebumps. She grabbed him again, and he thought that she would take him to experience it again. Who knew that a strong push would throw him down the waterfall? Go observe how the fish rush up the waterfall. Lu Yin fell down the waterfall and almost cursed out loud. Was this woman crazy? Even if she wanted him to go down, she shouldn't have pushed him. What was the meaning of this? If he didn't have a few tricks up his sleeve, wouldn't she be trying to murder her husband? Lu Yin stabilized himself in midair. The waterfall's impact was powerful enough to crush a Lameter into a puddle of blood, but it posed no threat to a hunter like him. Lu Yin found a protruding rock and stood on it. He looked up, but all he saw was the waterfall and not Longxi. This woman really wasn't suitable to be a wife. Lu Yin didn't have much desire for the white dragon swimming steps. Longxi had said that Long Zhang had spent more than 10 years cultivating it, and he also needed the same amount of time, so he wasn't in a hurry. However, even though he was not in a hurry, what else could he do here other than cultivating the white dragon swimming steps? Lu Yin thought about it for a long time, but he was helpless. "Forget it, I'll just cultivate the white dragon swimming steps." When the fish swam against the waterfall, they didn't go straight up. Instead, they swam along the waterfall's weakest point, and the white dragon swimming steps followed the same principle. Lu Yin looked at a fish swimming up the waterfall for a few days, and he almost couldn't resist the urge to throw it up. He kept reciting the Stonewall scriptures in his mind. A few days later, Longxi looked from afar, and beside her was Long Kuei. Although he might not have a great talent for cultivation, his diligence is not bad, Long Kuei said. Longxi didn't say anything and silently left. More than 10 days passed, and Lu Yin was still observing the fish. In fact, he understood a little. He didn't know how long Zhang had cultivated for more than 10 years, but he understood. In his mind, he replayed the experience Longxi had given him over and over again. If not for the fact that he didn't dare to use the serious arts, he could even understand Longxi's white dragon swimming steps technique. Now, he just needed to learn the technique. "How is it? What did you learn?" Longxi asked coldly. Lu Yin blinked. "Very deep." Longxi frowned, and her eyes showed her dissatisfaction. Luin was confused. What did she mean? He had said very deep, which meant that he had learned something. This woman's attitude was wrong. If you can't learn, then you can't. Lying only proves your vanity and arrogance. Longxi's tone was cold, and her previous good impression of Luin was gone. Luin opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to explain himself. Was it wrong for him to learn something? Did he have to apologize for being smart and outstanding? My White Dragon clan spear techniques are invincible. There is no fixed spear style, and every clan member has a deep understanding of the spear. You have to learn spear techniques as well. You don't have to reach the standard of an ordinary clan member, but you have to at least be able to use it. Luin replied, I don't know how to use a spear. Then learn it. You'll need at least 10 years to learn the White Dragon swimming steps, and a lifetime to learn spear techniques. Luin felt like she was teaching him like a son. He suddenly thought of a question and asked, if my clan's spear techniques are invincible, then what about the frigid immortal sect? What do they have to offer? Longxi's frown deepened, and she became even more dissatisfied. She felt like Luin was mocking her. It's none of your business. I'll take you to the ancestral Mang in 3 days. Luin really wanted to know more about that finger. There were no records of it in the biographies or books, so it should be a battle technique from the frigid immortal sect. The frigid immortal sect would not allow such a powerful battle technique to be casually recorded. Unfortunately, Longxi did not respond. This girl's temper was getting worse and worse, and one day, she would be suppressed. 3 days passed quickly, and Luin finally left White Mountain with Longxi. Their mount was the emissary-level beast that Elder Long Kuei had called Ho. The emissary-level beast was quite fast, and it flew from a high altitude. In the blink of an eye, White Mountain gradually disappeared. According to Longxi, their destination was the mortal realm to pay respects to the ancestral Mang. Every main bloodline member had to pay respects to the ancestral Mang at their wedding. Luin was both nervous and excited at the thought of seeing the enormous ancestral Mang that could wrap around the mother tree. That was a progenitor, and it would be the first progenitor Luin had ever seen. Mountains and rivers flashed by quickly, and the emissary-level beast's speed was far beyond what Luin could see. On the fifth mainland, everything would avoid an emissary-level powerhouse, but in the central realm, there would occasionally be provocative roars. There was no lack of emissary-level creatures here, and Luin trembled when he heard them. He was afraid that they would encounter a creature with a power level of more than 1,000,000 and be swallowed whole. The central realm was huge, and even with Ho's speed, it would take them some time to reach the Bifrost. An invisible layer of air on Ho's back helped Luin and the others block the wind pressure caused by their speed. Luin touched its back, and when he saw that Longxi and the others weren't paying attention, he pressed harder. Its skin was very thick, and when he pressed harder, the thick scales on Ho's back began to flatten. Luin immediately stopped when he saw this, afraid that he would crush the scales and be discovered. However, his worries were unnecessary. Ho was a beast, and its defense was incomparable to a human's. Luin had been able to repel Emperor Luo and injure Crimson Lord with his bare hands, but it was impossible for him to injure Ho, let alone press down on it. Ho didn't even notice. The mortal realm is dangerous, and only the two of us can pay respects to the ancestral Mang. No one else can protect us, so follow me closely, Longxi said calmly as she sat in front of Luin. Luin nodded. The Bifrost was getting closer and closer, and White Mountain wasn't too far from it. There was a large area further away, and the farmer's seed garden was even further away. Sometimes, Luin couldn't understand how a tree could be so big that it could support a continent that was even larger than the outerverse. He couldn't imagine how a python could wrap itself around such a huge tree. This part of the sky was overturning his common sense. Something that defied common sense occurred. He stepped onto the rainbow. Rainbows could also be walked on like land, and there were buildings, armies, and even rivers. The rivers were colorful, exactly the same color as the rainbows. Is this a rainbow bridge? The rainbow bridge was very large. From White Mountain, one could see the width of the rainbow bridge. It ran through the 3 realms from top to bottom. Even if the entire White Mountain was moved over, it wouldn't be much to the rainbow bridge. And it was said that this place was under the control of the Shenwu Heaven. There was a red glow beneath his feet that was as soft as sand. Lu Yin was rather surprised, but he didn't show it. Within the rainbow, the colors flowed, and there was no need for Lu Yin to run. Each color alternated with each other, and there were 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The red color flowed towards the lower realm while the orange color flowed towards the top realm at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yin and Longxi's group weren't the only ones heading towards the lower realm. There were many others who came from the middle realm, and most of them were exploration teams. Even they didn't dare to approach Lu Yin's group. From the books, Lu Yin had learned that the lower realm was one of the most dangerous places in the astral tree realm. In layman's terms, it was the root of the tree. It was filled with terrifying creatures that survived by destroying the mother tree. If even the mother tree could be destroyed, then the people who lived on it would be even more terrifying. The ancestral Mang also lived in the lower realm. The red color flowed towards the lower realm, and Lu Yin's group was very quiet. There was no one around them, and the closest person to them was at least a few 100,000 kilometers away. Just as Lu Yin's group was heading towards the mortal realm, group after group of people stepped onto the Bifrost Bridge. They recalled Lu Yin's appearance in their minds. This person was their target for this trip. There was no place darker than the lower realm, and the white dragons were worshipping the ancestral Mang, so they couldn't be protected by others. This was the best time to act. He followed the Bifrost towards the mortal realm, and soon, he saw an endless underground world. This was the land of the middle realm, and it took a while for his vision to brighten up. The air had also changed, and it was now slightly damp. There was also a strange smell of decay in the air. Looking into the distance, Lu Yin saw clouds beneath his feet, and even below that, he could vaguely make out the outline of a continent. That was the lower realm. After arriving in the lower realm, the aura of the pyrolite suddenly changed. It became incomparably terrifying, as if it was trying to intimidate something. Longxi asked Lu Yin, "Have you been to the lower realm before?" Lu Yin didn't know how to answer, as he was afraid that he would be exposed. "It's normal that you haven't been here before. There's no need to hide it." Lu Yin coughed but didn't say anything. The lower realm is extremely dangerous, and there are all kinds of creatures there. The only purpose of these creatures is to destroy the roots of the mother tree. All living things grow and absorb nutrients, and the mother tree is no exception. You can see these creatures as the mother tree's enemies, but they are also the enemies of humanity, Longxi said. She paused for a moment before continuing. According to statistics, unknown creatures are born every year, and every year, members of the White Dragon clan die in the lower realm. The 4 cardinal scales are no exception. As for the exploration teams in the middle realm, the number of deaths is incalculable. Some of these people are hired by the mother tree, while others are there to make a fortune or to search for valuable things, such as natural treasures. Lu Yin understood that since the mother tree absorbed nutrients, the roots of the mother tree in the lower realm would definitely be the place with the most nutrients. This way, it would be easier for rare treasures to be born. Everything had 2 sides. The mother tree absorbed nutrients from the universe to survive, but the universe couldn't allow the mother tree to absorb them without limit. There would definitely be creatures that would destroy the mother tree, just like how there would always be antidotes within 100 steps of a poisonous snake. It was as if everything in the universe had been arranged. There are many regions in the lower realm, and the overall area exceeds the middle realm and the top realm. We're going to the 3rd region where the ancestral Mang's head is. Because of the head, there isn't much danger there. Even so, we don't have Elder Long Kuei and Tian Ho to protect us, so we have to be extremely careful. Over the years, many of our clansmen have died in the 3rd region, Longxi explained. If not for the fact that they needed to investigate the frigid immortal sex finger, this would be the best place to leave the White Dragon clan. Lu Yin stretched out a hand, and a layer of clouds streaked across his palm. It was cold. In the distance, a strange current of air crashed over, distorting the void and bringing with it a world-shaking might. Lu Yin's expression changed slightly. What a fierce attack. Tian Ho raised a claw and slashed down, tearing through the air as it roared into the distance. In the distance, a huge head with a long neck looked up at Tian Ho with a ferocious gaze. It opened its mouth and roared as well. Tian Ho was furious. How dare a beast that wasn't even an emissary provoke him? It didn't even have as many heads as he did. How presumptuous. Just as it was about to roar again to show its might, another head appeared beside it. This one was 10 times larger than the previous one, and its neck was completely raised. It was almost at the same level as Luin and the others, and then it roared at them. Luin felt a chill run down his spine. This was a beast that had surpassed the emissary level, and not just any ordinary level at that. Was this the lower realm? Tianhe was clearly stunned for a moment, and then it cowered. Its 2 heads drooped as it howled. Long Kuei's mouth twitched. How embarrassing. At this moment, another head that was even bigger and taller than the second beast that had appeared was raised high up in the air. Long Kuei was stunned. The 3 heads were raised high and stared at them, and a chill ran up his spine. Luin was stunned. Was this a family of 3? How was this possible? Longxi's expression turned ugly. They had just arrived in the lower realm, and they had already encountered more than one of these monsters. Tianhe immediately laid down, fully expressing what a coward was. Fortunately, the family of 3 didn't attack them. The smallest one roared happily and looked very proud, but it was pushed down by the tallest one. It opened its mouth and ran away, while the other one growled anxiously. If these 3 beasts weren't that big and were just like pets, it would have been a very harmonious scene. Luin relaxed. He glanced at Tianhe. He had thought that this guy was very powerful, but he was actually so cowardly that he could only bully him a little. Long Kuei coughed. Princess, be careful. The lower realm changes every year, and sometimes even every day. Leave immediately after paying your respects to the ancestral Meng. Don't linger, and don't try to take any strange items you see. It's easy to lose your life. Longxi nodded. I know. Luin began to feel that he had been too naive. He had thought that the lower realm was the best chance to escape from the White Dragon clan, but in a place like this, he could lose his life if he wasn't careful. The lower realm wasn't the end of the Bifrost Bridge, so Luin and the others climbed onto Tianhe's back. Tianhe was much more obedient now, and he didn't dare to Xianxia too much. He quietly led them away from the Bifrost Bridge, and his huge body slowly landed in the forest near the bridge. Long Kuei said, Princess, this is as far as we can go. Take care. Longxi nodded, thank you, Elder. She then looked at Luin, let's go. Luin nodded to Long Kuei and followed Longxi in a certain direction. Do you know the way? We're very familiar with the 3rd region. Even if we haven't been here before, we've memorized the map. How big is the 3rd region? Luin asked. Longxi muttered, it's about the distance between Baishan Mountain and the Bifrost Bridge. Luin was speechless, as this place was too big. Even with Tianhe's speed, it would take them several days to fly through it. It would take them at least 10 days to traverse it, and that was under the assumption that they would be flying through the sky without any obstructions. If they dared to fly in this place, they wouldn't be far from death. Luin and Longxi headed in a certain direction while Long Kuei quietly stood in place. Half a day later, a group of people arrived. The leader was a sturdy man who carried a huge metal weapon that was 10 meters tall. He led a dozen people towards the 3rd region. End of chapter 1359. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.